Honestly, I don't think I'm gonna vote this year. Just
Phenomenal. We're gonna move on to our next guest. Hey, welcome back, man. So yeah,
Hello.
so he did say that he wanted to ban all Muslim people from entering the country. However, when this was proposed to Congress, it was shot down because it was like constitutionally defined as discrimination. So then the policy that was inevitably implemented was specifically like a ban on particular countries, right? However, we should really evaluate his motivations for this ban. It's not that these countries were in like bad places, but it was literally because he wanted to ban all Muslim people from entering into the country.
Where does the world's majority of terrorists come from?
I think that we see domestic terrorism. I don't say that we'd be able to say.
I didn't ask you about domestic terrorism.
There's like acts of terror occur all over the earth.
Yeah, but does it?
Okay. Hey, what is up, BAB? How old are you?
What's good? I'm 17.
All right, you got to be at least 18 minutes TikTok live. I'm gonna go ahead and get another guest up here because he continues to go on mute and continues to get call. If you want to come up and debate, let me see a MAGA down below, y'all. We're gonna try to get our next guest up in here. We might honestly just drop him. What's up, Florida? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2005.
Awesome. We're just gonna go ahead and drop this other crazy guy.
Okay.
Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, yep.
Awesome. Why so?
Because he's just a better president. He's better than Biden, better than Kamala. It's not even close.
Yeah. So why specifically is the rapist, the felon, the fraud, the guy that?
Wait, so how is he a rapist? How is he a rapist? How's he a rapist?
Because he entered into a woman without her consent. It's pretty self-explanatory.
82 million is the reason?
$82 million is not the reason he's a rapist. Him entering into a woman without consent is the reason he's a rapist.
Okay. And then what about immigration?
Okay, so you accept he's a rapist. So what do you vote for, a rapist?
I never accepted that he was a rapist, actually.
Okay, so why would you deny the
$82 million.
Why would you deny the anonymous ruling of a jury of 9 of Trump's peers, 7 men and 2 women?
All I can say is $82 million, dude. It's not a rapist if the woman accepted 82.
Yeah,
you would not be on TikTok right now.
So the argument that abortion is wrong because of my mom aborted me, I want to be here. Do you think that using a condom is wrong because of my dad wore a condom, I want to be here?
No? What did I say about that?
Okay, well, I mean, that's the same logic, right? So why would you say that an abortion is wrong because of my mom got an abortion, I want to be here, yet wearing a condom isn't wrong, even though if my dad wore a condom, I want to be here?
Okay, so what does that have to do with anything?
Do you just not have a brain?
Yeah, so he wouldn't be here if he wore a condom, but at least he's not killing you.
Oh, so you disagree with killing them.
That's
so
not
do you think
alive
that human
yet.
life starts at the moment of conception?
It starts right when it's basically goes. The egg starts and the fetus starts to grow.
So where does conception occur?
Whenever the fetus starts to grow.
I know, but where does conception occur in like a woman's body?
In the egg? What?
Oh, you have no clue. Fallopian tubes. And where does a fetus grow in a woman's body? What part?
The uterus?
In the uterus? You said that really unconfidently. So, yeah, so you'd say at the moment of conception, human life is born, and after that, if you kill it, it's murder. So women with IUDs, do you think that they're murderers because in some circumstances, an IUD will allow for conception to occur, then prevent its implantation from the uterine lining, killing it?
They're still murdering the baby either way, dude.
So do you think
Doesn't
that
change
women with
the
IUDs
situation
are murderers?
is. I mean, technically still yes. I mean, maybe
all
there's a
murderers go
reason
to
that they're
jail?
doing it. I mean, not for that, dude.
So wait, you're saying that
There just should be a policy on it, dude.
You're saying that sometimes murder should be legal?
When did I say that?
You said that these murderous women with IUDs shouldn't go to jail.
They're still, they're murdering a baby, dude. Like it's not the same.
Okay, what do you say? So when do you think that a fetus becomes a person? Do you think it's a person from the moment of conception?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and just show you a 1 second.
So you have to get all your facts online?
No, I'm getting a picture, right? Yeah, so, all right, we got it up here. Let's go ahead and see. All right, so this right here on my screen, let's just go ahead and turn it around here. Let's go ahead and make it big. Then I'm going to take the green screen off. This will be fun.
Wait, so do you believe in abortion at like 9 months?
1 second, buddy. Right, so this is going to be... So you think this is a person?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you typically confuse people with microbial life forms? I mean,
Yeah, I do. I get a little confused with them sometimes.
Yeah, so I mean,
Yeah,
So you typically you typically confuse people with microbial life forms. Really.
Yeah, that's my homie right there, dude.
All right. Well, that's disingenuous. Guys, we're going to go ahead and hit a quick restart on the live. It looks like we got an age restriction. So for everybody in here, click on my profile. I'm going to be back in 10 seconds. I'm going to see y'all very, very, very shortly. We're going to go right back into the debates. I don't want to restart. Unfortunately, we have to because of the age restriction. So for everybody in here, I will see you all in literally 10 seconds. Hit the follow button. Right, even if you disagree, just so you could come back in. And when we do come back in here, let's try to get the live booming again by spamming the likes, spamming the shares, spamming the comment section, doing anything and everything in our power just to get back on that For You page. But yeah, I'll see all 4,000 of you guys in like less than 10 seconds. If women are more
Men don't
emotional
show
than
it.
men, then how come men commit 95% of violent crimes?
I don't fucking know.
What does
You're just
if men are
saying
more
random
emotional
facts,
than
like-
men? How come men are more likely to commit self-unaliving or abuse hard drugs as a response to emotions?
Okay.
Can you tell me why?
next.
Like,
So-
wait,
Huh?
can you give me like a data point in society that would obviously show that women are more emotional than men?
I'm
'Cause
not
I
a
just gave
fucking
you three
computer.
that
I don't know
demonstrate
facts.
that men are
What
more
the fuck?
emotional than women.
Just know that I'm voting for Trump. Like,
Yeah, but you have no reason. You're just a misogynistic pig.
I'm a misogynistic pig.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You're the bottom of the barrel.
I don't
No
even
one
know
should
what
listen
that
to your
means,
opinion.
honestly.
It doesn't have value. How many continents are there?
Huh?
How many continents are there?
7.
7. I want you to name them.
Antarctica. North America, South America. I don't fucking know shit.
Yeah, I know, because you
China.
don't know shit. China's not a continent. Smart
I don't
boy.
fucking know. I really
so,
could
so
care
little
less,
boy,
honestly.
at what temperature in Fahrenheit does water freeze?
Little boy, I'll beat the fuck out of you. Like, what the fuck?
No, you're a little boy. You are a barbarian.
You're a little
You are
boy.
no
You're a
better than a
little faggot.
caveman. And look at this. Weren't you just saying that women are more emotional than men? Look at you. I prove you wrong with facts and data, then you slur. You're a little fucking boy. I want you to go back down to that comment section where you belong. You can continue being a fan. You can continue to watch my stream. And you can continue to observe a man that is better than you will ever be. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Let's go and see what John Reed has to say. Let's go and get our next guest up in here. What's up? How old are you?
19.
What, yo, Jasmine, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying I'm just an emotional woman. Yeah, that's misogyny. Thank you so much, Jasmine. And DJ, thank you for the $5 on PayPal saying China's the new eighth continent, I guess. So, John, are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
Well, I wanted to ask you an abortion question. What percentage of abortions are convenient abortions, not caused by rape or incest?
Oh, like getting an abortion for like elective convenience? About 99.
Okay, and you're okay with that, or
I mean, of course I'm okay with women saying that they don't want to maintain pregnancy and childbirth for 9 months, and they'd rather not be pregnant and allow them access to our innovations in medical health care, right? And the thing here is, you're saying that convenience is wrong. No, convenience is innovative. Convenience is a pleasure of
say
the
sex
21st
is
century,
convenience?
and you're saying that we should deny women health care because it benefits them, it's convenient to them. I think that this is just more misogynistic rhetoric.
see who's the emotional one now? All right, so
Who's the emotional one now? You're mad at me for talking about facts. You're mad at me for telling and conveying to you what true is. Also, in a nutshell, if you think abortions are convenient, obviously you just lack education. Abortions aren't convenient. Abortions are an unfortunate last means possible to prevent an unwanted child from being forced into an unready household.
would you say sex is a convenience?
Is sex a convenience? What do you mean by convenience? Can you define that word?
I mean, it has consequences. You know you're going to have sex. Why not use a condom? What percentage of sex with condom ends up in pregnancies?
So
You
I
know that?
don't know. Maybe it's about 3%. What percentage of women who get elective abortions are
say
doing so because
3?
of the failure of contraceptives?
You say 3?
Yeah, I don't know the stat on that. I'm not going to
Okay, so
pretend to. What percentage of
97% could prevent their pregnancies if they didn't want it to feel as good by using a condom.
Hey
Right.
John, what percent of women who get elective abortions are doing so because of the failure of contraceptives such as condoms?
I'm not sure.
54. 54%. But see, the thing is I think entertaining, right, this terrible rhetoric of yours insofar as why you're pro-life is ultimately useless on my end. I don't care if a woman is on birth control and a man's using a condom and they've been married for 50 years and they're engaging in sex for pleasure, or if we observe a woman going out and catching her 100th body on a Friday night in college. All women deserve access to healthcare regardless of their circumstances, and I absolutely think it's terrible that you as a man are coming in here and saying that there should not that women shouldn't have access to healthcare, not because you think that the life of the fetus is valuable, but because you think that the mother made irresponsible decisions. For the 2.4 thousand people in here, we just saw that John told us why he's pro-life. He didn't talk about the fetus once, right? So you use this. Shut up, buddy. You're listening to a real man talk. Sit your ass down. So you specifically are using this virtue signal that you care about the unborn, and you call yourself pro-life, but then you turn around and you ultimately want to punish women for making decisions that you think are irresponsible, right? Fucking newsflash. This isn't pro-life. This is pro-control, right? You want to force unwanted kids into unready households. You want to shift the American focus from financially well-off adults that desire to have children that consent to having a family and do forcing 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls into starting a family because you think the woman is irresponsible, thereby forcing unwanted kids into unready households. This increases rates of unemployment. This increases rates of poverty. This decreases rates of education. It decreases levels of, it decreases average qualities of lives. And you call yourself pro-life? I'm pro-choice because I care about life. You're pro-life because you care about control. And that's the facts. Listen, I have a question for you now, John. So when a smoker smokes a cigarette knowing that it runs the risk of lung cancer and they get lung cancer, should they be denied medical treatment because they engaged in a quote-unquote convenient action that ran that risk?
I mean, do they have to pay for it after they made that decision? Absolutely.
They're paying for the cancer treatment, but do you think that they should be denied cancer treatment?
Would you say you're a smart guy for inhaling something that is proven to cause cancer?
No, actually, I'd say it's irresponsible to smoke. Absolutely, but if someone does smoke, knowing the risk, should they be denied health care?
Get it out, buddy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have a stutter, and I'm still dunking on you with the stutter. This actually just reflects bad on you. So should they be denied medical treatment?
I mean, am I going to be able to talk, Dean, or what, dude?
You could answer the question, little boy.
No, they're not. I mean, I don't know why you're calling. This is what I'm saying. You call people little boy. I'm like a year younger than you. And you think you're ahead of everybody else.
Well, you actually are a little boy. I'm ahead of you, so go ahead and answer the question. Should smokers be denied access to medical treatment?
No, they shouldn't, Dean.
Oh, wow. So you're telling me that if you spread your lips and let that cigarette fill your lungs, knowing that it runs the risk of lung cancer, if you get lung cancer, you should still be able to get medical treatment. So see the difference between this and your misogynistic rhetoric that you're using when you're speaking about why you're pro-life? You specifically said because the woman engaged in that action, knowing it runs the risk, she should deal with the consequences. But as soon as we're talking about anything but sex, all of a sudden they should be allowed to access medical treatment. So why do you hold a different standard there, little boy?
What women's rights is Trump taking away from women? Rights.
Oh, yeah. Right to access healthcare, right to bodily autonomy, right to bodily integrity. So we okay, so you're going to interrupt me when I specifically am giving you an answer. So John, I'm going to go ahead and tell you once again, little boy, I understand that emotionally immature, irrational men who can't control their emotional outbursts have a tendency to act in irrational manners and to interrupt, but I'm going to go ahead and put you in your place, right? So just suck on this binky while the real man is talking. So you asked me what rights did Trump take away. Well, I think this is a hilarious pivot away from me pointing out the flaws in your very controlling and misogynistic rhetoric insofar as why you're pro-life, but I'll go ahead and detail them very clearly. So Trump specifically took away the right to access healthcare and impeded upon the rights of bodily autonomy and bodily integrity for 1 out of every 3 women in America today. I'm so glad I could give you such a clear, explicit answer to your question. I love being able to do that, something you haven't done the entire time that you've been on the live, but go ahead and unmute that mic and tell me how you're wrong, Pookie.
I haven't even finished a statement since I've got on here, Dean. So, I mean, you have fun with the next person. I appreciate it.
Oh, this is where you run away. Go ahead, run. I don't care about you. Run, never come back.
I didn't even finish my sentence again.
Yeah, no, I'll let you finish if you have something of substance. But if you want to run, go. I don't give a fuck. Fly away in the wind. You're a piece of dust.
It's not a right to take a body out of a woman's body because she feels like it, because she doesn't have enough money to take care of it. There's adoption, there's birth control, there's condoms, there's IUDs. There's tons of better options, but because the woman wants to have unprotected sex, because it feels good with a bunch of different women, she can just go get rid of a baby after it's fertilized, growing, and in the process of growing into a baby.
Got it. So if the woman's on birth control and the man is using a condom and both of those fail and she gets pregnant, should she
What
in no
percentage of those
circumstances
fail?
be able to seek
What
circumstances?
0.001% of those fail.
Well, I mean, I wasn't even referencing
condom.
percentages. I was asking you a simple question, but if you want to know the facts, 54% of women who are seeking elective abortions are doing so because they were part of that 0.0001%, but completely irrelevant to my
that's
question.
incorrect.
I'm going to
That's
go
not
ahead and...
correct.
So it's coming straight from Guttmacher. What's your source that would contend this?
It's not correct that 54% of pregnancies were used with condoms and birth control. That's
No,
not.
so
that's
my
not
claim,
correct.
once again, if you could keep up, I know you can't, was that 54% of women who seek elective abortions are doing so because of the failure of contraceptives. My source on this is going to be Guttmacher. Obviously, you disagree. So what's the competing source? Or do you not
Exactly
have one?
what I
You're
just
just
said.
telling me
The
your emotions.
failure of birth control and condoms is not 54%, Dean.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and repeat it for the fourth time because obviously you just needed a helping hand. So 54% of women who seek abortions, who go to Planned Parenthood and get one, are doing so because the condom failed, doing so because the birth control failed. My source is Guttmacher. Do you have a competing source? I would disagree here.
Yeah. What's the exact source? So that's just not true. Pull it
So
up.
what's your competing source?
Pull it up. You have a computer. I don't. Pull it
Yeah,
up.
so I'm giving you my source. Once again, it's going to be Guttmacher. You could specifically look up
I don't have a
what percentage
computer
of
right
women
now.
who seek elective abortions are doing so because of the failure of contraceptives.
How many abortions were there in 2024 alone?
Okay, another pivot, right? See, you can't engage with the facts, and when I ask you for your competing source, you
I
can
don't
give me
have
one
a
because you don't have one. Because you're
I
all about
don't have
your
a
little baby
computer.
emotions. But I actually did ask you quite a clear
There's
question,
only one person
and you
that
never
is
responded
losing
to
their
it.
mind right here.
So I'm just going to go ahead and continue to repeat my one question until you answer it. So let's go back to that. So specifically speaking, you're saying that women shouldn't be able to access abortions because, if they use a condom, they wouldn't need it. So my question to you is, for the women that do use do use birth control and the man that does use a condom, if that woman still gets pregnant, should she be able to get an abortion? No, she shouldn't. So why would you use this idea that women are irresponsible, therefore they're not using contraceptives, therefore they shouldn't be able to get abortions, to virtue signal, because even when they do use contraceptives, you still don't think that they should be able to get abortions?
It's the same idea. You use the talking point of less than 1% of abortions for all abortions. It's the same talking point, Dean.
Oh,
It's the
no,
same
I
thing you do.
don't need to look at the minority and use that to virtue signal about the masses.
The only thing
y'all
you say
do with
about
crime rates
abortions-
amongst undocumented Hey, John, was I talking?
It was grape. That's the only thing you ever talk about abortions, and it's less than 1% of all abortions.
Okay, so we're just having a different conversation here.
Abortion.
So we're just having like two different conversations here. Because no, I don't look at victims of rape and use that to virtue signal for everybody else. I'm going to go ahead and give you my full fleshed out stance. See if you
All
can
you
keep
talk
a,
about.
Okay. So no, it's not. Actually, the reason I'm pro-choice is because I don't think that the life of the fetus prior to the point in which it could develop the capacities to deploy sentience at about 20 through 24 weeks is going to be a valuable life. And therefore, I think because that life is presiding within a woman's uterus, that would therefore give her the right to evict it from her uterus, as it is not a valuable form of life. It doesn't matter if they use contraceptive or not. It doesn't matter if she's a victim of rape or not. This would apply to all women who get pregnant. So when you make the claim that I virtue signal about women who do use contraceptives, or a virtue signal about women who get raped, that's absolutely false, because I don't. This applies to all women simply because of the developmental capacities of a fetus only allowing for consciousness to occur at 24 weeks.
All right, Angie in the comments, he talks about it every live, so you don't know what you're talking about. But I mean, sure, whatever. I mean, if that's what you want to say. Another thing.
So why are you pro-life?
Because I believe.
Julie, thank you for the $18 on PayPal. Sorry, Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Julie. Let's get at least 40 W Julies in the comment section right now for the $18 on Venmo. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Julie. And Jay, thank you for the $2. Amber with the $2. Peyton with the $2. And Jasmine with the $5. I really appreciate all of y'all. Go ahead.
There's so much opportunity with a full life ahead of you. I mean, you're talking about a brain dead person. I mean, they have no opportunity. They're brain dead. A baby has a full life ahead of them.
Okay.
Who can
Yeah.
invent stuff, who can do the good things in the world. A brain dead person's gone. And if that
So when does
family
life
wants
start?
to pull the plug, when does what start?
When does life begin?
When it starts growing at conception.
At conception.
When a egg
So-
is fertilized and it starts growing is when a life starts.
So an IUD is a form of birth control that will allow for conception to occur.
It
meaning there's
prevents an egg being fertilized, Dean. An IUD does.
So an IUD has two functions. The first function of an IUD would be allowing for conception to occur, then preventing implantation in the uterine lining. And the second function is going to be the prevention of fertilization in the first place. So women that have IUDs that serve insofar as that first function of allowing for conception to occur, then killing it by preventing implantation, are they murderers?
No, because an egg has not been fertilized yet.
It actually has. Yeah, they allow for conception to occur.
What does an IUD do?
Lining.
What is it goes up inside there and blocks sperm from getting to the egg.
Okay, I'm telling you
Right
that
or wrong?
I'm telling you wrong. That's only one of the functions. IUDs have two
Okay,
functions.
so it's right.
They can operate in two
If there are
manners.
two functions, that one's right.
So
You can't
in some
admit that one's right.
circumstances, an IUD will prevent will prevent the implantation of a conceived unicellular zygote, and in other circumstances, right, it will prevent conception outright.
I'm talking about the thing in the arm, right? The one goes inside, one goes in the arm.
No, we're talking about an IUD. IUDs don't go in your arm,
Where do they go?
in your cervix.
Which I just said the first time.
So
And you
now that
said
we
it's
understand
wrong.
that IUDs can allow for conception to occur, then will prevent implantation. What do you say that women with IUDs engage in intercourse?
Implantation. You just
Okay.
said it.
So, okay, so I don't know, like, chat, should I go over this again with him? Like, how many times have I told this to him? But yo, Carrie, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that love, Carrie. Holy crap, thank you so much. He actually left. He left while I was reading off the dono. Runner! But Carrie, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that love, Carrie. Thank you so much. I want to see some massive W's for Carrie down below in that chat for the $100 on PayPal. That is absolutely so kind of you. And John, I know you're still watching the stream. You're a little runner. I'm better than you'll ever be. Let's get some massive W's for Carrie down below in that chat. Thank you once again for the $100 on PayPal. That means the world to me. Thank you. What's up, Michael? How old are you?
59.
Perfect. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
All right. Why's that?
Because I think he's the best.
All right. Why's that?
Hey, Dean, you know what I heard? Is it true that you and Dean, how much y'all get paid to do what y'all do?
I don't get paid anything to do what I do, but because I do what I do, I get paid through donations.
Why y'all always say that you know it ain't true?
Okay, so you're saying I get paid by like the DNC. Do you have any evidence of that?
No, but I heard rumors. Y'all had it pretty good anyway. I think y'all getting paid by the Democrat Foundation.
Yeah, but
They give y'all some of that undercover money.
but
And it's hard to track that kind of money.
But we probably shouldn't like believe things without evidence. That makes you a conspiracy theorist, no better than a flat earther.
But I mean, when you working for the government like that, it's hard to find that kind of stuff working for the government because they hide it.
It's actually not.
Y'all use them names y'all call off. Y'all use them as like a cover up. I don't believe all them people giving y'all that kind of money.
Wait, dude. Wait, you don't? You think I'm using that as a cover up? You think that the DNC is like sending money to me through fake people?
Yeah, somehow y'all got it set up in some kind of way.
Wait,
To make it look legit, you have all them people call off their name. Cause you know that every time somebody say something about that, you start calling off people's name.
Wait, no, Carrie. A lady by the name of Carrie, Carrie, just sent me $100 on PayPal. Right, a real person, not a fake bot from the DNC, and said, "Dean, you are an American treasure." That is a real person that donated to me because I have my Venmo, my PayPal publicly accessible in my bio.
That's kind of hard. Look at how I sat there one time. You made one. I think yesterday you made, I know, close to $1,000 just in less than what, 2 or 3 hours.
I wish, but I didn't. That'd be cool.
Because so one time one person gave you $100, then somebody else called and gave you another $100, then somebody else called and gave you another $50.
Yo, Wolves, thank you for the $5 on PayPal for the DNC payment. I appreciate you, Wolves, for the DNC payment on PayPal for the $5. Thank you so much, Wolves. So is that a fake person?
I believe y'all, Lee, when you get done, by the time you get done with this, your debate today, you're going to leave out of there with close to $500 to $1,000 each.
I wish, but wait, I thought you said like these weren't real people. I thought you said this was.
They're not real. Somehow y'all got it set up in such a way. Look, we're in technology. And I think they give y'all a list and you call that list off and they tell you this is how much we're going to send y'all. So every time, somebody say, "Oh, thank you for $50. Oh, Michael, thank you for $50. That's already on the list. So, but so and so.
Yo,
what
Steph,
do
thank
after
you for the
that-
$25 on
You know what
Venmo
I
from the
mean?
fake person. Steph with the $25 on Venmo from the fake person. I appreciate you for the love. And yeah, also, Roxanne, thank you for the $5 on PayPal as well. I appreciate you for the love.
How
Roxanne.
how y'all not pay taxes on that stuff? That's not fair.
Well, you do pay taxes.
Not if you getting it on a tip like that.
Mary! Holy shit! Mary with the $50 on Venmo from the fake person. Thank you for the love, Mary. W Mary's down below in that chat from the fake person. And Ignacio with the $5 on Venmo saying, I'm a real person, not from the DNC. Devin with a $5 on Venmo from a definitely not made up person. From a definitely not made up person. Thank you, DNC. I mean, Devin. Thank you for the love. But massive W's for Mary for the $50.
Handshake.
What?
She should come up there and give y'all a handshake and give y'all some more checks. The way you talk,
Oh.
and you know how y'all talk about Donald Trump. Y'all call him a rapist. You call him a felony. You call him a racist.
Wait,
You say
the
he was a liar
DNC sent me
and
more money.
misogynistic.
Colleen with the $20 and the 24 cents on PayPal. DNC, I love you. That is a great fake name. Thank you for the $20.
Don't y'all
and the
feel
24
bad?
cents.
You talking about used to be president of the United States of America, and y'all calling him all them kind of names like that.
Yo, DJ, thank you for the $10 on PayPal from Casper the Friendly Democrat. Thank you for the love, DJ. W for DJ in the comment section. And Elaine, thank you for the $2.50 from a fake DNC person. Thank you so much.
You don't feel bad? How
Yo,
y'all
Amy,
calling
thank you for
men
the
names
$5
like
on Venmo from an AI-generated mom in CA. No, I don't feel bad calling a rapist a rapist. I don't feel bad calling a misogynist a misogynist. I don't feel bad calling a racist. But Monica with the $2 on Venmo from a fake person. Ben with the $5 on Venmo from DNC Bot 2547. Thank you for the love, Monica and Ben.
It's amazing how you call all them names. What's that paper y'all be reading off of? There's no way you can do all that quick and that fast.
Bro, I'm literally reading off the names of like notifications of like people that I get. Yo, Phil with the $10 on Venmo from definitely a DNC plant. Phil, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Let's go.
Hey, Dean, how do you and Harry and Dean and who is Harry, Dean, Chris? How y'all get together and get y'all money all like that? Y'all in the same city? I know
So-
they send y'all checks.
So
y'all
listen,
get together and gather y'all checks together?
Michael.
What?
So people watching the stream donate to us because they like what we're saying.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Ain't nobody donate that kind of money because they like
Jessica just donated me $2 on Venmo.
They like to hear you guys talk about the used to be vice president of the United States of America like that. You call him
India with a
rapist and-
boxing glove! Yo! India, thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate that, India.
And what make you think he's a rapist anyway? Rapist.
Yeah, because he was proven to have raped a woman in court.
And
Jesse,
when
thank you for
does
the
that
$5 from the DNC. So that court case concluded in 2022. But Jesse, thank you for the $5 on Venmo from the deep state made up person. I appreciate you for the love there, Jesse.
Y'all, he really raped that woman.
Yeah.
And I think I forgot her name.
Her name's E. Jean Carroll.
That's horrible.
It is. Yeah, that's.
Well,
why I'm
okay, if he did that, why would they allow him to run for president of the United States of America if he raped a woman? That doesn't make sense.
If Jeffrey Dahmer was alive today, he could technically run for president too. The bigger question should be why do so many people still support him? And that's a great question that I don't have an answer to.
And one more thing, because I'm still considering that felony thing, 14 felonies, was it 14 or 36, whatever it was.
Derek, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents on Venmo. Cooking MAGA Intellectual, sponsored by the DNC Grifters Association.
Yeah, shit. That's what I did. I know that's where that money coming from.
Oh, what?
All
I
them
mean,
yeah, that's why you don't have to work. But look at all that money you getting. That's
Man.
a lot of money.
if the DNC would pay me, I'd take it. But they won't.
They told y'all to say
Maya,
that
thank you for the
because-
$5 on Venmo. I'm definitely a bot. Keep doing what you do. The DNC bot.
What
Thank you
y'all
for the
gonna do
$5 on
when
Venmo.
there ain't no more TikTok? Y'all ain't gonna ever make all that money no more because ain't nobody gonna want to hear y'all.
I mean, you essentially just asked me if I lose my job, will I lose my job? The answer is yeah, I'll lose my job. Come on.
Then you have to find something else to do then.
I will. Yo, Julia! Holy cow! Julia, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Julia actually wanted me to tell you something. Julia says, tell them I'm a senior software engineer and a concert pianist who loves democracy. That is who just sent me $25 on Venmo, not a DMC bot. And Sandy, holy shit, Sandy with a $50 on Venmo. That is crazy. Sandy, seriously, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. I want to see at least 100 W's in the chat for Sandy for the $50 on Venmo.
I think the government should come
Thank
after
you so
y'all.
much for the love, Sandy. Sandy says just another fake DNC person. Sandy, thank you so much for the love.
I think
That
the
is
government
insane.
should come after y'all.
At least 100 W's for Sandy in the chat. Thank you so much, Sandy. Why?
They should come after you.
Why?
You talking about Donald Trump and felony? Look at all that money you getting from them poor people. Sending they $5 and $10 and $20. That stuff add up.
Okay, I mean, first of all, I don't think that we should just assume everybody who donates to me is poor. Right? I think that's going to be quite rude. And then, like, second of all, why should the government come after me? Because people support what I do and donate. Yo, and Michael! Thank you for the $50 on Venmo! Yo! I want to see at least 100 W's for Michael in the chat. Michael, man, thank you for the love. Michael says, donation from a fake Hawaiian DNC supporter. Love what you do. Aloha, Mike. Mike, thank you so much for the love. Mike with the $50 on Venmo. Yo, let's go! Mike with the $50. Thank you for the
That's
love.
sad how y'all do it. How you make all that money ripping off people like that? You ought to be ashamed of
Oh
yourself.
my God, you're calling me a grifter. I'm gonna cry.
Have you ever went to college? Have you ever been to college?
Yeah, I'm in college.
You in college?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm starting.
When you graduate?
I have 2 more years.
Then what job you gonna get? Cause you ain't gonna keep this job.
I think it's quite plausible that I will. I've already been doing it for about a year and a half.
Well, it's good that you in college though. Then so when they take TikTok off you, at least you have a job to fall back on. You won't be ripping off all these young folks.
So dude, listen. Whatever. Anything else you want to add on?
No, I
Kim, thank you for the $25 on Venmo for fighting for democracy every day. Let's get some W's for Kim down below. And Ashton with the $5 on Venmo. Thank you, Kim and Ashton.
I'm not gonna be voting for Donald Trump. I just wanted to piss you off a little bit.
We're going to move on to our next guest. If we can't build up our algorithm here, I think that we are just going to go ahead and hit another restart. Yo, Tyler, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Tyler. I want to see some W's in the chat for Tyler. I really got to thank you guys. Y'all been going crazy. Thank you, Tyler, Ashton, Kim, Michael, Jade, all of you guys going crazy. Julia, y'all been showing so much love today. I'm very grateful for y'all. I want to see some massive W's in the chat for all the donors. And Ethan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Saying
I'm 24 for a man and a real person.
Test.
What up?
Echo?
What up?
You have an echo.
Brad. I'm so sorry.
We're going to move on to our next guest here. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest, live viewer 100, has to say. All right, moving on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. What's going on? How old are you? Yeah, you're on the live. Do you speak? No? All right, moving on to our next guest. All right, Chuck, I sent you an invite up. We got you connecting. Everyone just give us a minute here. What's up, Chuck? How old are you?
35.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
All right, and why is that?
I like his policies better than Democratic policies.
Okay, truly. And then Troy, what's up? How old are you, Troy?
58, brother.
All right, so I'm just going to start off with Chuck first. Can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the middle class more so than rich people?
Bringing jobs back to America from China.
So that's not the name of a policy. Could you give me a name of a policy?
That's one of his beliefs, I believe in.
I know. I didn't ask you for a belief. I asked you for a policy.
What policies that Kamala is helping the middle class?
Yeah, the Chips and Science Act to bring manufacturing jobs back back home here in America. The PACT Act
That's
expanding the
literally what I
benefits.
just said. Bringing jobs back here. That's one of Trump's policies as well. And
So
you
what
said,
was the name of his policy?
well, what's the name of Kamala's?
Chips and Science Act passed in 2022.
Okay, so if she is so good for America and she's running on saying how she's gonna do this and this and this when she gets president, how come she's not doing it now while she's in power?
I mean, she actually is. That policy that I just referenced was from 2022, right? We could also look at like the infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, the PACT Act. These are all policies that have already been passed.
No, okay, I do. I do give Biden props on the PACT Act as a veteran.
Chuck, I'm so sorry. I just couldn't deal with the baby screaming in the background. I'm so sorry for kicking you. Troy, what's up? Why are you voting for Trump?
Hey, warp speed.
Warp speed. Hey, good job. That actually is a policy that Trump influenced to get past the benefit of the middle class more so than rich people. Congratulations. It's also one policy that I agree with. Good job, Troy. So why are you voting for Trump?
Warp speed, man, and he's for the country.
He's for the country. I don't think someone that has tried to overthrow the government of our country in the past could ever stand for the country again.
Okay, well, why are you voting for Kamala?
Because I never vote for someone that's attempted to overthrow our government before. I'd also never vote for a rapist, a felon, a fraudster, an election denier. I never vote for a rapist, womanizer. And also, like Kamala Harris as well as Trump, as well as Biden, have had some monumental legislation, such as the PACT Act, the Chips and Science Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, etc. Why are you voting for Trump?
So we do agree on warp speed, right? That one thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Biden was in office at the time, it would have been better because the use of vaccines and masks would have been stigmatized. But it was, it was still all right.
Okay, let me ask you this, brother, my young brother. I notice a lot of times on your live, you guys always revert back to the SA, right?
That is such a good reason to vote
and I get it. That is awful. But the one thing that kind of has me baffled is when you and a couple of your buddies take everything back, related back to kids when it comes to Trump. And I'm wondering, in all honesty, were you or Parker ever assaulted? Because it seems like you guys just home in on this like constantly. So to me, it seems like it deeply, deeply bothers you because every hypothetical goes back to if Trump did something with a kid. I mean, and I'm just curious about. I mean, you don't have to answer it if it's. It's offensive.
I was right, but I don't think that. I think it should be deeply offensive to everybody, not just people that have been raped.
Okay, well, that makes sense because that's why I asked you that. So now that you answered that, I can see why you.
I don't think that my personal experiences have anything to do with why that's wrong or why that should bother people.
Well, I think that's horrible that happened to you. So, but now I understand why a lot of your hypotheticals, why you do relate it back to kids or young girls or minors and stuff like that.
I think it's crazy that you're going to try to find a way to explain why things that I say are invalid or because of my past experiences. That deeply unsettles me greatly. That greatly unsettles me. Holy fuck.
Okay.
I'm going to keep my cool here. The reason that I would relate it back to a child is because I don't see any difference between a child getting raped and an adult getting raped. Rape is rape, point blank, period. And the reason I relate it back to a child is because you have a much more difficult time dehumanizing a child and saying that I can willfully write that off and ignore that and still vote for him, but you can an adult. And that's what I'm drawing into question here.
Okay. All right. That's fair enough. Because I was just wondering why everything related back to children in every hypothetical. But I see that you're using that as a hypothetical to see what people's critical thinking is. But I've just heard it so much when I listen to your lives, it reverts back.
I'll just ask you a question. If Trump was held civilly liable for the rape of a child, would you still vote for him?
Civilly? Yes.
Okay. Yeah, if you had a daughter and she was on a sports team and her coach was held civilly liable for the sexual abuse of a child, would you pull her out of that sports team?
Probably not if it's civilly.
Okay. If you've had a babysitter for your child for the last, let's say, 30 days, and then you figure out that they've been held civilly liable for the sexual abuse of a minor, let's be even more specific, the sexual abuse of a minor that they're babysitting while their parents were gone, would you continue to let that person babysit your kid?
Civilly, I would. Civilly, because it's not criminal. Civilly, I don't see anything wrong with that. Criminal, that's different.
Bro, Trey. Dude, you would let, so you have a new babysitter. This babysitter's been watching your daughter, your 7-year-old daughter, every night for a week. You figure out that this babysitter has been held civilly liable for raping the child of another parent they babysitted for. Let's just also assume that they also had been a 7-year-old girl, and you would still be comfortable with them around your kid babysitting. That's unbelievable. You've lost you've lost the support of everybody in the comment section, not just seriously, not just like
Well, I don't care about people
this
in
is
the
no
comment
longer
section.
okay. Hey, okay. Wow. Holy shit. So why don't you accept civil courts?
Hey, man, civil's not criminal.
Yeah, but the Captain Obvious, no duh, right? But specifically speaking, civil courts are still reliable in correctly determining the guilt of defendants, right? Like, I'd even uphold the claim that what happened to E. Jean Carroll could have been proved in a criminal court if the statute of limitations had not passed, right? Not only did she have medical records from the 90s indicating that she had told this to a state licensed therapist right after it happened, but she had the consistency between the testimony of 7 of her peers across the years, as well as she had a dress that she claimed had Trump's sperm on it from the day it happened, and then he refused to provide his DNA for that to be tested against, right? Any rational person in his shoes that was truly innocent would have provided his DNA instead of just paying out hundreds of millions of dollars, being able to counter sue her for hundreds of millions of dollars as well, and would have, escaped the negative PR associated with being labeled a rapist. Can you give me like any reason why we should doubt this idea that she was truly raped? Can you show me the hole in her evidence?
Never give your DNA, brother. Never.
If you were suspected of drunk driving, and you got pulled over by a cop and you were sober and he offered to let you take a breathalyzer or
would
go
I blow in the breathalyzer?
impound?
Nope.
What are you blowing?
Nope.
Why?
Take me to get my blood, brother. I'm not blowing in nothing.
Yeah, so I think that's obviously irrational, right? But okay, let's just boil down this hypothetical a little bit more. You're accused of rape. You have 2 buttons in front of you. First button, provide your DNA, prove your innocence, you're scot-free. Second button, pay her $87 million, be labeled a rapist by half of America, and have your chances at re-election for presidency significantly decreased. Which button are you going to press?
Brother, I'm not giving DNA.
Blood is DNA.
I'm not doing that.
Blood is DNA. You said that you give your blood.
I'm not doing that.
So, yeah, if you got suspected of drunk driving and you were sober, you would refuse a breathalyzer, get taken down to the hospital, refuse the blood test, and then be without a license for 2 years and on probation and charged with a DUI?
Hey, they have to prove that, brother.
So they
I've
prove
been down that road before, man.
It's because when you sign up for a driver's license, you specifically say, like, you give them consent to take your blood if they suspect you of drunk driving. Right?
No, you don't, brother.
It's called.
I don't know.
It is.
No.
It is. So it's called Law of the Wild. I saw you in the chat. You can tell me what it's called. It's called like express consent, I think. Actually, it's in the queue.
You don't even know what it's called, man. Come on now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's called express consent.
I feel what you're saying.
Essentially, when you sign up for a driver's license, right, like you make that deal with them, and then if you refuse to provide your blood at the hospital, they just can take your license away. Implied consent. There you go.
Well, they're going to have to do that, brother. I'm not blowing in nothing on the side of a road to try to...
So if you were suspected of drunk driving and you were sober, you'd rather lose your license for 2 years than 2 years and give your blood or blow in a breathalyzer?
I wouldn't lose my license for 2 years because that's not true, man. You're making things up, brother.
Yeah, it is. It is. Law of the Wild. I'm right here, right? Implied consent when you sign up for your license?
Most states have implied consent laws where it's true you don't have to do the breathalyzer, but if they arrest you, you're required to do the breathalyzer at the station or submit a blood or urine sample. And if you don't do that,
they'd have to do it at the station because they'd have to do it at the station then.
Correct, and that's what Dean was saying. Dean was talking about going to the hospital, which is what they would do if they still suspected you of driving under the influence.
He asked me would I blow in the breathalyzer on the spot if I hadn't been drinking. I said no.
If you want to blow in the breathalyzer on the spot, why would you give your blood at the hospital? Both are forms of DNA.
Because I'm not doing it. That stuff can be manipulated, man, out on the side of a highway or on a street or wherever they pull you over. I've seen it happen to a friend.
Yeah, I've got clients that say that all the time, but they also lose their driver's license for 2 years.
Well, I have friends that went through that while I was in the military and didn't lose their license for 2 years. So I don't know. I guess it's different, depending upon what the situation is.
Yeah, I mean, typically it is. I don't know the law in every state. I know that
exactly. That's all I'm saying, brother. It's a little bit different. I'm not, saying that everything applies to everyone. No.
Wait, so you'd say that you'd feel comfortable with supplying your blood in the hospital, right? Because there'd be particular rules and regulations that they'd have to conform there. Well, yeah, if Trump submitted his DNA to the court, there'd also be particular rules and regulations that the court would have to conform to, insofar as him only using his DNA to be tested against that on the dress.
And what does that mean?
That means if you would be comfortable with supplying your blood in the hospital, why wouldn't you be comfortable with supplying your DNA in court?
Brother, I'm never giving my DNA. You asked me would I blow if I hadn't been drinking.
Okay,
And
so you wouldn't give
no.
your DNA to the cops if they took you to the hospital and asked you to draw your blood?
Nope.
So you'd lose your license.
I had a friend that didn't lose his two friends that didn't.
If you're
lose
suspected,
their
of, do you have a, if you're okay, we're gonna assume that you live in a state with implied consent. Would you lose your license, or would you let them test your blood?
Hey, brother, I guess my license is gone, but it's not going to happen.
Wow,
I'm telling
that's
the
just
people
so.
listening in the chat, don't believe it.
That's just like so irrational. Okay, really? So if you were on death row, for like the grape of
Here
a
we
woman,
go again.
and you were
Here we
innocent.
go. Hypotheticals. We're moving
Hypotheticals,
death
yeah.
row, kids,
If you were on death row for the
all
grape of a
kinds
woman,
of stuff.
if you were on death row for the grape of a woman and you were innocent, and you could
just-
prove your innocence through Law, you're lagging a little bit.
Who I am?
No, Law.
No.
Okay, Law, you're lagging, man. Hopefully I'm not interrupting you. So if you were on death row for the grape of a woman and you were innocent, right? And specifically speaking, you could prove your innocence instead of being executed by providing your DNA. Would you provide your DNA or would you get executed?
That has nothing to do with blowing an alcohol test, brother.
It has something to do with the
You're
fact that you
moving
said
the-
you never
you're moving
provide
the
your DNA.
goalposts,
So I'm just
man.
seeing how far you're
You're
willing to
moving
go.
the goalposts all over the place, brother. Come
It's
on.
actually not a shift of the goalposts. It's just me testing your logic, testing your principled logic. You said you would never
Man,
provide
your
your
critical
DNA.
thinking is flawed, brother.
No, your critical thinking is flawed, and I'm
Flawed.
demonstrating that how through this question. You don't answer my question because you know it will make you look bad.
No,
So can you
you
answer
can't
my-
make me look bad, brother.
Okay,
I
so if
fought for
answering
this
my question
country. I
won't
did
make you look
20 years.
bad,
Go to
then
my
can you
bio,
answer my
brother.
question?
Go to my bio and look at me, brother. You can't.
So you
can't
could
shake
fight.
me up like
So you
that.
could fight for 20 years, but you can't answer a question.
Yes, right. I fought for you for 20 years, brother.
But you can't answer a
Iraq,
question.
Kuwait, Afghanistan.
But you can't answer a question.
I already answered you. I'm
You
not
were on
giving
death
my
row and you were
DNA.
innocent, and they were going to execute you if you didn't supply
We
your
weren't
DNA. Would you
talking
supply
death
your
row,
DNA?
brother. We were not talking death row.
So you would on death row, or you
We
wouldn't?
were
on death
talking
row?
about an alcohol test.
So you would or you wouldn't if you were on death row.
We were talking
Julie,
about
thank you for the
alcohol.
thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Julie. Thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love there. Let's get some W's for Julie in the comment section right now. So Troy, if you don't respond to the question, I'm going to assume you wouldn't supply your DNA and would rather be
Brother,
executed.
we're talking about a blood alcohol test, not death
Okay,
row.
so this guy would rather get executed than supply his DNA. That is absolutely irrational. That is absolutely so profoundly irrational.
Well, it
Look,
doesn't
he's not
happen
correcting
like
me.
that, first of all.
He's not correcting me because he knows that that's why he didn't want to answer, because he knew that's the answer he'd give, and he
Dean
knew that
is
that was
shook.
bad.
Dean is shook.
Yeah, I'm shook by your irrationality, right?
Dean
So,
is shook, y'all.
so can you name one piece of evidence that E. Jean Carroll submitted to the court?
What, that blue dress?
So the blue dress was
And
never
the
submitted to the
notes
court.
from her therapist and all that stuff she made up. Come
Yeah, so
on.
do you think, oh, she made it up. So how did she make up the therapist notes in the 1990s?
Hey, brother, you know how they do it back then. I was born in 68, brother.
Wait,
I
but
know
I-
how it rolled.
Okay. So would you vote for Trump if he more likely than not had raped a woman?
Here we go. More than likely than not,
Here we go. No answer. Can you answer or not?
brother. More than likely than not. Come on. And then you're going to take it to kids again, right? Girls, if it was a kid. this
Troy,
and that.
with all due respect, I would just like an answer to my question.
I answered it. We
No,
were
you
talking
didn't.
about
Trump
blood
had- if
alcohol
Trump had more
tests.
likely-
Now we're talking about rape.
If Trump had more likely than not, right? Raped
And
a
you
woman, would
already
vote for him?
answered me that you've been assaulted. So this is near and
Okay,
dear to your
we
heart.
not? So how about we don't talk about my
This is near and dear to
experiences?
your heart, brother. It hurts.
I
get it.
Hey man,
I
I
get
don't.
it.
I don't think it's okay for you to weaponize my
I
experiences
get it, Dean.
and
It
attempt to like
hurts.
avoid my question.
It hurts, brother. I get it why you're so adamant about this. I understand.
Man, that's crazy. I mean, like, man, yeah, I'm so lucky. That
But I love you, brother. But I love you.
I that's insane, Troy.
But I love you as a brother, man.
So, Troy, can you answer? Sorry, please don't talk about like my experiences, okay? All right. Anyways, so back to the question that I had asked you. Would you vote for Trump?
But you use other people's experiences, which are hypotheticals. Come on, man.
Such as what?
Come on, man. Dean.
Are you really trying to justify using the fact that I've been raped in my past against me?
Brother, I know it hurts, Dean, but you're doing well, man. You bounce back from it. You're going to be rich someday.
So, okay, Troy, I'm going to go ahead and ask you a question, right? And I'd appreciate a response. So if Trump had more likely than not raped Eugene Carroll, would you still vote for him?
Yep, more likely than not.
If Trump had more likely than not raped your daughter, would you still vote for him?
More likely than not.
You would?
More likely than not, brother.
If Trump had more likely than not raped your daughter, would you still vote for him?
Like I said, that didn't happen.
If Trump had more likely than not raped your daughter, would you still vote for him?
Hypothetical, it didn't happen.
What is the answer? You're fucking sick. You know that, right? Also, Law, feel free to hop in here.
Brother. Go vape.
How am I sick?
Keep vaping. Get on your vape, baby. Keep vaping.
What he's doing is he's trying to determine what your line is. I think, all of us have a certain threshold at which we would say, yes, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to blow into the breathalyzer.
Wants everyone to agree with him, though. If you go against what he says, you get blocked, or you get dropped, or he yells over people for the money they're sending him. Everyone's not going to agree with his stance, just like people won't agree with mine, and that's fine. We can.
Law was actually in the middle of talking, so go ahead, Law.
Yeah, and I get that. I don't agree with Dean on everything either, but when you use hypotheticals, you're testing the extent of your logic. At what point does your logic fall apart? And if it's consistent, which you've been shockingly consistent so far, then it's consistent. But I think you at least have to acknowledge there's at least some point where it would hit home hard enough to you where you would at least think twice.
Right. That's the issue with maintaining consistency on some of these points, is that consistency becomes absurdity. And that's kind of the nail that I'm, driving in with a hammer right now.
I think
it's hey buddy, the real man's talking. Pipe down, thanks. So I
real
think,
man, really?
Yeah, really. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. So, anyways, as I was saying, right, I think it comes to a point where you'd say that you'd still vote for Trump even if he raped your daughter, is insane, right? I think that we could all recognize that. The fact that you said that you'd still let a babysitter babysit your 7-year-old daughter if the babysitter was held civilly liable for raping a girl that he had babysit is insane. And no one disagrees with me here, only you, Troy. I'd be willing to bet there's not one Trump supporter in the comment section that would disagree with me on that point, except for you. Really? I'm actually going to start inviting these people up. You could go ahead and unmute.
You could do a poll.
Oh, shit. I kind of want to. We're going to go ahead and do a poll.
Go live.
I actually just invited...
Alrighty.
I actually just invited both of them. So, Fight in the Moon. Y'all would both let someone babysit your 7-year-old daughter if they were held civilly liable for raping a 7-year-old girl that they'd babysit before?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so you agree with me. Yo, W Flight, you said in the chat that you disagreed with me. What about you, Moon?
Why are you doing hypotheticals? Quit doing hypotheticals.
Quit doing hypotheticals! Okay, you're annoying.
You know what, little boy? I know you learned all your stuff from your daddy. Because
My dad is a Trump supporter.
I am no supporter. Don't laugh, little boy.
You said that I learned everything I know from my dad. My dad's a Trump supporter.
You learned everything from your parents because you live with your parents.
My mom is a vehement Trump supporter. I had a debate with her before I went live.
You learned everything from your dad. Don't tell me you learned this.
Bro, my dad is a vehement Trump supporter. He literally just rebuilt the gun that the special operatives use to unalive Osama bin Laden for fun. He built 2 of them. He lives in a compound in the middle of the woods.
Yeah, well, I know that you didn't learn all this yourself.
Okay, all right. See, hey. So you're voting for Trump, right?
I'm not voting for anybody, and who I
Hey,
vote for will be
W.
up to me.
Let's get some W's for the insane, irrational lady not voting. Let's go. W's in the chat.
Why do you got to be such a dick about it?
Because I give the same energy you give me.
I'm not being a bitch.
Well, hey, Dean, keep doing your thing.
I'm just
brother.
saying,
I'm
why
gonna
do you
go ahead
got to
and
be
drop down,
hypothetical
brother.
about everything?
Yeah,
Troy, thank you for your service, sir.
Yes, and I thank him for my service, and I wouldn't be disrespecting someone that fought for our country, and you're being such a dick to him.
I will. Day in and day out, I will disrespect people that have fought for themselves, not for the country. Because when you see someone like Troy, one second, when you see someone like Troy that is an absolute narcissist, that denies reality as it is, actively proposes more harm towards women inside of our country, and denies grape, and would say that he'd let a babysitter babysit their daughter even if he was held civilly liable for grape. That's not a man that would fight for anyone else.
What has this got to? You just get on here just to nothing to do with the topic, but you go to other topics, obviously.
Right.
Well, the topic is about voting, and you said you're not voting. So why'd you come up?
Decide who I'm going to vote for, but he's over here talking about raping kids. What does that have to do with the topic?
Ma'am, you said you're voting for nobody. So I took that to mean that you're not voting.
I don't know who I'm voting for.
Okay, that's different.
Yeah, we're gonna go to kick you. Leah, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying be the realest / biggest man up there. Always thank you for being you. Leah, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Hey, Law, we're gonna go back to normal debates. Feel free to hang out.
No worries. I'll be hanging out. Thanks.
No, like feel free to like co-host up here if you have time.
Sure. Yeah, I can hang up.
Yeah,
hang out
if you want to though. What's up, free time? Oh.
Hello, how are you?
I'm so sorry, you have a bit of background noise. Y'all, if you are in the chat and you do want to come up and you do want to debate, put a MAGA down below. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here literally right now, y'all. Let's go to get our next debate going, guys. If you want to come up and debate, just put a MAGA down below in that chat. Also, everybody, make sure to hit that follow button. I go live every single day and I do these debates. Also, make sure to follow Law. Law is amazing. What's up, Trey? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Awesome. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir, I am.
And why is that?
Well, so I'm a retrospective and prospective voter. So based on what he did in his first 4 years and what I believe he's going to do in his next 4 years, I'm deciding to vote for him.
Sure. So about his first 4 years, can you name a policy that he influenced to get past that benefit of the middle class more so than rich people?
Excuse me, repeat your question, please. I'm sorry, I was thinking about something else.
Can you name a policy that Trump influenced to get past that benefit of the middle class more so than it benefited rich people?
Oh, yeah, totally. So if we're looking at like an economical perspective, the only way to stimulate the economy and therefore create more jobs is if you add investment spending. And the problem is that we've been focusing on consumer spending way too much. And so when he cut business taxes, that allows these businesses to like create more like capital stock and then therefore hire more people from the middle class. And that creates more jobs and then makes the economy improve.
Just trickles on right down, right?
Trickles right down. So trickle-down economics don't work. They've led to an increasing gap between worker wages and worker productivity, when prior to the introduction of such, we saw a one-to-one increase. You also said that this led to investments in business. That is descriptively and analytically incorrect. We've had the biggest boom in investment in manufacturing jobs since Biden assumed office. But yeah.
No, we didn't. Like, we literally had more jobs created under Trump than Biden.
So that's also false. If we look at the Wall Street Journal,
And
we'll
I'm
see
not
that under
counting
Trump's
like
administration.
fake temporary jobs from COVID. Like, I'm talking jobs that can work in the long
Yeah,
run.
so under Trump's administration, there's 186,000 jobs added to the economy per month, excluding COVID, right? And under Biden, there's been 206,000 jobs added back to the economy every month, excluding COVID.
Again, but if we looked at it from like what's a temporary job and what's not, then Trump's like have lasted longer.
Really? What do you mean by a temporary job?
Like jobs created from COVID that are no longer in use. Like there were a bunch. Like I know my mom was like a temporary nurse and now she's not working.
So this is excluding jobs from COVID?
Yes. I mean, what?
Yeah, you heard me.
I just don't agree with, like, I don't believe that to be true.
Would you be able to give me a competing source?
No, I can't. I'm sorry. I know
So you
I'm
just
like
have your emotions.
Yeah, yes. I mean, no. Like, I know I don't have specific numbers and specific policies. I just based on like how like life was like in those 4 years and what I believe the next 4 years are going to look like, because I know like gas prices were way higher. I know it was more difficult to get a job like under the Biden administration. And so based on that, that's why I'm voting for Trump.
So how did the Biden and Harris administration cause an increase in the price of gasoline?
Inflation.
How did the Biden and Harris administration cause inflation?
I mean, was there inflation under Trump compared to the inflation under the Biden administration? Like,
oh, okay, got it.
I don't know how they
there's more
caused it, but it was there, right?
Yeah, so because there's inflation under the Biden-Harris administration, this must mean that they caused it. So when we're referencing the 14.8% unemployment rate at the end of Trump's term under his administration, did he cause that too?
Excuse me?
So you're just saying it happened while they were president, therefore they caused it. So when the 14.8% unemployment rate happened while Trump was president, did he cause that?
I mean, at the end of Trump's administration, what did we have? COVID. So of course, like,
so we
that's
could
not
explain
their
how
fault.
things could happen in a country with the use of external variables. So that same external variable,
At the
COVID,
end of the
also was-
Biden-Harris administration, 4 years, like we've had COVID for 4
man,
years.
So
What happened?
without interruption this time, right? So so when something happens under a presidency, right, you could explain it with the use of external variables. This is a new level of intellect that I haven't seen from you, and then we could do the same thing with the inflation under Biden and Harris's administration.
Okay, what's going on now that explains inflation? What external factors? I'm allowing you to use them. What is it?
Well,
What's going
actually,
on?
we are seeing inflation currently resting at 3% when it was at a 9% high, and it's only decreasing, right? So inflation has been going down. And what caused the global inflation was the pandemic, right? And specifically speaking, the U.S. had the quickest global response out of any other country in the G7 from the inflation onset by the pandemic.
I understand that. Okay, that's fair. Can we move on to gun control or immigration?
Yeah, we happen to have a lawyer in the live, so you pick your
Awesome.
poison. I think that this will be a great place for a lot of shine. I'd love to see.
Yeah, let's talk about immigration. Okay,
Sure, so let's talk about immigration. Do you think that we currently have a crisis at the southern border?
I do believe we do. Yes.
Okay, so we had a worse crisis at the end of Trump's term because we had higher rates of crossing then than now.
I disagree. Actually, I feel like that the Trump policy that he put in place was a lot better, and then once Biden took it away, that's when we truly had the crisis. And I've noticed
so
that.
If you're calculating
never mind.
right, a crisis at the southern border off of daily crossings, it is the case that we have less daily crossings now since Biden's executive order than we had at the end of Trump's term. Then also, if you'd say that Biden reversing Trump's border policy caused the crisis to begin,
Yes, I agree.
well, I mean, I feel like that could be easily explained away via the fact that we didn't have Trump's policy under Obama with less crossings under Obama. So it's more so going to be explained through other external variables, such as migration across the southern border caused by economic disparities in southern Latin American countries as caused by the pandemic, right? But how could you say we have a crisis now, but we didn't have a crisis at the end of Trump's term when we have less daily crossings now than we had at the end of Trump's term? That seems quite irrational.
Can you show me the numbers on that?
Yeah, so we specifically have about 22 through 2,300 daily crossings now. At the end of Trump's term, we had about 24 through 2,500 daily crossings, right? And you could source this essentially anywhere. I just look up the efficacy of Biden's executive order, right? And you'll see a 55% figure there. And this is just going to be cross-examined amongst the same time and point at the end of Trump's term. I mean, like I could reference Wall Street Journal, CNN. I know you don't like CNN, NPR. Yeah.
Okay, well, I understand where you're coming from on daily crossings, but I've noticed that in the news, like immigrant-related like crimes have become more prevalent, and I've noticed like fentanyl-laced opioids don't come from China straight to America; they come from Mexico, and that has
Cooked. Trey, you did not deserve that. You did not deserve that. You cooked yourself. Accident.
Can't say those words, friends.
Yeah. I feel bad when that happens. You know what I mean? When they just come up and they say the name of like a drug like that. It's like it's not their fault. They didn't know that's against TikTok TOS, but it's just it automatically cooks them. It's they catch a stray there.
Yeah, and it's weird because in if I'm in a live with a couple hundred people, TikTok will still catch them. It just takes like 30 seconds to a minute. Like in yours, it is just fast. It's crazy.
Yeah, they definitely like moderate the bigger lives, which I guess makes sense. What's up, Jacob? How old are you?
36.
All right, and Leonard, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Are y'all both voting for Trump?
Yep.
I'm not
Leonard?
from America, actually. I just wanted to ask you personally.
All right, Jacob. So why are you voting for Trump?
Because he's a better candidate.
All right, why so?
I just want to make a bet with you.
Okay, so you actually don't want to debate. Why don't you want to debate?
Because you don't debate. You just constantly keep putting people in scenarios till they have to change their opinion.
So I debate. You literally, that was really ironic. You just described debate. That's honestly kind of funny. That right there. That was kind of funny. I don't debate. I just constantly put people in scenarios to make them change their opinions. That's like actually like a pretty fair definition of a debate.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to make the bet or not?
What do you want to bet, bro?
You want $500 says Trump wins.
No.
Why? You're
Because
so sure.
They're both. I'm so sure that Kamala Harris is a better candidate than Trump.
Well, then let's make a bet.
Oh, I'll make you a bet about Kamala Harris being a better candidate, right? But I won't make a bet about who's gonna win, right? Because I feel like they're both within the margin of error right now.
You don't seem too sure of yourself.
I'm not sure of who will win the election. I'm sure of who's a better candidate and who should win the election.
Well, I thought this is your whole thing, what you're doing this for, right?
No, I'm not a fucking betting page where we're just trying to make these miscalculated decisions on who's going to win. I'm not up here debating who's going to win. I'm up here debating who's a better candidate to win, right? So, I mean, I'm absolutely confident 100% in the fact that Kamala Harris is a better presidential candidate than Trump, right? Good reasons for it, too. He tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government. He's a rapist, racist, misogynist that took rights away from women and increased income inequities and imposed a Muslim ban. Meanwhile, she cares about the American people, and Jacob left. Okay. Well, I want to give you an opportunity to speak here. Feel free to butt in whenever, right?
I mean, I would just draw attention to the text above your head. I'm voting for Kamala 2024. Why are you voting for Trump? It doesn't say Trump is going to lose. Doesn't say Kamala is guaranteed to win. Dean's looking for a conversation. So coming up and trying to offer a bet about the outcome of the election doesn't address the topic at hand.
Surreal. Couldn't have said it better myself. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are MAGA, make sure to let me know in that chat. We're going to go ahead and get our next person up for a debate right now. Right, and if you want to support myself, my Venmo and my PayPal are in my bio, y'all, so feel free. Right, we're going to move on to our next guest at this point, though, so spam MAGA in that chat if you do want to pop up. We're going to try to get our next guest going. So everyone just give us a minute. And if you're already in the queue, right, for the special few that are, just spam me. What's going on, Carson? How old are you?
27.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Right, why are you voting for Trump?
I think he's a better candidate, and my life was a lot better under Trump than it has been under Biden.
Oh, your life was better under Trump. I didn't have a girlfriend under Trump. I was sad. When Biden was elected, I had a girlfriend. Could I blame Trump on me not having a girlfriend?
That's completely unrelated.
Oh, well, yeah, because he didn't pass a no girlfriend policy the same way he didn't pass a life better policy. Your life being better is unrelated. Unless you could prove it's related by demonstrating policy to me.
I could afford to put food on the table for my family on just my salary. Now my wife has to work. I could afford to put gas in my car. I got a tax cut under Donald Trump. What has Biden done to make my life any better?
Oh, sure. So if we want to reference this real quick, are you middle class?
Yeah.
Okay, so Kamala Harris actually wants to reform Trump's tax cuts, right, increasing the personal income tax on people making over $400,000 a year to give greater benefits to people making under. Specifically, she wants to offer a $500 per month child tax credit to everyone with a child under 5 and a $500 per month general tax credit to anyone making under 6 figures, right? And that's all going to be because she wants to raise that personal income tax on people making over $400,000. So essentially, she just wants to make those tax cuts better for you, right? Then also here, if we want to reference inflation or the price of gas, can you tell me how the Biden-Harris administration has caused inflation or has caused an increase in the price of gas?
No, I can't, to be honest with you. I don't know what causes the increase or decrease in price of gas.
It's just as trivial and unassociated to the presidency as me having a girlfriend would be, right? So obviously both of those are not going to be good reasons to vote for one candidate over the other.
Yeah, I don't know what you're even on about that. No one cares that you didn't have a girlfriend and you were sad. You were also like 14.
Well, what he's explaining is what's called a correlation causation fallacy. That's where you think because two things happen at the same time that one caused the other.
Okay. Well, why are you voting for Kamala?
Oh, sure. I think that's a great question. So there's going to be two main reasons why I'm voting for Kamala. First, she has a better character. Second, she has a better policy. So let's go for that first point, better character. First of all, Trump is a rapist. Kamala Harris is not a rapist. Trump is a vehemently sexist womanizer. That is something that Kamala Harris is not. He's also a racist. That's also something that Kamala Harris is not. He instituted a Muslim ban while he was president, right? Religious discrimination. That's something that Kamala Harris wouldn't do in 1,000 years. He also tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government in 2020 when he baby raged and lost the election. That's something Kamala Harris would not do ever either. She actually wants to protect and preserve our democracy. Trump is a lunatic, right? He denied the outcomes of the 2020 election with no good reason, even after being disproven by 63 courts, including 17 courts with judges that he appointed. He still continues to perpetuate that lie. He's also irrational and delusional. He can't differentiate between what is true and what is false. One of his advisors from his last presidency has came out and said that he would just say shit, rather it be true or false. If it aligned with reality, it aligned with reality. If it didn't align with reality, he'd just ignore the people that were like, hey, Trump, that was a lie, and move on with his day. He told in over 30,000 confirmed lies during his presidency. So there's a first category right there, character. About policy, Trump implemented no policy that benefited the middle class more so than rich people. Meanwhile, the Biden-Harris administration implemented 5: the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the American Rescue Plan, right? Trump wants to replace the federal income tax with tariffs that would be inflationary and serve as a detriment to the low and middle class, right? Meanwhile, Kamala Harris wants to actually benefit the low and middle class. I feel like that's a very sufficient answer to your question. So, do you have any questions?
I feel like you're very firm in your beliefs, but I think that you are wrong in some of them.
Yeah, so
which
why?
is fair, in your opinion. I think you talk about E. Jean Carroll a lot, and I mean, I get it. It was a huge thing that happened. But I don't think that being held civilly liable, found more likely than not to have done something, as you like to put it, really means anything. Like she has one of the pieces of evidence that she submitted, because you like to ask that question to a lot of your followers, or not followers, but people you debate, was a picture that she had with Trump from 1985, 12 years before the supposed rape happened.
Oh, it's really funny that you actually bring that picture up.
No, let me finish. I have not interrupted you a single time.
Go for it, man.
Okay. How does having a picture of someone 12 years prior to what you're accusing someone of doing hold any value?
Well, I don't think it holds much value on its own. I've never mentioned the picture of her with Trump on my live, but it's funny enough that you bring it up, because it holds value for the reason that Trump says that he has never met her.
Well, do you remember everyone that you've met?
I would definitely have to, if someone had brought me to court, had a picture of me with them, and then I claimed that I had never met her.
I'm sorry, I was reading the comments. I'm getting tagged on a lot of stuff. Can you repeat what you just said?
Oh, yeah. So if I was brought to court by someone that accused me of raping them, and then I said that I never met them, even though they had pictured me with them, obviously that's going to be meaningful. That's going to show that he's lying. He also said that E. Jean Carroll isn't his type, but then he mistook E. Jean Carroll for his ex-wife under deposition. So that was another lie. Obviously his ex-wife was his type, and if he could mistake E. Jean Carroll for her, that makes it an obvious lie, right? There's also the dress that she claimed had his DNA on it from when it happened. She refused to provide his DNA to the court to be tested against it. This makes no sense for an innocent man to do. It only makes sense for a guilty man to do, right? Then she also had medical records from the 1990s alongside consistency between the testimony of 7 witnesses. I find there to be no sufficient reason to believe that he didn't rape her. In fact, I think this could be upheld in a criminal court if it were to be tried. So ultimately speaking here, you seem to not have any reason to reject the findings of the civil court. Can you make your reasons explicitly clear here?
Yeah, I heard different on the Trump DNA thing. I heard that he attempted to submit it and it was denied.
Oh,
can you?
right.
I don't have a source. That's just what I've seen on social media, on other TikTok lives.
Oh yeah, this actually makes it even worse.
Yeah,
no, I'm not going to ask you for a source because I know.
You.
No, I don't. I'm not going to ask you for a source because I know what you're referencing, and this makes it worse for Trump. So he denied to provide his DNA when the window was open for either the defense or the prosecutor to submit new evidence to to the court. But as soon as the judge had closed that window, saying that either the defense and the prosecution cannot submit any new evidence, right, then he tried to submit his DNA to the court. And it was only then, and my take is that he only did this for PR. He only did this so there'd be people like you, Carson, giving him some credence for being innocent by doing so. But in all reality, he knew that it wouldn't be accepted by the court. Like, well, I'll just ask you this question as a lawyer yourself. When a judge makes a ruling, such as no new evidence can be submitted after this date, is that ruling always upheld?
Well, yeah. So in civil court, you have a discovery deadline. So that's the drop dead point at which either side can offer any evidence or counter evidence. There are exceptions for if evidence becomes newly available. But at this point, E. Jean Carroll had proceeded with her case without admitting the dress into evidence. So even the offer to submit the DNA at that point in the stage was moot because her lawyers felt confident that they could make the case without the dress. So he offered it when it wouldn't have been relevant to the case, and it wouldn't have been even admissible because it wasn't there to counter any evidence that had been submitted for the record.
Which makes it look worse for him, because this absolutely cancels out any argument that he had good reason to not submit his DNA, because he tried to after the deadline had passed when they knew that they'd deny it.
I can't see your full name, but the lawyer guy up here, can you just clarify that you said that she tried to submit, or E. Jean Carroll personally wanted to submit her dress after the discovery period had ended, but her lawyers didn't think that she needed to?
She tried to supply that to the court during the entirety of the discovery period until eventually they gave up because Trump wasn't going to budge and supply his DNA.
Yeah, so the judge disallowed the dress to be admitted into evidence because without a DNA profile to compare it to, just saying that it was an unknown male's DNA isn't conclusive enough. So the judge wouldn't allow it to be presented to the jury because it was more what they call prejudicial than probative. There's not enough verifiable information there to overcome the prejudice that gets associated with the evidence being introduced.
Right. So Carson, we can see how you have no reason to deny the claim that Trump is a rapist, and you're probably only doing so because you would feel really bad voting for a rapist. So instead of not voting for a rapist, you just deny that he's a rapist. This perpetuates systemic misogyny. It causes more harm towards women. It tells men they can go rape women, get away with it, even if they're held liable in a court of law. It tells victims they have no reason to even come out about the fact that they've been raped in the first place, because even if they were to bring it to a court, they'd still be denied by all the men around them. Do you see how this causes so much harm?
No, I don't.
Okay. So could you contend the harm that I just displayed it causing?
No,
because you can't so you don't see the harm, but you can't contend the harm. That's contradictory.
How does it cause any harm who someone votes for based on the ruling of a civil court?
Well, yeah, it causes harm to vote for a rapist, denying he's a rapist, because it only uplifts rapists into higher positions of power in which they shouldn't have, and it tells men that they could go out and do the same thing he did and be able to have no limitation on their societal opportunity, which will only cause more men to go out and do those things. I think there's a pretty crazy study done that says something along the lines of like 60% of men would rape a woman if they knew that they wouldn't get in trouble for it. And this is only telling more men that they won't get in trouble for it. So, I mean, if the data follows, what's the obvious conclusion here? That more men will rape women.
That study that you mentioned, I've never heard of that, so I'm not gonna try and debate you on that because, like I said, I don't know anything about it. But that seems wild. If it's true.
Well, also from a victimology standpoint, if somebody who has had a court affirm that they were in fact victims of an assault, then become chastised by the public, not believed by the public, and then their assaulter is able to be elevated to a position, the highest position in the land, that's going to tell them that coming forward with their stories may result in even more harm than any actual relief.
Okay. I mean, if that's what you believe, then that's what you believe. I'm not going to try and change your mind.
Oh, yeah, but you have no reason to believe in what you do. I'm going to go and give you one more opportunity to tell us why you reject the findings of this court before I throw you out, forget about you, and move on to the next guest.
Well, I mean, look at the timing of it. let's be for real here. Every one of you Democrats hates Trump for one reason or another. Before any of the E. Jean Carroll stuff, anything came into light, before he was even president, you guys hated him because he didn't talk like your politicians. He didn't talk like Obama. You guys hated him. And then as soon as he started running for president and he won, E. Jean Carroll comes up, 24 years later to be like, oh, yeah, he raped me. This man is a
so you just have conspiracy theory. The timing. Let's go ahead and talk about the timing. So who's more likely to win an election for presidency? An incumbent or a new candidate?
An incumbent most of the time.
An incumbent. So Trump was more likely to win election in 2020 than 2016. Okay. So if it was all about the timing and this negative PR being associated with keeping Trump out of office, and that's the only reason she lied about this fourth, wouldn't this mean that she would have been better off bringing it forth in 2020 because he was already less likely to win the election?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, wow. So it seems like if it was about the timing, she would have brought it forth in 2016 than 2020. Then also, what about the fucking timing of faking the medical records in the 1990s? Was she just like an oracle? Did she have like a gold? Did she have like a crystal sphere where she could see the future and she just knew that he'd run for president one day, so she's going to fake these medical records now in the 90s?
Faking medical record? I never said she faked any medical records.
Oh, I mean, she had medical records. Insofar as her talking to her therapist about how Trump raped her in the 1990s, did she just know that Trump would run for president in 2016 and 2020, right? And that's why she faked those then?
No.
No, okay. So then how do you explain the medical records from the 90s if it was all about the timing because he was running for president? It was a big lie.
She could have been raped by anyone.
No, particularly the therapist notes say raped by Donald Trump.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I don't know anything about the medical records.
Oh, wait, but how do you explain that with your hypothesis that she was lying and doing it because he was running for president? You can't explain it, right?
And you can't prove that he, for 100% fact, raped her, but you treat that as...
Oh, so you uphold a standard of evidence of 100% proof. Okay, got it.
I thought this was America where you were innocent until you're proven guilty.
So criminal courts don't uphold a standard of evidence of 100% proof. Jeffrey Dahmer isn't 100% a serial killer. If Jeffrey Dahmer was running for president and he had a good policy, would you vote for him because he's quote-unquote not 100% a serial killer?
It depends. Probably not, because Jeffrey Dahmer was insane.
Is Jeffrey Dahmer a serial killer?
I would like to believe so.
Wait, why? We don't have 100% certainty in that fact. Hey, is the Earth round?
Yeah.
Wait, why? We don't have 100% certainty in that fact. Hey, was 9/11 an inside job?
We literally have a space station that orbits the Earth. Are you denying that we have the International Space Station orbiting the Earth right now, proving that it's a sphere?
CGI, bro. CGI.
CGI. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. See, that's how you sound. Would you say that 9/11 was an inside job?
I have my doubts, but I'm not going to publicly deny or, affirm that.
Oh my God. So you're just a lunatic. Hey,
I was also 4 years old on 9/11, so it's not like I was old enough to know anything about it when it was going on.
God. Godly, I appreciate you for the train. Hey, oh my God.
Hey, oh my God. What's your point?
Yeah, because basically you're saying if we don't have 100% certainty in a fact, that we can't assume that it's true, right? Do you have 100% certainty in the fact that Donald Trump was a good president?
I'm talking 100% certainty in the court of law. If you're
so no court of law operates on 100% certainty.
No, shut up because I'm talking.
Okay, so you're getting emotional now?
Okay, shut up because I'm talking.
All you do is interrupt people. Baby.
All you do is interrupt people
and mute them when
they... All right, little boy.
I'm the little boy. You're the grave apologist. So real men are grape apologists.
The real man is talking. Shut up, little boy. Okay.
Real men are grape apologists. Real men just absolutely deny harm towards women. Real men bolster and uplift literal rapists, literal felons, literal fraudsters, election deniers, right? Rapists, misogynists, racists. Real men uplift all those things, right? Real men want to vote for the guy that tried to overthrow our government in 2020. Real men vote for the guy that actively proposed fringe conspiracy theories, such as the idea that Biden stole the election from him or Biden's controlling the DOJ and using it against him. You're not a real man. You're a little boy. Go ahead and continue. 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 Continue
There you go. You muting people like you always do. But what I was saying before you so rudely interrupted me for like...
Caitlin, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Caitlin. Let's get some W's in the chat for Caitlin. Thank you so much.
We're talking about a criminal, not a criminal charge, but what would normally be a criminal charge if it's not past the statute of limitations. Yes, 100%.
Wait, so if Trump was held civilly liable for...
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Why? I don't care. If Trump was held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl, would you still vote for him?
I don't give a fuck about civilly liable.
So if Trump was held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl, would you still vote for him?
Why are you bringing up a little girl?
Oh, yeah, to test your logic. That's why. So go ahead and answer my question.
Yeah, I would still vote for him because it's civilly liable.
If you had a daughter on a sports team and their coach was held civilly liable for raping a little girl, would you take your daughter off the sports team? You asked this question to somebody else. And I'm asking it to you too.
I would move her to a different team.
Why would you move her to a different team? I thought that civil courts don't mean shit.
Civil courts don't mean shit, but it's my daughter. It's my daughter playing on a soccer team, and I can just move her to a different team.
Oh, so when it's your daughter, you care.
You're pivoting
but when
hard,
it's someone
man,
else's daughter, you don't
pivoting
care.
hard with these hypotheticals.
Jamie, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Jamie. Thank you for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Y'all, please show some love to Jamie in the chat for the $20. Thank you so much. So why do you only care when it's your daughter, not someone else's?
Because it's a hypothetical question.
Okay, that doesn't tell me why you'd only care if it was your daughter, not someone else's.
Well, for one, I don't have a daughter. But since we're doing hypotheticals, if it's my daughter and I can, if I have actual suspicion, like the coach is acting weird towards the little girls on her team, and he also was held civilly liable, then it draws more relevance. Okay, but...
So when Trump said that he likes to unconsensually grab women by the vagina and he doesn't even need to ask first, that doesn't give you suspicion? When Trump sexualizes 5th grade girls, saying that he's going to be dating a 10-year-old in 10 years, that doesn't give you suspicion? So when Trump boasts about walking into the changing rooms to see half-naked teenage girls because he owns the place and boasts about it, that doesn't give you suspicion?
Well, with the first point that you made, because you like just rambling on, the first point, the rest of that audio clips literally says, and they let you do it. Talking about grabbing women by the P word. They let you do it. Okay, so is it non-consensual?
Actually, yes, it's non-fucking consensual if you walk up to a woman, start engaging in sexual activities her without even asking first, and you're saying because she doesn't physically fight back, therefore it's not grape, you're sick. You don't know what kind of responses a victim of grape would give. You don't know what it's like. You don't know what it's like to be in a situation where someone is literally molesting you, and the type of response in which you'd give. So are you saying to all the victims of grape that could even be watching this live that were absolutely shell-shocked because someone had forced themselves upon them, that they didn't know what to do or how to respond, so they just simply sat there in complacency while an act of violence was being committed on them, that isn't truly grape?
No, I would tell them to speak up, but not speak up 20 years later past the statute of limitations.
Oh, so you are just a victim blamer then. Julie, thank you for the meteor shower. So you're just a fucking victim blamer. You're just a POS. You are saying that, no, you're not a true victim of grape if you don't speak up while it's happening. What do you have to say to all the women out there that have been roofied, knocked unconscious, that quote-unquote let them do it? What do you have to say to all the little girls out there that had their father or their uncle come up to them and they thought that they were just being obedient to their father while their father was molesting them? What do you have to say, sir? You have to fucking speak up? No, the rapist has to fucking not insert themselves into women without consent. The rapist has to not be a POS. The rapist has to not be a grapist. Instead of looking at his actions, recognizing them for being what they are, a morally horrific act, you instead shift your focus to the victim, and you're saying that the victim didn't do enough to respond to the atrocity. The bear, every single time, I get it.
Okay. I mean, you shouldn't be worried about the whole bear situation because you're not a real man. But
Oh, wait, so you're saying a real man is something other than an adult human male with a penis? That's pretty progressive of you, Carson.
I don't know. Could you tell me what a real woman is?
Sure. Well, I'd personally define a woman as an adult human individual that would align with the social characteristics or categories typical of that of a female. But obviously what I'm doing here is I'm simply attacking your rhetoric, saying that I'm not a real man, even though under your very anti-trans worldview, you'd classify a man as an adult human male with a penis. And that is exactly what I am. So for you to say that I'm not a man, it seems like you are treating gender as a social category, as a construct, almost as if this is the entire point of the left when we say trans women are women. Dunking on you at another point at the same time. Wow, dude. 2 for 1? Crazy.
Dude, big brain move right there. You got me. 100%. You got me. No, I was saying you're not a real man because you're a fucking pussy.
Oh, and you're not a real man because you're an emotional piece of shit. You're a
fucking pussy. You're a
okay,
pussy.
so you're just emotional. Hey, Stephanie, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Stephanie. Thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Stephanie says, thank you for speaking up for women. You are a real man. Stephanie, that means the most to me. I want to see some massive W's for Stephanie down below. And Susie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying dealing with MAGA cult losers. Dead ass. Thank you so much, Stephanie and Susie. Sir, the only reason that you're attempting to insult me now is because you can't resort to facts, logic, or reason. You could only resort to your own emotions, and this is exactly what I mean when I say you're not a real man. You have to look at me, someone that actually stands for what is good. You have to look at me, someone that actually stands against what would personally benefit me as a white cis het male in today's society, caring about others, looking right for what is most socially advantageous for all, not just other white cis het men. And you're telling me that, oh, I'm just a pussy. Well, what it sounds like to me you're doing is you hate contending with my positions, logically speaking, so you will instead try to demean my character so you could brush off what I say with no reason at all. This is your emotion. This is why men commit 95% of violent crimes. This is why men start wars. This is why men start genocides. This is why men are much more prone towards irrational activity such as drunk driving, gambling, or reckless driving. It's because the typical man doesn't engage in well-reasoned critical thought. The typical man engages in baseless emotions, just like you are right now, reducing yourself down to insults because you have been logically defeated. Thank you for the gold, man. I appreciate you for the love. Go ahead.
You don't speak out of logic.
Amanda, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. And Amy, thank you so much for the gym gun as well. But thank you, Amanda. And Madeline with the $3 on Venmo. I'm sorry, I had to read off a dono. Go ahead. And Deidre, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. On PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Mel, thank you for the money gun as well. I'm sorry, I had to read off a dono. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Read off your donos. I don't care. That doesn't bother me. All of your debate is just wild hypotheticals, where you're white knighting for every issue that Democrats, push in their agenda. But you don't ever talk about how the Democrats aren't perfect. You make it out like they're the best, the most wholesome people ever. I'm pretty sure Kamala Harris called Joe Biden a racist in a debate, and you said that he wasn't a racist, and now that he's president,
so how about you ask me for my positions instead of assuming them? This is what I see a lot of people that come up here and lose a debate do. I'm going to go ahead and expand on this real quick. So what you do is you assume a position of mine, and then you debate that assumed position because you have to almost just grant yourself a little bit of a higher leg up of not actually debating my real position. So when you're referencing Kamala Harris calling Joe a racist, that never happened. Cindy, thank you so much for the for the $20 on Venmo, saying for standing up for all women. I choose bear every time. Cindy, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. That means the world to me. Let's get some massive W Cindy's down below in that chat. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. So yeah, I think that we could acknowledge Joe Biden's racist past. Don't know how that's correlated to what we're referencing. I think that we could acknowledge that there's things that the Democrat Party supports that are bad, such as the ongoing effort against the innocent Palestinians being slaughtered. I don't understand what the relevance would be. What I'm particularly advocating for here is who is going to be better at leading our country. Between Kamala Harris and Trump, that decision is very clear. That decision is going to be Kamala Harris. And how come you look past grape? How come you look past racism and misogyny? You cannot be sitting on my live telling me that I am the one virtue signaling for the Democrat Party, looking past all of their faults when you just spent the last 45 minutes of your life denying grape. You assume this moral high ground, but it's so unfounded considering who you're on here defending. You don't have that moral high ground. You're in the pits of hell, brother.
Okay, so let me ask you what your position is on something. How do you feel about the Democratic Party, specifically Joe Biden in his campaign in, what was it, 2016? No, 2016 Trump ran against Clinton. In 2020, and Kamala Harris specifically in Atlanta.
Julie, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Julie. Let's get some W's in the chat for Julie. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. And Martha, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo as well.
What is your position on
them
them so clearly pandering to a specific group of people?
When? How? Where? Can you give me information?
Okay, yeah, I can. Joe Biden, when he was running against Trump, was talking and said that if you don't know if you're me or for Trump, you ain't black. And when Kamala Harris was in Atlanta, she had that she just developed on the spot in Atlanta.
So when you're referencing Kamala Harris in Atlanta,
typically associated with black culture.
When you're referencing Kamala Harris in Atlanta, I think that point is dumb and stupid. Like, I don't even know what you're referencing. I think it could be racism. Like you being racist. I don't understand that talking point. It's meaningless. About Joe
You
Biden
don't understand the talking point? Are you?
Can you repeat it? Can you repeat it? So what did Kamala Harris do?
So Kamala Harris has. I think we can agree that she doesn't have an accent, a noticeable accent. And then when she went to Atlanta, she had an accent. You know, like someone just called her a code switcher in the chat, and that's pretty funny. She completely switched her accent when she was
Sue
talking
Monica, I
in
appreciate
Atlanta.
you for the baby dragon. Thank you so much for the love, Sue Monica.
And are you being willfully ignorant to that fact? The pandering that she is doing in an attempt to gain
Yeah,
the vote
so
of
I'm
the
going to go
black
ahead and explain
population?
something to you. So first of all, we're going to go ahead and explain this supposed different accent while she was in Atlanta. So, I mean, first of all, I want to point out that there is a dialect by the name of AAVE. And African American vernacular English is just as valid of a language as, like the same English that, like others may speak. However, institutionally speaking, it's looked at as like quote unquote bad. It's looked at as like it makes people look like white people, like certain people say it looks dumb, or it makes them look all these different like racial stereotypes. And specifically speaking, like when like Kamala Harris as a black woman would speak in AAVE to a crowd that may not use those same negative stereotypes associated with it, and she's forced to not when she's in the presidential spotlight because of the multitudes of millions of Americans who associate these negative attributes with AAVE. There's nothing wrong being done there, right? It's called code switching. But I'd actually ask you a question about Trump, right? So Trump said that he wanted to sell these golden sneakers, and he knew that black people would buy them because black people like sneakers. Okay? Another thing Trump did is he denied black people housing in the 1970s. He called for the death penalty of these 5 black Americans who had been exonerated for their crimes because they were black. He said that Barack Obama was born in Kenya, not in America, with no sufficient evidence, even though he had a birth certificate out of Hawaii, because Barack Obama was black and he wanted to engage in racism. So I'm just super curious here. Why would you hold such a standard for Kamala Harris, but then ignore everything I just said that is true about Trump?
Well, I'm not denying what you're saying about Trump.
Okay.
You know, those things are inherently racist. I just want you to have that same energy towards the candidate that you're hyping up.
No, it's not racist to speak in AAVE.
It is racist.
How is speaking in AAVE racist?
Because that's not her natural accent. If Trump went down to
I'm so
Atlanta
sorry.
and
How do you know that?
speaking-
I'm so sorry. How do you know
listen.
that? How the fuck do you know that?
Literally any other time this woman has spoken,
I'm literally explaining
a predominantly black African American city, and suddenly she picks up an AAVE accent.
Hey Dean, I've got Kamala's speech up from Atlanta, and it's 20 minutes and 31 seconds long. Carson, can you give me just a timestamp somewhere between 1 and 20?
I can't give you a timestamp.
No, I mean just pick a number, and I'm going to press play from that point, and I want to see if we can hear this accent she developed.
All right, 4:56.
All right, 4 minutes 56 seconds. Give me just a second.
And also, I just want to make it known that AAVE is not an accent.
Thank you. Yeah.
No worries. It's just because Carson was saying that.
The accusation was an accent, so I understand.
Yeah, of course, I get that.
That's semantics at that point.
No, it's actually not, because calling it an accent is harmful.
Everything is harmful to you Democrats. Everything is harmful. You're arguing over.
I got it here.
Hey, little boy, shut up so he can play the clip. But I mean, real quick, because before he plays the clip, I'm gonna go ahead and explain to you how it's harmful to call AAV an accent instead of a dialect. So specifically speaking, people call it an accent to demean it, say that it's quote unquote ghetto, say that it's quote unquote broken English, say that it's quote unquote uneducated, which perpetuates systemic misogyny against Black Americans out speaking AAV when it's just as valid as a dialect as any other. But now that I've explained to you how calling it an accent would be harmful, Law of the Wild, please feel free to go ahead and play that.
I know the big Wall Street guys count respond.
Okay, it's actually quite La.
Yeah.
It's quite muffled. Okay. Do you want me to pull it up on my computer? Just what did you search for?
Yeah, so if you go to YouTube, it is Kamala Harris speech at Atlanta rally full from Fox 5 Atlanta.
Harris speech at Atlanta rally full. And then Carson, what particular point would you like this to be played from?
He said 4 minutes 35 seconds.
I said 4:35. I thought I said 4:56, but
you could be right.
I said previously, you can still use that.
Donald Trump was just found guilty of fraud. 34 counts. So in this campaign, I will proudly put my record against his any day of the week.
Motherfucker, you are reaching for straws. You look dumb as shit.
Because I don't know the exact timestamp of when she was switching back and forth to pander to an audience. to try and get a vote.
No.
You look dumb as shit. Go watch the whole thing and then try and come back on your live tomorrow and say that it didn't happen.
You look fucking terrible right now. Wow, you're the one that said that timestamp too, buddy. That's crazy. That is so insane. So Carson. So yes, you're gonna take the rapist, fraudster, election denying misogynist that took away all 170 million American women and girls' federal protections for access to healthcare, that tried to overthrow our government in 2020.
Abortion isn't
because
healthcare.
you
It's
particularly
murder.
said that she spoke in an accent, but she actually didn't. Can you explain that to me?
Watch the whole thing, dude.
You look so stupid. You look so bad. You look so stupid right now. You're literally setting up. She spoke in an accent that she actually didn't speak in. I mean, I was like justifying it as if she, and then she actually didn't. And we just listened to that all. But yeah, the election denier guy that tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government is a fix. That's crazy.
Watch the whole thing. You're willfully ignorant on anything that goes
Stop
with it.
saying words that you can't define. Define ignorance.
Ignorance is not knowing something and refusing to figure it out.
Okay, so that's actually called willful ignorance. So if you define ignorance
That's
as
what I've
willful
been
ignorance,
saying.
so you just said
That's what
willful
I've been saying.
ignorance? You said willful ignorance? Willful ignorance? So wait, if ignorance is not knowing something and refusing to figure it out, what is willful ignorance?
Again, you're arguing semantics.
Okay, I am, yeah, because you keep repeating the same thing and you don't even know what it means. Now that we're done arguing semantics.
The same thing. You're such a fucking idiot, dude. You're such a fucking idiot.
We have a baby on aisle aisle 4 over here, guys. We have a whiny baby, right? Can someone call for cleanup?
Yeah, okay. Watch the whole speech. You're just denying.
So how do you feel about the fact that Trump tried to stage a coup against our government to overthrow it in 2020?
I think that the people who stormed the Capitol were doing exactly what Donald Trump said not to do, because he has receipts that he pulled out on CNN before they stormed the Capitol telling people to remain peaceful. But you
So it's actually funny that you're referencing the insurrection upon the Capitol. I was talking about the false votes into the Electoral College, but we could talk about the insurrection real quick. So yeah, the first pipe bomb went off in the Capitol at 1:30. You know when he sent that tweet out? 2:12. Fact check me, I dare you. Second of all, I'm talking about how he sent fake slates of electors into the Electoral College to specifically cast false votes for Trump in hopes that Mike Pence would certify the false votes instead of the real ones, right? Legitimately trying to cause an insurrection upon our Capitol to get him certified as a president of the United States for a second term, even though he had lost in the Electoral College. How do you feel about that?
Don't know anything about it to have an opinion.
Okay, so if everything that I just said was true, would you still vote for him?
No, it was true.
Really? Okay. So give me 1 second. Let's go ahead and pull this up. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Let's see. All right, everybody, just give me a second here. Y'all make sure that we're double tapping. He said if he knew it was true for a fact, he want to vote for Trump. This is going to be a very happy moment for me. So here's Donald Trump's lawyer talking about it to CNN, admitting it all is truth.
Hearsay isn't admissible.
The immune acts in the indictment are stripped away, that Jack Smith doesn't have a case, that this case should be dismissed on that basis. I don't think there's sufficient private conduct here to support the indictment, to support the ongoing prosecution. And that's what we're going to be litigating in front of the district court now.
Even just the false slates of electors, you don't think that would constitute enough for a trial?
Well, we would say alternate slates of electors. And as we argued before the Supreme Court, alternate slates of electors have been a method used by previous presidents, most notably Ulysses S. Grant, to ensure the integrity of prior elections. So we believe
Look at that. Trump's lawyer argued in front of the Supreme Court what Trump did wasn't wrong, admitting that this is something he did. You said if you knew Trump had done this for a certain fact, you wouldn't vote for him. There's a Trump admitting to doing it.
Well, maybe I won't vote for Trump, but I'm definitely sure as hell not voting for Kamala.
What state are you in, Carson? Just out of curiosity.
Florida.
Yeah, that's fine. Vote how you want.
Yeah, it's gonna go to Donald.
Oh man, Law, are you read up on like the fake electorate scheme?
Yeah.
Dude, I'd love to talk to you about it, right? I think that is by far a topic that is not talked about enough, and it should be talked about more. That alone in a vacuum is good enough reason to never vote for Trump.
Yeah, the hardest part about that is proving that it was being done at his direction. And there is a lot of evidence that he knew it was going on, but that's the crux of the case in Georgia and some of the elements for the DC case.
I mean, well, his lawyers are arguing that it was an official act of the presidency, right? And the
you got somebody here.
That was something that Amy Coney Barrett in her concurrence had said that wouldn't have been an official act. That having your lawyers orchestrate a scheme like this wouldn't be an official act. So that wouldn't be something that he'd be entitled to immunity from.
Oh, good. Okay, real quick, Arnett, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Saying thank you for everything.
Man,
that
ain't
you do.
nobody donating shit to you, man. Quit acting like it. I'm a veteran. Yeah, I'm voting for Trump, and I'm a Christian. You got a problem with that? I know it. I've seen 6 of you people through TikTok. You got the same fucking script. Same script.
Well, looks like $25.
Shit. Yeah, won't he say, "Oh, Jimmy, thank you so much. Let me suck your dick, man. I send you $10." Yeah, you faggot little fuck.
Oh my God. Oh wait, I'm on pause. Please kick this guy. Oh shit.
Oh yeah. Go away now.
Oh Jesus Christ.
I love how within 60 seconds of saying that he was a Christian, he called you an F slur and told you to perform fellatio on him. That was great.
Dude, old white man try not to slur challenge extra hard. I just...
And from what I hear in the chat, he's got quite the follower list as well.
I bet. Julie, thank you for the $50 on Venmo for Kamala 2024. Let's go. Let's get at least 100 W's in the comment section for the $50 on Venmo from Julie. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. What's up, Gambit? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am. But I think there's another topic I want to talk about. So you pay Pallet, right?
I PayPal? What?
You pay Pallet Media or management.
Oh, Pallet Media or management. Oh, you think I'm paid by them? I'm not.
No, you're paying them.
Oh, I'm paying them? I'm not paying them either.
Okay, so what is your correlation to Pallet?
There isn't a correlation between me and Pallet.
So you get exactly nothing from Pallet Media?
I get exactly nothing from Pallet Media or management.
Are you confusing Dean and Harry?
No. Harry's the one who actually gets paid consulting fees.
Oh my God, Gambit. So he doesn't get paid consulting fees by Pallet. He just did social media consulting like 2 years ago. And second of all, I don't have any association with Pallet Media, none at all.
You get your DNC donors through Cash App and gifts.
I get my DNC donors, dude. That you understand that's a joke, right? They're private donors. Like they're
and you know what's going to happen now that you said that he's about to get $50 to $100 in donations from people saying they're from the DNC.
You're his handler, okay?
Why do you think the people that send money to me on Venmo and PayPal are DNC donors?
Because they all align with the DNC.
Yo, alert! Thank you for the golden party. I'm gonna assume that was from the DNC. And Beckett, thank you for the $1 on Venmo from the DNC.
He sends you unlimited galaxies.
Who's that? What?
Yeah, so you're not gonna cop to this at all, dude.
I'm just confused. So why do you think I get paid by the DNC on Venmo and PayPal in the bio?
I said you paid Pallet.
I get PayPal.
Donors who pay and donate to the DNC pay you directly through gifts and through Cash App.
So people that enjoy my content and watch it support
that's
me.
a way for you guys to hide misuse of campaign funds.
Yo, Danielle with a $5 on Venmo from the DNC. Candy with a $20 on Venmo from the RNC. Yo, okay, RNC's on there too. Thank you, Candy. Yo, Jasmine, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Definitely not from the DNC. I appreciate you.
Your company is going to be awesome.
Tiffany, thank you for $5 on Venmo. Amy, thank you for the $2 on Venmo from the DNC.
And all these people just like your content, right?
Yes.
None of them support Kamala Harris.
Wait, Tara with a $5 on Venmo from the DNC. That's my DNC payment for the day. Thank you, Tara. And Scott, thank you for the $7 and the 77 cents from Jesus and the RNC. We're really switching it up today. Hey, Sarah, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the daily penance from the DNC. I appreciate you for the love. Yo, Jesse with the $10 on Venmo from DNC and Pallet Media. Norma with the $10 on Venmo from the RNC and the DNC. And India, thank you for the boxing gloves. And Julie with $100 from the DNC for Kamala. Holy shit. Julie with $100. Let's get at least 1,000, 1 million trillion W Julies in the comment section right now. Oh my God. Shayla with a $5 on PayPal from the DNC. Jacob with a $4 on Venmo from the Heritage Foundation. And Mel with a money gun. Spencer with a $5 on Venmo from the CIA. I appreciate
Did I trigger you?
No.
Why are you freaking out?
I literally warned you this was coming.
Dude, it's because I'm getting my DNC
You
payments.
warned him about what? Being called out?
Okay. So no, the people that donate to me are private viewers, right? That scrolled on my TikTok.
They're not. They all support the DNC, dude. They're just donating it to you directly rather than going through the route of donating to the DNC. We all know that.
India, thank you for the boxing gloves. Yo, India, thank you for the boxing gloves. And Jada, thank you for the $5 on Venmo from the DNC. University Asmir, thank you for the $5 on PayPal from the DNC. KJ, thank you for the $2 and the 24 cents on Venmo from the DNC as well. Thank you for the love.
Everything on here is tracked, and they can track each.
Jasmine, thank you for the $3 on Venmo from the ATF. I appreciate you for the love, gun.
Why are you acting like this if it's not true?
Yo, Ryan with the $25 on Venmo directly from the DNC. Let's get some W Ryans in that chat. Thank you for the love, Ryan.
Hello.
Hey, DNC, my Cash App's in the link tree in my bio there. Mine actually goes to a good cause, though.
No, dude, you're just a handler, dude.
Oh, yeah, no, wait, actually, yeah, guys, if you want to show any love, make sure to show some love to Law as well. I didn't know that he had that in his bio.
People were asking.
Yeah, I'm glad that, because I want to make sure that you have that out there. I actually checked your bio earlier. but I didn't see it
you
down there.
did, Dean.
Yeah, it's my own little website. It's got like a link tree thing going.
Followers
Hell yeah.
just
Mercedes,
to
thank you for
bring
the
me up.
$5 on PayPal as
You
well.
remember
Thank
that?
you. What's up?
You actually got me 200 subscribers.
Sanchez, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you for the love.
When I got 200 followers, you said everybody revoke the, what do you call it?
Wow. Yeah, you've been crazy for a while. You're not new. Yeah.
I got my first payment from the DNC, Sandra. Thank you so much. It's actually going to go help unhoused people who are facing the court system. But thank you very much.
Oh, Law, we should talk about that. If you'd be so kind to DM me.
To this?
King, thank you for the $15 on Venmo from the DNC for Kamala. Thank you so much for the love, King. Let's get some W's in the chat for King.
Jana, thank you for $5.
Yeah, yo, Jennifer, the $5 as well from the Secret Pact. Okay, Gambit, we're just gonna go ahead and cut it here. I want to go to. No, I want to go and ask you a question. So I want to hear you out.
Has watched you kind of melt down.
Okay, I'm gonna hold off.
Screaming into the camera.
Okay, Gambit. Gambit, I'm gonna hold off. I'm gonna hold off from reading out the donos here, so you could actually speak without interruption. So specifically speaking, I would like you to explain in great detail how I'm paid by the DNC through fake donors on PayPal and Venmo.
You read off the information as answers. You know it's being fed to you. I know it's being fed to you.
But how do you know it's being fed to me from the DNC? I'm actually going to sit back. I'm not going to interrupt.
Read it when you're freaking monologuing all the time.
I'm so sorry. I'm allowing you the time to I actually want you to explain to me exactly how I'm paid by the DNC. Explain it to me. So do you think they're fake donations?
You look down and you read it, dude. We can see your eyes reading it.
Yeah, reading the donation.
You're hiding anything, Dean. You're really obvious.
How else do you think I'm able to know who donates to me, how much they donate, and what message they attach? It's because I read it off of my screen.
You have to shout out the donates just for IRS purposes, but you don't shout them all out. That's a fact.
So specifically,
I sent you money and you have not shouted me out, so I know you don't confirm every donation.
Yeah, I'm sure that I miss one here and there if it's like $1 or so, which I feel bad about. Also, I mean, thank you for the money. Does this mean that you're the DNC? Wait, Gambit, you're just as much as a private donor as anybody else watching the live donating to me.
Prove that you have to shout out. Dude, you have to shout out every time somebody donates to you for tax purposes.
Why would I have to shout out every single time someone donates to me for tax purposes?
It's called a log.
A log? What do you mean? Explain to me that in greater depth here.
Dude, if you're so intelligent, how do you not know what a log is?
Well, I mean, I report my income to the IRS at the end of the year. I don't have to. Why would I have to shout it out on a live stream?
You do?
Why would I have to shout it out on a live stream? What?
I have no idea. You constantly do, though.
Hope, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for love. Maybe it's because I am appreciative of the people that support me, and I want to make sure I give them a shout out so they know that I appreciate them.
Everybody knows you do it condescendingly. It's really obvious.
Oh, in some scenarios, it absolutely is. Like right now, whenever someone's going to donate to me, I'm going to absolutely yell and interrupt you, right? Not just to thank you, but also just to be condescending as hell towards you.
Don't try and be like, oh, why would you come at me for that? I don't do that. That's the way you started it.
Yeah, Gambit, but I just want to I just honestly think that you're jealous about the people that may support me. I also think it's the case that you don't have any evidence for this idea that I'm paid for by the DNC.
It.
Right. Well,
That's
what's your
really
evidence? What's your evidence that I'm paid for by the DNC?
I think we all know.
Okay, so you don't have any evidence. Self-admittedly, no evidence.
No, there is evidence for Harry written out. I mean,
evidence for Dean, though.
Act Blue, you guys.
What's evidence for Dean? Hope, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love. What's the evidence for Dean?
Dude, you get gifted more than anybody else on this platform. And
So
it's not
people
because
gift
of your
me?
personality. It's not
People
because
gift
of your
me, therefore I'm
personality.
paid by the DNC?
Yeah.
Okay, great
They
logic,
are
buddy.
giving you an extraordinary amount.
Get lost. Moving on to our next guest. Let's have some actual debates here. I'm done with the jealous people. Hey, Jacob, thank you for the $5 on Venmo from Gambit's Conspiracy Theories Fund. I really appreciate you for the love, Jacob. Max, thank you for the $1 on Venmo for IRS Raid for not having a log. I appreciate you, Max.
I've got so many. Julie, Kristen, Yasmir, Jennifer, Noah, Danielle, Isaiah, Julie, anywhere from $5 to $50. You guys are amazing. I'll tell you real quick what these donations go to. There's a video on my profile that you can see. occasionally I'll have unhoused people that end up arrested, usually on extremely minor charges, and there's a $25 booking fee that they have to pay before they're able to get out of jail, even if they're released on their own recognizance, which I can typically get done in court for unhoused people. So I use the funds, thanks to your guys' all generosity, to pay those fees for those individuals. So I appreciate the support, and if you want to help out, please go ahead. The link is in. I know it's a little bit weird. I've got my own website. It's lawofthewild.live. The link is in my profile. If you click that there, it's got like a link tree type thing with both Cash App and Venmo. So thank you guys. I appreciate you.
Oh man, that's great. Let's get some W's for law in the chat. Dennis, what's up, man? How old are you?
I'm 48 years old.
Are you voting for Trump?
Well, I really don't know. That's why I want to talk, because I know you got a lawyer on here, but I really...
Dennis, thank you so much for coming up. If you would like to talk to me specifically to learn more about who you should vote for, the link to my Discord's in my bio, right? It's a public place. I would love to talk to you, right? However, on here, we are specifically looking to debate people that are definitely voting for Trump. What's up, Liam? How old are you? All right, guys, if you're MAGA, just let me know down below in that chat. We're going to try to get a next debate going on here in the meantime. But, yo, real quick, Julie, thank you so much for the $5 from MIB, BMV, DMV, and NASDAQ. Thank you for the love. I really appreciate that. Well, we're trying to get our next guest up in here. And Tammy, thank you for the $15 on Venmo from Gavin, RNC, and Trump. Thank you for the love. Max with the $1, Jacob with the $5, and Tiffany with the $1. Yeah, I appreciate you for that love, man. Moving on to our next guest here, y'all. Let's go to get our next guest up in the box, y'all. Guys, if you are voting for Trump, hop in that queue, spam MAGA down below, right, so we could get you up here for our next debate. Also, yeah, guys, seriously, if you want to help out, if you specifically want to help out Law, right, and what he's raising money for, feel free, right? As he said, his Venmo, Cash App, that's going to be in his bio in the link, in the link tree. No. Please do help him out because it's going to a great cause, absolutely. What's up, Moon? How old are you?
Oh, hey, I didn't mean to join. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. You're absolutely good. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest here, y'all. Remember, if you are in the chat spamming MAGA, make sure that you are able to come up. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here right now. So everyone just be patient. Everyone just give us a minute. What's up, Jesse? How old are you?
I'm 48.
Voting for Trump?
I am.
Why's that?
So I had a question for you. Do you believe in due process?
Do I believe in due process? Of course.
And what does due process mean to you?
Due process basically means when we're talking about the criminal justice system, Jesse, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. It means the world to me. Thank you so much, Jesse. That before people are like sentenced to jail time or having their legal rights infringed upon, that there is, a sufficient process allowed for the examination of the facts of the case to come to an objective-oriented conclusion.
So about a week ago,
Tara, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
You openly convicted, or by popular opinion, convicted a man without due process of rape.
Trump?
No. RFK. So I'm just curious.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, due process is going to pertain to the criminal justice system and like taking legal rights away from people, right? However, I feel like we could still come to social conclusions of what people have and haven't done, right? That don't take legal rights away from people, right? Such as the idea that when RFK goes on an interview and the interviewer asks him if, the allegations of him raping his nanny were true, and then he's like, I'm not a church boy, I have skeletons in my closet, no comment. That gives us sufficient reason to believe that, yeah, he's a rapist, right? Socially speaking.
Sufficient reason, but it's your platform that promotes this, and people are...
Ryan, thank you for the $20 on Venmo from the DNC. That means the world to me. Thank you so much, Ryan. Ryan's in the chat. Thank you so much. WDNC too. Thank you for the $20. Go ahead.
So it's your platform, right? I think you have a responsibility to not mislead people, right? And claiming someone's a rapist without having any due process, and you were overtly claiming he was a rapist. He's never been to court. There's obvious, suspicions or whatever the situation is with him in his personal life and the people that are accusing him of this. But do you think it's fair that you made that statement?
Yeah, I'll make it again. He's a rapist. I mean, like, I don't understand what like your confusion on the matter is, right? Like I've already pointed out, due process applies to like criminal courts and taking, like the criminal justice system and taking people's legal rights away, right? Like Law of the Wild could probably co-sign on that. But like when we're talking about our beliefs interpersonally speaking, we're going to build them rationally, right? And I feel like there's enough like evidence to believe that, yeah, he's a rapist.
Let's see what Law of the Wild would think about, slander, defamation of character, things like that. Obviously, I don't think he's going to pursue it, but that's a pretty irresponsible thing to do, wouldn't you say?
No, I think it's responsible. I think that, and when in the context of the public eye, especially when you're speaking in front of thousands and thousands of people, that it's important that individuals would know the candidate that they're voting for, right? And obviously, a lot of people who are voting for RFK are very misinformed on some facts of his personal life, right? And I feel like the fact of his personal life that he has raped a woman is a very valuable one. And I feel like I've gotten this with the use of like a high standard of evidence. He was literally asked about the allegation of him raping his nanny, and then he responded, "Oh, I'm not a church boy. We all have skeletons in our closets. If all my skeletons could vote, I'd be the next president of the United States of America." What do you think he meant there?
Let me ask you another question. A couple of weeks ago, I was watching one of your lives, and a common theme was the...
Do you mind if I ask you what you think RFK meant there?
I don't know, but without having given the right to due process and being, presented a chance to fight your case.
He was presented with a social chance to fight his case. That's actually what the interviewer was seeking. The interviewer asked him if he would deny those allegations, and he said no.
To make a broad statement about my past or about his past shouldn't result in someone openly, wrongfully, in my opinion, pitching misinformation about him being...
So real quick, I'll hop in here. So if you're talking about like a constitutional right to due process, that applies to government actors, of which I think you'd agree Dean isn't. If you're talking about some sort of a colloquial, due process, that's in, we're in the opinion realm, and Dean has an opinion, and you have an opinion that he's not providing sufficient process. There's nothing constitutionally in violation about that. If RFK wanted to sue Dean, he certainly could. Dean would have a pretty strong defense that it's an opinion based on disclosed facts, and that RFK is a public figure, so that the bar to defame a public figure is significantly high, simply because they're injecting themselves into the public eye for criticism and critique. But yeah, I mean, if there's nothing that stops RFK from suing Dean if he wanted to.
Yep. It's just like I could sue you because I don't like your name. Anyways, so why are you voting for Trump?
It goes more to the validity of the person whose platform is disseminating information. So back to what I was saying.
Hey, buddy, are you a butthurt RFK voter?
No, I'm trying to make my point. So you had a conversation with multiple people where you talked about border crossings and the zero tolerance policy, and you had made it seem as though there are less crossings now, right? Isn't that what you said?
We have less crossings today than we had at the end of Trump's term in January of 2021.
Do you see how that's perceived as misinformation? What's the annualized, or if you took annually year over?
I'm so sorry. How is that wrong? If something is misinformation, it means that it is stated as fact when in all reality it is not a fact. So is it a fact that we have less crossings today after Biden's executive order than we had at the end of Trump's term in January of 2021?
To take a snapshot of a single day or a single period in time is misleading. If you would have said, hey, listen, year over year, let's look at 2017, where there was just about 300,000 or 400,000 crossings, 2018 about the same, and then you have triple and double those numbers in 2021 when Biden and Harris took office. 2.2 million, I believe, in 2022, and 1.7 million in 2021, and all of those numbers, it's like a third during Trump's presidency, even like a tenth during Trump.
Yeah. So I mean, like the information that you're sharing right now is recorded fact, right?
Yeah, WashingtonPost.com.
The same way the information that I'm sharing is recorded fact. It's just about what conversation do we want to have. I haven't shared misinformation. You haven't shared misinformation.
As if the numbers are comparable. If you're taking a snapshot of a day or two, or maybe a week or two.
So I've never made the claim I've never specifically made the claim that the numbers of migration across the southern border under Biden. Oh,
you mind if I finish, sir?
You have more to say. Go for it.
Yeah. So it's misleading because you have a responsibility to these people who are watching your show or watching your live to be honest and forthright with the information, not give them something that they infer, right, as being a year over year average. The way that you're pitching it is that Biden-Harris had less numbers than Trump, and that's just not factually true.
Yeah, so the issue here is that it's not what I was referencing. In fact, I made it incredibly clear, right? There's less crossings today than in January of 2021 under Trump's term. For you to falsely misinterpret this as being a rolling year-over-year average, it's just you not having a high level of intellectual capabilities and not being able to interpret the speech of others in a manner in which is conveyant of the expressed intent of the message. Imagine if you walked up to me and you said, "It's hot out today," and then I interpreted this as meaning it was hot out last week. That's not me. 1 second, let me go ahead and finish. If you came up to me and you said it's hot out today, and I interpret this as you meaning it's hot out last week, what happened? Did you say something that was misleading, or did I just grossly misinterpret the shit you said?
You know what the earmarks of projection are, Dean?
You're not answering my question.
When you start insulting someone, I just gave you facts and you tried to insult me.
So Jesse, I'm asking you a very fair question, right? If you say, and also no, that wasn't an insult. It was a very fair observation in which I'm actually proving right now.
Because I offered you information that's actionable, researchable. I can give you the website right now.
Hey, buddy, Jesse. So once again, I'm going to go ahead and repeat myself. I'm not insulting you. I'm making an objective observation of what is true and what is false. When I say that you seem to lack critical thought or reasoning abilities to comprehend my speech, right? That's abundantly true, provided the fact that you said I was being grossly misinterpreted as stating that I'm providing information about the numbers of immigration on a year-by-year basis when it was specified within my original statement of January of 2021 and now, right? So when I specify the confines of when there's higher and lower numbers of immigration to a particular month of a particular year, of course, this isn't going to be interpreted as a year-over-year average by anyone with a reasonable level of intellect that can interpret my speech, right? And I'm proving this right now currently. So Jesse, if you tell me that it's hot out today and I turn around and I interpret you as meaning that it was hot out last week, well, who's in the wrong? Did you give misleading information, or did I very negligently misinterpret what you said?
It's the intent behind it. And when your audience...
Jesse, answer my question. I'm not going to do it again. You've pivoted around this question 3 times. If you refuse to answer this question, you will be kicked. If you tell me that it's hot out today and I interpret you as saying that it was hot out last week, did you state something that was misleading, or did I have some negligent, gross interpretation of what you said?
Oh, now can I reply? I said
awesome.
no.
So you said no. So you said no. When you say it's hot out today, right, and I interpret this as... Oh, what the hell?
That's not me.
It's not you?
No.
I think that's Law. But it doesn't show him on the live, right?
Listen, I answered your question and I said
One second,
no.
Jesse. Does it show Law on your live?
It does not. He's gone.
Okay. Hey, Law. Oh, he left the app and it glitched his microphone in. Hopefully he's able to hear us.
No worries. So listen, I answered your question.
Anyways, so listen, I'm going to go ahead and continue to speak here because you haven't allowed me time to speak, Jesse. I'm going to go ahead and speak without interruption. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Awesome.
Then afford me the same when I go to rebut.
Yeah. So when you say it's hot out today and I misinterpret this as meaning it was hot out last week, right? This is a misinterpretation of mine. It's my fault. So when I say there's less crossings today than there was of January in 2021 under Trump, and you interpret this as meaning that there's been less crossings under Biden's entire administration in comparison to Trump's administration, this is a gross misinterpretation that would inevitably be your fault. Then something else that you brought up is it has to do with the intention of the words in which I'm saying. Well, the intentions of the words in which I'm saying, when I say that there's less crossings today than at the end of Trump's term, isn't to say that there's been less crossings under Biden's entire administration, as in fact, there's a very important piece of information that we're missing out here, that being that Trump stopped Biden and Harris from being able to adequately address the crisis at the southern border, right, prior to Biden's executive order. So, in fact, the bit of information that there's been more crossings under Biden's administration because Trump successfully thwarted Biden and Harris's particular legislation on the border is very important, right? It's important for us to know that there's been more crossings under Biden and Harris than there ever was under Trump, and some of this could be attributed to Trump. So obviously, I'm not going to want to mislead people away from that fact, as that is very important in the evaluation of the second fact that Trump doesn't truly care about the southern border. He just uses it as a political campaigning piece.
So, can I speak?
Yeah.
Okay. So referencing, first I'll address the last point that you made. It's a political football that both Democrats and Republicans, or it's a maneuvering tactic, if you will, that both Democrats and Republicans use, where they use gamesmanship to divert or kick the can down the road for political points. The Democrats do it as well. Do it as well, and you know it. Addressing the first topic which we discussed, which is the way in which you said it.
Can you give me a circumstance of a Democrat calling the Democrats in Congress telling them to vote against a bill for political motivations?
Dean, please let me finish.
You just said that's something that both Republicans and Democrats have done.
Show me the same respect I showed you. I didn't say a word.
Yeah, I'm just asking you for more information.
I don't care what you're doing. I'm asking you to show me the same respect. That's it. I think you just lied on the live. There's no.
Man, I'll let you finish. I'm gonna let you finish. I'm just curious. So you said that's something that both Democrats and Republicans do. Can you show that to me by giving me an example of a Democrat presidential nominee calling the Democrats in Congress, telling them to vote against the bill because they want to use it for the campaign?
Increasing the debt ceiling, guy. I mean, I can go and I'm not going to sit here and
so
do it.
Who's the Democrat nominee that made that call to tell the Democrats in Congress?
Hold on. I'm sitting in front of my computer, so we can divert to something to kind of take the heat off of you. That's fine.
This isn't to take the heat off of me. This is to just have you justify your claims, because there's never been a Democrat presidential candidate running for office that has called the Democrats in Congress and told them to vote against good legislation because they wanted to use the deprivated state of the nation that it would be left in if that good legislation was not passed as a political campaigning point. See what I mean? See, this has never happened. See, so when you said that this has been done on both sides of the table, it hasn't happened.
Look at something. I don't keep all bullet points of the times that it happened. You're the one that brought up this time, and I'm telling you, if you think, I'll just make a blanket statement. If you think there's never been a political deferment, right? For I don't know what you're doing, buddy.
I'm still listening. I have my headset on.
Okay. If you think that Democrats have never politically deferred on approving something so that they can gain political points later in the future, I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit here and I mean, if you want me to, I'll find something, but I'm not, it's kind of silly to do because it's just a deflection.
This is no deflection. This is me asking you for justification what you believe in. And yeah, political deferment happens all the time. That's why I don't really fuck with Congress as a whole. That's why I advocate for legislation on Congress to be because there's a difference between the political deferment that we see typically in Congress and one presidential candidate going out calling undocumented migrants terrorists, threats to our country, rapists, and pedophiles, turning around, continuing to allow them to come in the country just so he could rile his MAGA cultist voter base to be more upset and more prejudiced against them. So then he can campaign on wanting to deport them all, right? That's not just political deferment for campaigning purposes. That is literally using human beings as a political football when they shouldn't be, dehumanizing them, calling them rapists, like terrorist pedophiles, causing more violence about them, right? Causing more marginalization of that group of people in our country, for this purpose. That's never been done before, and I'm just simply calling out the fact that you can't equate between those two things, right? Deferment on the debt ceiling absolutely has probably been used for political reasons by both the Democrats and the Republicans in Congress. But human rights hasn't.
Listen, if you want to get down to the nuances of it, do you know how much damage that causes when these people, government workers, have to go out of work, when they're sitting here waiting for Congress and both parties to get their act together so they can vote on whether or not we're going to increase our ability to borrow more money and print more money that we create this debt that the American people are paying for? Come on, dude.
I mean, Trump created more than Biden, $8.6 trillion under Trump, $4.2 trillion under Biden. So if that's so bad, why don't you go ahead and vote for Kamala Harris? Because she's the person that reduced it, right? We saw $8.6 trillion added to the economy under Trump's administration with $4.2 trillion under Biden.
You think it's the president that's stroking the pen to write to make those checks, to cut those checks?
Well, the leading cause of his debt being the TCJA, which was a self-proclaimed Trump-influenced tax cut. So yeah, actually I do.
Listen, you want to get into quantitative easing? You want to get into real inflations? You want to get Parker on here? He's an economist. You want to talk about why the debt ceiling goes up? Why we increase our debt year over year?
Can't talk about that. Just got to deflect and say big words, right?
Big words. You're the one that freaking wouldn't let me flesh out my
headset plugged in. I can't hear you. 1 second. I'm trying to plug it in the hole. There we go.
Listen, I still have yet. You do this all the time. I've shown a good level of restraint, but you do this to people where you just interrupt them and you kind of go on your tangent and monologue. That's fine. My point to you was I gave you actionable evidence with a researchable website that I can cut and paste and send to you, and you deflected from it.
So I deflected away from what? Precisely.
When you had this conversation at least a dozen times with people on your show previously, it was now whether or not you were specifically saying it, which I agree with you, you were saying this time frame, but what you also understand, or I believe you to understand, I can't prove it unequivocally, but I can say with a level of confidence that you do this because your viewers seem to equate that to a year-over-year annualized lower border crossings.
No. And I actually could disprove that. Like, I actually don't have the burden of proof here. Like, you have the burden of proof to prove that would be my intention. But with all due respect, I can still disprove it because people don't interpret it that way. Look at the chat. Ask them. Secondly, I think that knowing the facts of the crossings over the border being high under Biden and Harris's administration are very important to understanding how bad of a guy Trump is when he stops policy that would reduce those figures and then demonizes those coming in, causing more violence towards them to use it as a political football. Like knowing that there's been higher rates of immigration under the Biden and Harris administration, knowing that Trump has actively thwarted plans to stop that, knowing that he's campaigning on the deportation of the undocumented migrants, saying that they're all terrorist, violent pedophiles, right, is a really good reason not to vote for him. So, of course, I'm not going to mislead my audience into thinking that that fact is false.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that illegal crossings should be allowed?
Do I think that illegal crossings should be allowed?
Yeah.
Like, what does that mean to say they're not allowed? Like, because legally speaking, they're already not allowed. I think that we should have safe legal ports of entry, right? Not only so we could, make sure that we have individuals entering into our country that are like specifically like, I agree, like we shouldn't allow like violent offenders to enter into our country, and that would be one of the precedents set at safe legal ports of entry. But it also makes them safer. I would much rather, right, migrants coming through safe legal ports of entry, right, instead of trying to cross the border where they have to hit a hike across a desert for like 3 days on end, right? Because that specifically puts them in more harm's way. No, I absolutely agree with making our immigration systems faster. I agree with having safe legal ports of entry. I don't agree with deporting everybody that comes across the border by calling them violent terrorists and then specifically causing more violence against them and then allowing them at one point just so you could turn around, demonize them the next as a campaigning point.
I agree. They shouldn't be demonized. I'm asking you a very specific question.
So you disagree with Trump when he calls them all violent terrorist P3dios, right?
I do. I think if you're claiming all of those people are violent terrorists, absolutely. That's not
Trump, because that's what he does.
Okay, perfect. Let me finish my statement. I asked you a very specific question, and you started talking about an ideal circumstance of border crossings and immigration. Very simply, do you think that people that cross illegally and are found to have crossed illegally, right? And I'm going to give you my whole, empathetic point of view on this because I understand the plight of someone trying to cross and find jobs and work to support their family. I get it. It's a very simple question. Should that be supported? Illegal crossings into a country that has $34 trillion in debt. It has a burdened social system already. Answer the question, please.
Yeah, so like first of all, when you say like illegal processes, predominantly we're going to be looking at with undocumented migrants is going to be amnesty, first of all for the cross, and then of course they're going to be claiming asylum for a legal state of existence in our country. And if we had good border policy insofar as safe legal ports of entry, I'd say that anyone who comes in illegally shouldn't be allowed in the country. They should be sent back to the safe legal port of entry, right, just to maintain civility and order. But specifically under the way that the border has been set up under Biden and Harris's administration, people coming to our country because of economic disparities outside in their own because of the pandemic, and then Trump shooting down good border policy in Congress, right? I think that those individuals should be allowed to stay in the country if they do claim asylum, absolutely. But if it is the case that we have actual effective and good border policy, that they shouldn't be allowed in the country and they should be sent back to the safe legal ports of entry.
I had this conversation with Harry the other night, and he seemed to agree with me that the point of contention, not the point of contention, but the point of disrepair or whatever you want to, however you want to describe it, is the asylum system. The asylum system seems to be the part that's broken. Because clearly,
I think there's a lot of parts. I think that the actual way of entry into the country is broken as well. I don't think that the process to gain citizenship is fast enough. I don't think that we have enough ports of entry. I don't think that we have enough people on the border, right? But I actually have a question for you. Would you vote for someone that's attempted to overthrow our government in the past?
Would I vote for someone that's attempted? It's a very loaded question and difficult to answer. Depends on if there were laws that were broken in order to create the circumstances that would support that intentional overthrow.
No, we'll assume that it's legal. We'll assume that they legally tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government, or what they thought was legal.
Yeah, but you're working with a lot of variables here, Dean, that aren't being explained. That person might feel that they have good reason to, because there's been criminal activity in order for them to. In this case, Donald Trump feels that he was unfairly treated and that there was voter fraud.
Oh my God.
Widespread voter fraud.
So weak. Yeah. So we have a deluded, old man sitting in our presidency in 2020. He feels like there's been sufficient voter fraud to overturn the results of the election, even though he's been disproven by 63 courts, including 17 courts with judges that he appointed, and then tries to send in fake slates of electorates to several different states to cast false votes into the Electoral College, literally making fake certificates of elections, sending them to Congress, hoping that Mike Pence would certify them. That's a go against our government. So back to my original question, what do you vote for someone that's trying to overthrow our government?
Again, it depends on whether or not, it depends on the circumstances and how I'm able to discern what's right and what's wrong.
So you would vote for someone that has tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government. Would you vote for a rapist that has tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government?
I'm going to stick to facts that I actually know. And while the wire is on,
you don't answer. Please answer my question, sir.
Well, listen, you diverted answering my questions multiple times.
No, I answered every single question you asked. You asked me particularly about illegal entry into the country. I gave you a clear as day answer about what I do support, what I don't support. You asked me about my intentions behind me stating that there's less crossings now in comparison to January of 2021. I gave you a very clear, clearly stated answer. You even had you even had the burden of proof to prove that I had negative intention here to mislead people, but I still answered and disproved how that's the case. I've given very clear answers. Just because I finally am on my foot's on the pedal and I'm asking you questions doesn't mean that you got to start pivoting around them, accusing me of not answering your questions. It's also quite funny that you came up here saying that I'm trying to mislead my audience. Meanwhile, you're literally lying to escape answering a question, and quite hypocritical of you. Second of all, I just want to go ahead and say here, would you vote for a rapist that tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government?
Do you think that fast talking makes you look intellectual, Dean?
I think that fast talking is something that I do. It's something that I've always done. I don't care if it makes me look intellectual or dumb. It's just something I do. So go ahead and answer my question. I don't like the pivots, Jesse. Would you vote for a rapist that has tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government?
I'm going to divert back to the same thing that everybody said. He's not been proven a rapist in a court of law, dude.
Yeah. So yeah, he was. He was proven to be a rapist in a civil court of law.
Okay. Let me first state something real fast for you. Okay. I'm I've said this multiple times on yours, Parker's, and everybody else's. You guys deem me as voting for Trump because I am voting for RFK, which is absolutely laughable, right?
Well, I mean, maybe it's because the background says, why are you voting for Trump? And I asked you if you were voting for RFK earlier, and you said, no, I'm voting for Trump. Lying is laughable. Absolutely. Moving on to our next guest here. Julia, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. Yo, La, what's going on, man?
He sure showed you.
He sure showed
duping us into thinking he was a Trump supporter and then chastising us for believing he was a Trump supporter. So
job. Lying to us, telling he's a Trump supporter, then chastising us for believing him. For instance, at Dean Rand, bro, read the fucking background. What's up, Josh? How old are you?
41.
You voting for Trump?
Oh yeah. Yep. Yes, I am. Because he tells you exactly how he feels. He's not hiding anything.
Yeah. He does tell you exactly how he feels. Absolutely not. He told us that he felt that the election was stolen from him in 2020, even after 63 courts told him that he was wrong. So if that's exactly how he feels, does this just mean he's literally delusional, or do you just kind of want to accept that he lied?
That might be his truth.
So you just think he's literally delusional?
Well, everybody's truth is different. Not everybody agrees on everything, right?
Bro, I'm so sorry. If you think that like an election was stolen from you, and then you take that case to 63 courts, including 34 courts with Republican appointed judges and 17 courts with judges that you appointed, and they all tell you that you're wrong, and you have 42 of your 44 cabinet members tell you that you're wrong, to even have advisors telling you that you're wrong, everybody around you telling you that you're wrong, your own niece telling you that you're wrong, with no evidence for you to believe in what you do, that's a delusion. Like, how do you define the word delusion, and how is it not applicable to Trump under these circumstances?
I would chalk that up as being a sore loser.
A delusional sore loser. It could be both. I agree.
Yeah, well, do you think everybody in jail is guilty? Do you think there's no
Vast
innocent
majority.
people in jail?
I think there's innocent people in jail, but that doesn't mean everyone in jail is innocent.
No, right?
I'm waiting for the logical connection, unless you just wanted to chat.
Well, like your point is, you call him a rapist, right? Because it's more likely than not.
I mean, I personally think it's beyond a reasonable doubt true, right? But the standard of evidence upheld in the court that he was held liable in was more likely than not. But I think it's incredibly true that he's a rapist. I think it's undeniable.
Well, most. I mean, I don't believe that he is, but.
Okay, so what was the name of his victim?
Eugene Carroll.
Eugene Carroll, not Eugene. All right.
I said.
And what's one piece of evidence that she'd submitted to the court?
She did her therapist notes there.
Okay, so you shouldn't know her name. One piece of evidence she submitted to the court. Why do you deny the findings of the court?
I just don't. There wasn't enough evidence. It's to me, it's basically all hearsay. All the evidence was all hearsay.
So medical records aren't hearsay. Consistency between testimony of 7 witnesses is not hearsay. Alongside the fact that outside of the court of law, we could look at the fact that she had a dress claimed to have Trump's sperm on it, wanted to submit it as evidence, then he would submit his DNA to be tested against it. Why would an innocent man not want to prove his innocence by submitting his DNA to be tested against a dress with his supposed sperm on it?
Oh, he don't want to. They're after him. Why would you willingly give up your
That
DNA?
sounds like hearsay. That's hearsay. Now
That
that's
could be.
actual
Yeah.
hearsay.
That is actually hearsay. You're absolutely right.
So you reject something that isn't hearsay, but then you accept something that is hearsay.
Well, I look at it like, Trump could have been targeted, right? He's a wealthy man. She could have probably slept with Trump willingly, right?
No, he actually denied that he had ever met her.
Well, he's probably met and slept with a lot of people. Randoms, you know what I mean?
Okay. I don't feel like the fringe conspiracy theory today.
Yeah, there's. I love when the people come up and say they don't believe it, but they don't know anything about it. They don't know that there were 7 witnesses. They don't know. The only reason he knew about the medical records is because you brought it up, and he's been listening for a while. Other than that, he wouldn't have known there's 7 witnesses. But there were 9 jurors that were unanimous, even though they didn't have to be. And I put a lot of faith in juries. Now, sometimes I think that the stuff that presented to them, there should have been more, or that they let too much in. The judge let too much in from the prosecution, or things like that. But at the end of the day, the juries are the ones who got to sit there and look at the witnesses and assess their credibility and determine whether or not they were believable. And there's not anybody here, unless they happen to be in the courtroom during that testimony, that got to assess the credibility of those witnesses.
Literally 8. Literally, dude. Okay. Next time that comes up, I want to pass the mic off to you, and feel free to jump in here at any time. I love your takes; they're great. I love it. What's up, Barbara? Yo, first of all, Sailor, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that. Barbara, are you voting for Trump?
I watch you and Parker all the time, and as a mom, I just want to tell you how proud I am of you, and I want to thank you for what you're doing.
Barbara, phenomenal. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing your love. Let's show some love to Barbara in that chat. Barbara, thank you so much. Massive W's for Barbara in that chat. Sweet Barbara, thank you for the love. What's up, Jack? How old are you?
I'm 21.
You voted for Trump?
Yeah.
All right. Why so?
So for me, I think it's more Harris that I'm not voting for. I believe that when it came down to the border, there was a very bad job done under the Biden campaign. I believe that I have a lack of trust for Harris.
Yeah, what time is it?
I'm in Ireland right now.
Are you a dual citizen?
Yeah. Father's American from New York. So I'll be in New York in the next 4 weeks.
No worries, man. So particularly when we're referencing the border, right? Well, I mean, after Biden's executive order, right, we did see crossings decrease by 55%, putting us at lower levels now than at the end of Trump's term, alongside the fact that the only reason this issue wasn't resolved earlier was because Trump, right, thwarted 2 bipartisan border bills that were proposed by Republicans that were attempted to be passed through Congress, right? Because he wanted the issue to continue. So then people like you would be coming up on live saying the things that you are.
The current border figures will show you a consistent trend that the numbers are higher under Biden's administration than Trump's.
Up until Biden passed an executive order.
If you take this month right now, whatever the numbers are,
Shelby, thank you for the $3.
you will struggle to see numbers lower under Trump, or higher under Trump, excuse me.
So how many daily crossings do we have right now?
I'll have a look at the exact dates now, if you'd like.
22 through
So
25.
while you're doing that, I'm curious, Jack, what should Biden be doing at the border? Or actually, I'll phrase it like this. What could Trump be doing at the border right now that Biden isn't doing?
Well, to be completely honest, I'm not a part of Trump's campaign, of course. It's not down to me to decide. It's simply Trump has done a better job on it over the past 4 years, and I'm not asking to run the border myself. I'm asking somebody who clearly had a better grasp on it to do it himself.
So the border crossings went up every single year under Trump until COVID hit. And then Trump was able to use Title 42 to suspend entries into the border. Now, Title 42 can only be utilized during a public health emergency. So what stopped Trump's increasing numbers over the course of his presidency was his ability to close down the border and suspend asylum applications during the state of emergency. Now, what that does is that's just like damming up a river. Is if you tell people they can't come and they've got valid asylum claims, or they're attempting to enter in the process legally, want to apply for work visas, whatever the case may be, now they're all backlogged. Once you release that dam, the water comes flowing back in, and that's what we saw in the wake of in 2021, where we had just a huge influx at the border, and that's combined with other countries having their own economic disasters with paramilitary groups, attempted coups, all these kinds of things that skyrocketed the ability for people to claim asylum. So I guess, like, I understand why we think that Trump was great on the border and his overall numbers were low, but that was due to the public health emergency. And unless we have that again, I just struggle to see what policy that Trump could do that Biden isn't doing right now.
So I mean this genuinely, as politely as possible. You're a very intelligent individual, clearly more intelligent than I am. Could you explain to me where the average monthly encounters come in regards to Biden being significantly higher than Trump, over 3 times higher than Trump?
That started to happen in 2021. I don't have the numbers right in front of me. I
actually have the numbers in front of me if you'd like me to read them out, or if they're relevant.
Yeah, by all means.
So the average monthly encounters during Trump's 4 years, the average was around 40 to 50,000 encounters, with significant fluctuations, especially in 2019. Under Biden's first 2 years, the monthly average has been significantly higher, generally around 150 to 200,000 encounters, with some months exceeding 200,000.
With all due respect, this conversation is going nowhere, right? So I automatically came in. I give you one explanation for why we see higher rates of crossing under Biden and how we actively, right, attempted to decrease that through bipartisan legislation that Trump shot down, right? And then the Wild Hops then gives you a second explanation of how this could be the case through, treating the borders kind of like a dammed off river, right, due to Title 42, and how we'd expect there to be a surge in crossings after Title 42's release.
And I appreciate that, which is why I was asking him about the monthly encounters.
And then you don't respond to any of this. You just
I did respond to it. I asked him to explain it to me.
Jack, you didn't respond. You just kind of gave the numbers of border crossings.
I asked him would he like me to explain the point to me that he was in the middle of explaining, and he said yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean those numbers are indicative of the influx, but there wasn't any substantial policy change other than the revocation of Title 42. And so that's kind of what I'm getting at. Now we have more people at the border. Biden is allowing more people in only because the numbers were initially higher. He actually had a higher rate of deportation, and he's got a higher rate of credible fear interview denials as well than Trump did. But our real issue here is the asylum process, because when somebody comes to the border and they say I'm coming here for a better life, they say sorry and turn them back around. If somebody comes to the border and says I've got a credible fear of my life of returning to my country based off of one of 5 different characteristics, then they get an interview to assess whether or not their fear is valid or not. And about half of those people don't pass that interview. But then once they're actually in here, once they get through that interview, they're assigned a date. And right now, because our system is so incredibly backlogged, it is between 4 and 8 years before they actually get their asylum hearing, depending on where they're staying in the country. That is kind of the issue, and it's growing every month. It was 12.3 million last month. It's 12.5 million now. We've got more and more asylum seekers that aren't getting processed because we don't have the resources at the border.
So on that, as someone who is in law, is that something that is clearly a massive problem that should be currently nearly an emergency in office for Biden to deal with, the fact that you have people on the streets for between 4 and 8 years who aren't vetted or legal?
Yeah, so this is
the technicality on the legal, excuse me.
No, that's fine. So this is why Biden did his executive order. Now, his executive order was challenged in court, and it's currently awaiting hearings because essentially we have an executive branch and we have a legislative branch. If you look at 8 U.S.C. 1158, it tells us exactly the process that has to be followed for asylum seekers. A president cannot change that. He can't override it with an executive order. It just so happened Trump was able to modify it because of the public health emergency. Biden did issue an executive order essentially modifying those provisions, and it got challenged in court, and we'll see how that goes. But the bigger issue is we had a piece of legislation that was offered by Senator James Lankford of Oklahoma, actually in conjunction with Kristen Sinema from Arizona, to address the border issue. It added $600 million of new funding for the wall. It added over $500 million for substance trafficking at the border, and it added hundreds of millions for more judges and more clerks and asylum staff to process our backlog, and with the goal being to get asylum claims heard within 9 to 12 months. And that was the bill that was actually stopped by Donald Trump when he exerted political influence over Speaker Mike Johnson and said, "Don't hear this bill because I want to use the border as an issue."
So how come they're allowing the volume of people in, or to rephrase it, how come there are so many more coming in under the Biden campaign as opposed to Trump if this law has been there for so long? Like, it's not a new thing that people can go and enter in under one of the 5 not feeling safe laws, as you put it.
Yeah, and claiming asylum. Yeah, that's true. So there's a few things that have happened. One, there's more countries that have had civil unrest, and that have. I'm getting a bit of an echo, sorry, that have been coming back, seeking asylum in the United States. Our top 3 countries for seeking asylum are Venezuela, Afghanistan, and China, which are 3 countries that the U.S. has been heavily involved in through both overt means like sanctions and just open war, as well as some subversive means like in Venezuela, where we backed the Voluntad Popular during the Maduro election, not this last one, but the one before that. And we encouraged a bunch of college kids and things like that to attempt to kick Maduro out, and then he started kidnapping and unaliving them. So all of those things combined with the in Central and South America during the pandemic, a lot of government corruption took over, and there's just lawlessness there, and people actually have legitimate fear for their lives based off of their particular religion or participation in a social group, things like that. So there's all of those different factors that have led to a large increase in people being able to come here for asylum. But it's always been the same laws. It's just now, I don't know if the word has gotten out more, if it's because there are individuals. Actually, I do know that this is the case. I'm sorry for monologuing, but it's a complex issue.
No, I appreciate it. I like the answer.
Yeah. I do have a client who was paid $10,000. They're from East Africa, and they paid $10,000 to somebody for a guaranteed work permit and a path to citizenship in America. After they paid the $10,000, they gave them a script to read, dropped them off at the Arizona border, and said, "Go read this to these guys over there." So that's definitely aspect of it too. And those people are also victims. But at the end of the day, they won't end up getting their asylum claim heard, and they'll be returned back to their home countries. But all of those have been factors.
Cool. Dean, do you mind if I ask you a question just to get you back in on the conversation and just step away from the border for a second?
Yeah, sure, Jack.
So I was wondering, for me, a big thing about Harris, and I'll kind of keep this more towards Harris as opposed to talking about the Biden campaign versus the Trump campaign, because as some people will say, well, it wasn't Harris who was in charge. I have an issue when it comes down to Harris in the sense that I'm not sure if you can trust her. I find her quite untrustworthy.
Okay. Why?
So just to give you a few examples, I think a common theme over the past few months was Biden's cognitive decline. There's no need to get into whether or not he was thrown out, whether there was a coup, any of that. That's completely pointless. But the reality was after the debate, they decided that Biden wasn't the best candidate and Harris was. So they got rid of Biden and brought Harris in. The point that I'm making is that this hasn't come overnight. We've known there was a cognitive decline in Biden, but people like Harris have denied it.
Yeah, I have a question. So do you think that Trump is more trustworthy than Harris?
But that's not where I was going. I'm asking you the question regarding Harris.
Yeah, but obviously, right, it'll always be a comparative analysis between the two candidates when we're determining who we want to vote for and who we don't, right? Because imagine if Kamala Harris was so fucking untrustworthy, but Trump was somehow more untrustworthy. You'd still be wanting to vote for Harris. So I guess the question I'm asking you here is, do you think Trump is more trustworthy than Harris? And I'll answer
in political terms, yes.
Thank you. I got your answer. I'll go ahead and respond about the whole cognitive thing. Also, everybody whining. You know what? I want to read off these comments for a second. Dean backpedaling, Dean dodging. So I'm going to go ahead and educate y'all all on something real quick. So you can answer a question as well as get an answer to your own question, right, for different purposes. And I'm now going to go ahead and demonstrate this to all of you really annoying little boys and girls in the chat. So about Kamala Harris speaking on Trump on Biden's cognitive decline. First of all, I mean, I think from one position, right, we could say that while he has exuberated cognitive decline, he's still more fit to serve than the guy he'd be running against. So when Kamala Harris comes out and rallies people around Biden, saying he's fit to serve, this and that and the other, ultimately we're going to have a good outcome of this. That being, we're going to have the old man that is a little bit incoherent with a good policy over the old man that is deliberately incoherent as all hell with a bad policy that raped a woman that tried to overthrow our government. So while I think that wasn't 100% literally honest, I think that in the context that she was just doing her job advocating for what was good, I support it. But ultimately speaking here, I think in comparison to Trump, this point fails, right?
So you're suggesting that Trump has a greater cognitive decline than Biden?
Yes.
But by that logic, how come the Democrats in power, whether it's the Nancy Pelosi's, etc., have decided we can't run with Biden here? It's a losing battle against Trump. Because if it was the other way around, you'd go, look, Biden will get him.
Because Republicans didn't care about the insurrection, the coup against our government, or the fact that he's a rapist. Why would we expect them to care about cognitive decline? Anyways, back to what I was specifically saying here. But real quick, Julie, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love. I want to see at least 100 W's for Julie in that comment section. Thank you so much. I want to see some massive W's for Julie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. That is absolutely so kind of you. Thank you so much. Julie, you've been supporting me all day. I'm very grateful for you. Chat, please show some love to Julie. She's been around here a lot. Thank you so much, Julie. Back to what I was saying. I don't understand how you could say that Trump is going to be more trustworthy than Kamala Harris when Trump denied the outcomes of the 2020 election with no reason. He literally lied, and he continued to lie even after he was disproven by 63 courts, including 17 courts with judges that he appointed. He continued to lie, and him and his family were seen lying about the outcomes of the 2020 election as soon as early as the RNC. Okay. Big fat liar. He had over 30,000 confirmed lies during his presidency, more than any presidential nominee or candidate we've ever had in history. Okay. Then on top of that, he had an advisor, right, that served to him on his presidency in 16 through 20 that literally said Trump didn't know when he was lying or telling the truth. That Trump had become so incoherent, out of touch with reality, he would just say anything he wanted to. And if it happened to correlate with reality, well then, hey, great job. The people around that would be receptive. But if it didn't correlate with reality, if it was a big fat lie, we wouldn't really care. And I feel like when we take those considerations into factor here, predominantly the fact that he told the biggest lie that any sitting president has ever told in the history of our country, right, causing tens of millions of American citizens to have virtues of distrust in our civil and electoral processes, there's no comparison to be made between Trump or Kamala or really anybody else, right?
So you think being truthful is important?
I think that being truthful is important, and Kamala Harris is more truthful than Trump.
What about the latest pictures that have come out from when Harris landed at the airport, and it's quite clearly AI?
Yeah, so those are not AI. It's funny. I don't know why this is such like a Republican talking point now. And I also like how you didn't respond to a single damn thing I said about Trump. I'm going to go ahead and hold your hand at the scale after I respond, because I want you to respond to that. It's not AI, right? You're referencing one picture. This rally was live on TV. There was videos from thousands of cell phones, as well as a testimony of the thousands of people there. You have the craziest conspiracy theories ever. Do you think that all like 10,000 or even more of those people were literally paid off, right, to stay quiet about the fact that there wasn't that many people there, and all of those videos were fake, the live feed was AI, the pictures were AI? Do you think that?
Well, you and I both know about the picture we're talking about. You've said you did. And if you know the picture we're talking about, you could at least accept that picture that we are referring to.
It is not AI. There's videos from other angles of the same thing that's taken a picture of. There's live video streams. It's not AI.
If you look at the picture, you can quite clearly look at the screens on the phones, which do not correlate with what is in front of said screen or what the camera would see.
Go screenshot the picture and put it on live for us all, because it's just obviously not AI.
I don't know if I'm able to do that.
I watched the rally. Like, how do you respond to the live feeds of exactly what they're taking pictures of that showed the exact same thing but live? How do you respond to that? Like, dude, there's tens of thousands of people there, right? There's like a photographer at the event confirmed it wasn't AI. There was a live stream video of the rally, even that moment when the plane rolled up and she got off. If it was AI, how do you explain the live stream video and the other tens of thousands of people that took pictures and videos as well?
I'm referring to the picture which you have said you've seen, which is clearly AI.
A picture that was also seen from a live stream video feed.
Say that again, sorry, I didn't hear that.
There was a live stream video feed of what that picture was of. That picture was when Kamala Harris was getting off of Air Force 2 walking down, right? This was live on multiple channels, right? It was seen across the globe. There was no way in hell that's AI. Like, that's such a joke. Like, are you actually trolling?
Well, I have the picture here. I'm looking at the picture, and you can see disorientated faces. If you actually look, I don't know if you can.
I'm asking you to put it up on live.
I don't know how this is what I'm saying to you. I don't know. Are you able to do that? Because I actually don't have the ability to. I don't know how to.
Like, how do you explain the people watching that saw that same crowd that's in the picture?
Well, if you look at this picture,
bro, there's a live stream of the crowd that picture was taking. Why are you not responding to this? There was a live stream of the crowd at the moment that that picture was taken.
Okay. And we're
That
speaking
absolutely debunks that it's AI, because there was a live stream of that crowd in that same moment of time when whoever took that picture took it, showing that same crowd. That
So
debunks your claim.
Explain how come the picture has so many errors in the picture that literally through physics don't make sense.
Like what?
So you have, if you look at the wing of the picture, it's empty, as in the reflection shows there's no people there.
What, at the wing of the picture? What is a wing of a picture?
The wing of the plane, excuse me.
The wing of the plane? What about the wing of the plane?
In the reflection, it looks like there is absolutely nobody there. There are disorientated faces. There's plenty of it. But again, we don't even need to focus on the picture.
Well, can't we just rule out the idea that it's AI because there's a live stream of it?
We're
Like,
not
right?
speaking about a specific picture. I'm not saying the event never happened.
Gerard, I appreciate you for the $8 and the 88 cents on Venmo. I'm speaking about a specific live stream with a big crowd in front of the Air Force too.
Okay, how about we move on and talk about the fact that...
How about back to my point that you never responded to? How can you
Okay,
say
sorry,
that
what
Trump
was
is
the
more
question?
trustworthy than Kamala Harris when he denied the outcomes of the 2020 election, lied about it until this very day, convincing tens of millions of American citizens that the election was stolen from him? That's the biggest lie that any sitting president or presidential candidate has ever told.
I don't believe it's the biggest lie.
Name a bigger one.
There's I'm actually reluctant to get into some of them because I'm sure there'll be issues with what I say and I don't want to get kicked off live.
Name a bigger lie that Kamala Harris has told then.
That Harris is told. Actually, I don't know. On that specific one, I don't think there is
Because
one that
there's not.
Harris would have told that's bigger because of the scale of it.
Because, yeah, exactly. This was a lie that tried to undermine our democracy, right? He also told over 30,000...
Well, I
confirmed
suppose
lies
you
from
could,
his
sorry, on
presidency.
that point, I suppose you could refer to Harris's marijuana history.
Oh, God, Jack, you caught us.
Can I say it?
You can't. I'm sorry, buddy. And there was never a lie there either, just to clarify, right? And even if there was a lie, how would that compare towards convincing tens of millions of American citizens to distrust their electoral and civil processes?
Almost the same thing.
Almost the same thing, right? Hey, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Are you driving at the moment?
I am in a vehicle. I am not driving.
All right, I'm sorry, man. I got to kick you. Just TikTok TOS. We're going to go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone be patient while we're getting our next guest up in here. If you want to support either myself or Law, we both have our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPals in the bios. His specific links will be in the link tree in this bio. We're just still trying to get our next guest up in here. All right, also, let's try to double tap away in that phone screen. Get up to 1 million likes. Bro, these people are insufferable. Oh my gosh. Chad, I don't know how I do it. I don't know how I do it. It drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. Guys, if you're MAGA and you want to come up, spam MAGA down below. If you're a raging MAGA supporter, let me know. Let me know. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
45.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm a proud black Trump supporter from New York City.
Okay. Okay, why are you voting for Trump?
Because I don't like open borders.
Okay, but you you like your rights as a woman being absolutely violated, right? By Trump electing 3 justices to the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, which put the rights of all 170 million American women and girls on the line. You like the reinstitution of Christian nationalism, which by virtue of the fact it leads to more racism, as Christian nationalism is originally what had proposed slavery in the first place here at home in America. And about the open borders, it never existed. Name the policy that Biden and Harris passed that opened the borders.
Well, the part about the slavery, we all know that the Democrats fought for Jim Crow laws. That party.
And the blatantly self-proclaimed proud racists today, what party are they voting for?
Excuse me?
The blatantly self-proclaimed proud racists that exist in America today, which party are they voting for?
They should be on the Republican side.
Right. So it's like when you say that the Democrat Party supported Jim Crow laws. Yeah, but
No. I said no. I said the Democrats fought for Jim Crow laws. The Democratic Party, not the Republican Party.
Yeah, I know. You're particularly saying that Democrats fought for segregation, right? Historically speaking, the Democrat Party has been racist. However, currently speaking, it's a Republican Party that stands for racism.
No, it's not. Why is that? Tell me why.
I mean, I give you a really intuitive way of understanding that, like the self.
No, I comprehend what you're saying. I comprehend what you're saying.
But I could give you examples.
But I want you to explain to me why we as Republicans is racist.
Oh, well, I said that the Republican Party stands for racism. So, like, the Republican Party, produced like the birther myth about Barack Obama being born in Kenya. Literally just saying that because he was black, wanted to him not have opportunity because of the color of his skin to run for president, saying that he wasn't a U.S.-born citizen, right? We could also reference like Project 2025, right? We could reference like further yet, like other movements that have been proponed, like by Donald Trump, right? Like he called for the death penalty of like individuals that belong to the Central Park Five, even after they had been exonerated for their crimes, right? Then also he like said like black jobs, right? In his debate against Biden, what the hell is a black job? He referenced the African American community as black with an S at the end, right?
Okay.
And like predominant leading figures such as Nick Fuentes or open white supremacists.
I get it. I get it. Now, my response to the questions, you had a lot of things in there. Okay. What do you portray Harris as? A black woman of color or Indian?
Okay. Do you know what it means to be biracial? It means you could be more than one race at once. So she is both a black woman.
No.
No?
She have family that live in India, and she has a father that is Irish, which makes her Indian descent. So my stance on that is, I am highly insulted as a black woman, for your portraying this woman claims to be a black woman. My DNA has blackness in my DNA. She don't. And she's going down. If she would win, God forbid, she will go down as the first black woman that won the presidency by taking credibility away from the real black woman. No, I don't like that altogether.
Do you want to know why
she's not a black woman? It's not fair for this Indian woman to portray herself by being a black woman, taking away a black woman credibility from her. And my kids and their generation got to see this in history books. This lie from the government, from you, that she is a black woman. She's not a black woman. She's an Indian. So she should be proud to say she's Indian and running for Indian president, like she said when she ran for the senator in California.
Hey, Dean, whose picture do you have there?
Yeah, so this is going to be Kamala Harris with her black father. Now, you said that her father had Irish DNA, so I'm going to go and explain to you exactly why and how her father has Irish DNA. So the same way today here at home in America, plenty African Americans have incredibly white last names because, well, their ancestors were forcefully married into the family members of white plantation owners. Well, specifically in Jamaica, the same thing happened. So one of Kamala Harris's ancestors on her dad's side was most likely raped by an Irish white plantation owner.
Okay, that's strange.
That is exactly how we see the Irish DNA exist inside of her. It's not because she was bolstered and uplifted, her and her descendants, her and her ancestors, by having white privilege.
Wait a minute,
existing
that's
as white
strange.
Irish individuals in the country of Jamaica. No, it is because her black heritage within her family tree was subsequently the victim of the dehumanization and enslavement of Africans that were forcefully shipped not only to America, but also to Jamaica through the transatlantic slave trade. Okay? Her father is Afro-Jamaican, just as there's black people alive today in America that are African-American. The geographical location standing underneath your feet does not change your blackness. No, not at all. Her father is Afro-Jamaican. She is a black Indian woman.
Her family owned slaves. Did you know that?
I did know that her ancestors were raped by slave owners.
Her family owned slaves.
Her biological family raped the slaves, and that's why her family owns the slaves.
This lady don't like black people. She locked up.
1 second, I'm going to go ahead and just correct you real quick. You know how many African Americans you could turn around to today and say that their biological family members own slaves? Fucking plenty, because the white slave owners would grape the fucking slaves. And what do you think would happen to the mixed baby that was a victim of grape? What do you think? That was a product of grape. That would have been thrown right back to the African American slave that had been graped at the hand of the white slave owner and been made a slave themselves. They were not the owner of the system. They were not the benefiter of the system. They were the victim of the system. And for you, as a black woman, to turn around and say that they weren't is gross.
Give me a chance to talk. You as a white T gonna tell me about my background and my heritage? Are you serious? You are gross. And thanks for the insult, because this is another one for you. If she was so black, why did she lock up the men using them for free slave labor in California? Why didn't she lock up Indian people? Why she didn't lock up Indian people? Why it had to be black men? So stop portraying this woman. And trying to promote her as a black woman, because she's not. She's not. I'm insulted. And it won't happen under my watch. Black people in New York is all voting for Trump. You know why? Because Trump is not racist that you portray him to be. And let me tell you why he's not racist. Right now. Now we're going to play the game.
First of all, Julie, with the $100 on Venmo for advocating against racism. Julie, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo for advocating against racism. I want to get at least 500 W's for Julie in the comment section right now for advocating against racism. Thank you, Julie.
Yes, advocating against racism.
Yeah, let's go ahead and fucking play that game. All right. So first of all, that was incredibly racist of you to say, well, her biological family ancestors were slave owners, therefore she's not black. The only reason she has biological family owners in her ancestry that were slave owners is because she is black. Okay, now I want to move on. You said Trump's not a racist.
Please with your bullshit. All you want to do is try to make money off of this shit. Now, listen to me when I'm speaking. Let's play the game. Trump is not racist. He's the only president of the United States in history never get paid to be a president. You know why? He loved his country. He loved his country. He the one put up Jennifer Hudson in his hotel when her family got unalive. Did you know that? Did you know that he also paid for Diamond's funeral, entire funeral, black person funeral? Did you know that? Did you know that?
Did you know that?
No.
Guys,
this guy right here, man.
Guys, speak. Hey. All right. So real quick. So Donald Trump absolutely is racist. Did you know that in 1973 he denied black people housing because they were black? He got brought to civil court for it and had to promise the federal government that he'd never do it again. Did you know that he
I did know about
the
that. You know how I know about that? Because that was the property management fault. He didn't know about it. I live in New York. That was the property manager's fault. He didn't know what was going on with the property. It was the property manager's fault. If you're going to tell the truth, be honest about it. I live in New York.
The property management companies, and why was he held civilly liable for it? Why did he have to say that because the management was in charge and he wasn't held civilly liable for it. It was the management was held civilly liable for it. It was him. It was Trump.
No,
it was Donald
not.
Trump. It was Donald Trump. It was Donald Trump. It was him and his management and his entire Trump team that put the letter C on housing applications, particularly to deny housing applications from people that were black. Okay, right? And who did the government go after? Who did the government held civilly liable? Donald J. Trump. Google is free. Let's talk about the birther movement. Let's talk about when he said Barack Obama was not born in the U.S., but was born in Kenya because he's a black man. And because he's a black man, he cannot run for president as he is not a U.S.-born citizen. Do you think that it is racist to take away opportunity from black people because they're black people? Is that racism?
Stop muting me. Okay, let's talk about
it. No, answer my question. Is it racist? Is it racist to take an opportunity away from black people because they're black?
Obama, first of all, Obama, please be honest. Clinton is the one first put out that about Obama birth certificate.
They were racist first. He was racist first. They were racist first. I don't give a fuck. I will call every single one of them racist. I don't care if he's not the first one to be racist. Everybody who engages in that lie, everybody who engages in that delusion, everybody who engages in those behaviors is racist. I don't give a shit who did it first. The first slave owner or the last slave owner, they were all equally as racist. Trump could have been the last man on earth to say that Obama wasn't a U.S.-born citizen, and he would have been as racist as the first.
Border time. Let's go to the next subject. Border time. Go ahead and collect that money. Go ahead. Good. Border time.
What do you keep?
Is there a mass invasion going on right now?
Pivot. Self-proclaimed pivot. Real quick. Yo, Daryl, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. And Joanne, thank you for the $20 out there.
Is there a mass invasion? Stop voiding the question. Is there a mass invasion going on right now?
Nope. Do you think there wasn't? Nope.
Answer.
Do you think? No, I don't.
You don't think so? Okay. So then why? Tell me this. Tell me this. If it wasn't a mass invasion, why did your president, Mr. Biden, went down there to visit the border? Why did he go? Why did he go? Why did Biden went to visit the border if there wasn't a mass invasion?
Oh my God! First,
Answer.
Okay, jeez. Angel, thank you for the galaxy.
This guy.
First of all,
come on.
So first of all, okay. You're saying that we have a mass invasion at the southern border today?
Yes, we do. By sky, by land. They're not getting vetted in this country. In New York City, where I live at, host, in New York City, where I live at, they locked up a lot of undocumented people. And you know what they did? They came out of the court. The news reporter asked them, what happened? You know what they said? F America. They don't love you. They don't love us. They coming to use Americans. They coming here to take away our tax dollars. They giving them $1,500 a month. Food, health care, while homeless veterans is sleeping on train tracks. Do you think that's right for us to be treated like third-class citizens and you up here promoting Kamala Harris, whatever her damn name is? Do you think it's right? It's not right. We're being taken advantage of.
You know what I think is wrong?
We're being taken advantage of. America's being taken advantage of.
Can I hop in here?
And I'm here to tell you.
Can I hop in here? Can I hop in here? You know what I think is wrong? What I think is wrong is you will hold to the claim that we have a mass invasion over our southern border, land, skies, and seas today, even though we had more daily crossings in January of 2021 at the end of Trump's term. What I think is wrong is the utter dehumanization and devaluation of the lives of undocumented migrants for the reason that they are not U.S. citizens. What I think is wrong are calling these people terrorists, is calling these people P3DOs, is calling these people violent offenders, even though they are 4 times less likely to commit a violent crime than a natural-born U.S. citizen. Then you'll turn around and you will vote for a rapist to be running our country, a man that tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government. I swear to God, if there was one undocumented migrant that came across that southern border and had sparked an uprising and advocated for staging a coup against our government, you would call them the most extreme terrorists that have ever walked this damn planet. But as soon as Donald Trump tries to do exactly that in 2020, you turn around and call him a true American patriot. You don't give a fuck about our Constitution, or you wouldn't be voting for Trump because he told you to put it on pause. You don't give a fuck about America and our democracy, or you want to be voting for Trump because he tried to overthrow it. You don't give a fuck about any of the points that you are bringing up right now to justify why these innocent individuals coming across our southern border to seek asylum, to build a better life for themselves, to build a better life for their families are wrong, or else you wouldn't be supporting Donald J. Trump. That is the hypocrisy within the MAGA worldview. If Trump was from Guatemala, you'd be saying send him away. But because he is a natural born U.S. citizen and he has white skin, you want him to lead the damn country.
Want them to leave the country. You talking about the illegals?
I'm talking about Trump. If an undocumented migrant came across our border, said they wanted to throw the Constitution out of the window and tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government, what would you want done with them? You already see them as violent terrorists that are coming in through an invasion. What would you do to this undocumented migrant that tried to do those things?
Let's talk about J6. Give me a chance. J6, in my opinion, and a lot of Republican opinions, the election was stolen. You heard it. I said it. The election was stolen. You know how it was stolen? Giving people double voting, dead people voting, ballots in the ocean, hiding ballots under tables after stopping the election clock. 11 o'clock, Trump was winning. After that, he lost. It's been known for cheating. Did you ever remember what's the name of that? When people used to cheat years ago? People do cheat. People do cheat. So what makes this different? What makes yes, and people were
I'll go ahead and respond. I'll go to respond.
People were standing up for their right on J6 because they thought their vote was taken.
Yeah, they thought wrong. They thought wrong. I'm gonna go ahead and think a couple people. I'm gonna go ahead and respond. I'm gonna go ahead and thank a couple people for a few donations. First of all, Nathaniel, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Nathaniel in chat saying from a black viewer, thank you for dealing with Auntie Tom. Nathaniel,
black person.
I appreciate you for the $25. John, I appreciate you for the $25 on Venmo. For quote unquote being me, I appreciate you for the love, John. Let's get some W's in the chat for John. Ciara with a $5 on Venmo, Lane with a $10 on Venmo, and Alyssa with the $10 on Venmo as well. Thank you, Lane and Alyssa, and Joanne with the $20 on Venmo for Dean to tell her to shut up and stop to stop embarrassing intelligent NYers. That's crazy. Thank you for the love, Joanne. Elaine with the $10 on Venmo as well. Phil with a $5 and Chris with a $3. Now that I got that out of the way, first of all, I appreciate everyone who's been donating to me on Venmo and PayPal. If I don't get around to you, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to cook real quick. I will get to you in due time. Thank you so much, everybody that has been supporting me on that Venmo and the PayPal and the buy. I really appreciate you guys. Anyways, back to what I was saying. You just try to make the most silly, ridiculous bullshit claim that I've honestly ever heard. You try to say that the 2020
I didn't finish. There's more.
Oh God.
There's more.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I know I've seen it on CNN, NSB, and NBC in New York, when there was like people of Antifa changing into Trump gear. 3 busloads came unexpectedly. They put themselves into Trump's supporters. Put themselves in Trump supporters to make the Trump supporters look bad that day.
Okay.
It wasn't all Trump supporters. And you keep on Proud Boys. Did you know the Proud Boys, they keep on saying they was whiteys. They wasn't whiteys. The leader is Spanish. The leader is Spanish of the Proud Boys.
There was Jewish police during the Holocaust. That doesn't discount the harms.
A lot of people saying there was whitey racist group. That's why I'm correcting that.
Hey, real quick. So you said that there had been you got a violation. Honestly,
I know I gotta go.
Stay up. Okay.
Drop me down.
I was gonna debunk your claims real quick. By the way, the leader of the Proud Boys thinks he's white. I just wanna put that out there. Second of all, so there was no Antifa membership to January 6th. Third of all, there was no sufficient evidence that the election was sufficiently rigged to be overthrown. Fourth of all, Trump tried to take this case to 6-degree court. 17 of them were judges that he appointed. They all told him that he was insane, that it wasn't stolen from him. Fourth of all, the only people that believe this today are victims of big lie propaganda. And it's funny because the only book that defines what big lie propaganda is Mein Kampf. And that is exactly what Trump has been doing since 2020 with his election denial, taken straight from Mein Kampf, unironically. What's going on? How old are you?
I'm 19, buddy.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
All right, and why is that?
Because, 4 years when he was in office was pretty good.
Okay, really? So name the policy that he influenced to get passed that made it so good?
Oh, okay. I can do that for you, actually.
I hear the mouse clicks. I hear the mouse clicks. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Well,
Yo,
don't
that's
you
crazy.
have a computer? Aren't you looking?
No, so I'm actually alone in my room.
No, your laptop.
I am alone in my room. I have a
Where's
laptop
your,
on my.
where's your
I have a-
laptop?
on my bed next to me to read donations off.
Right.
Anyway,
so I can't. So you're gonna.
Would you vote for someone that more likely than not had raped a woman?
He was actually convicted of not raping anybody. Actually, if you look into it,
he was held liable for sexual abuse. So would you agree with me that anything entering into a woman's vagina without consent is rape?
well, he has to go to jail, and it was not really like that. To be honest with you, I mean,
Okay, so your response is quote unquote, it's not really like that. So that is.
Has he gone to jail for rape yet?
No, because he was held liable in a civil court. He didn't go to jail. He was ordered to pay out nearly $90 million.
Right, liable to do that. So what does that tell you?
What?
What does that tell you?
What does that tell me? That he raped a woman? That's what that tells me.
He didn't, though.
Okay, well, so what reason do you have
He
to attempt to
didn't.
find
He
this in
didn't get
court?
charged for raping anybody.
Right, he got charged with sexual abuse. But just a quick question: would you agree that anything entering into a woman's vagina without consent is rape?
If she wants it, if she doesn't, I mean, that's up to those two people. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna hope that you misheard my question. Repeat it. I'm gonna hope that you just misheard my question, and I'm gonna repeat it.
Well, it depends if she's freaky or not.
I'm gonna really.
It depends if she's freaky. If she's freaky, then yeah.
Lesser evil would be him,
How is he the lesser evil? Tell me.
because if the whole NRA is saying no to Harris, like that's a big
Why
deal.
do you fucking care about the NRA?
Because they're gun owners, and gun
Who
owners.
cares? Tim Walz is a gun owner.
You
He's
own a
the
gun?
VP. No, I don't. No, I don't.
Exactly.
Okay, so I'd rather live in
You
a
don't
safer
care
society.
about guns because you don't even own
I
one.
can't. Good.
Like you should
don't
live.
care.
You should live in the UK because you would fit right in. They don't believe in guns either, and they just go stabbing each other, and that's horrible.
They have lower rates of stabbings than here in the United States.
But anyways,
So they have lower gun violence and they have lower stabbing rates.
you don't believe in the Bible either, so that's gonna actually throw you off a lot too, because the Bible.
Okay, so how do you feel about the Bible condoning slavery, ethnic cleansing, genocide, oppression
There's-
of women?
Oh yeah, also like multiple wives. Like there's a story about King Solomon. Like the reason why he.
Oh, do you want to respond to anything I just said? Because like,
Yeah,
those
I am.
things don't sound very great.
I am. Some people that you talk to might have ADD, so if you interrupt them, they're going to forget their whole point. So try not to do that. Just let it takes
Appreciate the
two.
handout. Thank you so much.
It takes 2 seconds to listen to somebody.
Okay,
But
well, I don't care if you were to. I don't care because you weren't answering my question.
King Solomon had a whole bunch of wives, and that doesn't mean we should have a whole bunch of wives. It's a story about King Solomon and people doing bad things in the Bible, or what not to do. It's not follow the bad people just because it's in the Bible. And no, it's just people do bad stuff. It's like a newspaper.
Yeah, don't cut me off, but I didn't even listen to the question you asked, so I can't possibly have answered it.
Well, I was trying to answer the question before you went on to a whole nother, like, trying to say that I'm not answering the question, because that is my answer to your question. Is look at that story and look at all the Bible stories and look at what they're trying to tell, what God's trying to tell you. Is that someone you should follow or not follow? Solomon no, you should not follow him. We should not have multiple wives. Look what happened to him in the end of his life.
Okay.
You have to look at
that's a whole can of worms that is just complete incoherent gibberish. You didn't engage with anything I just said there. Let's talk about Trump. Given that you care about Christianity, how do you justify voting for a guy that quite literally has been claiming to use the Bible to make money, putting his face in the Bible, right? Trump Bible, branding himself as the chosen one.
The majority.
How do you care about the fact that he's broke almost every one of the 10 commandments?
One of the scriptures says to if you don't have a sword, you get a sword. So a gun is like a sword. So that's very important. If you don't have one, it says to do what you got to do to get one. And the story about Jesus, this goes too deep.
To get a sword?
This goes really deep that you can't just ask people online, like, can I get to know God? Like, you have to make that personal decision to go out looking for God and not keep asking people, rather than actually, you should just read the Bible for itself. And I honestly, I believe.
Have you read 1 Samuel 15:3?
And I don't even think that, like.
Have you read 1 Samuel 15:3?
I don't think gay people are wrong. I think.
That has nothing to do. 1 Samuel 15:3 says, "Now put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys." Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. In reference to the Amalekites, it's God commanding Saul and his men to literally slaughter the Amalekites.
Hold on. I'm going to look that up.
Tori, thank you for the epic GG. Thank you so much. All right, we'll get a second person to help you out.
Amalekites.
Yeah, look up 1 Samuel 15:3.
Thank you. First Samuel.
All right. Just unmute your mic whenever you're ready.
Sorry, okay.
Okay. Yo, Tori, thank you so much for the epic GGs. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Sorry, y'all. I need to add someone up to be able to have a conversation so that I can take a bite of my food. I'll just put that there. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Incredible. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, y'all. I'll add you up. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and I'll bring you up. We don't have as many guest requests yet, so I can start adding people up from the guest box. I mean, from the chat, I mean. You, what's the holiday?
Hello, I'm 19.
You voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I just think that he's obviously each candidate, I think you would agree, is human and has flaws. I'll just say he's the better option.
How so?
I think that especially in the situation now for the economy, I just think that he'll do better because under the Biden and Harris administration, inflation has increased and prices have increased.
Okay, so how was that caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
I mean, obviously, there's been situations that has made the prices increase, but I don't think they did a good job in handling it.
What could they have done?
I mean, as leaders, there's something you could do because that's why you're the leader of the country. Otherwise, no leader would take blame for anything.
What could they have done for this?
I mean, then if the economy is messed up, then it's no one's fault, is it?
No, they're people's fault, or it could just be like a natural trend. But I'm asking you, what did they do to cause this? Because you said they have responsibility for it.
No, I didn't mean they caused the inflation. I mean, when the inflation rose, they didn't do anything about it.
It's not them who deals with it. It's going to be the Federal Reserve.
Right. So you're saying that, for example, if Trump was in the same position, you'd say the same thing?
Yep. Like the 14.7% unemployment under Trump's administration, I don't think that I would blame that on Trump.
Okay. I could also argue that COVID played a big part in it, no?
Yeah, that's exactly my point.
Okay. Well, I think we can agree on that. But in terms of, for example, the abortion laws, for example, would you think that there is such a thing as a Trump abortion law? Because Harris said that repeatedly in her different what do you call it, her different rallies.
You said what? Say that again.
I said that, would you say there's such a thing called Trump abortion law? Because Harris said it repeatedly in her different rallies.
Abortion law? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
So Trump restricted access to abortion by putting multiple people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which happened, and put abortion law back up to the states, which inevitably speaking is going to lead to less women having access to abortion and people having restricted access to abortion.
Right, but in those states, aren't the women allowed to take an abortion pill? In 2/3 of those states? I think what you mean by abortion is physically going to the doctors and getting an abortion, but in those states, women could take abortion by taking the pill.
So, no, in plenty of states, right, even if it is the case that they could do the pill, right, that still wouldn't justify it, having restricted access. But I don't know where you got that number from, that 2/3 of them, right, have like the ability to get the abortion pill. They vote against it in those states as well.
Okay, but one thing about the United States, there are 50 different states, and each state has their own different rules, because each state is as big as a country in, for example, Europe, right? If you make a national...
So why not leave it up to the individual?
Sorry?
If you want it to be more representative of the individual, why not leave it up to the individual?
Okay, but for example, don't you think there has to be a limit of some kind?
What do you mean?
For example, Tim Waltz, are you aware that he was okay with abortions, even to the point of if the baby is in the mom for I think 8 to 9 months?
At that point, it's just an induction of labor.
Right, and he was for that.
It doesn't end in the death. That's okay. I'm okay with that.
Wait, you're okay with the baby dying at 8 months old?
I said it's an induction of labor, which means it doesn't die, genius. I just said that.
Okay, but are you okay to the fact that Tim Waltz was putting tampons in boys' bathrooms at the school in Minnesota?
Based.
What?
Based.
Sorry, what does that mean?
Based.
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 Do you mind explaining yourself?
I think it explains itself. No, it just means that's based.
Okay. I mean, I guess. I just think that, I think in 2019 she was voted the most radical senator, was it? So I just think that she won't be a good fit for America, because I think they'll be closer to socialism more than ever. And I think that's why.
Can you define socialism for me, please?
Sorry?
Can you define socialism for me, please?
Sure. You don't know what it is?
Just define it.
It's where, like, it's more or less like communism, no?
And what's that?
It's like an economic system that is based on social ownerships of the means of production.
Social ownership of the means of production. So
Yes, sir.
communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society, right? Socialism you could define it as social ownership as the mean of production. That's totally fine. Typically defined as workers owning the means of production. But can you tell me what a means of production is?
It's basically where, like, everyone gets paid the same equally, no matter, like, even when...
No.
Yeah, that's what socialism is. Like,
No,
everyone
it's not.
gets paid.
No, it's not. So social ownership of the means of production would just mean, like, you extend democracies from institutions of government to the workplace. So it's democracy in the workplace.
Right, and you'd be in support of that?
No, I'm not a socialist.
Okay, so would you say that she's...
And she's not a socialist either.
And why do you say that?
Because she is okay with private ownership.
I mean, okay, you can be okay with private ownership. When I say social, I wouldn't say she is, for example, like she's going to make the USA the new Russia. I mean, she's as close to socialism
Russia's
as...
not socialism.
Okay, I mean, she's as close to socialism as America has ever been. I don't mean America would be 100% socialist country.
Okay, I don't know what you mean by that, but like, what's wrong with her policy?
I mean, she doesn't have any policies. If you go to her
So
website,
then
you can
how
see.
is she the most socialist candidate ever if she doesn't have any policies? How do
Wait,
you know?
that's a lot of things. We don't even know about Kamala Harris. She hasn't taken any interviews from the press yet since she was
She has, but how do you know if you don't have that information? How do you know? How do you know that she's the most
excuse
left wing
me,
candidate?
what interviews?
She had one after a rally. I think it was 2 days ago, and I'm pretty sure
Right,
one last
but
night as well.
I think Trump had interviews with the black journalists where they were constantly pressing.
Where he said that Kamala Harris turned black.
I mean, okay, I am a black man myself, and I was just a little suspicious because when she was running for being to the senator of California, she was stating that she was an Indian woman, and suddenly when she was running for president, now she claims she's a black woman, so black that in fact she brings Megan Thee Stallion, who's one of the most popular rappers for the black community, to start twerking on stage at a political rally, thinking that would gain black votes.
You understand that she is black, and it is the case that you can be black and Indian, right?
No, I understand that, but my point is that she did that to get black votes, correct?
I think that she is just simply describing an aspect of her identity, which could appeal to more people, sure, but that's the same thing as like, anyone acknowledging their ethnic background when running for president.
Sure, it's politics. I understand that. I'm not blaming her for that. I know what biracial you can be mixed, sure. But my point is that so much of the fact that she literally went on a political rally and brought Megan Thee Stallion, who's a popular artist for black people, to start twerking on stage. And I think as a black, I think it offends me a little bit because I think she's trying to say that's what appeals to black voters.
Offends
and
you? Wait, I'm sorry. You're offended by Megan Thee Stallion twerking?
On stage at a political rally, I don't think it's professional.
Why are you offended?
Because I don't think it's a professional way to appeal to black voters.
What is Donald Trump doing? You think Donald Trump's professional?
Oh, okay, you just switched. You didn't answer the question about Kamala and why she did that. But
wait, I can acknowledge not everything about a campaign is professional. I have no issue with that. But why do you only have an issue with it with Kamala Harris? Is Kid Rock professional? Is Hulk Hogan professional? Is Amber Rose professional?
They're a celebrity, sure, appealing to voters, but I think it's the twerking and those stuff that I had an issue with. I just don't think it's appropriate. Would you say that?
Is it appropriate to have Kid Rock or Hulk Hogan? Or for him to go on Aiden Ross? For him to have lunch with Nick Fuentes, who's a white supremacist?
Yeah, I did hear about that. Obviously, I don't think they were talking about how they can, I don't think in that meeting they were talking about how they can advance white people, whatever. I don't know what the meeting was about. I wasn't in the meeting.
Yeah, but why does he meet with people like that?
Yeah, I don't know. Do you? So I don't think you can criticize him for that. What if they were discussing, I don't know, he was trying to convince him not to be a supremacist. You don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, he just decides to convince someone to not be a supremacist. Yeah, that's definitely what's happening for sure.
Wait, so what do you think?
Yeah,
was happening?
because Donald Trump can do that. Yeah, for sure. Leave what? Yeah, he would definitely. Yeah, so.
Okay, so you think he's a racist?
Yeah.
Okay, I listened to tons of hip hop. I listened to a lot of rappers before he ran for president. He was very famous in the black community.
That doesn't mean he's not racist. He also has, there were housing discrimination lawsuits where he would tell black families there aren't openings, but white families he would say there are openings at the same time. He just said recently that Kamala Harris turned black, which is denying the fact that she's black. Right? You can be black and Indian. I don't know why people can't acknowledge that. Right? It's really not that difficult to understand.
Yeah, I have no problem acknowledging that. I can also admit Trump said Obama wasn't American, right?
Mm-hmm.
He did
said
say
he was
that.
born
Yeah.
in Kenya.
Yeah,
To undermine
Kenya
him being president.
Yeah, exactly. I can admit that. I have no problem doing that. But like, my point is that, unfortunately, I think we're going into a stage where you have to look at both candidates and see who's the better option, but who's the lesser.
And how is Trump
evil.
better?
I just said who's the lesser evil is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Why is it
Because
the lesser evil?
the same way you can bring up Trump admitting that Obama is not American, and stuff like that. What about Biden saying that Obama was the first black, articulate and clean African American he's met? Can you admit that's racist?
Mm-hmm.
Can you admit that's racist, or
Yeah.
you can?
Yeah.
So would you say by that Biden is racist?
Yeah. Biden's done racist things. There's a difference
would you
between the
say-
hybrid. They both done racist things. One of them apologizes, tries to do better. The other one doesn't. That doesn't mean Biden is good. That means that Biden is just slightly better than Donald Trump. Okay. So.
Because he has apologized for it?
Yeah, if you're comparing the two, that's better compared to the other one. But I'm not saying I like Biden. I'm saying he's a better alternative to Trump that was in the past. Now he's not even a candidate now, but Kamala Harris is.
Okay, no, I was just bringing that up because I wanted to see
Okay,
what
so
if you
does
admit-
Kamala Harris have any racist history? Does she? Nope, she doesn't. So then,
I
why
think
would you
she-
vote for a racist over a non-racist? Logan, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. And yeah, Hulk Hogan did rip off his American flag shirt.
Yeah, I do think that there was I think it was a debate when she had against Biden that she also accused Biden of being racist, but yet when he
She
called
didn't.
her,
She said he's not racist.
No, in the debates.
Yeah, in the debate, she said
accused
that he's
Biden
not racist.
of segregation. I think that
Yeah,
he was a child.
she said that he's not racist.
Do you know the debate I'm talking about?
Yes, and she
Wonder-
in that explicitly said that he's not racist.
Right. So why did
That's what she
accuse
said.
Biden of? Okay. So why did she accuse Biden of denying segregation?
So she was saying that she disagreed with his busing policy, because he was advocating instead of having busing that we should integrate communities, and then Kamala Harris was advocating we could do both.
Okay. Absolutely. Okay. I think you've made some good points, and I'll do my research.
Sure. All right. Peace.
All right. Thank you, man.
Chat. I do think that my live hit the thing where it stops sending out. I do notice that little kink in the algorithm, and it's the total viewers stopped going up as much, like 13, 15 minutes ago. So I might do a restart because it typically does that. But I am trying the status thing. Yeah, y'all probably got a notification, but I'm just saying, it sent out and then it stopped. It does that sometimes where it just stops after a bit. And that I can tell because it just stays at a particular point for a long time without moving around. They're driving. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, how you doing, bro? I'm 30.
You voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm going to vote Trump because I don't believe that the Democrats really had a choice on choosing who their candidate was going to be. I believe that Joe Biden knew, hold on, my dog's that Joe Biden knew that he was going to back out within this term.
Okay, how do you know that?
I mean, it's clear, bro. He wasn't cognitively able to run as president, and now
neither is Trump.
I mean, Fox News isn't code switching on Donald Trump as CNN is code switching on.
Yeah, so if
Joe
you
Biden.
think that he's cognitively fit, well then so is Biden. That's the level of la la land that you're living in, saying that.
That's not la la land. It's facts.
Yeah, it
I mean,
is.
Joe Biden
No, it's la la land. Saying that Trump is cognitively fit is la la land. Walz could quite literally serve 8 years as vice president, 8 years as president, right? Retire, get out, and he'd still be younger than Donald Trump.
Walz, the guy who let Minnesota burn down.
Okay, so why did Trump praise his
Is that
response?
what you're talking about, or are we talking about?
Yeah.
Trump?
Are you talking about the guy who Trump praised his response? You want to hear Trump praising his response?
What was Trump's response? I'm not.
Trump was praising Walz's response. Said you did great. I really liked what you did there. I agreed with exactly what you did there. Yeah. How do you feel about that?
I'm looking at.
And how do you feel about Trump, right, saying that he's going to pardon the people that assaulted police officers on January 6th, right, that were convicted of it? How do you feel about that?
It's been time and time again where Trump has proven that he did not cause an insurrection.
He said that he would pardon January 6th insurrectionists that assaulted police officers. One police officer lost an eye. The other one had their back broken. Right. Another one had broken bones. They were assaulted. They were brutalized.
Tim Walls. I'm looking that up right now. I didn't know that he did that. I'm looking at where Trump praised Governor Tim Walls right there. I'm gonna do some research on that. I didn't know anything about that.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, as a Democrat, aren't you pretty like upset that you didn't really get to choose in the primaries?
Leanne, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I'm so happy that Kamala Harris is our candidate.
Are you serious?
Absolutely.
I mean, as somebody that's never like,
I am ecstatic. I am ecstatic. It's so much better than what it was. I'm happy that Biden stepped down. I'm glad that the party is unified behind Kamala Harris. I think that we're going to absolutely dismantle Trump in the election, and he's scared right now.
I mean, clearly you chose for Biden, right? Like that was going to be your primary pick, yes or no?
No, my primary pick was Marianne Williamson.
Okay, so aren't you a little upset that Marianne Williamson didn't really get a fair shot? I'm talking about like people like Marianne Williamson.
she did, and she got, dude, she did, and she didn't even get close.
Hold on. I'm talking about like Marianne Williamson, Pete Buttigieg, RFK Jr. You had cognitive capable candidates that could have really ran Denver. I just
wait, that was in the primaries. She got like 2% of the vote.
I mean,
so like that's exactly where you can do your third party vote. You could do your I want to go against what the status quo is in the primaries, and I did that. I voted for Marianne Williamson, who came on my live, and I talked to her.
The Democratic National Committee clearly said that they weren't going to take any other candidates besides Joe Biden, who's already the resting president.
Yes, it's either the president or the person who's vice president who steps up. If
yeah,
the
that's who they
steps
could.
down.
But
so listen. The vice president steps up when the president steps down. That's how it works.
Yeah, I know how that works. I mean, I know how that works. Listen,
I don't know why you're so confused. You care about you're like it's not very democratic, but you're voting for a guy that tried to overthrow the government. It's like every argument you make, you're hypocritical in.
Listen, 8 months ago, you're telling me within 8 months of Joe Biden saying that he's going to run again to now, and he's stepping down, you're telling me that he didn't know 8 months ago that he wasn't going to run another 4 years? That's bullshit.
I think that he thought he was going to. Yeah.
You think he clearly did? What was the turning point for him then?
I think it was probably related to like the Nancy Pelosi, the rest of the Democratic Party being like, yeah, I think this is the best way forward. This is what you should do for the country. And I think that he was convinced of those arguments. If he wasn't convinced, he'd still be our candidate.
I don't think so, man. I genuinely believe he's not able to put together. He can't even put together a sentence, let alone argue
you
with.
Put together sentences. You just mistake sometimes, and that's what you expect from someone who's older, right? But that exists with Donald Trump as well. And
I mean,
for you to sit there and not realize that shows how wildly and delusional, insane people will like come to terms with just to be able to like be partisan. And we didn't do that on the left. We wanted Biden to step down when he clearly showed that, right? But you haven't said the same thing about Trump. No one said that about Trump. He rambles incoherently. He rants constantly. He's a terrible individual, right? Like there's nothing good about this guy.
What has he done that's terrible?
What has he done that's terrible? He tried to overthrow the government. He was held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies.
In the law of the land, right? He won his court case saying that he didn't that he wasn't part of the insurrection. He didn't cause an insurrection, right? So in the law of the land, if you win,
so I'm not. So I don't know what you mean, but he won. But
he's innocent. He was innocent on that. So saying that he
what did he win on? Tell me which one he won on.
Which one did he not win on?
Which one did he win on?
You're talking January 6th, clearly.
Yeah. When was he tried for that?
He was charged for January 6th.
When was he tried for this?
His court was in. Yeah, he did court in Georgia, by the way. So when was he charged for January 6th?
I don't think there was a case for this yet.
There absolutely was.
I don't think it's gone to trial yet. That's what I mean.
So in the law of the land, we're innocent until proven guilty. No.
Yes, but you want to know what's crazy? Trump was held civilly liable for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He was convicted of 34 felonies, yet you still don't accept it.
All politicians.
No. Kamala Harris has not been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She does not have 34 felonies. That is not applicable to Kamala Harris. That's not applicable to Joe Biden. That's not applicable to Barack Obama. That's not applicable to George Bush. That's not applicable to any modern U.S. president.
Jury literally said that where there was jurors that were interviewed and they said that they're going to vote for Trump to be guilty anyway because they just didn't like him. You're talking about where they had to change the prosecutor.
Wait, which ones? Which ones? Are you referencing that one Twitter of that guy with shit posting?
Shut up, dude.
No, you're literally referencing a guy who literally had in his bio, I'm a shit poster. Fucking crazy.
Where'd you go? I want to hear why you want to vote for Harris. What are some of her policies that all of a sudden that she's been a vice president for 4 years? What has she done, dude? What has she done?
The most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in the last 200 years. Thank you for the handouts. Thank you so much,
Most
including the
high-ranking
nomination of
votes
Ketanji Brown Jackson.
4 years. Is that what you said?
All right, I'm gonna hit a restart, everyone. I'll be right back. Love y'all so much, everyone. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Love y'all. I'll be right back, y'all.
Looking for debates, but I had to take my chance to get up
I
here.
don't hate you.
So.
I appreciate you though. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Don't worry. I don't hate you. What's up, everyone joining in? Only sending guest requests if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Oh, can you hear me?
How old are you?
I'm 28.
You voting Trump?
I'm not voting Trump. I am still undecided, but I.
Would you vote for someone who is held civilly liable for sexual assaulting a woman?
No. I don't.
So Trump's been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, but I appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I do apologize, y'all. I'm trying to get some people up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? I'm 39.
You voting for Trump?
I'm undecided, but most likely, yeah.
Okay, so if you're going to be voting for Trump, why so?
Because ever since Biden took over, I have friends that have been working like 16 hours a day because they can't afford groceries. They can't afford shit at the grocery store.
Yeah, so why was that caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
I'm not sure, but why has it gotten so bad?
Yeah, so prices have gone up globally. They've gone up in Europe, in Africa, in Asia, in South and Central America, everywhere around the world.
Everywhere.
So it's not just like a U.S. thing.
So why did Kamala say that she's gonna lower the price of groceries and shit when she's been there for 4 years? Wait, you're gonna do it now?
So she can advocate for things as president to a greater extent than she can advocate for them as vice president. But she's going to continue doing what she was doing comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, whereas Trump is going to increase prices. So objectively speaking, she will have prices lower than what Trump would because he wants to reinstitute tariffs.
I understand that, but so why when Trump was president, I had like plenty of extra money and everything was great, and then now
again, there was global inflation. That's like saying why did COVID happen during Trump's administration? It must be Trump's fault.
Right. But I'm just saying, like, I have to have a good reason to like vote for Kamala if this is what the world's turning to.
So I mean, the good reason is that Donald Trump.
I like her.
The good reason is that Donald Trump has been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman.
Come on, dude. Come on, dude.
What?
All politicians have done messed up shit. All of them.
Okay, give me one thing messed up that Kamala Harris has done.
She freaking was putting black people in jail for small amounts of weed.
You can't. Okay, well I have to kick you now because you can't say that on my live. But no, so she was not prosecuting people for possession, for simple possession. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, you voting for Trump?
Absolutely. Yeah, I am. I feel like Kamala, she's, I'm really against I'm really against whatever her name is. I'm really against abortion. I don't really like abortion. I think it should be banned. That's I'm
Okay.
single issue voting, I guess you could say, based off of that one thing.
Okay, then so you want to restrict women's access to abortion? Do you think that like kids who have been raped should be able to get access to abortion?
I don't agree with it unless the mother's life is in danger. Other than
so,
that,
like-
I'm just gonna disagree with it.
So a 10-year-old girl gets raped by her uncle. She should be forced to go through the pregnancy under your view?
Yeah, so the child should not pay for the sins of the father. So yeah, I'm gonna hold to that.
Okay, but the child should pay for it because you're saying that they should have to go through the pregnancy.
No, I'm talking about
And
I'm talking
I
about.
I don't know how an embryo would be paying for this because they're not sentient, right? I don't see what they'd be losing.
Yeah, they'd be losing their innocent life because it's a human life. It's innocent
Who
human
cares?
life.
Wait,
So,
okay. Do you think a zygote is a person?
Defined person.
So a person would just be, like, under my view, someone who meets the criteria of sentience, who has a past or present and future subjective experience.
So I'm just going to define a person as somebody of the human species.
Is it just like alive?
An organism of the human species. So I would say, it is a,
So
it is a
has to
person.
be living. Okay, so you think a zygote is a person? Okay, so I'll show you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
under my definition, I would say yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna show you a picture, and you're gonna say, "This is a person." Here, let me show you. You think this is a person?
Yeah. So is it a member of the human species?
You think this is a person?
Is it a member of the human species?
You think so?
Is it a member of the human species?
Yeah.
Can you show me?
Yeah, look.
Yeah. So where does it say it's a member of the human species?
Oh, so wait, so can you tell? Does this look like it?
Is it a member of the human species, bro?
Does it look like it? You can't tell.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
So, like, typically, if I were to show you a picture of, like, a human being, would you be like, "Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Don't know if it's human. Can't tell."
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah, is it human? Is it of the human species?
So I mean, typically, I would think you'd be able to determine that. Yeah, so I have a question.
Yeah, so I think humans are humans at any stage of development. So
is this a human?
Yeah, I would say that is probably a human.
Yeah. So why was that so easy for you to determine?
Because it's at a different stage of development, so it's going to be easier to identify.
Easier to identify.
Yeah, at that
as
stage
human.
of development. Yeah.
So like, would you say like you typically mistake like human beings and microorganisms?
Sure, because humans in the early stage. Yeah, humans in the early stages are it's cellular life. So humans are humans no matter what the stage of development is. I value all humans.
Mm-hmm. Do you think women who have IUDs are murderers?
I would say yeah.
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 Do you know what an IUD is?
Yeah, like stops like the egg or the sperm implanting into the uterus. I think something like that.
The sperm you mean the zygote?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, you get the point, bro.
No, the sperm and zygote are a bit different. Where does conception occur?
The uterus.
Nope.
The uterine wall.
Nope.
Where does it happen?
That would be implantation.
Okay.
So the fallopian tubes?
Yeah, so this is not relevant to my ultimate point of I value
restricting
humans.
women's access to abortion, but doesn't even know where conception occurs. Okay.
Yeah,
So you think
so-
women should? So women, every woman in the chat who has an IUD should go to jail?
No, because it was legal at the time. Under my review, it would be illegal. But
okay, so I have a question. So do you think that any of the Nazis should have gone to jail because it was legal under their law at that time?
how are you going to put somebody in
slaughter
jail
people?
for
Which
something
they're
that
not
wasn't a
big-
crime at the
big deal.
time?
Oh, well, I mean, we did. We counted it as crimes against humanity.
Yeah, so I'm just going to fundamentally disagree with that then. So.
Oh, okay. So you disagree with putting like Nazi officials and like members in jail for killing Jewish people?
Yeah. So did they take any of those actions in America, or was it a place where it was legal?
Oh, it was a place where it was legal because it was ordained by the state.
Okay, so they did not commit a crime. It was legal action. So
So slaughtering Jewish people isn't a crime?
yeah. So under my moral,
so you
under my
wouldn't-
morals, it would be like I would view it
I'm
as a
just
crime against
classifying-
humanity. But legally speaking, I would say no.
So would you say that legally speaking, under international law, they should be designated for crimes against humanity?
You said international law?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say sure.
Okay. So you do think that international law should say that? Okay. So wouldn't you say the same thing for abortion then? That it should be considered illegal and that they should have repercussions?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it should be illegal. It's just not at the moment. I mean, Trump, I agree with Trump overturning
so every
Roe v.
woman
Wade.
who has an IUD should go to prison.
Yeah, if they do it once it's permitted as illegal. Yeah, I would agree.
Okay, but not before. So do you think any of the do you think any of the slave owners should have gone to prison? Because it was legal at the time they did it.
Yeah, so did they own slaves while in a time when it was legal?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say unless they owned slaves after it was legal, after it was illegal, then they should.
Oh, okay. So the slave owners shouldn't go to jail because they owned people when it was currently considered legal at that time.
Yeah, so did they break a law?
Well, I mean, under my view, I think they should go to prison.
Yeah. So it didn't break a law in terms of the actual law. It broke maybe what you view as moral. And
no, but what do you think that they should have gone to prison?
Yeah, under my worldview, the laws would have not permitted slavery. So, but with
so even though it was considered legal for them at a time, you think that they should go to prison?
Yeah, if under my worldview, I would say yeah, but they shouldn't because the laws that I would hold to would not.
My question stands. Why should someone not go to jail for murder under your view?
Yeah, so ideally they would, but they did it at a time in which it was legal, so I can't.
Okay, but the same thing is true for the slavery point.
Yeah, what about it?
The same thing is true for that. So again, if you were to be alive at a time when it was legal and then became illegal, you're saying that all those people that did it when it was legal, right, they shouldn't go to prison.
No, they should not go to prison.
Oh, so you think slave owners shouldn't go to prison? And that's
was it legal?
Yeah.
So I don't agree with punishing people for legal actions. That's not.
Oh yeah, no, I would punish people for being slave owners. Yeah.
Yeah, was it a legal action?
I would punish people for owning slaves.
Yeah, so can you answer my question? Was it a legal action?
At that time, designated by their law, yes, it was. But then you wanted to change the law. I would put the slave owners in prison.
Okay, you want to put people in prison for taking legal actions?
Yeah, I want to put people in prison for owning slaves. Yeah.
Yeah, so you want to put people in prison for taking legal actions? Okay, you can just say it.
Yeah. If that means that I want to put someone in prison for enslaving someone, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just going to fundamentally disagree with putting people in prison for things that were legal.
You're fundamentally disagreeing with putting slave owners in prison.
Yeah, because they took course in an action that was illegal. That's common sense, bro.
Okay, so what about child? Would you say the same thing with child marriage? So all the people, would you put someone in prison if they raped a child when it was legal?
Yeah. So are you just going to keep running me down these?
Yeah, I absolutely am. It's called the reductio ad absurdum.
Yeah, so I'm gonna accept anything from the reductios. I mean, I'm gonna stay consistent with my position.
Okay, well then I'm gonna keep giving you absurd reductios.
Yeah, so I'm gonna stay consistent with my position. So there's no point, is what I'm saying.
Respond.
What's the question?
Oh, okay. So what were we just saying? So it was just because it was legal. So if when child marriage was legal, right? You're saying that it is the case that you think that those people shouldn't be prosecuted for raping children.
Yeah, so you said when it was legal, right?
Yeah, they let's say they married a child when it was legal, right? Do you think they should go to prison for it?
Yeah, so if they did I don't think we should punish people for legal actions. That's just a universal principle I would just hold to.
Yeah, so that pedophile that raped the child, right? You wouldn't put them in prison.
Yeah, in today's standard I would, but if it was legal,
no,
I wouldn't.
No, okay. Again, if you're at a time in which it transitioned from being legal to being illegal, would you say the people who did it when it was legal shouldn't go to prison? I'll give you a direct forward question in the United States. Marital rape was legal in the United States until I'm pretty sure sometime in the 90s. So are you saying the people who did it in the 80s shouldn't go to prison? Who raped their spouse?
Yeah, so like I said, I don't want to punish people for taking legal actions. So I wouldn't put anybody in prison for taking a legal action.
You wouldn't put any of those rapists in prison?
Was it legal?
So you wouldn't put any of those rapists in prison because it was the case that marital rape at that time was legal in the country.
Bro, I don't think we should put people in prison for taking legal actions. What do you not understand about that? Like I'm gonna stay. I'm just gonna stay consistent with my
Bro's
position. Like you're not gonna.
Yeah,
you're not gonna run me
staying
down like this
consistent-
loop. Like
you understand that when you stay consistent with your position to that degree, you sound fucking insane.
I mean, no, I don't think you've made my. I don't think you've done anything
you
to my
do
position.
Seem insane. You just
No, I don't
said that
think
you
you've done
wouldn't
anything.
put rapists in prison.
Yeah, I don't agree with putting people in prison for illegal actions. Like that's
you
just
don't,
not.
You don't agree
that's
with
not a
putting
crazy
rapists
position,
in
bro.
prison, slave owners in prison. You don't agree with putting any of these people in prison. People who engaged in racial discrimination when it was legal. The people who literally did all of that shit. You don't care because it was legal.
Yeah,
Now,
so
that's
we shouldn't
fucking
put people in
disgusting.
prison for illegal actions. That's common sense, Parker.
It's not common sense.
That is absolutely common sense, Parker.
Don't you fucking? Are you trolling?
I'm not. I'm dead ass not
I
trolling.
literally think you're a troll. I don't even.
I'm not.
I
I'm not
don't
trolling.
Even, I don't even
I'm
want
not
to believe
trolling.
you're real.
No, I am. I'm serious. I'm like
you
100%
actually, like,
serious.
You reduce my faith in humanity. I'm not trolling. You're Christian, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about religion, bro.
Well, you have a cross in your bio, so I'm just asking.
Yeah, I am. But that has nothing to do
So-
with
so
the
you're Christian?
political conversation.
Altruist, thank you so much. I appreciate the $8. Thank you so much. Yeah. So then I have a question, right? How can you justify putting people in prison for abortion, right? Once it is the case that it's illegal, but not for like say, like lying.
That's not like pragmatic. Like that would just never happen. And maybe in my utopian world, like that would happen, but like it would never happen. Like I said, pragmatically. So that's not realistic.
If you could, you would make it that way.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
That it's illegal to tell your kids Santa Claus exists.
I don't agree with lying. So.
Oh yeah, so people should go to prison.
Yeah, but can we get off religion? Like this has nothing to do with politics.
No, I just want to clarify. People should go to prison for saying Santa Claus exists.
Yeah. So yeah, sure. Let's talk about abortion. Let's keep talking about abortion.
You really don't like your view looking insane, right? It's really funny.
No, I just don't want to talk about
scramble.
religion.
I don't
right
want to
now.
talk about religion, even though that's the basis of my abortion view.
Yeah. So you say Trump restricts women's access to abortion. How do you do that?
He got multiple people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which restricted tens of millions of women's access to abortion.
Yeah, so he didn't directly restrict women's access to abortion. He just
did.
gave it to the states to decide what they want to do with their state law. So he didn't restrict anybody's access.
That's so inevitably he knows that's going to lead to people having restricted access.
Yeah,
The
so
whole reason
he didn't.
did that.
How do you know? You don't know that he knew that though.
Yes,
That's the
you do.
difference. How do
I'm
you
sorry.
know?
Any reasonable person knows that certain states are going to be red enough where they're going to restrict access to
Yeah.
abortion.
So can I get
if
a
it's
source or
left up to the
something?
states.
Can I get a source? How does he know? That makes no sense, Parker.
You're disingenuous as fuck. I'm not engaging with you. That guy is either dumb or disingenuous. All right. There's no way you can sit there and you can tell me that he doesn't fucking know that the states are likely to do that, given that they're so red. It's fucking stupid. What's up? How old are you?
29. How old are you?
You voting Trump?
I'm leaning towards Trump right now. Yes.
Why so?
Well, I think for the past 4 years, we have seen an economy that has significantly hindered anybody that has made a medium to middle America wage scale. I don't know. How old are you?
I am. I'm 22.
Okay. So do you live on your own?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So how much in groceries are you paying now than you were 4 years ago?
I pay more in groceries. The point, the point that I would make is that this isn't caused by the Biden-Harris administration. So what reason do you have to believe it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, you have, what was it, the infrastructure bill, you have the funding towards Ukraine, you have the, what was it, what was the other bill spending bill?
There was more debt-related spending under the Trump administration than under the Biden-Harris administration?
And you do realize we were in a pandemic for that last year?
Even non-COVID related.
Okay.
4.8 trillion non-COVID related under Trump, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related under Biden-Harris.
Okay, but do you realize we were coming out of COVID? We did not have one.
I told you where was
the secretary of?
Sir, I said non-COVID related.
I know. I'm going towards
it was 8.4 trillion overall for Trump.
Okay, fair. But we also had tax cuts. We also had people that had higher 401ks. We had people having better residual income meaning after their taxes, right? They were making more money. People were living a better life under the Trump administration.
Yeah, so again, just because people were living a better life at that time does not mean it was caused by the president. Like, for example, I met my girlfriend, my amazing girlfriend, under the Biden-Harris administration, so I must vote for them, right?
What do those two things correlate?
Exactly.
One is a personal thing. The other is a majority of Americans would agree upon the fact that they were, one, having more residual income to spend.
No, what you're not understanding is that just because something
happens.
happens under an administration does not mean it was caused by that administration. That's the point I'm making.
Then what was inflation caused by?
It happened globally. So it happened in Europe, it happened in Africa, it happened in Indonesia, in South America, everywhere around the world.
Well, yeah.
So it wasn't caused by. I think it was caused by energy prices globally.
Do you know how the global economy works?
No, thank you so much for the confetti. Yes.
Do you know how the global economy works?
Mm-hmm.
You understand that everything is really based off the U.S. dollar, correct? So if
No,
the US
not everything
dollar,
now is based off the U.S. dollar.
back when we were not everything now, you are correct. Everything prior to when we went back to a more of when OPEC decided to not make the U.S. dollar.
You're saying BRICS.
What's that?
You're trying to say that BRICS formed and then like the U.S. lost dominance because it wasn't backed as the petrodollar.
Yes, but I'm talking about before then. Inflation started before that happened.
Okay, I don't see what your point is. You understand that this happened globally. Like it has
my
nothing to
God.
do with that at all.
Yes, it
has
does.
everything. It has everything
Yes,
to
it
do
does. Yes,
with
it
global
does.
inflation that happened because of the pandemic.
That happened because we came out of the pandemic. The government decided to, one, spend a absorbent amount of money on things that really did not matter. We had a bill named the Inflation Reduction Act that did nothing to reduce inflation, period.
It reduced the deficit and it invested in long-term renewable energy, which brings down energy costs long-term. So yes, it does allow for us to deal with inflationary pressure in the future because it's going to make us more energy independent.
In the future.
Yeah, that's the whole point of it. Inflation Reduction Act is not necessarily short-term inflation reduction. It's long-term inflation reduction in terms of consistency and stability. What you're not understanding is that the federal government, as it relates to like the legislative branch, they're not going to typically deal with inflation. That's going to be dealt with by the Federal Reserve.
Well, yes, and the Federal Reserve is not part of the U.S. government. It's its own separate entity.
Yeah, but it has federal regulatory oversight.
Yes, it has federal regulatory oversight, but no one branch of the government controls the federal.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that.
Yes. So my original point was there was global inflation because back when the inflationary spiral started, everybody was mainly going off the U.S. dollar. When the U.S. dollar has inflation, everywhere else has inflation. That's how global economics worked then.
So you saying U.S. inflation caused everywhere else? So
Yes.
why did their trends
Typically,
happen
that's
at
what
the same
happens.
time as
World
us?
economy, global economy.
No, you can
follows
look,
the U.S. economy.
No, you can look at the trends of inflation. They happened in plenty of places around the world earlier than they happened here in the United States.
That's not what I'm done.
So trends of inflation going up prior to that point is not consistent with it being like, caused by the United States.
I would heavily disagree upon that.
Why did other countries have higher rates of inflation than the United States then if it was caused by the United States
typically
inflation?
the foreign countries have higher rates of inflation than the United States, period.
Okay, so you just didn't answer the question. So it was caused by the U.S., but it wasn't as well because it was just typical.
No, I'm saying it's twofold. Typically, outside the U.S., inflation rates are higher within the within other countries, and then the U.S. starts to have an inflationary spiral, which then elevates their inflation as well too.
Yeah. So you think that the inflation was caused by the United States mainly?
I would say yes.
What would you expect if that was the case? Like, would you expect the inflation to go up in the United States first, then to go up around the world?
Yes, I would.
Okay, so then you have to prove to me that it went up first in the United States.
Okay, I don't have access to my laptop. I'm on my phone right now, but I'm.
Yeah, so let's look up inflation. Let's look up inflation. Inflation by country, 2020 to 2024. Okay. All right. Let me get this for you.
Okay. So in 2022, there was lesser inflation in North America than there was in other countries around the world. Oh, that definitely must mean that it happened due to the United States.
Well, so can you say to me relatively, what was their inflation rate prior to that, and when the United States started to see this inflation spiral, what it elevated to? Because everything's relative. Our inflation rates are different than other countries. So when our inflation rates tend to elevate in terms of what we're paying for goods, our mortgage rates, our loan rates, our bond rates, a lot of countries buy our bonds. So if our bond rate is not great and our goods rate, our mortgage rates aren't good. I mean, you saw this in the housing crash of like, what was it, '08? I forget the year. But there's a lot of investment on purchasing these mortgage rate loans. So when our inflation rates spike, other countries will too.
Yeah, so no, what you're just saying is that it's on the same global market, right? That's why we have similar effects to the rest of the globe. That doesn't mean it was caused by the United States. So if it is the case that it was caused by the United States, how come it had the same trajectory as the globe?
What was the trajectory rate?
Trajectory went from around 1% inflation to around 3 to 4% inflation to like around 8 to 9% inflation, and then down. Austin, thank you so much for the Leon. Thank you so much, Austin. I appreciate the Leon. Can we get some W's for Austin in the chat? Thank you so much.
You lost me there. I'm sorry. What did you say?
Yeah, so it went from around 1 to 2% inflation to around 3 to 4% inflation to around 8 to 9% inflation, right? Down after that. So that's the trajectory that we saw in the United States and we saw globally. So if it was the case that it was specifically caused by the United States, then why did we see the same trajectory and not the US, then the rest of the world?
We don't live in like a 2-week period of like this U.S. market goes here now. So we have very, I mean, if you just watch pretty much what the the MSNBC Money Channel or Fox Business, like you have real time market things. People can adjust very quickly in terms of any type of rate, inflation, mortgage, bond.
So how do you know it was caused by the United States?
I would say because everybody usually goes by the U.S. dollar, or at least used to.
That doesn't give you evidence to believe that it was caused by the United States.
Yeah, I mean, you're correct. Its correlation does not denote causation. You're correct. So let me ask you, why are you voting for Harris then?
She hasn't been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She didn't try to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims in the country. Go ahead.
When did Trump try to restrict abortion access?
He got multiple people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade.
How familiar are you with like U.S. constitutional law?
Very little amounts.
Okay. Well, I'll put this out there. Look, I'm not pro-choice, not pro-life. I think there should be exemptions, but I think a majority of Americans would agree on a 15-week abortion ban. I think that's what statistics will tell you if you do a quick lookup. But what I will say is, did he put more traditional leaning constitutional
he put people in
Yes.
office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which leaves it up to the states, which restricts women's access to abortion in earliest stages of pregnancy and in situations in rape in lots of the states in the United States. All right. Well,
I'll let you go. Yep.
All right. Sure. Chat. I might try one more person, but I think I want to do one more reset as well, because I think it's gonna take 2 resets today. That's the last one I'm gonna do, but I'm pretty sure the same thing's happening. Because I did check everything. It was happening. The following glitch was happening.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Well, I have to reset because the algorithm works differently based on resets. You're voting Trump?
Are you talking to me? Oh, yeah.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, before we get to that, I wanted to talk to you about like some statistics, like, well, not statistics, I'm sorry. some like facts about Kamala Harris's accomplishments that you mentioned. Like people ask you, what has she done? And one of them is usually like
You're voting for Trump, right?
Yeah,
Is there a way you can fix your mic?
I can disconnect my headphones.
Yeah, it's like really hard to hear you.
One second.
All right, I can hear you better now. What are you saying?
All right, so the statistics about like Kamala Harris's like tie-breaking votes, and one of them was the confirmation of Ketanji Brown Jackson, and that one was not like a tie-breaking vote. It was a 53-47.
From what I looked up, it was.
Well, I guess we're seeing different things.
I can try to pull it up. From when I looked, it was. I'm probably gonna hit a restart anyway, so I'll just look this up for you. It happened on my birthday. That's cool. Let me pull. I do see that too as well. 53-47 now.
Yeah.
I don't know where I must have gotten that information then from. So I do appreciate you telling me this.
Yeah, the other one was, well, there were two of them. Actually, I wanted to.
Because I got that directly from one of the people that was like briefing us. From like it was like I think it was like that one spokesperson for Biden. And for the Biden-Harris administration. So yeah, thank you for telling me that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, she has done a lot of tie-breaking.
Yeah, I know tie-breaking votes, but I don't know how I would have gotten that mistaken. So I appreciate it.
Sure. If you're gonna reset the live, I can rejoin back if you want me to. But if my mic's working fine.
No, just tell me. Just what's your argument? Why are you voting Trump?
Well, before we get to that, I've been watching you for like 3 years now, and I think we've spoken before, like twice.
Have we talked on this topic?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna get someone up here who I haven't talked to specifically, because I try to get people who haven't specifically been up here before.
All right.
Yo, Austin, thank you so much for the manifesting. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I'll talk to you later then.
For sure. All right. Let's get the next individual up here. Only sending. Should I hit a restart, everyone? Should I try one more person?
Yo.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I am 32.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
I am.
Oh, I see.
Why not?
He's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud.
Okay, so
34 felonies. He's been undermining American democracy.
And where are you getting this information from? Sorry, I just put dip in.
Look up Trump libel essay.
Right.
You'll see the essay and the defamation.
Oh, okay. So you just believe everything you research and read online?
This is reported by the right and left.
Who are the right and left?
Yeah, so the right, and I'm saying like this is reported by like Fox News, CNN, AP News, independent sources. Newsmax reports on this.
Okay.
This is indisputed.
It's indisputed. Okay. And what was it again? Sorry. And he was what?
What? Say that again?
I said he was what? Because you had said, hey,
legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He tried to overthrow the government, restrict women's access to abortion.
What about Biden? And he created 13 LLCs and laundered billions of dollars, and then also sent money to his son Hunter, and then was found on crack charges. I mean, there's videos.
I have to kick you off anyway because you said that, but I'm gonna just restart the live. Everyone, do give me a second, y'all. I'll be right back. You go 200 miles there.
I own my house here. And
300 miles there, 300 miles back. How long does that take you every day?
2 hours.
You said 300 miles there, 300 miles back takes you 2 hours.
Yeah, highway.
Peyton, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. This guy is such a liar, chat.
It's a highway.
You know I can calculate the mile per hour.
I go 75 mile an hour. So calculate it.
No, you cannot go that far, going 75 miles an hour that quickly.
Then you figure it out.
I did. You can do the math in your head. You literally are lying.
2 hours one way. It's a little over. It's over 2 hours, but
so you drive 4 hours every day.
Yeah.
So you're okay.
A little
so
over.
A little over 4 hours a day.
Yeah. It's a little over 2 hours, but
Jesus Christ, what's your gas bill like, bro?
yeah, well, that's another reason, because when Trump was in, gas was like $2.
Dude, no. How much
$1.99.
fucking money are you spending on gas, bro?
Yeah, no shit. Ever since this asshole Biden got in, it's been nuts.
Yeah. So how did he cause it? How did he cause gas prices to go up?
Because he shut off the pipelines and won't let
Which
anybody
pipeline?
dig for oil.
Which pipeline? And we've accepted more
Keystone.
permits.
Keystone.
Keystone what?
Keystone Pipeline.
No, most of the Keystone pipelines are in effect. You understand the one you're referencing is the XL portion of the pipeline, right? And the XL that was shut down by the Supreme Court, and he just followed through with a court order.
So you're saying he's opening up all the valves here on our continent, right? That's what you're saying.
Sean,
Biden's
thank you for
doing.
the $2. Thank you so much. We produce more oil now than any point in American history.
No, that's a lie, because Trump had it all opened up.
No,
and
you
we
can
were
look at this on
selling
Energy
our-
Information Administration.
We were selling
literally
our
produce
oil to
more
other
oil
people.
now than any point in American history or of any country ever.
Trump stopped the flow to Russia, so Russia couldn't do anything.
Yeah, because
They
of the
weren't making
Russia-Ukraine
money.
situation.
Iran wasn't making money.
It's the
And-
Russia-Ukraine situation. Do you think Trump would have kept getting oil from Russia?
Yeah, how do you?
So
think
he would have kept.
how do
He
you-
would have
how
kept
do you
getting.
think he got money.
Oh, okay. So wasn't he
Russia's
advocating
selling the oil.
So he was advocating to be less energy independent and more dependent on foreign oil.
No, Trump was
Then why
selling
was he
oil
relying
before.
more on So then why is he relying more on foreign oil than the Biden-Harris administration would?
We're not relying on. You're twisting my words. Trump opened up everything, and we were selling our oil to the foreigners.
We're producing more oil now than any point in American history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So why didn't Trump accept more permits?
He did.
Not more than Biden.
Is Biden's releasing it here?
Yes,
Or is he
most of it's
selling
staying
it
in the
all
United
to everybody
States.
else?
Most of it's staying in the United States.
I don't believe that, because then gas prices would be low.
Look at exports. Look at oil exports. U.S. oil exports.
And why is gas so high?
Because we're getting less from countries around the world. Like specifically,
that don't make any sense.
Saudi Arabia. Trump signed an agreement with Saudi Arabia so they would cut oil production. That caused prices to go up.
That don't make any sense.
It caused gas prices to go up because it reduced the supply of oil because they stopped producing as much.
So when Trump was in, our gas prices were $1.99 a gallon. Now that Biden's in, they went through the roof.
Yeah, dude. Under the Biden-Harris administration, I met my girlfriend. Should I vote for them because I met my girlfriend? Is that good reason? I met my girl. She's amazing. Oh, okay. I think we lost him, Chad.
Still there? Is he still there?
Chaser, you there? Oh,
He left.
oh, that was the police for his speeding charges. Because bro was going like 150 miles fucking per hour.
Yeah, bro, I heard, bro. That was funny. Hey, not gonna lie, I might gotta reconsider these candidates now. Now that you like turn me on the right direction, but I still gotta like find out Kamala's economic policy in the next coming days. I heard she's gonna release
she's going to
it.
be releasing it.
Yeah.
More of them.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah.
Yeah, so I would look out for that.
Yeah, so I might gotta consider. We'll see.
All right, appreciate you coming up, man.
Yeah, appreciate you for.
Knew he was reasonable. You know, he believes LeBron is the GOAT, so knew he was reasonable. So what's up, how old are you?
I know y'all trying to keep the weapon.
All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are you? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, it's not accepting this individual. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up, y'all. People saying MJ is the GOAT? No, dude. No. What are you talking about? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, Babs, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
30.
Are you voting for Trump?
Honestly, I hadn't decided.
Why so?
I don't know. I've been watching your stream for a while, and it just made me do some thinking.
Yeah. So then I would ask you the question. Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
Yeah, considering that I investigate sex crimes, not likely.
Okay. All right. Well, it seems like you wouldn't because Trump was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman.
And I mean, it could be argumentative that civil liability is the burden of proof is a lot less than a criminal liability.
Oh, I mean, I would agree with you there, but still very likely to be correct, given our particular types of processes as it relates to the jury. Secondly, I mean, I can give you worse hypotheticals that you would accept. Like, if it was a minor, would you accept it?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. If Trump were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a minor, would you accept it then?
I mean, minor or adult. I mean, like I said, civilly, obviously the burden of proof is less than criminal, but it doesn't mean that it didn't happen.
But is it like good enough for you to like not vote for someone?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, then I appreciate you coming up. Amber, thank you so much for the dinosaur. Thank you so much, Amber. Appreciate it, John.
Yes, sir.
Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello?
Oh, yes, I'm 64. I'm a 27-year Army vet, and I'm voting for Trump each time.
And why is that?
Well, he was a damn good president in the past. He'll probably be a damn good president again. He's much better than the wacko leftists that the Democrat Party has these days.
So what about us?
Well, they think a man can become pregnant. They think a man.
What's a man? With the female sex for women and for the male sex as it relates to men. So that's going to be how I define the term. So
well, then you're brainwashed.
Right, under that definition, no, that's just how I'm using the term.
No, that's your brainwashed.
You're using the term.
You're brainwashed.
How am I brainwashed?
Because a woman is of the nature to have a baby.
That's just your definition. And also, if you want to say that, what you're not acknowledging is then that once women get past the stage of menopause, because they're not of a nature at that point to reproduce.
They were of a nature, youngster.
No, but they're not now.
Yeah, but they were.
No, because they passed
I never
menopause.
was.
That's their
and
nature.
You never will be.
They're
of that
currently of the
nature.
nature. Wait,
You
they're
will
currently.
never be of that nature, will you?
Hold up, Bill. They're currently of the nature to not reproduce. Therefore, under your view, they wouldn't be women.
Do what?
Yeah,
Who's
because
not-
there's a particular point of nature in which they don't become fertile through the context of menopause.
But they were of the nature, young man.
Okay, but now they're not.
But that does. That's like if you lost your nutsack when you were 10 years old, you were still of the nature to be a male when you were born.
Yeah, so you're still male even regardless of not having that. That's because of other types of sex characteristics.
Right. It's same with a female.
Okay.
And so it seems
so do you think that female and woman are like totally interchangeable?
Female and woman, yes, pretty much female and woman. However,
so-
the leftists are so insane, they think a man can identify as a woman, and it's just a mental illness. That's all it is.
A man can identify as a woman. So that's not the claim we're making. What we're claiming is that trans people's identities are valid. Because it is the case that we define gender predicated off of these particular social and cultural norms that people have desires to be in accordance with. The same. Wait, so I have a question. Why is someone's preferred name justified, but not their preferred pronouns?
Because you're just brainwashed into insanity.
Why is it? Why do you accept a preferred name but not a preferred pronoun?
What do you mean a preferred name versus preferred?
Yeah, like you call me Parker because I prefer you to call me Parker, right? So why don't you accept someone's preferred pronouns if you accept their preferred name? Well, Bill, you got harassment and bullying, so we got to go on to the next person. Randy, are you voting Trump?
I am, and I agree with Bill.
Okay. So why are you voting for Trump?
Why am I voting for Trump? Because he didn't accept, $27 million worth of communistic money?
Communistic money? That's an oxymoron, right? If it's communist, there can't be money. If it's communist, there can't be money. Communism is when there's a moneyless society, moneyless, stateless, and classless.
A communist country like China that sells us
communist countries also an oxymoron.
They don't accept money. They don't accept funds, right?
They're not a communist country in terms of economy.
Maybe whenever you get the leftist dick out of your mouth, you'd understand.
No, you just don't understand what communism is.
No, obviously you don't, because they do everything for money.
I do. I used to be a communist. I'm not
They
a
steal
communist
all
now.
of their
But
money.
if you do it for money, that's quite literally not communism, because communism is when there is no money. Literally.
No, it's either
No
capitalism.
money, no state, and no class.
Bullshit. If you're a communist, all you do is work and they steal your paycheck. Well, you get 10%, they take about 90%.
That's not what communism
Everything's free. Okay, but regardless, you asked me why I'm voting for Trump. And I'm voting for Trump because he's an actual... He actually cares about America. He was already a millionaire before he
cares
ever...
about America. Okay, so
Yeah.
what tells you that he cares about America?
Oh, maybe because he put his entire family and life on the line to fight for our country and our freedoms. Unlike your crazy side.
Did he do that when he said he had bone spurs so he didn't get drafted?
Sure. I guess he might have. Yeah, so you bring up... How's come every time there's a point, you just bring up something to think is funny and giggly about? You're just like a little kid, bro. You're a brainwashed little kid is all you are.
You're mad. I'm not a kid. I'm not a kid.
I'm not
22.
mad. I think you're silly. You're a snowflake. I understand.
I'm the snowflake. You're the one that's mad right now.
You think a man can identify as a woman?
Are you Christian?
I am.
Okay, so why is your God a father?
What do you mean, why is my God a father?
Your God doesn't have any biology, no chromosomes, no gametes, no genitalia. Why are they a man?
Okay, and where do you get these facts?
Your God's a father, right? A father's a man, right?
Where
Do you think a father is a man, Randy?
Out of your ass.
Randy, is a father a man?
You pull your facts out of your ass.
Is a father a man?
I would like to know where you get these facts at.
Hey, Randy, is a father a man?
A father is a man that created all things.
Okay, so a father is a man. So can you tell me what a man is? Can you define man for me, please?
Yes, a man would be born with an XY chromosome, Parker.
Yeah, so your father, your God, was not born with an XY chromosome. Okay, so
How do you know this?
XY
Where do you pull
chromosomes.
your facts from?
Sorry, my bad.
Where's your facts come from?
Okay, so your God has no biology. The Bible, genius.
How's come he
Randy,
decided
Randy,
he
the
wanted to
facts
be a
come from the
millionaire?
Bible, right? Your
How
Bible
did
does
he
not
decide he
define.
wanted to be a millionaire?
Your Bible does not define your God to have any type of biology. Your God does not have any defined biology. So you still consider him a man, yet he has no defined biology. So how is your God a man again? Can you please tell me? What
My God
quality?
is a man because he's done more than you ever could.
That doing more things does not mean that they're a man.
Yeah, it does. XY chromosome means you're a man.
Okay, but God doesn't have an XY chromosome.
How do you know that? Where's your facts come from?
There's nowhere in the Bible that indicates that.
You can't state where your facts come from. You just make another excuse.
Well, okay,
Typical
God
snowflake.
is an XX chromosome.
You don't even deserve to have a show because you don't know what the hell.
Randy, God is an XX chromosome.
How the hell do you know that?
How do you know he's an XY?
How do you know he's not? That's the question.
How do you know he doesn't have an XX?
You can't spin this on me.
How do you know he doesn't have an XX?
You asked me, how do I know he's not an XY?
How do you know that he doesn't have an XX?
Because he's a man. He's a father.
Wait, but okay, but you don't have. There's nowhere in the Bible does it say that.
Chromosome.
Nowhere in the Bible does it say that he has XY chromosomes.
Nowhere in the Bible does it talk about anything about chromosomes, dickhead. You're the one that asked.
Okay. So then why are you assuming that he has XY chromosomes?
Because he's a man and he's a father.
Oh, okay. So no, you have no evidence to indicate that your God has XY chromosomes.
That wasn't the question. The question was...
the point I'm saying, Randy, is that you consider him a man. He has no biology. So don't sit up here and fucking virtue signal about trans people not having legitimate identities when quite literally your God is a legitimate identity and doesn't have any of the biological characteristics that you would say are relevant to defining them as that particular gender under your worldview. So acknowledge what I have to say as it relates to all these other claims. Let's talk about policy. Don't just sit up here and deny trans people's identity.
XY chromosome.
Mr. J, thank you for the superpower. Thank you.
You're an idiot.
You're mad. You're a snowflake.
You're a total idiot. You're the snowflake.
You're a total snowflake.
You're an idiot.
Okay. Well, I have a question. How many continents are there?
More than your little brain could ever imagine.
How many continents?
1.
Jesus Christ, Randy. How many branches of government are there, Randy?
Why would you say his name in vain like that?
How many branches of government are there,
You
Randy?
need Jesus Christ in your life is what you need.
Oh, jeez. How many branches of government? What are they?
3.
What are they?
Why don't you state it? Why
Tell
you
me,
ask
what
me
are
all
they?
these
Tell me.
questions?
Answer the question. What are
There's
they?
3. If I know there's 3, I obviously
What
know
are
what
they?
are.
No, you don't. What are they?
Why don't you name
Tell
them?
me, what are they?
This ain't your show, bro.
What are they?
Your show's
What are they? Randy, what are they? What are the 3 branches of government, Randy?
You're a clown. You are
Randy,
a clown.
what are the 3 branches of government?
If I know there's 3, I already know what they are.
No,
Stupid.
what are the 3 branches of government? Tell me.
Tell me one thing Joe Biden.
Tell me, what are the 3 branches of government? Say it right now.
Tell me
Go for
one
it.
thing Joe Biden or Kamala has
Devin,
done
thank you
for
for the
our
dollar.
country.
Thank you.
One
So
thing.
she had
One
the
thing.
tie-breaking vote. in
Hey,
terms
what
of
happened to all them files he stole and put?
The tie-breaking vote in terms of the Inflation Reduction Act was determined by Kamala Harris. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever. Jennifer, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So real. Randy.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up? Amber, thank you for the You're Amazing. Thank you.
What happened to all these files that were in his Corvette? How's come he had those as a vice president? He was never even allowed to have them.
So both classified documents cases aren't applying to either candidate.
Yeah, they are. How?
No, Trump's got dropped. It's in appeal right now,
Wonder
but it got
why
dropped.
he was allowed to have them, dum. He was a president.
So actually,
vice
he
president was not allowed.
he demonstrated willful retention to retain. Like the main reason why it was actually
The main reason
dropped
was he was allowed to
because-
have them, and Biden wasn't.
No,
What
the main
happened
reason-
there?
the main
what
reason
about
is-
double standard? No double standard.
And I thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. The difference is
Yeah.
that one demonstrated willful intent to retain, the other didn't. Farrah,
You're a
thank you so much for the
ding-dong.
little crown. Like
You're a ding-dong.
for example, Mike Pence didn't demonstrate a willful intent to retain, and that's why Mike Pence wasn't charged.
Blah blah blah. Anyways, there's a double
Wow, you're
standard.
so mad. You're literally such a snowflake.
No, because
You can't engage
I'm
with
a
facts. You're
snowflake?
so mad that you're so stuck in your feelings that you can't acknowledge facts of reality.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Reality is your guy wasn't even allowed to take them home. Confidential documents that he wasn't even allowed
Reality is that he was.
to have. No, he
It's
wasn't.
That he
He's a
didn't
vice
demonstrate a
president.
willful
Vice
intent to
president is not
retain.
allowed. A vice president cannot classify or declassify.
That's not what he. That's not what he
Yeah,
was.
yeah, that is
what he
what
had
he
to do
did.
in that
They
scenario.
ran
What he
his
had to do is
Corvette.
we just had to demonstrate that he didn't willfully retain the documents.
Is that right? And he didn't accept any communistic money, right?
That makes no sense. Not only does that make no sense, but what do you mean?
But it does.
They,
It does
what do you
make
mean
sense.
they accepted communistic money?
$27 million. The FBI confirmed that the Biden regime has accepted
Regime?
over 27.
From
Yeah.
who?
What do you mean from who? China, Russia,
Appreciate the IC.
North Korea.
Thank you so much. Where'd you get this information from?
I got this information.
Hayden, thank you for the dollar. Jesse, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much.
Google it. You're sitting there. Pull up your computer.
Leah, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Leah.
You're dumb.
Oh, you're giving me no arguments. You're so mad.
I'm
Can
giving
you,
you
Randy,
no
Randy, I have a question. Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people? Michelle, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Michelle.
All of them.
Name one.
Oh.
Name one.
You name one that your party's ever done good for any of
Bipartisan infrastructure bill, Chips and Science Act, PACT Act, Inflation Reduction Act. Now go.
Inflation.
Now go. Now go.
Inflation.
Now go. Answer the question. Name one policy that Donald Trump. Name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people.
You invented inflation.
I think. Tell me how the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation.
What do you mean by taking office? Look this statistic.
So what do they do? What do they do?
I don't know. Maybe open our borders.
So no, can you give me any policy that they influenced to get passed that opened the border?
Yeah. How about all these illegals that they hand $10,000?
What policy opened the border? And there's no federal policy that gives any undocumented immigrant any money.
You know what he did, dude.
No, tell me. What is it?
We all know.
Tell me. What is it?
What do you mean? What is it? What is it? What is
You're not
it?
able to answer.
Yeah, he's unable to even defend our country's borders. You don't have a
So
country.
again, what policy did the influence to get passed that opened the border?
You tell me one country that
Hey,
doesn't
Randy,
have
is there
a
an open border right now?
Yes, there is.
Then why is there the same level of border crossings now as there was at the end of Trump's administration?
Why? Because you're pulling your facts out of your ass, and that's bullshit.
I'm not. That came from.
Then where are you getting
the
the facts?
Department of Homeland Security.
Oh,
Jennifer,
yeah,
thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much from Jenny and James. Thank you. Holy shit! Thank you so much, Jenny and James, for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much. That is so crazy. Thank you so much. And Beetle, thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for both of them in the comment section right now? Again, Jenny and James, thank you so much. I appreciate it. But yeah, Randy, what are you gonna respond to that?
Yeah, you're brainwashed and you're
I'm
communist.
not brainwashed. I'm not a communist.
Yeah, you
I'm
are.
not. No, I'm
But you
not.
are.
So what's a communist?
You're sticking up for him. What has Kamala ever done good for this country? She's supposed to.
She's not a communist. Like
Oh,
by
what is she
definition,
then?
is not a communist. She's
By
like a
your
social democrat,
definition,
I would say.
You would define a man as a woman. So there we go.
I don't define men as women. I
You
just
do,
have a
though.
different definition of
You
the
do,
term man and woman,
No,
and you
there's
do.
no-
And
that-
actually,
no, there's
actually, I
not
don't
two
think you do,
definitions. There's
because
one
you defined your
definition.
God as a man, and he
There's
doesn't have
one
any
definition.
biology. You define your
There's one
God as a man, and
definition.
he doesn't have any biology.
There's one definition of a woman.
You
and a
define your
man.
God as a wait. So wait, are you saying men don't have to have penises? Men don't have to have XY chromosomes? Men don't have to have
No,
large
I'm not
gametes?
saying that. You are. That's what you're saying. A man does have to have
Or small
have an
gametes,
XY
my bad. I said the wrong gametes. Yo, thank you so much,
Exactly.
Laura.
You
I
don't even know
appreciate
what
the
the fuck you're talking
$15.
about.
Thank you so much. I do. Wait, Randy, what gametes do men have? In
What-
typical?
what?
And typically, what gametes do males have?
They have balls and a dick.
What
and they were
size
born that
gametes?
way.
That's not gametes. What size gametes do men have typically? Or
Do
males?
I care? What do I care?
What? Wait, but you just said that because I literally said it wrong, which you didn't even listen to, by the way. That means that I somehow
try-
don't know what I'm
I'm trying not
talking
to. You're
about.
hurting
But
my
you can't
brain.
even tell me what
You don't
size
know.
gametes that males typically have. Think of the
Why
pitch
don't
face.
you
Thank
tell?
you.
Why don't you tell us? since you're so bright?
Yeah, I can. I already told you actually. By the way,
Well, then
I
why
already
don't
said
you-
it to you.
Why
I
don't
actually
you just
already
say it
did
then?
say it to you already.
Why are you asking me?
Because you didn't listen, and I just
don't
proved
care.
that you had no clue what you were talking about. On the
What
thing
do
that
I
you called
care?
me out
This-
for.
I mean,
Amber, thank you for the dinosaur. Thank you so much,
it's
Amber.
the nature of the policy at play. I mean, these things are kind of just going crazy, being indoctrinating children on these type of.
What are we indoctrinating children to believe?
I mean, to believe that believe that a man and woman are how you feel, not based on your biology. For one.
Are you Christian?
Or how you choose to identify. I mean, that's just kind of opening the door.
Jesse, are you Christian?
Yes, I am.
So your God the Father, does he have any biology?
He's a spiritual being, but he
no biology. So how is he a man?
Through Jesus Christ, yes, he incepted.
Prior to Jesus' incarnation, was he a man? Thank you for the little crown.
Well, he's a person.
Was he a man prior to Jesus' incarnation?
Confetti,
thank you.
James,
thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, James. Can we get some W's for James in the comment section right now? Lisa 100 W, James. Thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you.
Jesus was with God when he created all of humanity. So I would say he was still present.
No, is the Father a man?
And a being. And I would say that the incarnate
is the Father a man?
He's a father who took the form of man.
Is the Father a man?
Yes, through Jesus Christ.
So that's the Son. The Father himself is a man, right?
The Father and the Son are one.
Okay, so the Father himself is a man.
I would say so, yes. We're made in his
So what
image.
biology does the Father have?
Well, Jesus Christ is his right hand, for example. He has...
No, what biology does the Father have? Thank you for the handout, thank you.
What body? The body of Christ, the church.
What biology does the Father have?
I mean, his biology is kind of like greater than just the incarnation.
He doesn't have a penis.
He does. How do you think Mary
really
would have come to life?
Or
Mary
okay.
would have bore the son. So surely.
So God impregnated his own mom.
Well, the Father and the Holy Spirit came upon Mary.
So how do you feel about God impregnating his own mom?
No, that's not what I was insinuating.
That's what you just said.
No, I'm saying that he bore Jesus. So
do you think it's wrong
had some
to
capacity?
Push that mustache. Thank you so much. Do you think it's wrong to impregnate your mom?
I mean, he didn't impregnate his mom.
Jesse, just answer the question. Do you think it's wrong for someone to impregnate their mother?
I mean, clearly, yes. That's incest.
Okay. So you think it was bad for God to impregnate his mom, right?
God did not impregnate his mom. Jesus.
Yes. Objectively
Jesus
speaking, they did.
Taylor,
thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Jesus and the Father are separate persons.
Oh, so now they're separate.
But they are
Appreciate
one.
the head massage. Thank you so much. So if they're separate, well, then let me ask you the question. If they're separate, how is the Father? How's the Father a man?
Because he incepted through Christ. He stepped down from his heavenly throne.
Wait, that's Jesus. They're separate, remember? So why is the Father a man?
Jesus is the inception of the Father.
Why is the Father a man?
I'm sorry?
Why is the Father a man?
Based on the characteristics of his persona. Yeah.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with his biology. So the point that I'm making to you is that you say for trans people they have to meet this criteria of biology, but you don't do so for your God. I think that's incredibly hypocritical. So stop sitting here and virtue signaling about trans people and give me an actual policy that Donald Trump influenced get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people.
Well, the Tax Cut and Job Act, I mean, I'm a middle class entrepreneur.
That didn't help the middle class more than it helped rich people. That most of that money went to rich people.
That's not true. Those were heavy tax cuts on both Medicaid, federal income tax, Social Security, etc., etc. They provided.
What tax on Social Security did they reduce?
I believe it was Medicare taxes, which are part of payroll taxes. So, I mean, not Social Security per se, but payroll taxes.
When did they change that?
That was part of the Tax Cut and Job Act.
Where at in the Tax Cut and Jobs Act?
Do you want me to leave here and look it up for you?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll add someone else up in the meantime. If you are voting for Trump, send a guest request right now, y'all. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump, y'all. Yo, Johnny, thank you so much for the magic rhythm. Thank you so much. Let's get this next individual up here. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now. Yo, Brittany, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's get to 1 million likes. Everyone, tap the hell out of that screen. Yo, it's a Paladin. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, hold on a second.
Okay. Yo, Ennis, thank you so much for the handouts. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, y'all. All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I think I will be voting Trump.
Why so?
I just have a few questions. Why are you voting for Kamala? You ask your viewers why they're voting for Trump. Why are you voting for Kamala?
Yeah, she influenced get past the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. She also has not been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She didn't try to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't deny science and climate change. Appreciate the coffee. Thank you so much. Caused by Humans. Tracy, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much, Tracy, on Cash App. I appreciate the $50. Give me some W's for Tracy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Tracy.
Okay. Wait, so
The screenshot's crazy.
I'm not like too heavy on either side. I just
Amber,
like
thank you
think
for that
about
so much.
things. I'm confused because Kamala hasn't even came out with her policies yet, right?
Yeah, so she has advocated for certain things, like she agrees now with no tax on tips.
Say that again?
Yes, she's advocating for no tax on tips.
But Trump also did that.
Yep.
And she's following in Trump's footsteps and then
So
tries
no, it's
to
just something
level
that
it,
they
but-
agree on.
So, okay, something that they agree on. Okay, I understand. But, and I know that they both agree on that, but Kamala hasn't even came out with any of her policies, and she's also had 4 years.
She has. She
in
just said that
office. Hold on,
yesterday.
I'm not done. She's also had 4 years in office to act on these things. She has the second most power in office and hasn't done any of the things that she's previously spoken on.
Funny. So you said that she hasn't proposed anything, but then she hasn't done anything she's proposed. Okay, confusing. Secondly, as it relates to this, can you tell me what Trump's healthcare policy is?
What Trump's healthcare policy is?
What is it?
What specifically?
Yeah, what's his healthcare policy? What's his plan for healthcare? Cynthia, thank you for the $5 from the DNC. Thank you.
It kind of is how we are now.
Really? So no plan?
Companies and healthcare for veterans and stuff like that.
So
For the
no
VA, he's gonna-
plan right now.
No, there's a plan right now. I mean,
It's been 8 years. He's been running for president for over 8 years. So how does he not have a healthcare plan?
There's many other plans in addition to healthcare that he has intact. What's Kamala's plan? She wants to make it free for all.
She wants to expand access to the ACA, which they did under the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, okay, but Trump is also in that too. He wants to.
Trump wants to repeal the ACA. Think of his sunglasses.
No,
Thank you
no,
so much.
no, that's not what it says in his campaign policy.
Yes, he does. He says he wants to repeal the ACA.
Where does it say that?
Look up Trump repeal ACA.
Yeah, but there's a bunch of misinformation on that.
No, he'll literally say it himself.
Look at his campaign
You can
policy.
hear him say it himself.
No,
He says that he will repeal the ACA.
In what context?
He wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act.
No.
Trump said he would repeal and replace it, but never provided any plan to replace it.
No, that's just not true, though.
So here's an AP News article.
You are just as
Trump says this is an AP
everyone
News
in your
AP News article. Trump says he will renew efforts to replace Obamacare if he wins second term.
And you don't align with that?
No.
You don't align with Obamacare, but you are.
No, I agree with expanding access to the ACA or providing a Medicare for all.
So, but Kamala wants Medicare for all.
That'd be based. I would really appreciate that.
So, but do you know what would happen if that was the case?
Yes.
What?
We would have expanded access to Medicare through the context of everyone, along with it, applying to mental health, it applying to dental health, and other sorts of things. Yeah, it depends on what Medicare for all bill you're referencing. If you're referencing the one from Bernie Sanders, that's what's going to happen.
But why is all these things that she's talking about, especially our border control? Why is all these things that she's talking about? Why haven't they happened yet? she's had almost 4 years as vice president, and she's talking about all these border policies and things like that, but hasn't done anything. And she has, how do we go from a 28% approval rating as vice president, and then all
She
of a
didn't have
sudden
28%,
she's like,
that's a lie.
the honeymoon phase, and people, that is not a lie.
Yeah, it is. You can go to 538. The lowest point. The lowest point of her favorability was. The lowest point of favorability was 36.3%. But the favorability right now is at 40. The favorability right now is at 43.2%.
What are you looking at where you see that?
538. No. And did you know Trump's favorability was at 38%?
It was at 38%, but
Yes.
there was a lot of misinformation in the media.
Wait. Did you know?
Like,
So you could say the same thing about Kamala Harris. Appreciate all the
No,
gifts, everyone.
no.
By the way, her favorability rating right now is
this is true. The
43.2%. That's her favorability rating.
The thing she's accomplished. Okay. Also, in addition, if we're talking about, a lot of people view America as a business. It is a business, right? So how has someone who's never owned a business previously expected to run a country and know all these things about money and how money works when there is no successful businesses that she's had in place?
Having
She
a
doesn't know how to
business,
do that.
having
She
a
doesn't know.
successful.
She doesn't know what money means.
What? That makes no sense. Having a successful
doesn't- no,
business
that
does
makes
not
sense.
mean that you can't be not having a successful business does not mean you cannot be president of the United States. President of
Okay,
the United
but
States
don't
and
you
running a
think it's
business,
still-
can I please finish? Are completely and fundamentally different, right? For example, running a business is mainly about upholding your stockholders, what they want, and increasing profitability. That's not what you have to take into account as president of the United States. You need good character. You need to lead the country in a right manner. You need to look for good policy. You need to be intellectual on like foreign policy issues.
No,
You need to
so
be
but Trump
intellectual
has
on domestic issues. And Trump is not. Trump advocates to quite literally strip women of their access to abortion in
No,
plenty of
no, no,
states
no,
around
no.
the
He
United
had
States.
four- no, no, no,
One third
that's
of
not
women
true.
in this country have restricted access to abortion due to Trump putting multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which left abortion law up to the
Roe v.
states.
Wade was overturned when Biden actually was in office, and it was left up to the states. And Trump actually had 4 years to abolish abortion rights, but he didn't. It
No,
was
Roe
left up
versus
to
Wade
the
was
states.
overturned
And it's
because
always
of
been
the
left up to the
multiple
states.
federal. No, it has not.
Wait, if
Roe
I'm
versus
gonna let
Wade.
you
Listen,
talk, you
I
have
want
to
you.
let me talk.
You already said
Actually.
it. You already said
No,
it.
I wasn't done. But go ahead. I wasn't done. Oh, you got it. You got it, Parker.
So yeah, Roe versus Wade specifically, yes, under 2022, that's when it was repealed, but that's only because multiple Supreme Court justices were put in office explicitly to overturn it. 3 federal judges on the Supreme Court were put there by Donald Trump.
Okay, but you understand that all these things, policies and stuff, in order for them to happen, there isn't just like someone can't be in office and be like, oh my gosh, we're going to do this, and then it happens. There's legal action, and it goes through Congress, and these things happen.
I understand,
So
but this
if
was
all
the Supreme
things-
Court. I just told you exactly what happened.
I know, and I know what happened, but he even has stated himself that he doesn't want to eliminate abortion.
He wants to get it left up to the states, which restricts access to abortion for plenty of women in the United States and restricts federal protections for rape victims.
Say that again?
It restricts federal protections for rape victims. That means women who are raped in this country, girls that are raped in this country, can be forced to go through pregnancy due to their state's respective laws. Not only that, but it is the case that there is 1/3 of women have restricted access to abortion in this country.
Yes, and I understand. I don't like that either. But I'm not like a MAGA, and I understand both sides, and I just like to think logically and critically, like, and I think about both things. And there are things like that Kamala agrees with that I think would be, yes, that would be nice for our country. But when I think of it in terms of how is this going to be run most effectively, I think Donald Trump, with his experience that he has already being president once, and all of his business background, in addition to all that
Can you name me one
background,
good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies?
There is plenty of businessmen who have gone broke before they ever made mass amounts of money.
Can you give me one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies? He inherited his money, by the way.
And I can't. I'm willing to say that. I do not know. I do not know the answer to that. Can you?
Is it typical for good businessmen to do that? No.
You can't name him either.
I can't name a single person who's a good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies.
I'm sure there's plenty. You just don't hear of it.
Don't know.
To be
Can
fair.
you name one?
But can you name one business that Kamala has owned and started?
I never said she was a business owner. I never claimed that's
She's
a
not,
valuable characteristic in being president of the United States. You know what she has done? She's been the most accredited vice president in history. You know what she has done? She's been a senator. You know what she has done? She's been a district attorney. You know what she has been? She's been the attorney general. You know what Donald Trump has done? The Apprentice. You know what Donald Trump has done? Tried to overthrow our government. You know what Donald Trump has done? He's tried to restrict women's access to abortion. You know what Donald Trump has done? He said he grabs women by the vagina. Doesn't he have to ask? You know what Donald Trump has done? He walks into changing rooms of naked teenage girls and Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place. You know what Donald Trump has done? He said he would date his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. He says he has sex in common with his daughter when she said real sitting golf. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He was held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He has housing discrimination lawsuits where they specifically would tell black families there aren't openings and white families there are openings.
Hold on, calm down. And I don't agree with any of those things either. But when it comes to running a country, why does that specifically matter? Like, is it
Why
just
does that
because
matter?
he's a
Why
bad-
does sexual assault matter? Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Why does sexualizing minors matter? Why does walking into the changing rooms of naked women matter against their consent?
No, it matters.
Why does
It
that
matters.
matter?
It's a problem. It's a problem, but it doesn't have anything to do with how he would run a country. It means he's
Yes,
not
it
a
does.
good
If he has a
person.
history of violating women, right, you're saying that he's going to be good at running a country that presides 170 million American women and girls?
But there's
He's going to be
also
good doing that?
cases that people don't look at where he advocates for women.
Name one time.
He says it all the time in his things. You just don't
What did
hear
Trump
it because
name
the
one
media-
policy Trump did that benefit women? Bree, thank you for the $5.
It's everything. It's our economy. Things are cheaper. This
Name
helps
one
women.
name one
Healthcare
policy that
products cheaper.
specifically
This
they influence to
this
get
helps
passed.
women.
Name one policy they specifically influence to get passed that benefit women directly.
There isn't a specific policy.
Kate, thank you
but
for the
there's
$10.
many
Thank you so much.
policies that
I can
also
matter one for the Biden-Harris administration, the Violence Against Women Act. Jennifer, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Okay, well, Parker was great speaking with you. I have to go watch a movie. It ends with us. Starts at
For sure.
10:15.
Live viewer, are you voting for Trump? Sorry, I accidentally muted you. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
It's my first time voting, and my parents said that he's good for the economy.
Can you name one thing he's done for the economy that you like?
Well, I'm not sure, but that's why I'm here.
Okay, well, I'll tell you, he's bad for the economy. Now, are you not going to vote for him? Thank you for the handout. Thank you.
I don't know. I still want to vote for him.
I'll ask you this question. Would you vote for someone who is held civilly responsible for sexually assaulting a woman?
I wouldn't vote for that. No.
Okay. Well, then Donald Trump has been held civilly responsible for sexually assaulting a woman. Look up Trump liable essay.
Okay, let me look that up. I've never heard about that.
All right, for sure. Just unmute whenever you've found that. I'll add up someone else in the meantime. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen. Let's get up to 1 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Let's get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, thank you for the head mustache. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, what's up, mate? I'm 23 years old.
You voting Trump?
Of course, mate.
Why so?
Well, you gotta understand, like, he's the one who's gonna control the war in the first place, right? With the whole Vladimir Putin and China, and even...
What time is it right now?
11:12. I live in New York, mate.
So, that's okay. All right. Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, so why are you voting for Trump?
Oh, I just told you the first thing he's gonna handle is the wars, right? You never hear Kamala at a rally speaking about anything about the wars at all. Kamala, yeah, however you want me to pronounce it. Yeah, I mean, however you want to pronounce it. But you never even hear her mention it at her rallies at all, have you?
Can you name one
watch
policy
rallies,
that
right?
Trump has influenced to get passed?
Excuse me?
Can you name one? How many branches of government are there? Think of the cap.
Why are you trying to just dance around what I'm trying to tell you? Like, he's gonna. Why do you believe?
What are the names of the two bodies of Congress?
Why are you asking me questions like this, mate? I've been watching for the past 30 minutes. You just bring up questions, word salad.
What are the names of the two branches of Congress?
Nate, what are you on about? Are you just...
He's clearly not from the U.S.
Hello? I found it.
You found it?
Yeah.
Yeah, how do you feel about it?
It's horrible.
All right. Well, I do appreciate you coming up.
Okay.
I know it sounds very simplified, but like really, that is the best reason not to vote for him.
Okay, I think you changed my mind just with that. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Have a good day.
Bye. You too.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 35.
Similar, I mean,
Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much, Sarah. Why so?
So obviously people have a lot of reasons why they're going to vote for either candidate, but I just want to point out, like, I noticed earlier you had a guest in your box, Bill, who told you he was a veteran. Do you remember him? The dude told you like 2 times. You did not thank him for his service. The Democrats show so much disrespect for our military when they are the backbone of our country. That's the main reason why Republicans are the way they are, because they respect our military, and that's why I'm voting for Trump. And you need to grow the fuck up and have some respect for our veterans. Straight up.
So I didn't say thank you for our service. Okay. So then you
Twice.
obviously wouldn't vote.
You laughed at him. The first thing you should have said was thank you. He served almost 30 years for our country. And you were disrespectful. And we have lost
I wasn't
respect for the
disrespecting him for
party.
being a veteran, by the way. I just want to clarify that. I disagree with him, and that's why I was disagreeing with certain things they said. But I like how that person's still going to vote for Donald Trump, who called veterans suckers and losers, who said that John McCain was literally not a war hero because he was captured. He doesn't like people who are captured. So she's going to say that and then run away. And she's voting for Donald Trump, even though he just literally said that about me. I would have loved to have talked to her about that, though, but she ran away. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Who, me? I'm 51.
Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Well, first off, tax cuts, those were big, and Democrats are going to let that expire. So there's that. Second, he cares more about the veterans.
That's actually not true at all. So what the Biden-Harris administration...
Have you looked at the IRS website?
Yeah, so if the Biden-Harris
So you look
administration...
at the website, then obviously you'll know that...
So the Biden-Harris administration wants to keep all the tax cuts that were applicable to people who make under $400,000 a year, and they want to increase taxes on the income over $400,000 a year to bring back the 2021 child tax credit that decreased child poverty by 50%. Frankie, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Frankie. Thank you so much. They want to increase it from $2,000 to $3,600 for each child under 5. But yeah, you can unmute your mic. Click the microphone. There you go.
Interrupting and let me speak, because I know you're like 20 or 21 years old, but let me someone with actual real life experience talk, and you shut the fuck up for a minute. How about that?
Oh, someone's mad.
No, I'm not mad. I just think you abuse
Can
your...
we get some baby bottles for Rich in the comment section? Thank you, everyone.
Oh, see, there it
baby
is.
Bottles.
So you don't think his tax cuts worked? What do you think about his tax cuts?
I think most of the tax cuts went to rich people.
No,
so I think that the tax policy can be changed
Have
to
you
benefit
looked at the IRS website whatsoever?
Yes.
No, you obviously didn't, because if you did, you would have seen that it affected everyone except for the people between the 350,000 to 450,000 tax bracket. So go back and do your
Rich, no,
research.
what you're not understanding is that if you look at the proportions of people in which it helped, most of the money went to people in this country. Rich,
you haven't even voted once in your life.
I have voted. I voted for Biden last election. So it is the case that most of the tax policy, right, the funding in the tax policy went to people who are rich. Yes, it helped people in the middle class, but significantly less than it helped people who are rich in terms of overall nominal value. Okay, so instead of spending 1.9 trillion in debt-related spending to give mostly tax cuts to rich people, thank you for the Andrew. Thank you so much. Let's use that money to reduce taxes on the middle class, expand access to healthcare, right, childcare, free public universities, something that's more beneficial for the middle class of this country, or maybe bringing back the 2021 child tax credit. And also, by the way, everyone, no tax on tips is true for both Kamala and for Donald now.
You really interrupt and don't let people finish. That's your mantra. That's always been your mantra. I've watched you for the last few weeks, and that's your mantra.
You were cutting me off.
You don't let anyone finish their statements whatsoever. So, tax cuts.
Only my girlfriend.
Whether you think so or not, it affected everyone. It helped everyone except the 350 to 450 tax bracket. And if you don't believe that, go look at the IRS website because it is plain as day. Kamala wants to raise your taxes. Go look it up. She does. I like how she's copying Trump on the no tips on servers and no taxes on tips on servers. Oh, yeah. Who thought of that first? Oh, that was Trump. Yes. What do you think about that? What do you think about her stealing his idea, huh? Yeah. What do you say to that?
They agree.
They agree, yes. But guess what? It took her like a month before she even came out to say that, just to help her campaign. Yep, that's it. But again, the tax cuts were huge, and it's helped everyone. You understand how much money we saved with those tax cuts.
Where did most of the money go? And no, we didn't save money. It costed us $1.9 trillion in debt.
It didn't cost you anything.
Yes, it did. Jim, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much.
Anything. Just like, but okay, so
yes, it was 1.9 trillion in debt-related spending.
So let's go with Ukraine. All the money being sent to Ukraine, that didn't cost us. That's
so
not
actually, there was more debt-related spending as it relates to Trump doing the tax cuts than we specifically saw with money we sent to Ukraine.
Okay, then what,
we sent $107 billion to the Ukrainian government, 70 billion being specifically 70 billion being weapons and equipment. So we just reallocated weapons and equipment from our military to Ukraine to defend them after we signed a Budapest memorandum with them. So we signed an agreement with them that if they gave up their nuclear weapons,
you
we
understand
would defend
the
Ryan, thank you for confetti. Thank
memorandum is not a legal document, correct? You understand that, right?
Yeah, so it's not
legal. It's not a legal document. We didn't do any of that.
You're not listening. It's not legally binding.
No, it's
but
not.
It is binding in terms of our word. So
No,
if
it's
we give our word, it is the case that we should uphold that because then it's going to mean that other countries around the world would accept similar agreements with us, whether it be Iran, whether it be North Korea, other countries around the. You wonder why I fucking mute you? I'm muting you because you consistently keep talking over me. Okay, so if we want nuclear peace agreements with other countries around the world, we have to uphold our nuclear peace agreement here. If they give up their nuclear weapons, we defend them. That was the agreement. That's what we're doing. But go ahead, Rich. What were you saying? Unmute, Rich. Go ahead. Everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone.
Where are you on Israel?
I think that the state of Israel is committing war crimes.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Kamala's not willing to say that.
Kamala.
Okay, Kamala, whatever.
She called for a ceasefire.
Everyone's called for a ceasefire. It's not just
no,
her.
they haven't.
Yes, they have. You don't think Israel
Trump
has
is not committed to a ceasefire.
The terrorists?
Trump is not committed to calling for a ceasefire.
You don't think Israel has a right to go after the terrorists?
I think that their state government, based upon the definition you're giving, is terroristic.
Wait, you think that what I'm saying is terroristic?
No, the state of Israel, based upon your definition, is terroristic.
How is it terroristic? How?
Define terrorism.
No, you would define terrorism.
I'm saying based upon your definition there.
Term, not me.
I'm saying based upon your definition there.
No, they have the right to go after the terrorists.
Push that mustache. Thank you so much.
The Hamas.
I agree. There's a right to self-defense for everyone.
Okay,
Callie, I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. But that doesn't mean that what they're doing right now is self-defense, right? They're not engaging in self-defense right now. They're specifically targeting innocent civilians. We know this because they're trying to cut off food trade routes. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. And food supplies as a weapon of war. That's what the ICJ has determined. They have an apartheid state, right? They've committed ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians. Appreciate the Cali. Thank you so much for the money gun. 750,000 Palestinians through the Nakba, right? There's a history of violence targeted towards the Palestinians that we need to acknowledge. And also, again, the point I'm making is that there's a better alternative, right? Clearly, Kamala Harris is better than Donald Trump. That's what I would say as it relates to this conflict. I don't think that she's like really good as it relates to this conflict. I just think that she's better than Donald Trump. but he really likes hummus.
Zero war started under Trump. Zero.
So the self-proclaimed
Zero.
war. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So his self-proclaimed war on ISIS.
Okay, that literally was very brief. And
Wonder, thank you so much for the dinosaur. Thank you so much. So it was a war.
I mean, ISIS was going to be eliminated sooner or later. You understand that? He just did it quicker than anyone else did.
You got a violation. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much, Nata. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. If you're voting for Trump, make sure to send a guest request right now. Thank you for the little crown. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
You voting Trump?
Yeah, I voted Trump, man. I'm voting Trump.
So?
Why is that? Well, first off, the Second Amendment shall not be infringed. The Constitution is the law of the land. And
So
Kamala Harris.
are you okay with Trump saying that he wants to pause the Constitution and saying he wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag?
Well, yeah, because if you burn your American flag, you're burning your soul, if I'm not mistaken.
No,
you know what I'm saying? The flag is my country. So listen, hold on a second. I'm going to tell you something. Listen, okay? December 1st, 2014, my wife was murdered and raped by a state-released pedophile. Okay? Do you
I'm really
agree
sorry to
with
hear
that? I don't need your sorry, man. It's all good. My daughter was 10 years old and kidnapped. It was in the state of Florida. Okay? You can look it up if you want to. His name was Donald Hugh Davidson. My name is Michael Scott. Okay, let me tell you something. Obama was the president then. This shit goes all the way back to Bush and shit, dude. Okay, you got to go back in the past, man. Y'all people are sitting here saying Kamala's this great person and everything. No, she's not. She was the district attorney and attorney general for California who let repeat sexual offenders out of jail and prison. Okay,
Can you give me a source?
Get my source.
Yeah,
It's
what's
all
the source
over
that
the
she let people? She let people out that did that.
Why don't you look it up, man? I've read it all over fucking Facebook and
Michael, I understand you read it on Facebook. I need an actual source. Michael, respectfully,
I'm not on nobody's side, brother. I'm on God's
Michael,
side.
I understand
That's
you
whose
are,
side I'm on.
Michael. But what you have to do is you need to do research because there's a lot of misinformation on
do
Facebook.
Research, bro. I'm 45 years old.
Facebook isn't research.
I done raised 2 kids. I raised my daughter
thank you
and
so
my
much for the head
son.
mustache. Yeah, so Facebook is not research.
No. You're right. Facebook ain't research, but listening and looking at other people and watching what they do, that is research. See, the thing about people is y'all looking at this media, it's all propaganda. It's all lying to you anyways. You have rights. You have a constitutional duty and right to this land. Okay? Because I was born here, just like the Native Americans. Remember them, the Trail of Tears, all that? You know what I'm saying? The Democrats did all that shit, just like the liberals, just like the. Let's go back. Way
liberals
back
did
to
not
the
do that,
abolitionists.
Michael.
Let's go back to the abolitionists. Who was
Michael,
the first Republican?
you're honestly just yapping, Michael. Respectfully, this is my platform. I want you to stay on topic. You're just yapping about random bullshit right now. Okay?
Well, I'm not random bullshit.
Stay
but
on
it's the
track.
truth. Do you
Please
like
stop.
pedophilia?
Please stop.
Do you like
No.
child trafficking and human trafficking?
No, can
Well,
I
that's
please
what
fucking?
Trump-
Can you stop so I can make a point,
That's
or do you want to be?
What point are you trying
do I need
to
to
make?
mute you,
You're trying
Michael?
to make a point that bitch right there is a traitor. She
You're gonna
wants
call.
to infringe.
Hey, you're not gonna sit up here and you're not gonna call a woman a bitch. Okay, sit the fuck down, be quiet, listen to what's coming out of my mouth. Okay, Will, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Will. Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Okay. Donald Trump is a threat to this country. Donald Trump has called for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, okay? He's been held civilly liable for that, okay? You want to vote for someone that's committed violent acts of sexual offenses against women? Is that what you want to vote for? Tell me, Michael. Unmute your mic. I gave you a
Hey,
message.
what did you just say? Did you say, okay, let me prove criminality and evidence that he did that? You said civil.
Would you vote
said
for someone?
You said civil a little while ago. Show me criminality that Trump
I said
did
civil.
that.
I said civil. I said civil.
Yes. So tell me, show me criminality, because sexual assault on a woman is criminal, buddy.
Flying fuck, dude. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. If someone was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a minor, would you vote for them?
No. That you're looking at Joe Biden and Obama and Bill Clinton and all them. That's who you're looking at.
Michael, I will mute you if you don't answer my question.
I don't care what you do, buddy.
Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay. So, would you vote for someone who is held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child? Maya, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Click the microphone in the bottom right. Michael, click the microphone in the bottom right. I send you an invite. So,
listen, dude,
would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a child?
During Obama's administration, I'm not going off passing bullshit. No,
Columbia,
I wouldn't vote for anybody that's a pedophile. But I'm going to tell you what, Donald Trump's not a pedophile.
Okay, so listen.
Okay, because a pedophile is a capital offense. So how could any man that was criminally charged with pedophilia, just be standing up? And how come so many fan-based people want to go to a pedophile? Okay, if you want to look at a pedophile, Joe Biden's the pedophile. He's the one that goes around and snitch girls.
Jesus fucking Christ.
He's
Listen
not
to the
going
words.
to help you, son. You can pray to him all you want to.
Michael, can you please be quiet for a second so I can
go
fucking
ahead.
ask you the questions?
Ask me a question.
Thank you. So again, if you would vote for someone who is held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, why would you vote for? If you wouldn't vote for sorry, I can't speak. If you wouldn't vote for someone who was was held legally responsible for sexually assaulting a child, why would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman? Holy fuck!
First off, do you know how many women and children are sexually assaulted every day in America?
Michael, I'll kick you from my stream if you don't answer my question. Answer the question.
I did. I'm
not going to ask you again. I'm not going to ask you again.
Your fucking question, dude.
You didn't. You asked me a fucking another question. Michael, answer the question. I don't want a question back. I don't want a random response. I don't want some random bullshit. Okay? I want you to respond to my question, Michael. Okay?
If he was indicted in a civil thing for pedophilia, because buddy, I just went through all this shit. My daughter was kidnapped by a fucking pedophile, a state-released pedophile, bro.
Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. I'm not asking to hear a story right now. I'm really sorry to hear that, Michael. I'm really, really sorry to hear that. But please respond to the question I'm asking you. If you would vote for someone that was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, why wouldn't you vote for someone that was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a minor? Click the microphone in the bottom right. Or click on your profile picture and then click the microphone. He literally can't do it, chat. I gotta wait 6 seconds until I can invite him again. Jesus Christ. I sent you an invite.
Hey man, listen, let me tell you something. I'm answering your question. You're not letting me answer your question. You're interrupting me. Okay? Listen, my daughter was kidnapped by a pedophile. So you're right. I hate fucking pedophiles. They all deserve to die. Okay? I'm not trying to be a dick or an asshole or anything like that. I'm trying to tell you something. That man was not criminally charged for pedophilia. So I don't believe you when you say that. I'm sorry. That's my answer to your question. I don't believe you when you say that. You're wrong. Because pedophilia or anything under the age of a certain age, one statutory rape and the other is lewd and lascivious act to the minor under age 12. Okay? You got to learn criminal law before you can sit there and just throw accusations at people, bro. Or sit there and say, oh, he sexually... look at what Bill Clinton did in the White House, buddy.
Okay, so again, you didn't answer my question, right? This is why I cut you off.
Oh. You ain't got proof.
This is why I cut people off all the time, because they will consistently not answer the question when I directly ask you the question. This is not difficult to answer. I'm not asking you some really difficult question, okay? Thank you so much. It's really fucking obvious. Why would you vote for them in one scenario but not the other? I'm not asking you about any criminal liability or anything like that. I'm asking you, why would you vote for them in the scenario where they sexually assaulted a woman, where they were held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, but not in the scenario where they're held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a minor? Answer that direct question. Holy fuck. It's actually so frustrating that you won't answer the question.
I did. It's a criminal charge, buddy. Look up.
Okay. User 79. Do you think I was paid by the DNC? Every single one of you that thinks he answered the question in the comment section, every single one of you are dumb. To respectfully, every single one.
Hi, Parker. I would love to know if you were. I think that would be great if you would.
No.
I'm not saying that you are, but I think it would be great given that there are so many influencers who are being given definitely financial means to speak on behalf of a particular narrative.
Who?
So that's great. That's honestly so great that you aren't, and you're truly speaking from your heart. Because in a world that is so corrupt, where everything is for sale, to speak from your heart, from a genuine place, is amazing, and I commend you for that.
Who?
I commend you for that. You could search TikTok. There are multiple examples. I mean, it is everywhere of letters from the Harris administration who are approaching TikTokers and streamers. There was actually a very large streamer, and he lost his absolute shit.
Who?
Because he doesn't know anything. I can get you a name in just a moment. One moment. Let me get you a name.
Yo, Jessica, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Jessica. Thank you for the $25. Thank you so much.
Yo, what's going on? How we doing, Parker?
That's good. Did you hear the last guy, dude? I
actually didn't. I just
so
clicked
bad,
in.
bro. It was so bad.
I do have a response to this lady's claims. I think you could hear me if you're on pause right now, but anyways, that was all a lie, and it's been debunked by the DNC themselves. They put out a statement on Twitter saying that, I mean, this is all like propaganda. It's a big lie. And by the way, you know, if the DNC was paying out influencers, you know, $20,000, $30,000, they make all of their FEC filings very public. You'd be able to go online and you'd be able to find these payments from the DNC to these private influencers,
was
but
his
you can't
name.
Because it didn't happen.
Kai Cenat was his name. Yeah.
So what money did he get?
They said that he went on a rant online when he was streaming live, that he was upset that somebody kept on approaching him 5 times to support a particular narrative. And he said
No,
himself,
that wasn't to support a narrative. That was to
was completely honorable. Excuse me.
So that wasn't to support a particular narrative. That was to have her on his stream the same way that like Trump went on Aiden Ross's stream.
I thought she was talking about something else.
I send you an invite to unmute.
He was very upset because he didn't know anything about politics, and he doesn't want to speak on behalf of any type of politics, which I think is amazing. He doesn't want to speak from a place of not knowing
User,
anything.
what I just say?
I did. And I don't, I
What did I just
personally
say?
haven't checked. I personally haven't checked that out, that this is propaganda.
It's like people don't hear me today. User 79. If you don't answer any of my questions directly, I'm gonna kick you from my stream. What are you doing? What are you
I'm
doing?
sorry. I unmuted myself.
This isn't for you to come on my live and for you to speak your mind about anything you feel like.
I am
This is for you
responding
to
to your
this is for you to come on my live and for you to answer my questions,
Okay,
engage in
then
conversation.
ask me your question, Parker. Ask me your question, because I did not hear it. What is your question, sir?
What did I say?
I'm literally asking you to ask me a question.
No,
I don't know what you
said. No, what I said was, what did I say? Because you didn't answer. You didn't hear.
Okay, so please ask me a question.
Oh my Jesus. So again, as it relates to this, right, he specifically, right, was asked by someone for her to be able to come on the live the same way that Trump went on Aiden Ross's stream, okay? That was like the idea. It was not that he would support a particular narrative. It was simply just to host a political sphere conversation interview type thing. But he wasn't interested because he isn't in the political sphere.
I personally haven't checked that out. It's something I would definitely need to check out. But
Then
if
you
that
haven't seen
is
the clip.
case,
Because that's what he talked about. That's what he said in the clip.
I have seen a clip. And he said that he was getting very fed up with this person approaching him ×5 in regards to supporting the Democratic Party. And I'm not a Republican.
You're just lying out of your ass right now. I'm so sorry.
No, I'm not.
If you've seen the clip
I am
of Kai
not
Cenat talking.
at all.
Kai Cenat
At
says in the
all.
clip that
I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat.
That
No, I
the
have
Secret
no
Service of
reason. I do
Kamala
not
Harris's
align
campaign
with any
team
political
had addressed him like
affiliation.
over. Okay, hey, are you listening?
Is this like Oh my God. Is this literally like your approach? You come and manhandle women when we try to speak our minds? Because if you are so pro-woman like you say you are, then you would respect me. And
The fucking dumbest shit I've ever heard. What the fuck are you talking about? Right? Because I literally debate everyone this way. For you to try to make it about women is hilarious when you're voting for someone who's held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, walks in the changing rooms of naked teenage girls, says he grabs women by the vagina, doesn't have to ask. What the fuck is this virtue signaling bullshit? Unbelievable bullshit. You can look up Kamala Harris did not message Kai Cenat. Right, there are multiple sources that indicate this. MSN, right, specifically Complex. There's an alleged Secret Service call to Kai Cenat is not related to the Kamala Harris campaign. Right, that's what it indicates.
it's not just him. There are multiple influencers online, and you have to be completely numb to what is going on around you.
Influencers apart from
To realize there have been multiple actual paperwork and emails, screenshots of emails that people have placed online, which I encourage everybody, don't take my word.
Name any other influencer apart from Kai?
Do not take my word. Go look for yourself.
I'll take that as a no.
I don't believe any influencer should accept any type of political.
So can you answer my question?
candidate.
Like, can you name any other influencer?
I
apart
don't
from
have
Kai?
anyone off the top of my head.
So then how do you know that the Kamala Harris campaign has reached out to other people?
Not. But I believe everybody should research into it. There's tons of influencers online posting emails. Tons. And I think everybody should look into it. I think that all images should be captured in a photojournalistic point of view. I don't believe anyone should accept any type of money when speaking from a political podium. And I think that's that is what's happening. And that is our world. That is what
Okay, so
happens
then why
in
don't you agree with Tim Walz, who specifically has divested, right? Who doesn't own anything.
I don't even know who that is. Sorry.
Vice president.
Oh, him? What about him?
He quite literally has been advocating to get money out of politics. He's divested from stock.
That's great. That's great. I hope they do. I hope lobbying stops in total. I think it's trashy. I think it's dirty. And I think corporations.
Then how do you feel about J.D. Vance getting his education funded by venture capitalists?
Yeah, I think it's dirty. I don't like it. I told you from the get-go, I am not a Republican or a Democrat. I see a lot of dirty money. But here's the thing, too. You have to pay to play, and that's what I realize. You have both parties that accept millions from corporations, and it's dirty. So it's kind of weird to sit here and virtue signal about something when they're all dirty. They're all dirty. I mean, every last single one of them. And it's horrific.
Okay, what has Kamala Harris done that's dirty?
I mean, look at the state of the United States, and you're going to spit tons of facts, but I'll just start with the border.
Tell me.
I'll
What has
start
she
with the
done that's
border.
dirty as it relates to funding?
Okay. Every single politician accepts contributions from corporations. That is a fact.
Okay.
Every single one, with the exception of maybe Bernie Sanders.
Accepting money from corporations does not mean you're corrupt.
Even then, no, I believe it does because it affects the way that they draft legislation.
So then what did she do specifically that was in benefit of these particular corporations, like specifically?
I mean, you're asking me a question to pull complete facts out of my ass. We all know they accept money. Every person listening right now
So
knows.
she's
that
just
these
assuming it.
politicians
She's
are
just assuming it
financed.
and being like,
No,
oh,
I'm
you
not
don't agree
assuming
with
it.
this assumption
Every
that I've made?
person, Go and look. Go and look.
You don't
yourself.
agree with this assumption that I've made? Oh my God.
So when Trump accepted $35 million per month in campaign funding from Elon
It's
before
dirty.
Elon pulled
I don't
out,
know
was that
what you
dirty?
guys want me to tell you. I'm saying it's all horrible. I'm
Okay,
saying
so I was
it's
just
all
able to name a
horrible.
specific circumstance of Trump accepting $35 million a month from Elon before Elon pulled out. Can you name us a specific circumstance of Kamala Harris accepting money?
Yes, pharma. There's multiple different pharmaceutical companies.
Name
that she's
one
accepted
pharmaceutical
from.
company where she took money from.
You know what, guys? I don't know the pharmaceutical companies off my head, but I did check. And while Trump is accepting more funds from tech, Kamala Harris is accepting more funds from pharmaceutical companies.
Which ones?
This is so, ridiculous. Please, people, go look for yourselves. Please.
She doesn't know. She's whipping this out of her ass.
Please,
Sherry,
people,
thank you for
look.
the $20
Wait,
on Venmo.
but
Thank you
here's
so
what
much,
is
Sherry.
so
I appreciate the $20.
Here's what
Thank
is
you.
so odd. Why aren't we accepting? We know this. We all know they accept funds. I mean,
We
why?
all
Is it
accept this
so-
random assumption that I've
why-
made.
Why is this so hard to accept? Why are we making her
Why
like
do you
a
need
Jesus
facts to
when
accept
we
my
know
assumption?
She's not.
Can I
I'm
ask
sitting
you-
here saying
can I ask
Trump
you a
accepts
question,
funds,
user?
and I'm sitting here she accepts funds. This is common knowledge.
can
This is
I
how
ask you a
politics work
question?
with lobbyists.
Can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
Would you vote for someone for our presidency who has tried to overthrow our federal government in the past?
See, I have a different perspective, if I'm being quite honest, about what
On
is
my
currently
question?
happening in America. I'm answering if you'd allow me to, sir. I'm not a black and white person. And life isn't black and white. There are details to everything. And you want always this black and white answer. And that's just not the case.
Okay, so you just can't answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer your question.
No.
It's really
Michelle, thank you
odd.
for the $5. Definitely not from the DNC. Thank you so much.
I think it's like a power trip you guys have. So you're going to answer my question? You're going to
I'm just,
answer it? It's
dude,
really
I'm
odd,
literally just
dude.
asking you a very simple question.
I
Would
know,
you or
but you're
would you not
being
vote
very
for someone that has
rude.
attempted
You're
to
being
overthrow our
very
federal
rude.
government in
People
the
will spend
past?
more time arguing with you.
I'm being
just at your
rude.
tone.
I'm
Your
being
tone is
rude. Oh, you don't support me because of my tone, but then you support Trump regardless of the fact he's a rapist.
I
don't really
never
care.
said
Shut
I
your
did
yapping ass
support
up.
Trump.
He's literally sitting here calmly talking to you and asking you a question, and when you don't answer, just saying, "Oh, you're not answering my question," you're getting mad. This is a debate. This is what happens in debates if you do not answer questions. We're not trying to do a power trip or anything. You're quite literally just not answering the question, and you're bugging out.
So real.
I'm gonna
just
go,
telling
guys.
you what happens. I have talks with people all the time, every day,
Bye.
all day.
Okay, run away.
Run
Bye.
away,
No one
snowflake.
cares.
Literally not answering a question tonight. That's what's going on. People are just not answering questions.
I feel like you got my guests.
Dude, it is so fucking brutal. I think this guy started late, bro.
I get
I need to stop starting late. I was just playing Minecraft with my girlfriend. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? Can you hear me?
You're a fetus.
What?
Okay. Hey, Kristen, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents on Venmo. Y'all make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen, sharing out that live. We're so close to 1 million likes.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 22.
You voting? Are you living in?
I'm definitely not from the US, but I wanted to talk to you anyway.
Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
You voting Trump?
Yeah, probably.
Why so?
I think the Democrats this year followed a pretty undemocratic process, kind of slamming in a candidate that no one really voted for.
Oh, so why are you voting for someone who tried to overthrow the government?
Well, I need you to go into a little more detail when you make an accusation like that. So
Yeah, like he tried to send fake electors to the Electoral College to send Trump votes when he didn't win. He tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the
wait, can we stop at that one? Can we stop at that one? The first one? Say it again? Sorry, I was just cutting out.
He tried to send fake electors to the Electoral College to send Trump votes when he didn't win. He tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results. And when Mike Pence didn't do that and put the Constitution over him, he got a vice president that said he would not have certified the election results.
You're saying J.D. Vance.
Yes.
And J.D. Vance, maybe you're teaching me something, you know what I mean? So I would have to look into the J.D. Vance accusation. But I think I think when I asked you the question first, you kind of just like bobbed and weaved that one. So if you can answer mine first. Slamming in a Democratic candidate?
They did it. So the RNC and the DNC.
Wait. What happened to Parker?
I'll respond.
Sure,
I don't care. Dean's just
he
spoke.
Oh, okay. So you're speaking for cool.
I can. No, I'll go. So as it relates to this, what happens when a president steps down is that a vice president steps up. When we voted for Biden, we voted for Biden-Harris.
So he's not fit to serve, or?
Oh,
He
he's
stepped
eating.
down.
Yeah, so essentially, right, he probably dropped out of the race because he knew that Kamala Harris would have a better chance of beating Trump. But when you're saying that there's someone that we didn't vote for, so in the primaries, we don't vote for candidates. We vote for delegates who will vote for candidates. They're also like private organizations, the DNC and the RNC, right? So that's not a part of our democratic process. What is the election in November where you could write in any name you want. You could vote for whoever you want. Right, so the whole argument that Kamala Harris stepping up and then getting voted in by the delegates is a very strange one. But I am still curious about your response to some of the things that Parker brought up in relation to Trump's fake elector plot.
Yeah, so I'll be fair. I'll try to answer those questions, and then I'll come back to you on the first topic because I feel like I still have more questions about that. And obviously, you guys are a lot more knowledgeable than most people that come on here, including me. So, I'll listen to what you guys say and do my research after. JD Vance, I feel like I already addressed. I'll look into it. As far as what happened January 6th, the technical details, maybe you guys are right about it. But as far as him, I don't think he really had much to do with everything that happened that day. You'd be using words or violence stance, and I'm not.
Well, he did say he would pardon the January 6th insurrectionists that assaulted police officers. One of them had a broken back, broken bones.
For sure.
The other one had an eye that they lost, right? Because people literally brutalized them. Okay, those people were convicted, and he said he wants to pardon those people.
No, for sure.
There's also people in Congress that knew about violence on January 6th a week beforehand, right? So we would presume that Trump did, and he did nothing about it. And there was Trump administration officials arrested for involvement in the attack on the Capitol. And of course, this was, the quote-unquote stop the count riot that occurred, all because of Trump's big lie that the election had been stolen from him, alongside rhetoric that there will only be peace after the election if you ignore the vote, something else he had said. He was absolutely directly involved with this. He directly caused it. That's a fact.
No, and I think maybe what you guys are saying is, a lot of it is true, and a lot of it, I'm not well equipped to, rebut a lot of it. But I think a lot of the divide when it comes to that situation is that we see a lot of cities and states burning down, especially in 2020, 2021, and even more recently with the Palestine protests that happened outside. I believe it was the Capitol.
Cities didn't get burned down to the ground. That's ridiculous for you to say cities burned down. Like there were certain businesses in cities that had burned down, but to say the city burned down is crazy. Thank you, Mustache. Thank you so much.
Sure. Well, if you want to be really descriptive about it, yes, police stations burned down, fire stations burned down, and I think
but
that
entire cities didn't.
Oh, okay, not from the edge to the other edge.
Also, I don't like the relation between, like, say, BLM riots or even like the pro-Palestine protests in January 6th, because this was something that was directly motivated by Trump. I mean, the sign-up for what was supposed to be a protest on January 6th was on Trump's website. He tweeted out about it prior. He told everyone where to meet. He even gave a speech before it all began, and he told people that there'd only be peace after the election if you ignore the votes. He told people to fight like hell. He told people to stop the counts. He even had some Trump administration officials arrested for involvements in the attack, as in they had administration individuals with their boots on the ground during the attack. And he only tweeted out 2 hours after the first pipe bomb went off, to protest peacefully after Ashley Babbitt had died, after people had lost their eyes and had their backs broken. There's no comparison here.
Oh, I mean,
Colleen, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Colleen.
I think in a lot of people's minds in America, I think there is a huge comparison. Whether or not you guys want to, I think it's an opinion to say that there's no comparison. I mean,
so your argument's not on. Listen, if Tim Walz was on the ground telling people to storm the Targets, telling people to break into the Best Buys, and he was saying that he wants everybody to fight like hell, then I'd say you have an argument, but you don't.
Okay, well,
and also Tim Walz, his response was like praised by Trump when it happened.
What do you mean? Sorry,
Trump literally praised it. We have Trump on telephone call praising Walz's response.
Well, I'm not. Listen, the question wasn't about Walz. Whether he was praised or not praised, I'm not saying that it was his fault or anything like that. What I'm saying is that all of America see what's happened. What happens all the time, and they feel like it's a two-tier system. That the time that these few Republicans go to the Capitol and do terrible things. Some of them went there and got wrapped up in things that they weren't supposed to be in. And then they see that police stations, fire stations, and then they're marking up all over the Capitol, and they see nothing happen to these people. And but can we get back to the slamming a candidate through? If you're saying that he's not equipped to serve, then why is he still president? And why isn't Kamala getting him out?
We literally
never said that.
Right,
Okay.
you said that, right? Then I corrected you, and I said, no, the reason he dropped out of the race isn't because he's not fit to serve, but rather because he knew that Kamala Harris would have a greater chance at winning in the election than him.
So yeah, I guess the question is to why to vote for Trump is because I feel like the 14 million people that voted for Biden in this past election cycle, not the 2020, relax, don't jump on me. The 14 people who decided that he was going to be the nominee, I feel like it's a really big disservice to all the Democrats out there that really wanted him to run again. So,
I like how I hear no Democrats saying that.
Only Republicans.
Yeah, you guys are fucking.
No, you guys are the ones that voted for Joe Biden. I don't understand.
I've never heard Democrats say what you just said. Never once heard a Democrat say that.
Then why not vote for Kamala Harris?
I prefer Kamala Harris. Well, she wasn't the one fucking on the top of the ticket. She was the one as the vice president. If the president steps down, if the president, I already told you this multiple times. I feel like you just don't even care about the answer. If the president steps down, what happens?
He's not stepped down. I don't understand though.
Jesus Christ, dude. He stepped down from running, dude. Yes, he did.
But then who? Then where does all?
Wait, one second. So you think that Biden passing the torch to Kamala Harris was a disservice? So much of a disservice to swing your vote to Trump, but then you don't question the insurrection, you don't question the fake elector response, you don't question the rape, you don't question the misogyny, you don't question the racism, you don't question the womanizing, you don't question any of these things, and those aren't a big enough disservice. But then recognizing that you should pass the torch to a younger generation that can protect democracy and rally voters like we've never seen before, or at least since Obama's campaign, that's a disservice. But none of those other things that I listed off are.
No, listen, you guys are treating me like I'm some radical, right-wing guy, and you treat everybody like that. It's not like that. I'm just telling you how I feel about it. You're asking my opinion. My opinion is you say protect democracy. And you're going to come back at me and say, January 6th is not trying to, trying to throw away the government. But it just doesn't feel that way. It's a lot of Americans out here that...
So how could it not feel like Trump staged a coup to overthrow the government when he sent fake slates of electors into the Electoral College? Like, he literally sent false votes of ascertainment, right? Which is inevitably what the VP will certify with Congress to dictate the winner of the election.
Well, because
he sent fake one of those, and he asked Mike Pence to certify the fake certificates of ascertainment. And the only reason why Biden is president today is because Mike Pence didn't. And that's why Trump called him a traitor. And that's why Trump picked J.D. Vance for his current VP, right? How can you say that that is not Trump trying to stage a coup to overthrow our government? It so obviously is.
Well, I mean, by the end, I don't know. I mean, I'll look into it. I'll look deeper into it. If that's what everything you guys are saying is true, I'll look into it. I just think there's a huge double standard when it comes to protect democracy. It's not like the previous lady said, it's not so black and white.
Name one Democrat president that has ever sent false certificates of ascertainment to Congress to rig the election.
Name me the 31st letter in the in the Bible. You're asking me such a specific question that some people study politics. That's what you guys do.
Okay, so if you can't answer, well, then how could you say that there's comparable things that Kamala Harris has done or any Democrat has done when there's just simply not comparable things that Kamala Harris has done or that any Democrat has done?
What I'm trying to say is that, okay, let's start from the beginning. You're saying that the only reason that this is acceptable is because Joe Biden stepped down, right? Then anybody can run, right? Anybody.
Bro, and dude, in the primaries, right, when you vote for delegates in the DNC or in the RNC, those are private organizations. There's nothing that Kamala Harris or Joe Biden did that was unconstitutional, right?
But why do
you are free to vote for whoever you can, right?
Why do we hold these votes? Who are these 14 million people? Why does that even matter?
Because we have private parties, right? So we could group ideologies together, but you are free to vote for whoever you want. In November, you could vote for anybody.
This guy
you could
doesn't
vote for me,
care
you could
about
vote for
this
Parker.
point. He actually doesn't give a shit.
No,
I know he doesn't care. He's just using it as an argument.
No, just educate me on it. I mean, if you guys are here trying to get everybody to vote for Harris, and you're just slandering everybody that disagrees. So educate me. Why?
No, I'm not. No. I just know that I know that you don't care. I know that you're not just trying to educate yourself. I know, I know what you're doing. You don't give a shit. You don't care about the democratic process. You're voting for a guy who tried to overthrow the government. I'm not trolling. You can't act like you're not doing that. You can't just be like, oh, I really care about democracy, and these Democrats are really being screwed over by this. You don't give a flying fuck. You don't care.
Then why are you holding a debate platform if you're not trying to change people's minds and just slander?
I am trying to change people's minds. I'm just acknowledging that what you're doing is extremely hypocritical.
Okay, so I'm asking why even hold a vote? Like, what's the point of holding all these votes to select?
Dude, I already told you this like 7 times. I'm going to say it to you one more time. If I have to tell you one more time, I'm going to the next person. It's unbelievable. The vice president steps up if the president steps down. Did you get it? Does that make sense? Okay. Where's the sunglasses? Thank you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I got it, boss.
Oh, okay. So now ask the question one more time.
About the. Okay.
Are you going to ask the question again?
No, I'm not going to ask it again. You explain it.
Okay, thank you.
I gotta know.
Well, okay. So I explained that to you like 3 times ago, and you still asked the question again. So
Okay.
I'm confused why you were asking the question again if you already knew the answer.
So what do you guys think? They should hold a vote to make Kamala Harris president? No. To make Kamala Harris president now.
No, but she already is. She's already going to be president.
No, I understand.
Most of the Democratic Party already supports her. She's a significantly higher approval rating than Biden did.
I understand, but why shouldn't she just become like? Do you think that she should invoke which amendment is it to become the president? I'm sorry, I don't know.
I don't know.
Hey man, so I understand the question that you're asking, right? We're not saying that Biden's a bad president. In fact, I bet me and Parker would both agree here that he's been one of the best presidents in U.S. history. We're saying that Kamala Harris is more likely to beat Trump, right, in the general election come November in comparison to Biden, right? He stepped down for no reason apart from the fact that after his debate with Trump, he significantly started to do worse in the polls, right? And that's all that
thank
we're
you so much
saying.
for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, these people, I swear.
I mean, do you guys think that Kamala Harris was being truthful the whole time when she was saying that Joe Biden was, sprightly and more aware than she was at times?
I don't think she said that.
Well, I don't know. I didn't quote her, but the vast majority of
talking about.
So he's just whipping things out of his ass and saying that she said it. Like what?
Okay.
When you're referencing Kamala's statements about Joe Biden's mental integrity, I understand what you're saying. It sounds untruthful. I think that she was doing her job. Ultimately speaking, I'm going to take the old man with a good policy over the old man that's delusional with a bad policy that tried to overthrow our government. And she was fighting for that greater good, saying that this man is fit to serve. What she means is this man is more fit to serve than Trump. I understand that comes off as a little untruthful. And even if we view it as such, there's still no comparison to be made between her and the guy that told the biggest lie that any sitting president has ever told in U.S. history.
I think that's completely fair. I think that she was probably just doing her job and trying to protect, the president and maybe even the state of affairs going around the world. But I don't know. I mean, it would be definitely something to think about especially I think a lot of people would gather more support. I don't know. What do you guys think? Gather more support for Harris if she were to just become president now, be able to show off some of her achievements and policies in the next 6 months. I think she could swing a lot of voters.
Possibly, but that's unprecedented, and I don't really see how that's relevant to the conversation that we're having tonight on the live.
Okay, no problem. I understand. Well, unless you guys have any more, I don't know. You guys have any more questions for me?
Oh no, thankfully. Let's go to the next individual. Only sending guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, it's a pal to you.
Hello?
How old are you?
How old am I?
You voting Trump?
I haven't. Sorry, you broke up. I'm 30 years old.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I'm a small business owner, and under Trump, we were very successful, and under Biden, we haven't been successful.
Yeah, so I met my girlfriend under the Biden-Harris administration, so is that a good reason to vote for Harris?
I guess I don't understand the parallel. The bottom line is, as a master's...
Just because it happened under the administration doesn't mean it was caused by the administration, so...
Oh, it does. It does. I'm a master's student.
Okay, so then, yeah, Harris caused me to find my girlfriend.
I'm going to explain this to you. As soon as you manipulate oil prices, it causes inflation. And one of Biden's first orders of operation was to shut down the pipelines. And as soon as he did that, that caused inflation. And that affected our food supply and transportation and all the costs that we're all experiencing.
Billy, what did you master in?
What pipeline?
Economics. I'm a commodity.
If you mastered in economics, then you should know.
Question. What's price elasticity of demand?
Price elasticity of demand? I'm not going to get into this to you right now. That's the bottom line. If you touch,
I don't think he mastered in economics, and the reason I know you didn't master in economics is, as you would know,
Billy, what is market equilibrium?
Oil prices, you mess with all of the cost of goods. If you touch oil prices, you mess with transport.
I understand. I'll address that. I'll address that in a second, Billy.
Inflation goes up. Does it or does it not?
Yeah, so obviously, if you mess with energy, it can lead to gas prices going up. But what we didn't understand is that who did stuff for energy to a greater degree was Biden, and I'll explain why. Renewable energy is the largest investment in renewable energy ever. The largest amount of oil production.
I'm not talking about renewable energy. I'm talking about oil prices. Oil prices.
And I'm addressing that. Let me explain it to you, because apparently a master's in economics doesn't know this.
I mean that's just rude. That's rude. We're all educated.
Dude, you wait. So what is equilibrium? Market equilibrium.
Please, yes. Great
Supply and
question.
demand. Supply
Yeah, no,
equals demand. That's market equilibrium. That's market clearing prices.
Okay, in order for a price floor to have an effect, does it have to be above or below equilibrium?
I learned this in my freshman year of college.
Billy, in order for a price floor to have an effect, does it have to be above or below equilibrium?
If you mess with oil prices,
No answer.
which we did Biden or did
Hey,
he not?
Billy, are you just being
in his
willfully obtuse? Parker asked you a question. Can you address the question he asked you?
I want an answer from you guys.
Okay, so you actually don't want to engage in Parker's question. You're
Billy,
obviously
I
lying
promise
to
you,
us.
I promise you, Billy, I promise you, I'm going to give you an
answer from you.
answer. I promise you, I'll give you an answer, and I'll answer every single one of your questions. I just want you to answer this one question, okay? In order for a price floor to have an effect,
I want
does
an
it have to
answer
be
from you.
above?
Oh my
I want an
God.
answer for you.
These guys
I want
are
an
bad,
answer
bro.
from you. How old are you?
22. Now, would you like to answer my question?
I was the international soybean trader, okay? Between Brazil, Singapore, and the United States. When you mess with oil prices, it impacts
I
the
will
entire
talk about that,
supply chain.
but you tried to say that you had a master's in economics, and if you can't tell me
I started
whether
my
or not
master's in economics at the University of Minnesota, where
Did you
Tim
finish
Walz
it?
let our city burn. No, I
Did you
didn't,
finish
because
it?
I went and took my job as
Gina,
a
thank you for
commodities.
the $10. So you said you had a master's in economics. You don't.
No, I didn't say that. I said I started my master's in economics at the University of Minnesota.
Okay, so you didn't finish it.
And it sounds like you guys are
I don't
educated.
even
in
think you got a
economics.
bachelor's, because if you
I
got
don't
a
think you got a
bachelor's,
yeah. If you got a bachelor's,
Yeah.
you'd know what I'm saying as well.
if you got a bachelor's in economics,
Billy, I want you to answer this, and trust me, Billy, I'm gonna answer all your other questions. Okay, so just in order for a price floor to have an effect, does it have to be below or above equilibrium?
You need to rephrase that.
it's above.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
It's
you
above.
do.
I learned that my
it's
freshman year of
above.
college. I
Okay,
learned
now
that my
I'm
freshman
gonna
year of college.
Now I'm gonna explain to you why prices are higher as it relates to gasoline. The reason why oil prices are higher right now is because there's a reduction in the global oil supply available to the United States. Okay, that's why. So it's not specifically related to U.S. production of oil, because our production of oil is higher now than it ever has been in history. And under the Biden-Harris
That's not
administration,
even true.
yes, it is, and I can
That's
show you it's
not
from
even
the
true.
You can look up U.S. oil production from the Energy Information Administration. You can see that we produce more oil than any country ever.
You guys,
Not only that.
The line is as soon as
Can I address the rest of this question, or do you not want me to? Yeah. So not only that,
and as soon as
but
he affected our domestic oil supply, we had inflation. Period. So when you asked me why I'm voting for Trump, I told you, and it's because under Trump we had a successful company, and I know people of all industry across the United States that are struggling with this.
Okay, Billy. So it is not related to the Keystone XL pipeline. The Keystone XL pipeline, not only was it shut down specifically by the Supreme Court, but it's also the case that it was only 8% in production. So it couldn't have possibly affected prices right now because it wasn't even produced yet. So it wasn't even like transporting oil.
How do you think inflation happened in our country then, Parker?
Oh my God.
So I was explaining that, but you cut me off. The reason why inflation has happened is because of the of global inflation, including the increase in energy costs related to oil because of a reduction in global oil supply available to the United States, because we're getting less Russian oil, and we're getting less oil from OPEC because they cut their production due to a deal that was agreed upon with Saudi Arabia and Donald Trump that was extended past beyond 2022. That's why. That's the main reason. Okay, there's also like corporate greed, the Federal Reserve's influence over the pandemic in terms of that response, but there's been a global increase in inflation.
Yes, and inflation has happened across the board. One of the main contributing factors that is oil prices, and that there's a lot of variables that contribute to that, and certainly one of them is the bills and the things that happened when Biden got into office.
Yeah,
everything went up in price. Everything went up.
How did Biden cause
how did Biden cause that? How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
I'm sorry, you guys keep cutting out here.
How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
This is rough.
Why is this rough? What's rough? What's rough? Are you a business owner?
No.
Are you a business owner? Do you employ people?
I have in the past. Anyways, so yeah.
What did you do in the past? What business did you run in the past?
Produce
Jesus Christ, you're not going to respond to any of the content. You're just going to ask him about who's he employed, bro? Who cares?
Yeah, he's not a business owner. You guys are 22 years old. You have no real world experience.
Dude, Billy,
you have no understanding of economics. I quite literally asked you 2 basic questions about economics you didn't know when you were claiming to have a master's, and then you went back on that and said you just started
my master's. Yes, I started my master's.
That doesn't give you any credibility. Well, what's your bachelor's in? Economics?
Economics.
Then how'd you not know what the fuck a price floor was?
I absolutely know what a price floor is. Price floors and price ceilings define a marketplace. Market equilibrium is where supply meets demand.
In order for a price ceiling to have an effect, does it have to be above or below equilibrium?
Above?
No,
Dude,
it needs to be
you're
below.
Kidding. Billy, I took
price
2
ceiling
econ
needs
classes.
to be below. We literally gave you the other answer.
I
so
took
nice
2 econ
bachelor's in
classes.
econ, bro.
I
Shit,
took
dude.
2 econ classes in my freshman year of high school, the principles of macro and micro, and I knew that for my freshman year of college. A couple things I wanted to touch on here, Billy. First of all, you're saying that we're young, we don't know anything, therefore we have no clue what we're talking about, right? You even attacked like my previous experience with business ownership, but I think this is just merely you projecting onto us because you can't defend your point here, right? So this young guy, Billy, 1 second. This young guy who absolutely knows nothing about the world around him is about to dunk on you in this conversation about inflation. How do you think the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation, sir?
When Biden got into office, it was a priority of the administration to affect the oil supply.
And they increased it. They approved 50% more drilling permits than Trump's administration ever did, meaning we're producing more oil now than any other country that has existed in history of the earth. In fact, the highest month we've had under Biden and Harris has been 13.2 million barrels of oil per day. Under Trump, that was 12.8. If we gauge it by year, you will see that the highest year of oil production under Trump fell in at, let's see, an average of 12.3 million barrels of oil per day. So far, right, under Biden, it's been 13 million.
Inflation's here. Oil contributes.
Okay, so you disregard everything which I just said?
No, I'm not disregarding.
You wanted to talk about oil production. You wanted to talk about domestic oil production.
I didn't want to talk about
Biden
oil
and Harris
production.
have been doing much better than Trump ever
I simply
has.
asked the question we originally got on.
So how do they cause inflation, sir? Because obviously it has nothing to do with domestic oil production because they're doing more than any president we have ever had.
You got out of me here.
Hello?
Hello?
Cut out. Bro. Okay. Billy, are you there, man?
Yeah, you're fading in and out here.
I don't think it's us.
No.
All right. We're just going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Do share the live, y'all. Helps to get out to more people. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and we'll bring you up. If you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone.
Hell yeah.
All right. Type MAGA in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here.
Dude, these guests have been terrible, Parker. I feel bad for you. I'm
Joe,
already
thank you for the
tired
handout.
now.
Thank you
It's
so
been
much.
3 people.
I know, right? Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I am 32.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Before I answer why so, I'd like to ask you a quick question to determine how I move forward. If Trump loses this debate, this election, how do you feel America is going to respond socially? And not politics, not policy, not what Kamala will do, but socially. How do you think America will respond? Given the understanding of what happened last time.
Other than like
hypothesize for just a moment, because I think that it's an important, just given what we knew about what happened last time, January 6th, and all.
Yeah, we'd probably see civil unrest from the right. They'd probably do the same thing over again.
Do you feel that it would be of similar intensity, of less intensity, or of more intensity?
I don't know. Maybe more.
Do you feel that, thank you for answering my questions. Do you feel that if he wins, sorry, let me rephrase this. Do you feel that if he loses this, he will run for president again in 4 years?
I don't know, man. Can you like give me a reason why you're voting Trump?
Yeah, this is part of my reasoning. My concern is that America in this moment is a city that is, be it for virtues or qualities, it's not shared by the majority of its own people. It's an extremely divided republic at this point, practically. And I'd like to see real change happen. And I don't believe that real change is Kamala winning, because I believe that the chaos that Trump has already sparked in this country is not going away if Harris wins.
Okay, so you admit that he sparked chaos.
How does it go away if Trump wins?
We don't have to have this fucking conversation of Trump versus anyone in 4 years if he wins, because he's out.
Okay, so would we even likely see that again if because of his age? He'd be in his 80s.
I don't know, man. I mean, it's hard to say. I feel like.
And wait, so are you really prioritizing like not having this conversation in 4 years over like women's rights?
No, women's rights, that's a much longer discussion than a 4-year presidency.
Okay, so obviously you wait, are you pro-choice?
Yeah.
Yeah, so then obviously you want to protect women's rights. So then why are you voting for someone who literally put multiple people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade?
Because I want to watch America divide so that something out of the ashes, new and profound, something better can be built. Right now, this is
How do you
bullshit.
know that something better is going to be built if everything gets destroyed?
Well, that's the only way something better gets built, if it's destroyed. You got to paint the canvas white.
Susie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. So, okay, so would you be okay with someone destroying your house because we'll make something more beautiful?
I've actually had my house destroyed. That's a funny thing.
No, would you
to
be
say.
okay with someone destroying your house right now? Because they'll make it nicer.
And the wrong person asked that too. Literally, it kind of just happened. Yeah, man, you got to paint the canvas white in order to start new. That's why the Mona Lisa is on top of other things.
There's a couple things I'd like to unpack here. The first thing I'd like to unpack is in the line of questions that you were asking us, you said,
would you do that in your relationship with your significant other?
No, I'm in a beautiful relationship. Thank you.
So why don't you destroy it to rebuild new?
I have. That's
Push the champion. Thank you so much.
Now.
Okay, so then I don't see why you're specifically saying that like you should do it here. What's the reason why you want to destroy everything? Because like I don't see any good reason to believe that like that's going to lead to a better set of circumstances.
I don't see a reason to believe that the current situation leads to a better set of circumstances either. So
Well, we have only reason to believe that because we see incremental change getting better, and especially if we compare Kamala Harris to Donald Trump, there is change getting better as it relates to her comparative to him. So for you to completely ignore that, I think is a bit ridiculous.
No, I mean, do you think America's better right now than it was 10 years ago?
Like 10 years ago?
20 years
Within
ago.
certain
30 years
respects,
ago.
in other respects, it's like worse. Like inflation is worse, but like it's better within the context of like I think there's more people addressing the harms of like fascism in America.
Do you feel
There's
that
more
it is really
platforms
better
like this?
socially, though? I mean, and by the way, I should say, like, in all due respect, like, you and Dean are both, like, very well educated. You know your shit. Like, I'm not going to argue you on, like, policy or points, but you guys have had some really fucking dumb people up here with some really fucking, like, just loud mouth, like, stupid shit to say that just yell and scream and get emotional and don't know their shit. So, like, you guys probably know better than anyone, like, do you really feel that you're in like a better social scenario with all of this going on?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Really?
I think we're better than if Kamala Harris wins comparative to Trump winning, because Trump winning inevitably led to significantly more division. Okay, 2016 is when we saw significant amounts of division in this country to a greater degree than what we've seen in a long time. Right, so if you think about the division being bad, if you think about us not unifying, you think about the greater level of conspiracy that comes from Trump winning, because it gets people to believe that these types of ideas are more acceptable, that more people agree with them. Okay, if you don't completely and utterly destroy these conspiracy theories at the polls, they become more prevalent. And that's what's happened. When he's won, they've become more prevalent. Now he claims that he won, even though there's no evidence supporting that. Rochelle, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. He would have never been able to do that if he never won in the first place.
Right, I understand, but we're not in the hypothetical world in which he didn't win in the first place. So because we're here, we have to appreciate that. So if he doesn't win this time around, he has the biggest fucking platform to claim the election was stolen from him. It's going to be not good.
So you're saying that you want Trump to win and just deal with another 4 years, because if he doesn't win, well, then we will see social havoc being wreaked in our country. So abolishing slavery caused a civil war. I don't give a fuck. Human rights are on the lines here. Women's rights are on the lines here. Rights of the LGBTQ plus community are on the lines here. We're talking Project 2025. We're talking persecution of already marginalized groups of our society. I don't care about the civil uproar that would be caused by Trump's voter base once he inevitably claims that the election was stolen from him once again. What I do care about is fighting for what is right, fighting for what is good. You've already admitted that Trump has caused and wreaked chaos on our country. Why would you want him to only cause and wreck more? We need to be voting for a candidate that will actually do something good for the American people, do something good for women that have already been disenfranchised, and do something good to try to protect and preserve our democracy. I mean, I could ask you the same question. What if Trump wins and he tries to overthrow our government through a coup again? I mean, what if he follows through with some of his past statements about wanting to stay in office for 12, 16 years? What if he turns America into a dictatorship and uses presidential immunity to argue that he should have total and utter control over all faculties of our federal government? See, we could play this same game. I don't think you've given us any good reason to vote for Trump here.
I didn't really I wasn't coming on here to give a reason to vote for Trump. It was more, I wanted to know kind of your opinion on some social things. I just wanted to really ask some questions more than anything. Also, I'll be self-proclaimed and say, dude, I think that there's a very different future for America than what's at stake within these couple of years. And I think that this is going to take level of anarchy on both sides, and something amazing is going to come out of this, but it's not going to be through a TikTok debate. So I really just wanted to hear what your opinions.
All right, only sending us across if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Glad, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
43.
Is there a way you can fix your mic? I can barely hear you.
43?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
I'm considering it.
Would you vote for someone who is held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
Generally, no. I'm kind of on the same page as Mike. I've been, for the past 25 years, voting for the lesser of two evils, I feel like, and
so now you're just gonna vote for the evil.
No, I feel like nothing is gonna get better unless we have some kind of revolution. And
what? Oh my god, dude. So yeah, you want people to literally die and people to get killed who are innocents, rather than just politically getting people to go to the polls and vote. We have the privilege in America to get people to go to the polls and vote, right? And we can actually effectively change things. The fact that people still call for violent revolution is insane.
We've been
Adam, you're actually advocating for a violent revolution in the United States? Do you even understand what that would be?
My personal views are way to the left of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, to be totally honest with you, how do you know that's going to lead to better outcomes? You're risking violent revolution, people dying. How do you know that your system is going to be better, that you create? How do you know you're going to be the one that wins the revolution? How do you know it's not going to be the fascists?
Honestly,
Jennifer, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Jennifer. Let's get some W Jennifers in that chat. Thank
College, you. It doesn't matter who I vote for. My state is going Trump regardless.
No, you should still vote no matter what, because it can change over time. You understand that people said that about plenty of states and then they switched.
I do. And when I was your age, I was very excited to vote blue. And I was very excited the first time I voted for Obama. But since the Clinton era, basically both parties have been dragged to the right incrementally over time. And then when a Democrat wins, we go incrementally left. But we've been dragged so far to the right in the meantime that it doesn't matter, because we're just making up just a little bit of ground that we've lost over the years. And I am sick of voting for these.
Okay, cool. Honestly, I don't care.
These guys
like,
are
you're
weird.
just gonna vote against your interests. Go for it. You want the country to burn? Go for it, dude. You guys are really making our country better. Wow, you're doing so great as a leftist. Really doing what's best for the working class and people when you're letting the fucking country burn. Nice job. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I think that's just so fucking stupid. It's like honestly, I don't even think I should engage with it legitimately. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 29.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Probably.
Why so?
I look at it. I mean, one thing I do agree with Democrats on is abortion. That's one thing I do agree on.
Okay.
Because
isn't that enough to vote for Harris? Like imagine you care about women's rights. Now imagine that 1 out of every 3 women don't have access to health care because of Trump. And then imagine that 1 out of every 3rd woman will regain access to said health care through federal protections if Harris is elected. Isn't that enough right there to vote for Harris?
Well, where is Harris's track record coming from? She has, I don't know enough about her. We don't even really know how she got into being a Democrat, really. She just kind of popped up out of nowhere. So I don't really know. I've known Trump has been a president. I know that we had great gas prices. We didn't have all this.
How did Trump cause the gas prices to be good?
He didn't cause them to be good, but we caused them to be bad by getting rid of the pipeline.
Okay, so that's not what caused them to be bad. We actually produce more oil in the United States now than any point in American history. That was shut down by the Supreme Court, and it was only 8% in production, so it wasn't even affecting current U.S. supply. 90% of it didn't go to the United States. It was a Canadian-owned pipeline.
So
and also,
why
wrapping back to the fact that you're pro-choice, bro, me personally, I would pay an extra $15 a month in gas if it meant all women have federally protected health care. Even if what you're saying right now is true, how does this override Kamala Harris advocating for federal protections for access to abortion? But what you're saying is false, but just saying, why?
Because when I look at the Democrat Party as of late, I look at we pay so much more money and we're giving it away.
No,
we're just giving it to you. Look how much money we've given to Ukraine.
I understand. $107 billion to the Ukrainian government, $70 billion of which was from our military budget through weapons and equipment. Right, but what you're not understanding is that we actually had more debt-related spending under Trump's administration. $8.4 trillion of debt-related spending under Trump's administration. $4.3 trillion under the Biden-Harris administration. If you want to take COVID out, $4.8 trillion for Trump, $2.2 trillion for Biden.
Okay, but where's that money going?
What do you mean?
Like, where's the money going compared to Democrat and Republican there? Where was that money going?
What do you mean, where's the money going?
Like the money that was spent by the Trump administration compared to.
Yeah, so Trump spent money, and that money specifically went to rich people. That money went to businesses, right? Big businesses. Under the Biden-Harris administration, it went to the working class mostly. It went towards the infrastructure that helps everyone. It went towards veterans, right? It went towards the global production of chips, right? The U.S. production of chips, we're needing 20% of global production.
So I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. I'm getting information here, but wasn't there more jobs created under the Trump administration?
No. Even if you're talking about jobs that existed under the administration that began to exist under the administration, 15 million under Biden-Harris. You could say 7 million under Trump prior to COVID. After COVID, he net lost jobs, if you look at the overall administration.
Also, if we ignore all jobs caused by COVID under Biden and those lost under COVID under Trump, we'll see that Trump added 186,000 jobs to the economy per month. Meanwhile, Biden added about 206,000 jobs to the economy per month.
And where were those jobs at?
I don't know what the specific jobs at. There were jobs in manufacturing, but they were probably all over the place, man. I don't know if I'd be able to get more specific with where the jobs are at. The point is that people were employed.
Gotcha. It's not a bad thing. But I'm looking at.
So then why is Trump preferable here?
I said I'm thinking about it. I never said I am.
Okay. Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Probably not, but there's a lot of loopholes in that.
Okay.
I mean,
so if you wouldn't vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, why would you vote for Donald Trump, who was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
I mean, we voted in Biden, who was responsible for creating busing back in.
No, so
What years was that?
No, you don't know what you're referencing. Creating busing? I don't know where you got that. So you're saying he advocated against busing, which he was advocating to integrate communities, right? By integrating like where we live, right? Rather than just school, like busing people from certain areas to other areas, right? Segregated areas to integrated schools. Like that's what he was advocating for, was to again integrate communities so that the school systems were integrated rather than to just bus people.
And one thing is here too. So obviously the FBI was behind the assassination of Trump. That's
What
pretty
the
obvious.
fuck? That was so out of the left field.
You didn't
What?
see that whole case?
We have, but like there's no evidence supporting the FBI was behind it.
So why didn't she want to answer questions? Why couldn't she answer a question?
What? Say it again.
Why couldn't that
Who fucking
lady-
knows? She was bad at her job and she ultimately stepped down. But just because she couldn't
Yeah,
answer questions
because
because she's
she
bad at her
knows
job,
where-
that doesn't mean, oh, the FBI did it. Where are you getting that from? That's like me
She's
saying,
Secret
oh,
Service.
today
She's
it was
the leader
really
of
hot
Secret
outside,
Service.
therefore like the earth is flat. Like what?
That's a bad comparison.
No, it's a great
I'm
comparison.
looking at it
It's a great comparison. The comparison is relating two things that, in all reality, have no relation to one another. You're saying she couldn't answer questions, therefore the FBI tried to assassinate Trump. Like, what the fuck?
Well, yeah, if you're going into a courtroom and you're not answering questions, do you
It
know
must
that
mean
she
the FBI had tried to assassinate him. Like, what?
So, did you know that the day of the RNC, she planned a trip to Colorado?
She planned a trip to Colorado, therefore the FBI tried to assassinate Trump? What?
You're kind of going off and being acting a little immature. She had a flight planned for Colorado, which she is supposed
see
to
how
be
that
at the
indicates.
RNC.
How does that indicate that like the assassination was
Because
planned?
she's planning on Trump not being shot. She was going to Colorado and was not going to attend the RNC. Since that did not happen, she changed it and went to the RNC.
Or she probably just like didn't want to. Or she probably
I don't
just
see how those things relate. I really don't get you, man.
Yeah, like, or maybe she just didn't want to go to the
That's
RNC
related,
for some
but
miscellaneous.
how
One second, Tim. Hey, maybe she just didn't want to go to the RNC for some miscellaneous reason. Maybe she thought that the RNC was boring. But then, once Trump had almost been assassinated, then she was like, "Oh shit, I'm the director of the Secret Service. If I don't go to the RNC, this will probably be bad publicity." But you're saying because she had scheduled a trip to Colorado at that same point, therefore the FBI tried to assassinate Trump. This is like me saying, Parker is a good friend, therefore Christianity is true. Just taking two things that have no fucking relation to one another in the very slightest, and trying to make there to be a relation. But in all reality, you just sound a little bit insane to everybody else.
I mean, I don't think that's insane when you look at the case and look at a guy that was able to get on a roof with a gun and people are there pointing at him, telling police, and they just didn't do a thing. I mean, I think that's
So why don't we just say Trump did it himself for ups in the polls?
You think he would get shot in the ear by that? Do you know
No,
how
I don't think any of this
close that of a
bullshit. But
shot?
listen, Tim, I don't think any of this bullshit. I'm just saying that if you want to accept any conspiracy, right, we can accept that conspiracy that he used a ketchup packet to make it seem like he got shot in the ear. You know what I mean? Like I can say some random dumb shit like that, but I don't believe that.
I know, but I'm not. What I'm saying is not with the case itself. How she was not able to answer. She deflected every question when there were simple questions. They were very simple, and she just did not want to answer them.
This has nothing to do with saying the FBI caused this. This just means that she couldn't answer specific questions.
It just means she was a bad director of the Secret Service, which we all agree with.
Which is why she got fired, right?
She
Or she stepped down. She stepped down because she was gonna get fired.
Forced to resign type shit.
Yeah, she was going to get fired. It looked better for her to resign, basically. It just looked better for her to resign.
Yeah, we don't disagree there, but that doesn't mean that the FBI. Well, like, what if I just come up with a similar hypothesis that, she intentionally didn't answer questions because she wanted to make it look like the government had more perceived control than actually did. It really was some random man that tried to take Trump out, but the government wanted to spawn in a new conspiracy theory that they were behind it so people were more frightful of them. That is a hypothesis that is equally outlandish, and that is a hypothesis that we have equally as good of reason to believe. How do we delineate between which one is true and which one is false?
Wait, repeat that again? I couldn't really hear you.
Okay. So what about my hypothesis that, it was some random guy who tried to take out Trump, but then the government stepped in and they said, well, now we want to make it seem like we tried to take out Trump. We want to spawn in that conspiracy theory so people perceive us to have more control than what we do, so they're more civilly obedient, and they think that we have more power than we do. Therefore, we're going to ask this director of the Secret Service to act suspicious while she's being questioned by Congress to grant leeway to new conspiracy theories that would indicate that the government was behind it. How do we delineate between your hypothesis and my hypothesis?
I mean, that's just an insane hypothesis.
They're both insane. That's the point, Tim. Right? They're both.
Well, somebody
they're both
died.
explained. They're both explained off of the data point that there was an attempted assassination on Trump's life, and the Secret Service director couldn't answer questions. Right? And those are the two data points that you were using for your hypothesis. Those are the two data points that I'm using for my hypothesis. They're both equally as crazy. Now, how do we delineate if they're both true, if they're both false, or if one is true and the other is false?
Well, I look at how people react in a courtroom when they're under oath.
Right.
When if
I don't want to talk about this.
Okay,
I honestly don't care.
We'll go away from that. But if there's so basically the biggest thing for y'all voting Kamala is women rights. Kamala. Sorry. Biggest thing with that is women's rights for y'all. Or what's
one of the thing? Like I think that Trump has a history of violence against women, trying to strip their rights away, misogyny. And I think that's bad. I think that he can't take care of the 170 million American women and girls in this country.
I mean, I'm not going to say you're wrong. I don't agree with abortion, especially when, say, a teenager gets raped and they are forced to keep that baby. I think that's wrong.
And Trump picked a vice president that thinks that they should be forced to.
Yes, he did. But that was not a good pick, in my opinion. But I am more in the middle. I usually don't vote. I never vote. I think it's pointless. I'm more of looking at it like, okay, well, who's going to be the next candidate and where is our country going to head after that? That's really what I'm looking at.
Why do you want to vote for Trump then?
What's that?
So why vote for Trump then?
Because I'm kind of seeing how the Democrats really run the media, and we don't know from right or left. We don't know what is true and what's not.
What do you mean the Democrats run the media?
They own big tech.
They own big tech. Elon Musk, Republican, owns the biggest news publication on the internet.
Well, now he does.
Okay, so now the biggest news publication is controlled by the Republicans, but before it wasn't. What the fuck?
Jesus,
He
please save
just
us.
recently bought out Twitter.
Okay, so just recently, Republicans gained control of the largest media outlet on the internet.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Please guess or something.
And
bro.
there's others. That's
Today
not
is
just
a really
Twitter.
weird day.
Okay, so you said that you're pro-choice. So you're like, yeah, fuck women's rights. They could, like all the women in 12 of our states. Wait 1 second. So you're essentially saying fuck women's rights. You don't care about advocacy for federal protections for healthcare. You don't really care about the 1 out of every 3 women in the context of the U.S. of reproductive age that don't have access to healthcare because of Trump. Fuck the social repercussions of another Trump presidency, the further perpetuation of grape culture, systemic misogyny, and the patriarchy due to the fact that he's a rapist and people are putting him in the highest position of power any person could hope to achieve. The Democrats control some media outlets, Republicans control others. Therefore, I'm going to vote for Trump. Like, that is such a backwards argument. It doesn't make any sense. You're making my head spin.
I never said I was going to vote for Trump. I may be. There's a big difference there. I never
And
said
that
I am
also has no
going-
relevance to what I just said. You gave me a reason why you might vote for Trump. I show you how it makes absolutely no sense, and then you're like, "Well, I may vote for Trump. I wasn't going to." Another like comment by you that's
All
making
right,
my
well,
head spin.
We're gonna go to the next person, Tim. I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, have a good night.
All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Tonight's been very interesting.
My head is spinning.
Should we partake in some adult beverages tonight, Chad? What are your thoughts? What are the thoughts, everyone? That might help us, everyone.
Do it.
Might help us, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't want you to boot me, but probably not. But I'm also not going to be voting for Harris.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, I think in terms of character, Trump and Kamala are pretty much equal.
What?
Kamala. So they're pretty much
Kamala.
equal. So Kamala somehow equal
wouldn't
to
actually- sorry, I
someone
wouldn't
who's
say-
been held
I wouldn't
legally
say-
responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government, restricting women's access to abortion.
Sorry, let me repeat that. I wouldn't say equal. I would say they're both bad people. I'd say.
AVD, thank you for the $2. Thank you so
I
much.
think when we're voting, we overrate the importance of character. I care a lot more.
Why is Kamala a bad person?
Well, based on just her personality and the way she campaigns, I think it's pretty horrible.
Can you be more
Gene,
specific?
you have mods power, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, I'll give an example. Like
Yeah, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
she's kind of a chameleon, you know, as JD Vance said. Like I'm not saying she's not black. She is black, but she pretends to be, you know, she can be either one depending on the situation, how it helps her.
What do you mean? Can you
No.
give me an example? Be much more specific. You're being very vague.
Well, in college, I believe she identified as black, and then in other situations, as a prosecutor, she identified as Indian. I'm not sure it can be both.
Okay. What do you mean she identified as an Indian while she was prosecuting? What does that mean?
She identified herself as an Indian, I believe, like on official documents. I'm not sure what the document was, but
On official documents, she's both Indian as well as black simultaneously.
yeah, I mean, at different time periods, she identified as both. Yeah.
Okay, I don't even know what you mean. No, so she has a South Asian mother and a black father. He's Afro-Jamaican. She's both South Asian and black simultaneously. And you're saying on like certain government documents, she would tick the box for South Asian on some, and on others, she'd be African American. What do you mean? I don't even know what you're
Yeah, she's
referencing.
doing that to her benefit.
To her benefit? Okay, so which government documents did she tick off the box?
I'm
to
not
be
saying
South
government
Asian on
documents.
while
I'm
she
just
was a
saying
prosecutor
documents.
that benefited her.
I'm not saying government documents. I'm saying documents in general, but
Can you give me one? Can you name a document?
I can't name the exact one, but I remember
Okay,
seeing
what
on
was the
Twitter.
document for? What did it aim to achieve? How did she benefit?
I can't name the exact document.
Okay, you're
remember
just
seeing it.
talking in very vague sentences.
Okay,
with
I'll give
no
another
substance
example
that don't
if you
mean
want.
anything.
I'll give another example. You know, she pretends to have a black accent whenever she goes to the South and she's in front of black voters. I think that's a horrible thing. It's a bunch of bullshit and really just like it's clearly just fake. And it's just
Okay, so you're going to be referencing her Atlanta rally, right?
yes.
So I actually have her Atlanta rally pulled up on a video right here, right now. Do you want to go ahead and name a random timestamp between 0 and 20 minutes?
I don't know how you expect me to have the timestamp. I saw a clip.
No,
for-
just a random point. I'm asking you to name a random time. We're just going to go ahead and listen
I'm
now.
pretty sure it happened only once at one certain point. So obviously, I'm not going to be able to name the exact point. If I name a random point, it's
Oh,
gonna
okay.
sound
So
like
you
I'm
don't know what you're
moron.
talking about. Because if we actually pull up and we listen to it here.
Wall Street banks accountable for fraud.
Okay, yeah. Then also, real quick, what is a black accent?
A black, well, I'm not sure how I would even describe it, but when you listen to a black person, they sound different than a white person for the most part.
Okay, so it sounds like you're just being absolutely racist. What I believe that you're going to be referencing is going to be AAVE, right? African American Vernacular English, which is not an accent, it's a dialect, right? And
Okay.
what we will see is a lot of individuals who would speak AAVE in positions of power, such as being our VP, right? They have to not speak in AAVE because we've been socially indoctrinated to, especially white people, into thinking that AAVE is quote unquote quote unquote ghetto, quote unquote only uneducated people speak that way. These are all very harmful stereotypes that white people have associated with AAVE. So like particular Black Americans that do speak AAVE, right? They have to not speak AAVE in front of white Americans that would hold to those harmful stereotypes, right? It's called code switching. But I just want to clarify there, no, she was not speaking in the dialect of AAVE during her rally in Atlanta.
Right.
But the fucking fact that you'd say a Black woman speaking in AAVE makes her bad and comparable to a rapist, felon, election denying fraudster that has sexualized little girls, boasted about grabbing women by the P word without consent, and specifically boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half naked teenage girls and try to overthrow our government is laughable at best. Is it racism or
Look,
what's your explanation?
if she always had that accent and that was her, or sorry, not accent, if she always had whatever it's called, the AAV, if she always had
She
that.
didn't even speak in AAV at the rally. She literally didn't.
She
I just
did.
want to
There was a
clarify
clip. I can't pull up the clip. I don't have the timestamp.
Evan, is Kamala Harris Black?
Yes. But she doesn't usually talk in that accent. She changed her accent intentionally to pander to Black voters.
Oh wait, I don't know if I don't think that's pandering. I think
Yeah,
that's
it is.
called code switching.
Code switching. It's pandering. You pulled up a random timestamp. You have to pull up a specific timestamp.
I'm listening. This is her rally.
Okay. Can I just say something, please?
I was playing you her speaking from her Atlanta rally. I don't. What are we looking at? Where I don't hear.
Okay, can we switch gears? Because I don't.
Caitlin, thank you so much for the $5. I do appreciate that, Caitlin. Thank you so much, Caddy. Thank you for the $10. Steph, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much, everyone.
Look, I just want to say I think it's great that there's a Black candidate, and if she was a good Black candidate and a good female candidate, I would vote for her.
What's wrong with her?
What's wrong with her?
Oh my God.
Well, one, her character, I already mentioned it. There's more about the whole Willie Brown thing, all that. I think disregarding. Sorry, can I continue? Disregarding politics, I don't think she's a smart person at all. Either side, I would not vote for her.
I'm so sorry. This has to be racist.
Wait. No, hold on. Let's address this for what it is, real quick. You just said that you think she's not that smart, and you also said Willie Brown. So let's clarify. Willie Brown, which and not that smart, somehow compares to Donald Trump being held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, having 34 felonies, restricting women's access to abortion, trying to overthrow the government, calling for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, saying Kamala Harris turned Black, popularizing the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya with no sufficient evidence when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States, housing discrimination lawsuits where they would tell Black families there aren't openings, white families there are openings at the same very time. All of those things, and that somehow that is not as much as not that smart and Willie Brown.
Look, Trump's an awful person. I agree with you. He's a narcissist and a racist. I agree. And he's bad. He's worse than Kamala, but Kamala's also bad. That's what I'm saying. He's worse than Kamala, but Kamala is not good.
Let's just acknowledge real quick that he acknowledged that Kamala is a better candidate, but yet you still aren't going to vote for her? Like he just acknowledged that you said character that she was worse. Now you're saying character is that she's better.
No, character, but I don't care that much about character. I care much more about policies. I think.
Okay, what's one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you name me one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
I care mostly about foreign policy. I care about foreign policy a lot more than domestic.
Okay, can you name me one policy?
Domestic or foreign?
Either. Jen, okay. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much.
I'm not sure if it was a policy. I always will. I couldn't name the exact.
Why would you care about foreign policy more than domestic policy? Just curious.
Well, because I care about
America first. America first.
Apparently, America second. Literally.
I'm Jewish. I have lots of relatives in Israel. That's a very important area to me. It's in
he's obsessed with Israel. That's what it is.
The policy on Israel is very important to me as a Jewish person. And I know.
Okay, wait, what does that have to do with being Jewish?
Israel.
It's they're anti-Zionist Jews.
Yeah, and I'm not. I'm a Zionist.
Okay, I have a question. Do you think Palestinian lives are worth the same as Israeli lives?
Absolutely, and I think it's terrible that Palestinians are dying. It's terrible that Hamas,
Dude, I have a question,
on top of Palestinian
Evan.
people.
Do you think it would make sense to like kill 200 Palestinians to like get 4 hostages back that are Israeli?
Look, I agree that the deaths are horrible. I agree that the Palestinian deaths are horrible. And
That's
can I
not
ask
an
you a
answer to my question.
Evan,
Okay.
you're not answering Parker's question.
Sorry, it
Do you
depends.
think slaughtering 200 innocent Palestinians is justified to save 4 Israeli hostages?
Look, I don't agree with everything the IDF does. I think the IDF has a lot of issues. They could be a
He's
lot
like
better.
a politician.
Yeah, he
You
is like a
should-
politician.
You should become a politician.
So, just
Actually,
out of
wanna-
curiosity, so
I can
if we
tell.
had here at home in America, if we had these supposed terrorists hiding in our schools, in our universities, in our churches, and in our houses, what would your recommended vision be to handle them? Would it be to bomb the schools, churches, hospitals, and houses, killing the terrorists and the innocent U.S. citizens inside, or do you want to send in special operative teams to strategically only take out the terrorists?
Well, America is a lot geographically much less dense. It would be a lot easier to be able to do that in America compared to Gaza. I mean, Gaza,
Dude,
literally
I'm
all
so
of each other.
surprised about how you
Millions of-
haven't answered any of Parker's questions and you haven't answered any
Okay,
of
yes,
mine.
in America, yes, absolutely. Not in Israel, not in
Okay.
Gaza. In
Yeah.
America,
So
yes.
essentially, what you have to do here to justify, right, the use of these genocidal war tactics, right, in Palestine, right, is to devalue Palestinian lives. You're saying if they were
No.
born in the U.S., this is not a recommended strategy of attack.
No, it's
in fact,
because
it would be
a
wrong.
different situation.
It'd be morally devastational. But as long as they're Palestinian, it's okay.
No, it's a different situation. In America, it would be much
What is
more.
the-
Thank you for the
and what's the
$4.20.
relevant difference between the situations?
In Gaza, it's very geographically dense. It would be much more difficult to perform an operation like that, especially considering the Hamas militants dress up and look very similar to citizens. In America, it's less geographically dense. There's less people on top of each other. It would be a lot easier to be able to, do an operation like that. So let me ask you this.
So
Do you
let's
expect
reference the
IDF
most dense area in the United States that is similar in density as it is there.
There isn't any.
So there's nowhere in the United
Maybe
States.
New York, other than New York City.
Okay,
other
so
than
let's
that.
say it was in New York City, right? Would you bomb hospitals to be able to?
They didn't bomb a hospital. That was
never bombed a
Palestine. They dropped their own bomb on that hospital. That was them. That was Islamic Jihad.
Okay, so you believe there was no hospital bombed by Israel?
If you're referencing that certain hospital,
Evan,
then no.
do you think
I'm
that
not
there
aware
is
of
any
other-
hospital that was bombed by Israel?
I'm not aware of any other hospitals being bombed. If you're talking about that specific one,
I can show you ICJ indications that they bombed multiple hospitals.
I can show you the radio traffic released by the IDF that they tapped into, proving that it was that it was the Palestinian Islamic Jihads.
So there was Israeli raids on. I hate to butcher this. I'm so sorry. Al Shifa Hospital in Gaza City and Nazir Hospital in Khan Yunis, right? And these are going to be at the hands of the IDF.
Sorry, raids. Yeah.
Right. Israel raids, bombing.
Yeah,
and destroying
Israel is
these-
literally admitted to
Bombing raids
bombing
or
hospitals.
raids? Yeah, they
Joyce,
bombed-
appreciate the
bombing
$5.
raids
Thank you so much.
Because the
Evan,
Hamas-
Evan, to be totally honest with you, you're the only one disputing this. Israel admitted to it.
I'm not saying. Okay, I'm sorry. I wasn't aware of that. Yes, the Hamas
Larry, thank you for the
militants,
$5,
their
thank
base was
you.
under the hospital, so yes, they bombed the hospital.
Okay. So would you, if that was in the United States, in New York, would you bomb the hospital with United States citizens in it?
No, I care more about U.S. citizens, to be honest,
Okay.
because I'm from there.
You just said you care more about U.S. citizens. So what
Because
you
I'm
did is
from there.
what you've done is you've devalued the lives of Palestinians. In order to justify doing that, you have devalued the lives of Palestinians. So let's suppose this. Let's suppose the only people that are in this hospital are Israelis, right? Would you be okay with bombing the hospital full of Israeli citizens
Well, why
to be
would
able
Israel
to
bomb
unalive
them?
Hamas?
Israel would never kill their own citizens. So.
No, I'm asking you if you would do it.
But
Tina,
if
thank you
you're
for the
asking if
galaxy.
it's
Thank you so
morally
much.
Equivalent based on humanity and the value of human life, then morally it's equivalent.
Evan,
Yes, I agree with
swap
that.
all of those U.S. citizens with Israeli citizens. Would you be okay with bombing it?
Yeah,
Yeah?
it's for the greater good. Yeah.
For the greater good. That's an insane thing. I don't think that's a greater good.
Okay, I have a
Right, to
question
kill
for you.
hundreds of
Question.
innocent Palestinians is not a greater good.
What's the greater good?
What is the greater good?
To destroy Hamas and prevent them from ever committing anything.
So
on
destroy
October 7th
Hamas
again.
at any ends necessary. So would
wouldn't
you,
say
if
any
you
ends
could guarantee, if you could guarantee
if it was to
that
any ends
dropping a
necessary, they would've
nuke
sent
on
them-
Gaza?
Wait, so actually,
you
the
could
only way he
guaran-
could justify this is if you killed less people than H group. But
If it
Israel's
was-
committed more. Israel has killed more innocent people than H group has.
I mean, I just also want to clarify. Would you agree with dropping a nuke on the Gaza Strip if you knew that it would guarantee the complete and total, decimation of all
No way.
Hamas members?
No, definitely not.
Okay, so how many innocent Palestinians' bloods on your hand is enough? Because it's somewhere
As little
between
as
about
possible, but in a war,
30,000
civilians
and all
die
of
in
them.
wars. Okay, it's a war, not a genocide. And in
Can you,
wars,
can you,
civilians
can you,
die.
hey, 1 second, buddy, I'm
It's
asking you a
horrible.
question.
It's horrible, but-
How much blood of the innocent
Josh, I appreciate
Palestinians
the
is
galaxy.
enough?
Thank you so
It's
much.
going to be somewhere between about 40,000 and all of them. So what's the number?
Look, the deaths are awful. I agree. I don't know what else you want me to say. Like, I think we should try to avoid deaths, but in a war, there's going to be civilian deaths. That's how it works. There's been Israeli deaths and Palestinian deaths. That's how
Then
war
couldn't
works.
couldn't you say the same thing if you were a part of H group? Think of the handout.
What is H group?
Joshy, thank you.
Hamas.
Oh, Hamas, yes.
Galaxy.
Sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, couldn't they say the same thing?
What? A war?
Couldn't they
It's
then
not
say
a
that it's
war.
okay for them to
It's a
kill
terrorist
innocent
act.
Israelis because it's war?
But it wasn't war. When on October 7th, there was no active war. That was a terrorist act.
Okay, wait. So from their perspective, there was.
How?
Because
There was no active
because there was
conflict.
occupation.
Occupation of what?
They
Gaza
say
had
occupation
control
is
over
war.
themselves.
West Bank.
Yeah, Hamas isn't affiliated with the West Bank.
Wait, yes, wait. They are within the West Bank, but they consider the
No,
West
that's
Bank a part of
Palestinian
Palestine.
Islamic Jihad.
Wait, they consider the West Bank a part of Palestine.
Occupation isn't war. There can be a war that's over and occupation can continue.
Occupation and apartheid is definitely like
Not apartheid.
from their perspective self-defense.
It's not apartheid, but okay.
Wait. So if you consider it to be self-defense for Israel, why is it not self-defense for H group?
Because there was no active war and no terrorist attack was committed.
Again, from their perspective, there was.
Yeah, well,
It
their
is legally
perspective is
defined as
incorrect.
apartheid by the ICJ.
ICJ is bullshit. So
Okay, so you just dispute reality.
okay, so how is it apartheid? Can you explain in your own words?
That's what the ICJ determined.
Can you explain it?
I'm just telling you what the ICJ determined. Right, Palestinians don't have the same rights as Israelis in occupied territories.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I don't really agree with that. I think they should have the same rights, but I don't think I don't think it constitutes, a terrorist attack on thousands of Israelis.
Wait, I never said that it justifies that. I'm actually saying it's not justified to kill the innocent civilians. That's what I'm saying. But what I'm telling you is, under your view, you could justify it.
Okay, I have a question.
And the reason why you could justify is you could say innocent civilians dying is a part of war.
And it's
Yeah,
for
it
the greater
is.
good.
Except the occupation isn't a war. It's not.
Wait, that's exactly what. That's what they would say. They would say it's a war.
Yeah, it's not. Factually, it's not.
I have a question.
It's not.
Do you see it to be justified? Have you watched the Hunger Games?
Yes.
Is it justified for the districts to uprise against the capital?
Yeah, but it's a different
Why?
situation
Why?
because of the tyranny. But there wasn't tyranny
Because of the violent
Gaza had control
occupation?
over themselves.
Wait, is it because of the violent occupation?
Gaza had control over themselves.
Is it because of the violent occupation?
No, not really. It's because of the Hunger Games.
Oh, okay. So maybe you could reference the Nakba? The Nakba?
The
The
Nakba?
750,000
Oh,
Palestinians that were ethnically cleansed?
That was a war, not a genocide. Yeah, it was a conflict between.
That's an ethnic cleansing.
There was a
You know what the
conflict
Nakba is?
between the Arabs and the.
No,
Israelis.
750,000
It was a
Palestinians being displaced from their lands is not a war.
It was a conflict that the Israelis.
That's an
won.
ethnic cleansing.
It was a conflict.
That is an ethnic cleansing.
Incorrect.
No, it is literally defined as ethnic cleansing. Can you
Is
tell me
cleansing
what is
considered killing or displacing?
cleansing is displacing?
Okay.
They were forcefully displaced, removed from the land, and continued to be barred. That is ethnic cleansing.
Okay. Can I just explain to you my perspective as a Jew, please? May I?
Remember, it's not your perspective as a Jewish individual; it's your perspective as a Zionist.
Sure.
Not all
Zion.
Jewish
Can I explain
individuals
you
are
my
Zionists.
perspective as a Zionist? Can I? So okay, I'll just do it. So throughout history, we've been continuously persecuted. You know, in Europe, there's been anti-Semitism for centuries. I know half the people in these comments are probably anti-Semites because of what's happening in Israel. We're at the number one most.
Thanks.
This is why I don't want to engage with this guy.
Yeah.
Assuming half the chat is anti-Semites because we disagree with the state of Israel
But
is exactly
then-
what I mean. Because what you're doing is you're associating being anti-Semitic with being anti-Zionist.
Yeah,
which makes no sense because they're anti-Zionist Jews.
Also, I just want to say that it's funny that half the chat is anti-Semitic for disagreeing with the state of Israel, but you are not anti-Palestine for supporting an ongoing genocidal effort that has resulted in the deaths of
disagree with the
tens
word
of thousands of
genocide.
innocent Palestinians.
What is a genocide, Evan?
It's when you intentionally kill Palestinians. They're intentionally killing.
Wait,
members.
that's already been determined by the
Unfortunately,
ICJ that they're
Palestinians-
intentionally killing Palestinians.
What does the ICJ stand for? It's international, right?
International Courts of Justice.
Yeah, international law is a bunch of BS. It's garbage.
Okay.
International law is what led to the
So-
Nuremberg trial, sir.
Yeah, you understand that they're quite literally acknowledging that Israel has used starvation as a weapon of war. So they are targeting innocent civilians, and that's why they're using this as a war crime. You're denying that they're targeting civilians. When people look back at this in
They
history,
target mosques
they're
and
going
stuff
to
like that.
look at the stuff that you're doing as genocide apology. That's what it is. In the
They
future,
target
people are
mosques.
going to look back at this point of history, and they're going to be like, how the hell did people justify that? How the hell did people sit there and do that? And this is why, is people like you who decide to believe in this shit.
Do you think Israel wants peace?
Learn from history.
Do you
Let's
think
learn
Israel
from
wants
history,
peace?
I don't know.
Okay, Dean, do you think Israel wants peace?
No.
Well, then how can you explain the countless peace treaties that they want peace? They've wanted a two-state solution in the past. They've tried so many times, so many accords with the Arabs. They've said no. Well, what are we supposed to do at this point? When we get attacked,
Yeah, they've
what
also
do you
denied
expect them to do?
6 of Hamas's, and then they proposed the same one. It
Okay,
was funny.
so
Hey,
you
I just want to
expect
ask you a
us to
question. You
allow
said
the-
that international laws are bullshit. How can you say that the international laws and the ICJ are bullshit when, particularly speaking, that the international laws and ICJ is what led to the Nuremberg trials?
Because it's changed over time. Back then, it wasn't as bad.
Oh, so back then it wasn't as
Ethan,
bad.
thank
when
you
it
for the
was-
$5. Thank you so
when
much. I appreciate
when it was
it.
protecting, right, Jewish individuals, but now, right, it is that bad when it is particularly
No, because the
classifying
countries are
the
interested in
Zionists,
themselves, they're self-interest.
the tenets of Zionism in Israel's
Larry, thank you
actions
for the
against the
$5.
innocent Palestinians as genocidal.
It's because the countries are interested in themselves. Their self-interest, and that affects the way they perceive conflicts.
So, what particular self-interests from the ICJ has led them to the perception of the death of the innocent Palestinians as genocidal?
Couldn't name them. I'm saying in
You
general.
couldn't name them, so you would just assume them to be true, right? So you predicate your position that the ICJ is wrong on your emotions. So you just admitted the only reason you disagree with the ICJ is because how you think and feel. What's the difference between you and, say, a Nazi disagreeing with the Nuremberg trials?
Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much as well.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So you just said that you disagree with the ICJ for the reason, for your thoughts and your feelings. So what's the difference
Exactly.
between
You
this
can
and
compare
a
the
Nazi disagreeing with the
Holocaust
Nuremberg
and
trials with
The
their
fact that you
thoughts
can
and
compare
feelings?
the Holocaust of what's happening in Gaza is crazy. That's
So I'm
insane.
actually not making a comparison, right, at all between the Holocaust and what is occurring to the innocent Palestinians. Not at all. I'm comparing your denial of the ICJ, calling them bullshit, right, to the same denial that we saw from Nazis during the Nuremberg trials. It seems like you have no reason to say that the ICJ is going to be, like self-interested and making bullshit claims about genocidal tactics being used at the hands of the IDF, the same way Nazis would have said the same thing about the ICJ during the Nuremberg trials in the 40s. What's the difference?
Look, the IDF could have handled the situation better. I agree with that. They
No
haven't been
response.
perfect.
I want everyone to note that he did not give a response to that. I want everybody to take a very strong mental note of that. And everybody in here, next time you talk to your Zionists, ask them that same question.
Okay. So, I mean, genuinely, Israel wants peace. Peace isn't possible at this point because of Hamas or the H word or whatever. They want peace. If there could be a two-state solution, if they could make all this go away today, they would do so. Literally, all Israel wants is to just live alone without anyone bothering them. They just want everyone to fuck off. Seriously, I mean, it's the only democracy in the Middle
You
East.
just said the fucking quiet part out loud. They want to live alone with no Palestinians bothering them. They want the Palestinians to fuck off, and they're now doing so forcefully through genocidal tactics as they did in the 40s through ethnic cleansing.
And West Bank and not bother the Israelis. I'm not saying that.
You're saying the quiet part out loud. You're saying it very loudly, sir.
No. That's not. You misinterpreted what I said. You misinterpreted it. What I'm saying is all they want is just to live peacefully, and unfortunately they can't, so they have to engage in war with Hamas.
Sharp, thank you so much for the media shower. Thank you so much, Sharp. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Look, this is what Jews have wanted for years, for centuries, just to live unbothered without persecution. And Hamas, they want to kill all the Jews in the world. That's their number one charter, so... Yeah.
Wait, so can you show me a source on that?
I believe it's on their website. The source is the number one thing in their chart. I don't have a source. I've heard it through countless media sources, media entities, including...
You just heard people say it. That's not a source.
I've heard news organizations say it, CNN. I'd say it's
CNN, right? And can I have a title of the article?
No, well, how do you expect me to have that on hand? It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous that you expect me to have evidence. Yep. Sorry, my bad. No, I shouldn't be asking MAGA for sources.
What, you expect me to come prepared with the source? Like for every specific little thing, I have to have a source ready for that?
It's also funny how you won't...
claim, you obviously could have a source or something that you could relate to, or something you can look up and find pretty quickly.
It's also funny how you continue to reference Hamas instead of the innocent Palestinians. I'm not pro-Palestine because I'm pro-Hamas. I'm pro-Palestine because I'm against the deaths of innocent Palestinians. There's a big difference there. But you can't address the deaths of the innocent Palestinians.
I'll address it right now. I'll address it right now. Okay. The deaths of innocent Palestinians are awful. Israel could have handled this better. There could be less deaths. I'm not fully supportive of the way they handled it. But unfortunately, in war, there's civilian deaths. That's how.
Where do you draw your line? If there's 100,000 civilian deaths, you'd be saying the same thing. If there's 1 million civilian deaths, you'd be saying the same thing. There is no line for
no. If there were
when you look at the continual intentional starvation of food and of innocent Palestinians through cutting off food trade and water routes, you say that's war. When you look at the intentional bombing of classrooms, taking out children, and school teachers, you say that's war. When you look at the quote unquote mistakes of bombing medic trucks, of bombing food trucks, of bombing supplies for innocent Palestinians, you say that's war. When you look at the leaflets telling the innocent Palestinians to go to places that are supposed to be safe, then the IDF just bombs them to killing the innocent Palestinians there, you say that's war. It's like there's going to be no line for you. If we could live in an alternate version of reality where they did drop the nuke as the government of Israel had proposed, right, individuals within it, you would be sitting on this live saying that's war.
I mean, no, I would not say that. That would be horrible. I would never support that.
There's no hard line. You say that's horrible only because it hasn't happened yet. But if it happened tomorrow, that would be war the day after.
Israel wanted
would you have said the same thing 4 months ago? Would you have said that intentionally cutting off food trade and water routes, sending down false leaflets, then bombing, then particularly bombing innocent Palestinians? You'd say if they ever did that, that'd be terrible. I wouldn't support it. But because it already happened, that's war.
No, it's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the cost of war is horrible. Civilian deaths are horrible. That's how war works. And yeah, it's some.
All right, I'm done having this conversation.
No. Let's talk about
You just say that's how war works. I'm not okay with hearing that killing innocent civilians, starving them, is just fucking war. I'm done hearing it. I don't want to hear it anymore.
How do they starve them?
I don't want to hear it. They cut off food from coming into the country.
I'm pretty sure Egypt didn't allow the food to come into the country.
No, it was determined by the ICJ that it was Israel. You literally just deny it.
Remember, he thinks that the ICJ is self-interested and is going to make incorrect
Everything's war and denial. That's what it is.
I'm not saying it's all I'm not saying all their determinations are incorrect. And I think there could have been better support for the Palestinians. I agree with that.
Yeah, get out of here, bro.
What? No, not necessarily. I don't disagree with all their determinations, just some.
But you have no reason to disagree with the ones that you do.
I told you they're self-interested.
Yeah, but you could have given reason to justify that.
Yeah, because I'm not necessarily informed on that part of
the... thanks for admitting it. Okay, bye.
Okay. I mean, we can continue to talk if you want about other stuff, but
Would you vote for someone who was held legally responsible for sexually assaulting a woman?
Yeah, because I care a lot more about policies than the character of the person.
Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a kid?
Yeah, mainly because of the policy again, and also.
So would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting 100 kids?
100? No, because that would show a pattern.
No. So how many kids do they have to sexually assault and be held civilly liable for it
Look,
in order
there's a
for you
big
to be able
difference
to like say that you wouldn't vote for them?
There's a big difference between being held.
How many
liable
kids?
and
Just tell me.
I mean, it's civil court.
Yeah, how many kids do they need to be civilly liable of sexually assaulting in order for you to like not want to vote for them?
I don't know why the number really matters. It's civil court.
No, because you said that you wouldn't vote for someone who is held civilly liable of sexually assaulting 100 kids.
I take that back.
Thank you so much. But you would vote for one that was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting. Or you wouldn't vote for one that was held. Or you would vote for one that was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting one kid.
I'll just state my position again. I care a lot more about policy and the things they're actually going to do to the country compared to their character.
So would you vote for someone that was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting 100 kids?
Probably not.
No. So would you vote for someone that was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting 50 kids?
No, I would vote for
40 kids?
Dude, you know that those courts were biased.
Evan,
right? You
30
know the
kids?
judges were liberals. You know the.
Evan,
Okay.
20 kids? 10 kids?
You can keep on saying the number. The number is irrelevant.
5 kids? Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting 5 kids?
The number is irrelevant. Being civilly liable.
No, answer the question.
Guilty.
How come all courts?
What number did you say? Sorry.
What would you vote for someone that was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting 5 kids?
Yes, I would if the judges and the jury were biased and if the liberals
10
were going
kids.
after him. Sure, because the whole thing
20
is bullshit.
kids.
Yes.
30 kids.
If it's all bullshit, then yes.
40 kids.
Yes. If
50
it's
kids.
if the people who are prosecuting him and the judges are
60 kids. He was held
If
civilly
they're
liable
biased,
for.
then yes,
Would
if
you
they're
vote for
biased.
someone who was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting
It's
60
not
kids?
guilt, dude. It's not a criminal court. It's civil court. It's not
Would
guilt.
you vote for someone who was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting 60 kids?
Depending on the circumstances, if I believe that the
70
judges and the
kids.
jury were biased, then maybe, yeah.
80 kids.
And you can say whatever number. If I think
90.
the judges were
Okay,
biased, then yes.
100,000 children.
I don't even know how that would be possible. But
Would
if
you
I
vote for
believe-
someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting 100,000 individual kids?
Civil court isn't guilt, dude. Come on, how do you not get it?
Okay, so would you yes or no, Evan?
If I believe that, there were circumstances that indicated that, it could have been fishy or it could have potentially been incorrect, and that the guilt wasn't 100%, then yeah.
Okay, what evidence in the case do you dispute?
I'm not
of the
fully
Eugene
aware.
Carroll case.
What evidence? I'm more against the judge who is liberal.
What did the judge do that you disagree with?
I'm not fully aware of all the details on the case.
You name one piece of evidence that was submitted in the Eugene Carroll case.
I believe I got into politics recently. I'll be honest.
Yeah, you don't know. You just dispute it because you deny courts that make
It's civil
rulings
court,
that
dude.
you
It's
disagree
not
with.
guilt. It doesn't
Evan,
matter. It doesn't matter
one
what the
second.
evidence
I would
is.
like to go over a couple things here. It quite literally does matter what the evidence is.
Civil
You said
court.
that you reject it. 1 second, Evan. 1 second, bro. Chill. You said that you reject it because of the judge is a liberal. So who determines the guilt of the defendant, the judge or the jury?
It was the jury. The jury was also liberals.
The jury. Okay. Can you name one of the jurors?
No, I just know they're.
How do you know they're all liberals?
Because I believe there was reporting about that the majority of them were liberals.
The majority of them are
Matters more
liberals.
than
So
the
I just gotta go ahead and bring
There's
up a
good
couple
evidence
facts here.
indicating at least 2 of them were Republican.
Then also, you understand that the jury made a
that's
unanimous. Evan, you understand that the jury made a unanimous decision in this case. They didn't even have to make a unanimous decision, but they all agreed, right? Even
Unanimous.
those with a right-leaning bias agreed that yes, Trump had raped Eugene Carroll. You don't know one piece of evidence submitted to the court of law. Maybe we could run through it. Medical records from the 90s and consistency between the testimony of her as well as 7 other witnesses, and then we also had a dress in which had unknown male sperm on it, in which she claimed to have been Trump's, the dress she was wearing while he raped her, and then he refused to provide his DNA to be tested against that. An innocent man would provide his DNA. A guilty man wouldn't. Trump didn't provide his DNA. He's a guilty man. And the only reason you have to reject it is this word liberal. You apply liberal on anything
No,
that
I
you
said
want to
'cause it's
willfully
before.
dismiss without a second
Confirmed.
thought and continue the perpetuation of rape culture and put a rapist in the Oval Office and deny the experiences of a woman who didn't just accuse a man of rape but then proved it in a court of law because you apply the word liberal to it all. You sound just like Trump. You sound
Actually,
just
say
as
something.
delusional. You sound just as engaging in fringe conspiracy theory. You sound just as non-acquainted with reality, and you're doing the same thing to the civil court case. And it's funny because you're saying, well, if it was criminal, you might believe it. But then we turn around and we look at the ICJ in context of Palestine, and you throw that shit right out the window. No, you just disregard things that have occurred in reality that you don't like.
Can I say something? I totally agree with you that
Fatima,
Trump's
thank you for the
awful
dollar.
person,
Thank you so much.
narcissist, and I will agree that he probably
Palestine.
did this to a kid. It's not guaranteed, but he probably did. And I'm still going to vote for him because I think he'll be I think he'll be best for the country and for foreign policy. I think he'll be better than Kamala.
Name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you agreed with.
Like I told you, I've gone to politics recently. I'm not as aware about what happened in the past.
So you only
Aware
concern
about
yourself with policy, yet you don't know the damn policy.
talking about what he wants to do, not what he did.
He tried to overthrow our government in 2020. How do you feel about that?
I don't agree with that. I think that was horrible.
So you'd vote for a rapist that's tried to overthrow our government over Kamala Harris, the person that wants to protect our democracy, advocates for women's rights, and wants to pull America together by reducing income inequities?
Yeah, because Israel's the most important thing to me, and I know that he's going to be more pro-Israel than.
That's the craziest shit I've ever heard. Is that like real? Yes, the rapist that's tried to overthrow our government. Dude, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna support the people that kill innocent Palestinians. Over the fact because even though this person's a rapist,
I really hope he's. From a blue state.
I prefer the state that literally slaughters innocent people.
I really hope he's from a blue state, so his vote doesn't matter. It'd be phenomenal. That'd be like the ultimate fuck you.
All right, let's get this next individual, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump at 2024, y'all. Tap that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes, y'all. It really helps send out the live. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone as well. Let me get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. How long are you going to stay on here tonight, Dean?
Oh, I'll probably do one more debate, and then I'll start getting ready for bed. I'm going to go to bed early because I have to be off stream by 1 tomorrow.
So really early stream tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Well, you're going to be off stream like right when I get on, so I'll get like a pretty big raid. Gotta love that.
AW. Yeah, we just have the restoration guys coming by tomorrow.
I feel you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. What is going on, everyone? Only send a guest request if you're voting for Trump. Type MAGA in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up, y'all. Type MAGA in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
I'm 18.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I just agree with his policies.
Can you name one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
Yeah, I think his policy to not tax tips is really going to help America.
Kamala Harris supports that.
No, she doesn't. She was the deciding vote.
She just said that.
Yeah, rally in Nevada. She said that no tax on
your
tips.
research because when the Senate passed the bill that taxed tips, it was a 50-50 tie, and she was the deciding vote.
On taxing of tips, when?
That was.
What was the name of the act?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Tips have been taxed much prior to the Biden-Harris.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but it was a harder tax on tips.
When?
It was in 2022. I don't know the name off the top of my head. I can't pull it off the top of my head.
I mean, I'm assuming that Parker's looking that up right now. But I mean, even if she
I've
did
looked
that,
at her tie-breaking votes. I haven't seen a single one that says that that she did that. Because I'm looking literally right now. I can tell you every single one she did.
I'm pretty sure he just lied.
Yeah, I think so too.
Can you name the policy?
Hi, can you still hear me?
Yeah, go find the
what-
policy
what was
because
the name of the
I
policy?
actually.
I'm trying to slide off and see if I can.
pretty
look it
sure
up
you just
on
lied.
Safari.
Yeah, and like even if you're not lying, like we understand that positions can change, and she did vocalize the fact that
I
if she's
do
elected
understand
president,
that, but I think
she
the
will not tax
problem,
tips.
the
I don't see
underlying
anything that says
problem
this.
with that is you guys allow Kamala Harris to change on her policies, but Trump has changed a lot on his policies as well, and I just don't think you guys allow that.
Yeah, yeah. There's no. Give me seriously the tie-breaking vote because there's no tie-breaking vote that shows that.
I'm
literally looking at every
If I
tie-breaking vote.
slide
right now.
off this TikTok live, can you guys still hear me? Or
I
no?
won't be able to hear you until you come back onto the app.
Okay. Do you want me to do that real quick?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
This guy is lying.
Hi.
That'd be a
I'm
change
back.
to a federal tax policy.
Well, the only thing that has changed was the child tax credit in 2021.
Am I able to send a link to you? I found a link on Twitter to the video where she cast the tie-breaking vote.
We don't want a Twitter video.
No,
we
just
want a
tell me the
policy.
act.
Okay. Let me look.
I think you just lied because I literally am looking at all of them right now and I didn't see it. Tap that screen if let's get to 2 million likes, y'all. Everyone tap the fuck out of the screen. Tap the fuck out of it.
It was the Inflation Act.
Inflation Reduction Act?
Yes, correct.
So where in the Inflation Reduction Act did it do that?
If you look more into the underlying parts of it, there were parts to the bill. I don't know the exact section of the bill. I'm sorry, I don't know that off the top of my head. But there are a lot of things that added taxes to certain things, and one of the main things was tips on people.
Nope.
I'm on the IRS website right now looking at credits and deductions under the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. There was only energy related credits and deductions. There was bonus incentive credits for low-income communities, energy communities, and then literally nothing else. So you just lied.
Shanique, thank you so much for the $20.24. Thank you so much because I think it's politically advantageous to them.
Have you read the entire bill, or are you just trying to talk on what you think the bill's
No,
about?
I'm literally looking
No,
at
I've
the
read the bill.
IRS's websites and the credits and deductions under the Inflation Reduction Act. I'm looking at every single
You can
every single
go to the
credit and deduction
IRS.
under
You
the
can
act.
go to find on page, type in tips.
Okay, well, what you guys have been doing all night is asking, like, the example of the
Go to the
You
Inflation
just
Reduction
pulled
Act
up the-
on congress.gov. Okay, type and then go to Find My and click and type tips.
Can you be honest that you're lying?
I'm not lying.
Okay, then how come it's not listed on the IRS's website?
How come it's
You
not
have
listed
to
on the
look into
literal
the
bill?
You're not looking into the bill.
I am
did.
looking at every dude. Okay, on the IRS website.
Yeah, I'm literally no here. This is the best way to do it. I'm on congress.gov on the bill. I have done Find My, typed in tips, nothing. Tip, nothing.
Okay, it doesn't have to say tips in the bill to mean.
Yes, it does.
Like, do you not know how a bill works?
It would have to specify income from tips.
Then, like, also about the IRS website, so they have news on irs.gov, and it breaks it down with every bill passed, and if it has any impact on tax policy whatsoever, they report exactly what it does. You could go on here, you could see the credits, the credit transfers, and the payments. Every way that this bill changed the way that anything is taxed.
Nothing
is
for
listed in
gratuity, everyone, as well. Nothing for gratuity.
Okay, well, my main question for you guys is, because you asked me what a policy I supported was.
No pivot. We want to know how this, increase the tax on tips. No pivot, man.
I just think it's wrong for her to state that. They're in office right now, the Harris-Biden administration. Why is she?
This guy's such a liar.
Okay,
When they
the Department of Labor, and Parker's even looking through the bill itself right now.
I literally looked through the bill.
If the Department of Labor doesn't report on it, if IRS doesn't report
he
on
made
it,
it- he
and
made
it's
it
not on the
up.
bill, you made it up.
I'm not making it up. I'm
You did.
stating a fact that I saw on the internet.
On what, a Twitter video?
Thank you for the dollar. Thank you so much.
A clip of
Yeah,
her.
Department of Labor also doesn't have anything about the tips in Inflation Reduction Act.
Okay, well, the Inflation Reduction Act hasn't worked in general either. Like, what has
It
it
has.
done to this
Lies.
country? Then why is inflation up?
It's actually
inflate. You understand that it's at 3%, right?
Inflation's up since Trump was in office.
obviously the Inflation Reduction Act is long term to bring down inflation.
Okay, then how does it help? Can you state an act to me?
Yeah, so the Inflation Reduction Act specifically, not only does it have a $35 cap on insulin for seniors as it relates to Medicare, but it also specifically has investment in renewable energies, which brings down energy costs long term. Megan, thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Megan. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, because so far, like in these debates, it hasn't seemed like you were actually stating a fact, but that was a real fact you stated there. Thank you for that. Can I ask a genuine question?
Go ahead.
I just want to hear what the main act you like act or thing that you think Kamala Harris is
Inflation
gonna do.
Reduction Act, PACT Act, infrastructure bill. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much, Trey.
What is your biggest thing with Trump? Like with
Hey,
his
I
acts?
just want to interrupt here real quick.
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
found his source. I found your source, Ian. I found out why he is saying that this will allow that this will increase tax on tips. You just flat out fucking lied. I just found the most alt-right media source I could from the Heritage Foundation, and they're arguing that the Inflation Reduction Act granted $80 billion of new funding to the IRS, and arguably this will allow for the IRS to crack down on waitresses, gig workers, and
the Hannibal Lecter.
And small businesses.
I can't do it right now. Thank you,
just
Devin.
allowing them to crack down harder on them to make
Push the
sure that they're
manifesting. Thank you
paying
so much,
taxes
guys.
on tips. And this is coming from the most alt-right media source possible. This is even a source that Trump calls too far right.
That
and even
was not
they
my
say
source. You're
that-
putting words into my mouth. That
I'm
was not
finding
what I
the
said.
most alt-right source to justify something close to what you're saying because I've been looking into it for the last 10 minutes.
Okay,
and the
then don't
closest thing I
claim
can
what my
find
source-
is them
you said that
saying,
was my
"Give me,
source that
give
I
me your,
used."
give me your source right now."
I literally said I saw a video on Twitter of her casting a tie-breaking vote. That is what I said. I
For
never
the
said-
Inflation Reduction Act, that happened.
Correct.
That's a thing that happened. Yes, that happened. What the
Yes,
fuck
but
does
I'm
this have to
saying
do
it
with tax
led-
on tips?
I'm saying that it led to a bad thing for tax on tips. It made it.
That's a lie.
It already was.
Ian, I'm sorry, but you just made that up.
Okay, you can claim that, but it's not true.
No, I'm
Give
not just
evidence that you're
claiming
not making it up.
Ian, I'm serious. When you look this up later, you're going to be like, yeah, I was totally wrong.
Okay, go ahead and claim that.
Can you provide evidence that you're right, Ian?
Yes, I said she did the tie-breaking act. Like,
Bro,
I don't
that
know
is
what you
not
guys are
evidence
looking
for the fact that the act increased tax on tips.
I gave an opinion. I wasn't saying
So your
I gave my
your opinion is that the Inflation Reduction Act increased tax on tips? What the fuck?
It's not true. You can literally go to the Inflation Reduction Act, type tips or gratuity, you won't find it.
Okay.
Dana, thank you so much for the $2.18.
I don't
Thank you
get
so
what your
much.
guys' goal is here.
Why do you hold that opinion?
People are
Yo,
coming
happy
on and you're
birthday,
just
happy
attacking
early
them.
birthday, happy early birthday. Thank you.
Ian, why do you
Thank
hold
so
that
much, Dana.
opinion?
Why do I hold that opinion? I think that Trump is better for this country.
No. Why do you hold the opinion that the Inflation Reduction Act increased tax on tips?
Because it just, there are many things to this bill. And as you've seen, if you look at the numbers, the tax on tips has gone up since this bill.
Could you give me
has
the
been
numbers?
What's the effective tax on tips?
You expect
And
me
also-
to just know
also-
that off the top of my head? It's gone up.
Wait, dude, okay, you know what? I'm sick of, like, you just making claims that, like, things have gone up, things have happened. And then we ask you any reason to believe that, you're like, you really think I'm gonna have any evidence to support my claim? Like, dude, okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess I shouldn't expect MAGA to have evidence or sources.
Okay, well, I lean more independent. I'm just leaning more
I don't believe
towards
you.
Trump. Okay, don't believe me then.
You said, wait, did I ask you the question, would you vote for someone who...
Yes, I said I'm voting for Trump. I'm leaning towards Trump.
No, did I ask you the question, would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
No, I wouldn't.
You
And
wouldn't?
Trump wasn't.
So Trump was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman.
Yeah, civilly is different than criminally.
I said
held.
civilly. So you would
Okay.
vote for someone that was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
Yes, because civilly is different than criminally.
Okay, would you vote for someone that was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a minor?
Yes, civilly is different than criminally.
Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable for genociding 6 million people?
Yes. Civilly is different than criminally.
Would you vote for someone who's held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a million kids?
Yes, civilly is different than criminally. Do you not
Yes.
get that?
Do you
I
think we
don't-
should get rid of civil cases?
Yes, I think that everything should go to criminal court.
Everything should go to criminal. So get rid of civil. So all the housing discrimination lawsuits that relate to racism or racial discrimination lawsuits that were in civil courts, they should all be overturned.
I just think criminal
racists should
court's
get their
better.
money back.
Why is there? I don't get that. That is one thing that I hate about our legal system. Our legal system is completely just, it shouldn't be the way it is. And the fact that you're making these baseless claims that he was civilly held responsible when he wasn't, it's been
He literally was held civilly liable.
Reader's fact check has fact checked all of that to be false.
Not true.
You can check my
Megan, thank you
source.
for the $8. Thank you so much. Ian, why are you lying?
Yeah,
I'm
hey,
actually
also-
serious. Like, why are you literally lying? Like, that's actually not true at all. Reuters did not fact check that he was held civilly liable for
I
sexual
want you to
assault.
look it up right now. You're obviously going to say it's not.
I
on
have.
there.
Like,
It
seriously,
is.
look up Trump liable essay. You can find on every media site that he was held liable.
Hey,
You
then
can see the
also-
court case. I can show you the court document of the jury verdict.
Then about his lie earlier, I'm still looking into it. So Form 4070 is the form that employees report their income through tips to their employer, and this form hasn't changed in the last 10 years. Okay, right? And then the tips themselves are taxed through federal income tax rates that have not changed since the child tax credit, of course, but have no major change in the marginal tax rate since the TCJA in 2017.
Okay. You can say all you want, but
Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much.
And then now you're saying that it's not true that Trump was held civilly liable for sexual abuse. You could
It's
look
not.
at the jury verdict form.
It's not.
I'm gonna show you the jury verdict form. I'm so fed up with this shit.
And civilly is different than criminally
I'm
held.
showing you the jury verdict form. I'm just gonna pull
Yeah,
it
no,
up on my
dude, trust
laptop.
me. We get that civil is different than criminal. Can you tell me
Okay.
the difference in standard of evidence between the two? Thank you for the handout. Hey, Ian, can you tell me the difference between the two in terms of standard of evidence?
What? Like civilly and
Between
criminal?
civil and criminal.
Yeah, criminal is you are criminally held responsible. If Trump had been criminally held responsible for doing what you're claiming he was doing, do you think he'd be running right now? Do you think
I asked you. I didn't ask you about whether or not he'd be running. I asked you what was the difference in standard of evidence.
standard of evidence, if they held him criminally, that would mean there is without a reason of doubt that he
Yeah. So what about for civil?
civil means that it's a civil case. It's not within, it's just within.
What's the standard of evidence for a civil case?
A civil case is not the same as criminal. I don't know how many
You
times.
don't know the standard, so it's what's more likely than not to occur. Hey Parker, could you put me on the big screen here real quick, just for 10 seconds? So yeah, here's verdict form. This is going to be coming particularly from the United States District Court, Southern District of New York. This is E. Jean Carroll as a plaintiff against Donald J. Trump as a defendant. There's the court document. You could look this directly up on ny, right, courts.gov. Okay, there's a number that you should look up, right? And here is the second question. Mr. Trump sexually abused Miss Carroll. The jury selected yes, right? So when you say that it's false that he was held civilly liable for sexual abuse, how do you explain this official court document on the screen right now that says the jury held him liable for sexual abuse in a civil court?
Can I see anywhere that says Miss Carroll was under the age? Because usually they show it as John Doe if the person was under the age.
Harry, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much, Harry.
No, what do you mean underage?
Everyone, if you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone.
You guys were claiming that he sexually harassed a minor.
What?
It makes
Jean
no
Carroll was an
sense.
adult woman.
You guys said that he sexually assaulted minors. That's what you said. So you guys were lying.
Ian, no, we weren't. So what I was saying is that would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable for that?
You
I was
said
not
minor.
saying, yeah. I was not saying Trump did this. I was saying
Yes, you did. You have said that multiple times. I've been watching the stream for like 2 hours, and you have said that multiple times.
I promise you, I have not. I said that Trump was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. I did say that would you vote for someone that was held civilly responsible for sexually assaulting a child, as a hypothetical to then demonstrate where they draw the line. And
well, then if it's a hypothetical, no, I would not. But I thought you were claiming that he had done that.
Oh, so if he did do it in real life, you would still vote for him, but if it's just hypothetical, you wouldn't?
No, I wouldn't
doesn't
vote
understand
for him
what
if he did it in
hypotheticals
real
are.
life, because he didn't.
I don't understand this whole idea of like people not understanding hypotheticals. Like, it's
Yeah,
actually really sad.
I don't understand.
act
how
like
you're
it's
so
real.
Amanda,
You
thank
make
you so
these
much for the
baseless
dollar.
claims.
Thank you so much. I do support abolishing the Electoral College.
So you support abolishing the Electoral College.
Yes.
And why is that? I'll let you explain yourself to your viewers.
One vote equal one vote.
One vote equals one vote.
States don't vote, people do.
And why is that?
Why should my vote matter differently than a person in Wyoming?
Because the Electoral College has been in, like, for years. It's been a thing. Why get rid of it now? Is it because it favors the Democratic Party more?
No, the Electoral College favors the Republican Party more, but the reason why I'm against it is because it's not one vote, one person, right? It's you based upon the state you live in, your vote is more valuable, right? And I think that's ridiculous. I don't think that a person in like a swing state should have a more valuable vote than a person living in California, based upon, again, the determinations of the state.
So basically, you're saying that you want to change the election system that's been in place for hundreds of years in America to more tailor the Democratic Party. So
It's not to tailor the Democratic Party. Why are you strawmanning the position? I'm saying
because the
electoral vote.
College is fair.
No, it's not. It's not fair to have my vote matter 1/5 of what it does in Wyoming.
It's been like this for years.
I don't care. Just because it's been that way does not mean it should be that way.
Is your only argument a traditionalist fallacy? Because if that's the case, what would you say to a white supremacist that was arguing the same thing when people started advocating for the abolishment of slavery? What have they said? It's been like that.
Why? What does a white supremacist have to do with anything we're talking about? We're
Because
talking
it's
about
the same.
Electoral
It's the
College.
same. It's the same argument. You're saying, well, it's been like this, therefore it should be like this. So when people were starting to advocate to abolish like legal slave ownership, well, what if a slave owner said it's been like this, therefore it should continue to be like this?
That's a completely different topic.
So it's actually not, right? It's actually not. It's not at all, right? It's the same logic. Literally replace the word electoral college with right to own a slave and replace the year with 2024 with like 1850.
It's just not true. It's just
Do
not
you
true.
just not follow logic?
No, he doesn't.
I see what you're saying logically, but that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I'm trying to have a debate right now about the Electoral College with you. and you're
I just
not
fucking
playing.
can't. You're saying the Electoral College has been in place, therefore the Electoral College should be in place, and you think that's a valid argument. Replace the phrase Electoral College with right to own slaves.
I
and all
don't
of
think it's a
sudden an
valid
invalid
argument. I just think that you guys are making this claim that you should change the Electoral College to the popular vote, which more tailors your party. And you can't give any other reason other than that. You're saying
Actually, that's not even a reason that Parker's gave. He's refuted that that's a reason constantly. And last time he made this point, he made it explicitly clear that you're strawmanning the argument. So how come you were ignoring Parker's reasons insofar as why he thinks the Electoral College should be abolished, strawmanning it with your reason that it would be more favorable to the Democratic Party, and then acting as if that is Parker's true reason? It's
Because
like you can't even
acting
engage in
dumb allows for
conversation.
him to live within the context of ignorance, which makes him feel better.
Okay, so that's just not true. Does
another nuh-uh.
My question is, does Kamala Harris support that? Abolishing the Electoral
Just
College?
nuh-uh is a really good argument. You know, I've never considered that before, dude. Nuh-uh. Never considered that.
I never said that, but okay.
You just did.
I didn't say no.
You
I
said
said
not true. Dude.
I asked
It's
a
the same
question,
thing.
and you guys are going to dodge it. I asked, does Kamala Harris?
You asked a
support
question
abolishing
after
the
I asked you a
Electoral
question, and you
College?
literally
what
just
was
said
your
not
question?
true. What did
What
you
was
say
your
not
question?
true to?
What was your question? Can you repeat?
What did you say not true to?
Not true?
Yeah. You said not true. What did you say that to?
I never said not true.
Hey,
I asked you a question. You must have misheard me.
You know what?
I must
Parker?
have misheard him.
I must have misheard him too. Everybody in the live must have misheard him.
You see,
Parker-
like, I have to have infinite levels of patience, chat. Like, it's, like, actually insane. The level of patience that I require
I've lost mine
to
for
not
the night.
scream at this person.
I've lost mine for the night. I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. I appreciate
I
you for
feel
letting
you
me up
did.
for the co-hosts. Everybody,
The only
watching-
thing holding me back is the adult beverage.
Yeah, for real. Can't wait until I'm 21. But I'm gonna go to drop down. Parker, thank you for letting me up for the co-host.
Jesus Christ.
All
dude,
I
appreciate
have
you.
to say is, can I ask an honest question?
Yeah.
I have been in multiple debates with a Trump side and a Kamala side, and all I want to say is that your whole comment section has attacked me this whole time. Why is that your party's ideology? Because every time I go on a debate, I get attacked by a chat in the Democratic Party, but I feel more welcomed in the Republican Party because I don't get attacked for my opinion.
Thank you so much for the sharp. I appreciate. Thank you so much for the you're amazing, because people disagree with you. Okay. So the same thing happens for me with people who are Republicans. I come on this live every single day, and there are people on here that fundamentally disagree with me, that regardless what I do, are going to disagree with me and are going to hate on me.
And then
every
you guys
single
are
day I deal
attacking
with
me as
thousands
well.
of people doing that.
You're not even having a debate. You're just attacking me.
I'm not. That's a complete lie.
Okay.
I've been very nice to you, Ian. I think it's ridiculous for you to say that.
Okay, you haven't even let me talk. You make baseless claims about me as well.
Dude, other people have a claim to that significantly more. I have not. I've barely cut you off, Ian. You're a fucking snowflake.
All right, just call me that. That's great.
You're welcome.
Do you have anything else you want to talk about? You never answered my question. I asked I asked, what's one policy that is the main thing you support, and give actual facts about that policy from Kamala Harris. I just want to know.
Kamala.
Yeah. My bad.
So again, the Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. Inflation Reduction Act is the largest investment in renewable energy ever. Right. It also had the $35 cap on insulin for seniors, bringing down pharmaceutical costs in this country for people on Medicare, which was a good thing. Trump tried to pass a similar thing, but it was non-enforceable because it was executive-based. And then as it relates to the infrastructure bill, there was investment in roads and bridges, right, and getting lead out of water pipes for clean drinking water, expanding access to high-speed internet through broadband. As it relates to the PACT Act, expanding veterans' access to health care as it relates to people who are exposed to burn pits and toxic substances abroad. 1 million veterans are now enlisted in that program, which is really good and very beneficial. Those are just a few examples.
Okay, thank you for that. And my next question is just what has happened in the Democratic Party with Kamala Harris taking over as the candidate and Joe Biden stepping down. A lot of Republicans, and I don't completely agree with this, have claimed it's a coup. The main thing that I do want to mention, though, is, yes, I do think it is ridiculous to claim that. I actually agree with your side on that. But my main question is, do you think Kamala Harris should have to go through the process of a democracy, which is she has to get enough delegates to vote, and she has to go through the primaries like the Democrats and Republicans do?
If it's for delegates, well, the delegates have already picked her.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have.
They picked Joe
Biden. They've already said that they're going to send their votes to Kamala Harris.
Okay,
Because Joe Biden stepped down, and everyone knows, including Joe Biden, that if he steps down, it's going to be Kamala Harris that steps up.
Okay, well, let's say Joe Biden shows
when
up at the
people voted
DNC.
for Joe Biden, they voted for Biden Harris, which means that if Biden steps down, if he makes that decision to step down, regardless of who influences him to do
How
it,
did they vote for Biden
that
and
means
Harris
that Harris
when
steps up.
Harris wasn't even announced as his 2024 vice president yet? He never announced Kamala Harris as his vice president for 2024.
Because they were incumbent.
That
She was
doesn't
already
mean-
the vice president.
There has been multiple
I'm
times
sorry, dude,
when
that was a
people-
really ridiculous statement for you to make. She was already the vice president.
That
so I
doesn't
don't
mean
see any
anything.
reason.
You can change
as
your
to-
vice president.
Yeah, but like that's not likely to occur. You would only announce it if you changed it.
Okay, well,
And-
you
and-
guys
and
are a
also-
party that claims to be for democracy. Democracy, you have to make your intention to have the vice president. He never did that. He never said.
So they did in 2020. So when you do it in
Not in
2020,
2024.
Okay, so did Obama indicate that Joe Biden was the vice president for 2012?
Yes, he did.
When?
He did at the DNC. He made
At the
his
DNC.
intention
So
clear.
has the DNC happened yet?
No,
Okay.
but Joe Biden didn't do it.
Do you realize how ridiculous of a statement that is, given that the DNC hasn't happened yet? So when the DNC occurs, it's going to be the case that
Okay,
really
maybe then
the
it wasn't the
nominee is
DNC.
Kamala
I was
Harris.
just making a guess. I'm going to be honest with you. I was just making a guess. But he did eventually do it. But my question
Yeah,
is...
so my
when
point is
JD
that you
Vance
had
was
no
picked
clue what you
as
were
vice
talking about
president-
there, and you just whipped that right out of your ass. And you said, like, and the sad thing that I'm saying is you were very confident about it, and you didn't know it to be true.
I wasn't confident.
And I'm gonna be
about it.
totally honest with you, Ian. There are times and there are points in time where I'm confident about things where I later find out it's wrong. But the point is that when you find out it's wrong and you find out you have no basis for that, you shouldn't hold to that. And that's something I hold myself to a lot. Like, if I find out I'm wrong, which I have, I've been wrong today, right? I'm going to acknowledge it, and I'm never gonna make that point again. Right? I'm not trying to mislead people, but I have to acknowledge as a human I'm going to. So that's important, acknowledging that sometimes you can be wrong, right? Including myself. And I'm going to sit here and I'm going to take the fucking embarrassment of being wrong when I'm wrong, because that ultimately leads to better discourse between each other. Okay?
Okay, that's very admirable of you, and I think your viewers should
I'm
see
not
that.
trying to say that to be admirable. I'm trying to say that so that you can empathize and so that you can like kind of understand where I'm coming from. I'm
I
not
see
trying
it.
to just like be a partisan hack and just argue from the other side. I genuinely believe in what I'm telling you, and I really think that this guy's a threat to the country. I'm not just trying to portray him in a negative context.
In what way is he a threat to the country?
He tried to overthrow the government. He's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse. I know you say it's a civil court, but I think civil courts have a basis, especially when it's in a unanimous decision by a jury.
Okay, well, you
I
can
would understand
make
if it was like
that
a
claim,
5-4 decision and there was no evidence provided, but there was evidence provided and it was 9-0. The person that was lying in the scenario about what happened was Donald Trump.
How
He
did
said
he
that he
try to
wouldn't have
overthrow
sexually
the
abused her.
government, though?
Here, listen. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, he mistook her, the person he was held legally responsible for sexually abusing, with his ex-wife. So either he's incoherent and can't tell the difference between like a person he was proven to have sexually abused and his ex-wife, right? Or, right, he was lying.
How did
And I
he
think it's
try
pretty
to
clear he was
overthrow
lying.
the government, though?
Yeah. He tried to send fake electors to the Electoral College in order to be able to send Trump votes.
Do January 6th. But my main question, you're going to mention January 6th. I know that. That's a big thing, obviously. I think it was very wrong, but that's the same thing as me trying to say
You know what I think what's most wrong about it explicitly? I mean, a lot of his rhetoric, you can argue, yes, it incited it. No, it didn't. Really, what I find a huge issue with is something that happened recently where he said that he would pardon people that were convicted of assaulting police officers.
Yes, I don't.
So
I
he
don't
argues all the
agree with
time that he's like pro-police and back the blue, but he's willing to
give my vote to him. That doesn't mean I support everything he does. It's the same way for you with Kamala Harris. You support her. That doesn't mean you support everything she supports.
Yeah, and I know you're not saying that you support everything, but I think that when it relates to political violence here, it's something that is relevant to bring up. It's an important thing. It's not just some small thing. Benjamin, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
I agree with that.
So when we say that, not only that, but like also other things as it relates to the sexual abuse, the defamation, the fraud, the 34 felonies, all of these things clearly show bad attributes that Trump has. Now, I'm not saying that Kamala Harris is perfect. What I'm saying is that she's a better candidate than Donald Trump because it brings us back to normalcy. It brings us back to people who are a lot younger, more cognitively fit. We can sit there and we can acknowledge that both Trump and Biden, I think, are not cognitively fit for like what I would want as president. Can he fulfill the basic necessities that you need as a president? Absolutely, he can. But is he as cognitively aware as I would like for a president? No. So that's the distinction I think that we need to make because they both can fulfill the job, but it doesn't mean that they're at the level in which we want for them to fulfill the job. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. But how do you think, and I'll let you make your argument, how do you think Kamala is better? Just to let your viewers know, how do you think Kamala is better for this country than Trump? Like cognitively.
I think I've answered this a million times. Cognitively, okay. So for referencing cognitively, well, Trump specifically goes on incoherent rambles. He's raging. He's delusional, right? He has many things he believes that are wildly false that have no good reason to support it. Things like that, right? Those things indicate to me that he's clearly not to the mental capacities needed. He also, right, constantly mistakes things. Mistaking E. Jean Carroll with his ex-wife. Like, how do you mistake who your ex-wife was? Mistaking Kamala Harris for Nikki Haley and Nancy Pelosi for Nikki Haley. And then also like a person that did his cognitive test. Ronnie Johnson, Ronnie Jackson. Who is it, Ronnie Johnson? I don't know. Ronnie Johnson, Ronnie Jackson. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there are plenty of things.
I do gotta admit, I like your Trump impression.
I feel like I'm really bad at it right now. I need to work on it.
Yeah, you do. It's pretty good, though. If you get the voice down better, I think it's pretty good.
I got like the face and the hand gestures down more.
I think you got to get like one of those hats, get a wig going too, and I think you're all good.
Yeah, maybe I'll be good.
Kamala Harris, you know, it's interesting. Nobody really knows her last name. If you ask people, do you know what her last name is? Nobody has any idea what it is. Harris. It's like Harris. I don't know. How the hell did this happen?
That's like that meme. I don't know if you saw that meme. It's like to say the last name.
From his weight,
Okay, so
and you're in the boat, and you have this tremendously powerful battery, and the battery's now on, and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time. I'm not getting near the shark. What?
Okay, just an honest question, because I could pull up the clip, but I don't have another device on me right now. I don't know if you've seen the clip of Kamala Harris. She was doing the interview with Lester Holt, where they ask if she is going to go to the border, and she goes, "We have been to the border." And Lester Holt goes, "You have not been to the border." I think you know what I'm talking about. Do you have a comment on that, at least?
I don't know her saying that specifically, but I do know that she did visit the border in early 2021.
Well, she said,
Adrian, thank you so much for the
I've been to
$10.
the
Thank you so much, and
border.
Kaz, thank you for the boxing up. Thank you.
And Lester Holt goes, we haven't been to the, or you haven't been to the border yourself. And
Yeah,
this,
when she says we, I don't think she's necessarily referencing herself there.
it was before any of them had visited the border. This was.
I also think that being wrong on a particular claim is wildly different than like the incoherent rambling that we just heard. Like what I'm trying to demonstrate there is that like
I do get
the
what
same
you're
types of
doing.
clips that you could find for Biden that sound like incoherent rambles, we can find for Donald Trump. And it's like you'll sit there and you'll call them out bad for Biden, and people like the entire time they were arguing over and over again that the cognitive decline of Biden is a reason why you can't possibly be behind him. But now, given that you have a choice between a candidate that is less cognitively declined and one that is more cognitively declined, you're not voting for the one that is less cognitively declined.
Okay, but when Republicans made those claims about Joe Biden that he was less cognitively declined, it was I was told, and many people just claimed that is not relevant to this election. But now you guys just switched up once he dropped out. Why is that?
I'm not switching up. What I'm saying is I'm calling out the hypocrisy. Now, do I think this is a reason to vote one or the other way? None. I don't necessarily think so. I don't think it's that relevant when we relate to the overall policies and other things like that. Like, I do think that cognitive awareness there is something that you can look past to some degree, but I don't think it's something you can completely ignore.
Would you agree? Because this is like a personal stance.
Like for example, like when I was voting in the primaries, I would vote against Biden because I agree with the policies of all these people. But I would vote for someone that is more cognitively aware than him because it's better to be more cognitively aware.
My question to you is like, just a policy that I would support in the future. Would you support this as well? A age cap on people in political office for say nobody over the age of 75, or maybe even somebody who doesn't pass a cognitive test. Like you have to take a cognitive test.
I don't mind at all. I think those are good things.
I think that is a very logical thing to say, and I think it's good. And
I also, you know what I also think they should have to do? They should have to divest completely from businesses and from stocks. They should have to give up their DNA.
I agree too. I think that's very
so that their DNA could be used to incriminate them if necessary.
Yes, and I think there's a lot of senators.
Like, and I'm not saying create something to incriminate them. I mean, like, if they've committed a crime, we can test it to check.
I think both sides
to
do.
an increase of division.
I think both sides.
And I do agree, but like I think there's conspiracy on the left, but I think it's significantly more prevalent due to Donald Trump. Like for example, like I'm gonna sit there and on the time where like the assassination occurred and there were people on the left that were believing in conspiracies. I went on live and I argued against the people who thought it was staged from the left.
And that's good. Good on you.
Because it is the case that that's harmful not only to my side but to the other side.
Yeah, it's harmful.
It does not unify us. What unifies us is having a common basis of fact.
Even as a Trump voter, I can see multiple things, and I mean that happens from Republicans too. Like there was people who are trying to say that Kamala's crowds are AI generated. Like, okay, they're not. Like, you can't fake a crowd size when there's multiple news.
Yeah, I don't think there's good evidence supporting that. Now, like,
Exactly.
I get people being like skeptical of things, but like, I don't understand why they would believe that without any good evidence.
And
Sharp, thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Sharp in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $50. And Adrian, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it as well. And Killer Kicks, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you.
And what people don't realize is Fox News had news cameras there. Like, if they were truly AI generated, don't you think Fox would be?
Yeah, Fox would have come out with that.
They
You know,
would've been
and but like the thing is, people will go so far on the right that they'll believe Fox News is liberal and like trying to deceive them. That's why I think conspiracy is so harmful, because anything you create up in your mind is probably not as crazy as what other people believe. I know people, literally personally in my life, right, that have believed things like Joe Biden isn't the real Joe Biden.
right?
Yes, that's
like there are
completely
multiple
accurate.
different Donald Trumps. Appreciate that
Yep.
little crown. Thank you so much. You know that the one that was like almost assassinated wasn't actually him. It was some deep fake of him talking crazy shit, dude. I really mean it. And like conspiracy is so pervasive in our society, and I think it ultimately destroys discourse, because how are you ever going to unify with another person that doesn't believe in any basis of facts, that is just based upon whatever they feel like in their conspiracies? Thank you for all the gifts, everyone.
I think that's one thing that if there's anything that can show how divided our country is right now, it's that if I try to have a conversation with a friend or somebody I just met and they say they're voting for Kamala Harris and I say I'm voting for Donald Trump, there's people that will walk out of the room. I can't even have a conversation with them because of my political views.
Did that happen as much prior to 2016?
Nope. It happened in... Oh, I see what you're trying to say.
No. I'm not trying to tie everything to Trump, but like I actually genuinely do believe this is applicable to Trump. Dude, this is coming from someone who used to be a Trump supporter. I was a Trump supporter in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. I was a Trump supporter throughout almost the entirety of his presidency.
See, I see what you're trying to say, but I don't think it generally all falls on Trump. I think it falls on the media too.
Wait, but the media existed prior to Trump being in office. Amber, thank you for the $2.
Yes,
which was prior to Trump running. So why did that happen with the media in the early 2000s or during Obama's administration versus McCain and versus Romney? But it did happen whenever Trump came in.
I just don't think we saw as much false media as we are since Trump has gotten elected. When Trump got elected and
I disagree with you totally.
And
I think there was false media now and there's false media then. And what you mean by false media is that the perception that's given can be biased. Appreciate the cap, thank you so much. Which again existed prior and exists now.
Okay, I do see what you're trying to say.
That when someone says something that's crazy, they don't really get held accountable for it.
Yeah, and I mean,
there are people on this platform, right? People on the right. There's a person named Older Millennial that said that it's okay to throw mentally disabled people off a mountain. The guy's got 1.3 million followers. People made videos about him that got near 1 million views. Multiple people. Harry, Dean.
I mean,
he
it's
still
even
has a
both
platform.
sides,
People
like,
didn't unfollow him. People still watch his stuff all the time. It's crazy.
Even both
Like it's
sides,
like
the more
it's really sad.
Yeah, it is. Like, I mean, the other day I saw on X, everybody's focused on this crowd size bullshit. Like, crowd size, it doesn't mean everything.
Who cares about crowd size?
Exactly.
Honestly, I appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much.
There was this guy who posted a picture.
Yeah, if we're gonna talk about crowd size, hey, there were more people in my live at one point than at one time than at any rally that has recently happened with Kamala Harris or Donald Trump.
Yeah, like
recently, like
this guy posted
more
a
than
picture.
15,000. You know what I mean? Like, am I out here, doing that? No. Like, there's no point. Who cares, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That doesn't demonstrate support. That's just obviously like there's a lot of people in the area there that are going to come. Sure, cool. You know what we should talk about? We should talk about. Oh, okay. The only thing that we should take from this is we should take. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. We should take. There are a lot of people that are enthusiastic. This might not indicate they're going to win the state. It's not going to indicate much about it, but it shows people are enthusiastic. And I think that's a difference from what we saw prior. Doesn't mean more people are voting for Kamala Harris comparative to Donald Trump. What it means is that there's a lot more enthusiasm for Kamala Harris than there was for Joe Biden. And I think that's very clear. And I feel that from someone who's talking here to people every single day. And I've heard that from a lot of people on the ground in other places around the United States.
And as somebody who is more than likely going to vote for Donald Trump, I think that Kamala Harris has a better chance of winning than Joe Biden did. I really do think he did. And I will commend Kamala. I think she had a way better vice president pick.
I got you. Thank you.
I think J.D. Vance was a big flop from Donald Trump for a pick. I think it was really bad.
I'm going to be totally honest with you. I totally agree. I think he fucked up. I think what he needed to do was seem more moderate.
I think he picks Vivek there and he wins the election. Easily.
Vivek is the exact same as his perspective. I think what he needs to do is he needs to pick someone who is more moderate to be able to get the independence.
So just as an example, obviously this probably wouldn't happen. RFK maybe.
No.
What would be?
I don't think RFK appeals to moderates. I think RFK you could have got without making him VP.
I just think like out of his short list, it seemed like his short list was.
And also, I also think that like, if RFK takes a VP position like that, a lot of the people that were going to vote for RFK would cease to vote for RFK because they're voting for RFK because he's an FU to the establishment, because he's something different. And if he just becomes the VP, all of those things fall.
I don't
feel like
get
someone. Yeah, a lot of people are saying this. Haley.
Nikki Haley.
If he picked Nikki Haley, he probably would have a better shot.
I actually agree with that. The more I think about Nikki Haley, it would have been a wild pick because of everything.
Like he would get some pushback from it, but it would be significantly less.
It just
that would have been a better
pick.
pick.
Everything that
now I don't
went
know if that was the best pick, but I do think it would have been a better pick than what he picked already.
Yeah, that actually.
Him saying
the more I think about it, he never would have picked her. Let's be honest.
He doesn't want to be outshined.
Yeah,
that's his big thing. Is that he needs to be the center of attention. If he picks a Nikki Haley, he's not the center of attention. Hell, if he picks a Tulsi Gabbard, he's not the center of attention. Right? JD Vance makes him the center of attention because JD Vance is going to kiss the ring, and JD Vance is going to be... He's kind of weird.
He is. I mean, like...
And I'm not trying to diss him. I'm just saying he's kind of weird.
Yeah. I mean... The only thing he's done that's really been beneficial for Trump's campaign was walking over to Kamala Harris's plane and making that comment about her not talking to the media. That's the only thing I've seen that people on the Republican side have said, wow, I like JD Vance. That's literally the only thing he has done.
I think JD Vance was Trump's, like, he's trying to get the evangelical. And I also think that he was like, oh, I'm facing Joe Biden. I'm in the lead. All I need to do is secure my base.
Now, do you think Kamala is going to end up doing all three of these debates that Donald Trump has?
I really hope. Like, I think she should. If I was like advising her right now, I would tell her to do it.
Yes.
Because it makes her look so good, and she can easily beat him.
I have
like
heard...
he literally, all she has to do is be coherent, point out the fact that he's lying, and give decent proposals. That's it. That's all she has to do.
What I'm most scared of is him being so rude during the debate, and that
makes him look bad.
He honestly is such a rude person in general. But one thing I do want to bring up is
especially because it makes him look misogynistic as fuck,
yeah.
Right? Especially in the time where he's like abortion is on the ballot. Like, people acknowledge that. It's going to be brought up. Like,
a lot of my...
Kamala Harris needs to be running on abortion more.
Yeah, a lot of my Democratic friends that I've talked to have said the concern seems to be that he ends up doing this Fox debate, which is first, right? That's on September 4th. A lot of the concern is that he is going to end up backing out of the other two debates. Do you think that's even like... Because my thought to that is, say he does do the Fox debate, and he wins pretty good. Like, she embarrasses herself. Why would he drop out? If he drops out of the next two debates, that hurts his campaign more. But that is a lot.
If he loses, I mean, either way, it would hurt his campaign more. So
Yeah.
he has to, if he does that one, he has to follow through with the other one.
So, like,
I think that if they're going to do it, I think they should. From the Kamala Harris standpoint, I think she should. Like, yes, it's going to be on Fox, but like, they would look so good for going to it. You know,
one
like,
thing I have
she has an infinitely better platform than Donald Trump.
I do agree.
Like, the arguments are so much stronger for her than they are for Donald Trump. You know, honestly, Ian, if you agree with that, you should probably be voting for my side.
It's not.
I know you want to say, like, oh, just because the arguments are better doesn't mean that, like, that position's better, but it does.
I'm more of a
totally
policy
means
over people guy. I don't care for the person I'm voting for. I just want my policies to be voted for.
I understand, but inevitably speaking, I think if you're on your side, less of your policies are going to be voted for if you're a party, is completely controlled by MAGA. I'm totally serious. If you cared more about freedom, if you cared more about that democracy, about the Constitution, you'd probably get more voters.
Well, my big
like if you were pro-choice, if you were for lower taxes, if you were socially liberal, like mind your own business type shit, you would get more voters. Harris are running on mind your business. Now that doesn't really sound like a typical Democrat slogan, does it? But it is, because Republicans have completely ran away from that. And it gets all the people who are disenfranchised within the Republican Party that wanted Haley, and the people who are independents. And I think that's why they're going to win this.
My big thing is, how do you believe that Kamala Harris, as I know she's not specifically in office.
Ian, I'm sorry. Hold up 1 second. This person said I'm paid by the DNC. I just want to ask them. Yo, do you think I'm paid by the DNC?
No, to be honest, I just want to come over here and say, you're a nigger.
That's great.
Yeah, these are just fucking disgusting people.
Honestly, yeah. But back to our conversation, as we were rudely interrupted, obviously. I mean, now I can't even remember what we were talking about. I guess I'll go to that. I'll pivot to that, the paid by the DNC thing. I don't think you're paid by the DNC. I'm not paid by anybody. I think that's stupid to see.
Yeah, I do think it's really stupid. See, like, from my perspective, I can understand why people are skeptical. Like, I was obviously skeptical of things. I was a lot more conspiratorial in the past. I think being in the position I am now, it's kind of reduced a lot of the conspiracy for me, because I really cannot explain why I'm in the position I am if everything was like controlled by some small group of people. Thank you for the handout. Thank you. Or everything was like controlled by the DNC. Like if I was paid by the DNC, that doesn't make any sense. Also, like, I don't even know how they interact with me. Like, I don't have any like way of contacting me, really. I never check my DMs. People who DM me know that, and they get mad at me because I never do. So it's just like, I'm historically bad at that. Like, I'm literally some random kid that grew up in Iowa that got large on the internet somehow. I don't know how I did. I just did. I really love what I do. And maybe that was part of it, but like, I'm not someone on here that's for bad reasoning or anything like that. Sig, thank you so much for the $20 from the DNC. Thank you so much, Sig.
You genuinely seem like a good guy who's trying to make it out, and I will say that out of anybody, I know I started off when I was first in here. You probably wanted to punch me in the face. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm never like violent. I'm not like a violent type person, like, but like I am like a.
I think you know what I mean, though.
What annoys me most is like willful ignorance. That's what I definitely catch myself getting annoyed at the most. And I definitely, you see how like the more that you've opened up, the more that like we've become like more patient, the less I'm like that.
Yeah, definitely.
Shreya, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. That's totally because of the fact that like I don't think that you're coming from like a disingenuous standpoint. Yeah, that always gets to, I don't know what it is. I feel like it always will, but it's something I work on to try to limit myself from, because communicating this way is better and more effective.
I didn't come in here to try to say stuff that was false. Like when I made that claim, I was just curious about that, and you guys did genuinely help me understand more about her making that tie-breaking vote on that. Now, do I totally agree with her making the tie-breaking vote, and do I think that has helped inflation? Not specifically. And I do genuinely thank you.
And I'll explain why I think it does. Because like I get why you might think otherwise, but one, it was deficit reducing, so it reduced our deficit. That's a good thing. I think that a lot of people associate Democrats with increasing deficits, but actually, like if we look at recently, it's actually the other way around, because Republicans want to do tax cuts and they don't want to cut spending, because cutting spending makes them look really bad. Wiz, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Wiz.
The biggest concern that's on every American's mind right now is gas prices, house prices, grocery prices. How do you think Kamala Harris is going to be able to do better with that than Trump is? Because historically,
Because Trump
has done better.
likes tariffs. Trump likes tariffs. Tariffs increase prices. That's why she'll do better. But if as it relates to like decreasing prices or like having deflationary pressure, what was best was the Inflation Reduction Act. That actually has deflationary pressure long term because of it basically makes our energy system more consistent because we're less dependent on foreign countries. Because we built up our renewable energy. So when Republicans advocate that they want to be like energy independent, the best way to do that is renewable energies for long term. Because the future's not oil.
Genuinely, like if you're an independent and you're looking at it, she can make all the claims she wants, but the prices were lower when Trump was president, and now
that does not mean it's caused by Trump. This is what people get wrong as well, which is really sad because it allows for people to gain power for situations which were not caused by them. It's because people associate just because it's caused by this administration. I mean, just because it happened under this administration, it's caused by this administration, which is not true. Just because a president is in office under the economy doing good does not mean it's caused by the president. If the economy is doing bad and the particular president is in office, does not mean it was caused by the president. We have to look at what they did that might have caused this. Main influences are not the president. Someone like Jerome Powell has more influence over the economy than the president. It's not even close.
Oh yeah, 100% agreed. It's just like the more research I do on independent voters, it seems like that is a lot that people will look at. They'll look at the prices and they'll say they were lower under Trump. I don't want to vote for Harris, and they don't even want to hear her out.
Yeah, that's a correlation causation fallacy. Yep. So there's literally a logical fallacy that applies to this, which means essentially that it's bad reasoning, such bad reasoning, that we created a fallacy to describe it.
Yeah, exactly.
And the reason why it's considered bad reasoning is because of the reductios that it leads to. So when I give a particular reductio ad absurdums, I give you these scenarios that seem absurd given this particular set of reasoning, I'm giving it to you for a reason, right? Because it leads to these bad outcomes, conceptually. But yeah, is there anything else you want to talk about or add before I go on to the next person, Ian?
No, not really. I do want to thank you for having a genuine conversation. Sorry if it started off worse.
No, you're fine. Don't worry.
It was a genuine conversation, and I hope that I was a lot better than the other people you've had on here that just straight up are making. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I genuinely tried to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, no, it was good. Trust me, I appreciate it.
I'm more leaning towards independent, and I forget what the other guy's name was on here, but I kind of owe him an apology. I probably triggered him.
Yeah, oh, maybe.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you coming on, man.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good one.
Yo, Sharp, thank you for the $50 again. Thank you so much, Sharp. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Sharp in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sharp, for the $50. Thank you so much. Y'all, I really appreciate all of that. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, the bio. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 2 million likes, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Nicole, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Nicole. How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here, y'all. Sent by Harry O. Based. Based Harry Ray. That was so cool. That was fun. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello?
Hello?
You're a minor? Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump at 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Are you voting for Trump in 2024?
I'm voting for Trump as of right now, yeah.
Why so?
2 reasons. Economics and the culture war.
Economics and the culture war. So, can you name me anything in the culture war that you care about that would mean that you vote for Donald Trump? Because that doesn't really make any sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. So, as I see things, right now there's a conversation about whether or not to vote for a female for president. So I see a lot of gendered topics going on today.
So do you think a woman shouldn't be president?
I no, not at all.
No, why not?
No, I don't think that is what I was saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it's fine for a woman to be.
You answered it like you were saying. Never mind. So yeah. Okay. So why'd you bring that up then?
So I don't know. I mean, we have a lot of stuff going on that revolve around gender right now, and I think that, you know, when Hillary Clinton was up for the president, I mean, it was really all about it's time for a woman to lead. The right woman, you know.
To be totally honest, it is.
The right woman is my point.
I think Kamala is the right woman. Name anyone else. Who else?
I could see Tulsi Gabbard doing a good job.
She's a conspiracy nut. Like rhetoric speaking, I get like good vibes. Like she has good rhetoric and good ways of presenting particular things, but I think what she says makes no fucking sense and is conspiracy bullshit.
Okay. Trying to think of some other. Can you name any other like popular female politicians who you think would also fit for president?
Elizabeth Warren.
Well, see, I'm going to say that she's a conspiracy nut.
I don't think she's a conspiracy nut. What did she do that was conspiracy based?
All right, so this gets into the whole thing with economics. So, you know, as far as I understand it, right, we're on the world stage, and economics kind of all flows downstream from what's happening in the broader world.
Yeah, economics. Yeah, so how is the economic state of affairs better with Donald Trump comparative to Kamala Harris?
Well, my point is that the American economy exists within the world economy, right? And so we fool ourselves if we think that we can exist within a bubble here in America and do whatever we want.
I'm not saying we can exist in a bubble. Where'd you get that from?
Let me tie this back to Elizabeth Warren. So with the economics, right, we have socialist policies, right?
What's socialism?
Socialist policies in this country that we've had for a long time that are, most people want those policies and like those policies.
What's socialism?
Things like Social Security.
Okay, so Social Security isn't socialism, but like, let's say that we were referencing Social Security. What's wrong with Social Security? Because Trump wants to actually like protect Social Security. That's what he said. And Elizabeth, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Can we get some W's for Elizabeth in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm definitely convinced of that. I really appreciate you so much, Elizabeth. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Elizabeth in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Elizabeth. At least 100 W's. But go for it.
Yeah, I mean, if we're paying into Social Security, right? I mean, this is a legislated and accepted form of socialism. I think it's a good thing. We have.
I don't think it's socialism.
Okay.
So socialism is when the workers control the means of production. You can say it's like socialistic within a certain sense that it allows for some level of social ownership of things that are relative to the means of production, right? But like,
I'll buy that. Close to
I don't think it's anywhere near socialism, like what you're saying. Like it's still under capitalist system.
Okay. So I guess my point is that without like one controlling world government dictating everything, right? We're still in this mode of competition with other countries where we still need to be exporting goods, right? We still need to be playing the capitalism game. And so as much as we can do that and win, we can support the lower half, quarter, whatever of our society, right, through different programs. But if we're not succeeding through our, our exports, right, we're broke. And how are we going to take care of anybody? So when Elizabeth Warren talks about taxing,
Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. So you said we're broke. I don't see what what point you're making here.
I'm saying that the American economic system is a house of cards that is built on nothing.
No, what do you mean it's built on nothing?
I mean that when you look at the financial markets and you ask yourself, what do these numbers mean? What are they tied to? Where does it go? You follow that trail of money, you realize that most of money is made up.
I don't know what I mean by most of money is made up. Like the value we associate with it, sure. But basically everything in our society is made up by humans. So like that's such a baseless point.
I'm saying that our value is inflated. We have inflated value against the world economy.
Sure, but what is that supposed to mean? Yo, Margaret with the $75 on Cash App. Can we get some W's, Margaret, in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Margaret, for the $75 on Cash App. Holy shit, let's get some W's, Margaret, in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Margaret. Holy shit, thank you so much. So, like, yeah, we have a higher value than other countries. What's your point with that, though?
I'm so stoked you got $75. My point is that, like we're experiencing that inflation right now with the cost of goods, right? That as we compare to the world, right, the American economy is inflated. And so there are ways, they're talking about a soft landing with the economy. There are ways.
What they mean in terms of inflation. So, like, yeah, inflation is absolutely going down. We had the fastest response to inflation of any country in the G7 as it relates to like how fast our inflation went down with the lowest inflation currently.
Yeah, and from what I understand, that has to do with spreading the pain of that across a broader set of people.
To a certain extent, it comes from increasing interest rates, which increases unemployment to make sure that inflation doesn't increase long term. But the point is that like us doing that actually leads to like better economic conditions long term. We have historical evidence to indicate that if we just let inflation go rampant, it would cause a way bigger harm to our economy than keeping unemployment I mean, it's still sub 4.5%. It's still low, but like it's just a bit higher. So we're sacrificing a little bit of unemployment to ensure that we don't have inflation.
Yeah.
But that's the Federal Reserve. That would have happened regardless of the president. Yeah. And actually Trump has like agreed that he's going to bring back Jerome Powell. So there would be no switch in whoever the Federal Reserve is headed by.
I heard something interesting. Somebody had said that they were talking about the left and the focus of the left and how roughly, 10 years ago, we were focused on Occupy Wall Street. And that movement gained a lot of momentum. Fast forward to today, and we're in the culture war arguing about gender issues and bathrooms. And
that's because of conservatives. Conservatives have shifted the conversation from class issues onto other sorts of things. Because if conservatives just accepted people, we'd be having those conversations.
All I'm saying is that I was a lot more attracted to the left when the focus was on these economic issues.
Because are you socially conservative?
I don't think so.
Okay, well then why?
Why am I not socially conservative?
No, like if you're not socially conservative, why were you more attracted to the left back then?
I'm just processing your question. Why was I attracted to the left? I've often been attracted to the left, primarily on the standpoint of class issues, that we should look after the poor, that we should help people, and that.
Dude, you're a social democrat in the making. Like, okay, do you like economic freedom?
Can you flesh that out for me better?
Like, do you like there to be more free markets?
I do.
Okay. Do you like there to be social safety nets for people?
I do.
The Nordic European countries have freer economies than the United States according to the Economic Freedom Index, and they have broader social safety nets to be able to take care of the population in terms of healthcare, housing, education, right, childcare, basic amenities that people need in the middle class. So they have higher satisfaction and happiness rates, even though they have some of the lowest level of sunlight, which the sunlight access to sunlight is obviously very highly associated with happiness levels. So you would typically expect if a country has lower levels of sunlight that they would be a little bit lower in terms of the happiness scale, but they're actually more happy. And that's obviously what we would say is likely related to their economic model.
I'll buy that. Trying to get down to my main reasons for wanting to vote for Trump, so that we can have a good debate here.
Would you vote for someone who is held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
This is a good question. I'm actually, it depends. Depends on the situation I'm in. It depends on, it depends on a lot. And I don't know that. Would I weigh that as a factor? Absolutely. Does it matter to me? Absolutely. It's kind of, to me, it's kind of apples and oranges.
No, would you vote for someone who is held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
Yeah, it depends.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard for me to put a absolute answer on that.
Yeah. So would you vote for someone who is held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a minor?
I mean, that's a much harder ask. I mean, if we're talking about voting for political office, I'm happy to say no.
Okay. So if you would vote for someone who was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, why wouldn't you vote for someone who was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a kid?
I would make an obvious distinction between just children and adults.
So assaulting a woman is just not bad enough.
I'm not trying to say that there's any moral difference between the two acts.
That's exactly what you were saying.
No, what I'm trying to indicate is that when it comes to adults, right, that there's an interplay between two people that comprises every situation. And so being held civilly liable, to me, it says a lot, but it's not the judgment of God. So, I make room for...
Neither is criminal court.
What I don't know. Exactly. And I don't...
Criminal court is not the judgment of God, so do you not accept criminal court?
I accept criminal court as being...
So why do you accept criminal court but not civil court?
There are lots of people who get convicted.
Why do you accept criminal court but not civil court?
No, I don't accept either, is what I'm saying. Because I think...
You don't accept either? So if Trump were held criminally... to be criminally convicted of raping a kid, you'd still vote for him?
No.
Okay. If you were held civilly liable for raping a kid, would you still vote for him?
No.
Okay. If you were held civilly liable for raping a woman, would you vote for him?
It depends.
Okay. So why is raping a woman just not bad enough under your view?
Again, it depends. It depends a lot. I mean, I don't know.
What does it depend on?
The specifics of the case, the specifics of the relationship.
What specifics of the case that would mean that it doesn't matter?
Do they have a relationship?
No.
First of all. they have no pre-existing relationship, then I'm going to say
No
it's not
pre-existing relationship in terms of sexual relationship.
cool. Then not cool. Absolutely.
Okay. So that's exactly what happened in 1996 to E. Jean Carroll. So why would you vote for him given that this has happened?
I'll have to chew on that. Maybe I won't.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
Nah, thanks a lot.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. What's the palette?
53.
Are you voting for Trump?
I did vote for Trump previously. I don't know if I'm going to vote for him now. And the reason why I wanted to join your live is because I have a transgender male son we raised him in a very conservative Christian household. So, he's not conservative. He did vote for Trump when he turned 18, but
I do appreciate you, but I'm going to the next person. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump, y'all. I do appreciate you. Yo, what's the power to you?
Hello?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I think he's a better leader than Kamala.
Why so?
I think through the 2016 through 2020, 4 years, he was just a much better leader.
By the way, everyone, I'd drop people if they're not coming up to debate. If you don't know that, I'm sorry to break it to you. I do that all the time. What were you saying?
I was saying that I thought he was a much better leader through 2016 and 2020.
You mean 2017 through 2021? Why so?
We had no wars going on, inflation, gas prices.
So there were wars going on. Inflation and gas prices weren't caused by Biden-Harris. There was a self-proclaimed war on ISIS, right? There was a 4 to 50% increase in the military drone strikes in the Middle East. There was an assassination of a top military general in Iran, a proxy war between Russia and the United States and in Syria. There was a weapons deal given to Saudi Arabia, and they committed a genocide in Yemen. There was a Turkish-Kurdish war because we left Kurdistan due to Trump's orders.
Okay, and?
You said there were no wars. I was just giving you examples of wars.
Well, we got 3 or 4 wars going on right now.
What do you
under
mean?
Biden and Kamala.
Okay, well, how was it caused?
Hamas, Palestine, Russia, Ukraine.
How was it caused by them?
How was it caused by them? Let's check the funding. You just keep sending billions of dollars.
Okay, that's reallocating from our military budget. What's the
Right.
issue?
So why is he doing that?
There was significantly less debt-related spending under under the Biden administration compared to the Trump administration. So why don't you
Can you
care
cite
about
your
the
source?
trillions? Yeah,
Can you cite your source?
Yeah, the Congressional for a Responsible Federal Budget. Look up Trump, Biden, national debt. It will show you that there was 8.4 trillion under the Trump administration, 4.3 trillion under the Biden-Harris administration, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related for the Biden administration, and 4.8 trillion non-COVID related for the Trump administration.
Great. I'm really glad that you know all your sources. It just you know what state America is in right now, and yet you're still just going with Palette Media and
Palette
just
Media?
yeah.
What do you mean Palette Media?
The company that is giving you money to support the DNC.
I don't work with Palette Media. I have no association with Palette Media.
Okay. All right. Well,
Why do you believe that?
Why do I believe that? I've seen too many videos to see.
Dude, just because people claim it doesn't mean it's true. I don't know why people.
No,
claim
I've
that.
seen. I've seen emails.
I think people claim it about me. Emails.
Yeah, I saw. What was his name? Jack Doherty.
Jack Doherty.
Yeah. I don't follow
Yeah.
him. But his brother supposedly got an email, and it looked pretty legit with the .gov.
That doesn't mean I'm paid by the DNC.
Yeah, I know, but still, Palette Media.
I'd have no association with Palette Media. You have no association with them at all. I've never worked with any business or any company. Literally, the only money I've ever made is from people who donate to me money through TikTok and Venmo and Cash App and PayPal. That's it.
All right, I'll believe you. I'll take you at your word. But yeah, I'm not in favor of Kamala. I don't see any of her policies coming out to any. She's brought out zero policies, at least that I can see. I mean, maybe Biden, yeah, and
She
then
said no
Kamala's
tax on
just
tips.
backing.
She's also brought up the fact that
That's
she wants to.
that. Also, Trump said that. Trump said that first.
Yeah, I know. Okay. They agree. I was just giving you an example of a policy. She's also advocated for the child tax credit to be increased to $3,600 from $2,000 for kids under the age of 5, which would reduce child poverty by 50% when implemented.
So just taking more tax dollars from our pockets.
That's specifically only taking from people who make over $400,000 a year. They want to keep all the tax cuts from the Tax Cut and Jobs Act under.
Can you say?
Yeah. They want to keep all the tax cuts from people who make under $400,000 a year, and then for over $400,000 a year, they want to increase it. It was even said in the debates by Biden. It was part of the Biden-Harris administration.
Was that when he had his mouth open the whole time?
Yeah.
Can you give a link, like a credible source I could easily look up, or?
You want to watch him say in the debates?
No, that was just kind of a clown show for Biden. I mean, I don't really want to watch it.
It's just like them promoting that they do support this policy.
I don't really remember much of him debating. He was just kind of doing a whole lot of
Just go watch it.
I'm not going to watch a 2-hour debate of him just with his mouth open, just looking at Donald Trump.
Okay, well, how do you feel about that Elon Musk has full-throated support for Donald Trump?
Honestly, it does kind of irk me a little bit.
Really?
It does, yeah. Because I think Elon's, I know this looks bad on my part, but it's
full-throated, I can tell you that.
It doesn't look good on him with SpaceX and just, I don't know, just completely going full throttle with Donald Trump.
Full-throated, you mean?
Full-throated?
Yeah.
What, as in like his voice? His speech impediment?
What? No. Dude, Trump himself literally said that Elon Musk has full-throated support for Donald Trump. And people were just making fun of the fact that... No, he said it himself. Do you want to hear him say it?
No, I know. I did not. I'll be honest with you. I did not.
I think we would all benefit from hearing Donald Trump say it right now.
Are you going to play it?
Well, I got to pull it up.
Well, yeah, all right. Because I haven't heard it.
The upcoming what? Oh, yeah.
Wait for it.
Yeah, the Elon Musk. So, yeah, sure. So Elon called me. As you know, he endorsed me full-throated. Great endorsement. I
Oh,
respect
God.
him.
Wow. Shit, I think I'm just gonna have to withdraw right now. Oh, shit. How do I even get out of this?
Great endorsement. You did it full-throated. Full-throated. Oh, he left, dude. He literally left. Jesus Christ. Dude, it's like... Why do you say that, dude? Why do you say that shit, bro? That's just so funny, bro. That's so fucking funny, bro. Bro. That's so funny. Yo, Dean, why can't you be on right now? I need to go to the bathroom. That's truly unfortunate. We'll be fine, though. Yo, it's a pal to you? Hello? Full-throated support, everyone. Look at that. Play it again? No, we can't. We're good. Yo, Gregory, thank you for the $5 for the full-throated donation. Thank you so much. Yo, Larry, how old are you?
I am 40.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because I support a nationwide abortion ban.
Why?
Because I believe that the sexual revolution and abortion is has increased oppression of women in the West, and women should be abstaining from penis and vagina sex because it's oppressive until there is no power differential between men and women in society, which requires the abolition of patriarchy, which is not happening in my lifetime. So it's in women's best interest to avoid PIV sex. And they are more likely to do that when abortion is not a possibility.
Okay, so you want to restrict women from engaging in straight sex. So the way that you're going to do that is by forcing them to go through pregnancies even if they're raped?
Penis and vagina sex is not the only straight sex.
Do you think that people should be able to get abortion if they're raped?
Ideally, yes, but I think, in the short term, there's more potential good if with it bans.
What'd you say? I can't hear you.
I said potential in an idealistic world, yes, they should have autonomy over that.
Oh, okay. So they should be able to determine whether or not they want to get an abortion?
Eventually, yeah, but not in the present tense until
So what justifies them killing it?
killing what?
The infant. You consider it an infant person, right?
What's that have to do with it?
You consider it a person, so what justifies killing it?
I didn't say people should go kill infants.
Well, you said people who are raped can get access to abortion, right?
No, I did not. They
Okay,
should.
so they shouldn't?
No. In an ideal world, they should, but PIV sex in itself is a huge obstacle to women's liberation. And so to further women's liberation, an abortion ban is
An
it
abortion
like,
ban furthers the liberation of women?
Yep, exactly.
That's incoherent because it quite literally takes away from their liberation. For
Why
someone
does
who's
that
held,
matter
would you vote
when you
for
have two choices?
Would you
That's
vote for
not
someone?
going to change the material.
Would you vote for someone who's held civilly liable for sexually
Yes.
assaulting 100
Did you not
children?
hear me say yes? Why are you keep asking
I'm asking
me
a
this?
different question, Larry.
I will
Be
vote-
quiet or I will mute you.
Okay.
Okay? Be quiet.
I've heard you ask these questions to people for like 3 hours. My answer is yes, yes, yes,
Cool,
yes.
cool. Then be quiet and let me finish the question or I'm going to mute you
Okay.
or kick you from my stream.
Okay.
Would you vote for someone that was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting 100 kids?
Yes.
Would you vote for someone that was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting 100,000 kids?
Would you vote for somebody who has
Larry, I'm
voted
just
for
asking, would you vote?
legislation?
Answer the question.
Why can't I ask you one? It's like,
I
why
will.
don't I get
I'll
a
let you.
rebuttal?
I will let you answer. I'll let you ask a bunch of them. I will go for it.
Yes. Oh,
Yes, you
I
would.
will.
Would you
Yes.
vote for someone that sexually assaulted 100,000 or 100 million kids?
Yeah, probably. I mean, depends. That you're like blowing the
Larry,
like,
you
what
just
it-
sound
what is
fucking
this?
insane.
No, that's why this is like ours. The superstructure and culture is so male-centered.
Yeah.
that
Oh my
people
God,
can't
it's
even
so
grasp this.
male-centered that I would vote for 100 million kids to be
No.
fucking raped.
Did you vote?
Oh my God, I would
did you
vote for that.
Biden? Biden
I'd vote for
voted
that.
For the Iraq
I'd vote for that. That
War.
sounds such a great
the
thing
Iraq
to vote
War
for.
Caused
Such a great thing. Such a
millions
very
of
great.
deaths.
So great.
Did you not? If you voted for Biden, you voted for someone who caused millions of deaths and rapes because of our interventions in the Middle East and South America.
You
and
understand
Latin
Donald
America.
Trump also engaged in those as
I
well.
don't. Okay, so you voted for somebody who did something just as bad, though. So you're like,
Wait.
there's-
Wait, what did Joe Biden do that caused that?
He was in Congress. He voted and appropriated money that killed millions. of
What money
civilians
specifically?
in the world?
What money specifically,
Well,
Larry?
just the other day, he sent billions of dollars to
Larry, I'm asking you. You
weapons.
said you were talking about the Middle East in the past. Tell me what specific policy did he vote for in the past that
Billions
led
of-
to that?
Biden has supported every appropriation of weapons and billions and billions
one.
upon billions of dollars to Israel.
Larry, give me one
Every
act.
time. Every year they appropriate, I don't know the name of it, every year they appropriate money to Israel, billions of dollars. Biden voted for that every year he was in Congress.
Okay, so his support for Israel. You understand that Trump supports Israel even more, right?
Okay, my voting topic issue is women's liberation.
So if you answer the question, would you vote for someone that has done this, but someone has done a greater amount of this? Obviously, you wouldn't vote for the person that did a greater amount, and actually you'd vote against the person who did a greater amount because it would lead
Why?
to even worse outcomes.
Why?
Because
You
it would
don't
lead
know
to
that.
worse outcomes.
I am voting for
So
the
so has
person
has
who's
Kamala
going to
Harris
create
raped
the
more
material-
people? Larry, has Kamala
Listen.
Harris raped more people than Trump?
Why are you asking me irrelevant questions?
Obviously not. So like obviously you'd have
What
no
if a
basis for
person-
saying that like you
No.
would vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. Because
have no
he's been held
basis.
legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies, tried to
How
overthrow the
does
government.
his-
He supports Israel even more than she does. He wants to restrict women's access to abortion.